Chapter 780, the Dongfeng Carriage, a new model of single-horse two-wheeled carriage trotted along the road from Bern to Pei Mountain. This was the vehicle factory's latest product, a light two-wheeled carriage called Dongfeng, modeled after the 1860s Hensemecab. Single driver, two-seater. The two-wheeled design eliminated the front undercarriage, simplifying the body considerably. It was equipped with single-axle 60-inch 16-spoke hardwood wheels, a steel axle and ball bearings, leaf spring suspension, iron rod frame and wooden body. It came with a folding canopy in two configurations, luxury sheepskin or cowhide and standard oilcloth. It also featured fixed carriage lamps and a foot pedal bell. The main reason for building the Dongfeng prototype was that someone wanted to market carriages as luxury goods. A secondary motive was that some elders had grown tired of cycling to work and wanted a carriage as a company car, a chance to show off a bit. Leizhou knew that using carriages as company cars was out of the question at this stage. Consider the most basic factor, horses. Nick wouldn't let them have even one. Horses were currently second masters in Lingao after the elders themselves. Unless requisitioned for military or agricultural use, horses were strictly off-limits. As for the plans of Si Kaide, Huang and others to sell flashy carriages to mainland Chinese like Gaoju as suckers, whether that market even existed remained uncertain. But Leizhou, bored from building nothing but purple lightning aircraft, artillery carts and ox carts, feigned enthusiasm to accept the trial manufacturing task. At worst, they could give it to Guo Fu, who was about to return to Guangzhou. In the end, the vehicle factory produced the carriage under the guidance of Huang, former 4S dealer manager, now chief of staff of the Military Affairs Logistics Command. Huang was passionate about horse-drawn carriages. He had collected countless pictures and materials, including rare line drawings of various carriage models. The Dongfeng's manufacture relied mainly on his data. Although Huang insisted on calling it Bentz, Leizhou thought that name should be reserved for a future luxury model. So, following the Hanki, red flag branding convention, he called it Dongfeng, East Wind. Shouldn't Dongfeng be for ox carts or heavy-duty wagons? Huang gazed at the handmade carriage in the workshop, looking confused. China's first sedan was also called Dongfeng, hand-beaten together. Let's use the name for good luck. Might as well call it Geely, luck, Huang grumbled. Whatever we call it, the carriage looks great, Leizhou said sincerely. Let's take it for a spin, test drive. We need to find a horse first. Currently, all horses and donkeys in Lingao were kept at Shanling Ranch, military horses included. After training, they had to be returned immediately. That was Nick's rule, ensuring proper care and maximum breeding. Fortunately, Huang knew a batch of captured horses from Qiangshan was en route to Shanling. He used his authority to intercept one, promising to deliver it himself. These were Mongolian horses, very docile. After Leizhou hitched the horse and found a driver, the two rode off toward Pei Mountain. The road from Bern to Pei Mountain was now paved and fully equipped. The carriage ran smoothly over the cinder surface without jolting. This gave Huang hope for mass production. He planned to empty Guangdong gentry's pockets with these vehicles. 3 to 4 kilometers west of Bern City, they encountered the first checkpoint. Chevaux de frise blocked the road. A guardhouse and sentries stood watch. The entire Shanling area had been designated a green zone under direct house control. All native villages except Dame village, which the elders had built themselves, had been relocated. Natives and naturalized citizens couldn't enter without a specially issued green zone pass. A company of the garrison battalion was exclusively responsible for guarding the area. Their carriage passed the first checkpoint, then a second, then a third. On the road and hillsides, patrolling soldiers were visible at intervals. "This place is heavily guarded," Huang exclaimed, "even more than around Bern City." It was his first time penetrating deep into the Shanling area. Of course, this is the lifeline of the House of Elders. Having participated in Operation Prometheus, Li Chiki wasn't surprised by the tight security. This area held not only the ranch, weather station, and planned elder vacation area. More importantly, it was the site of the Grand Library and STC, the original standard equipment template archive. Huang didn't grasp the true meaning of lifeline. He assumed Li Chiki meant the horses. Nodding, he said, "Animal power is a huge bottleneck, military use, agricultural use everywhere. And to sell carriages on the mainland, we'd have to solve the horse problem for customers too. I wonder how many horses Nick has." "A couple hundred, I suppose," Li Chiki said offhandedly. "We'll reach the ranch soon." Hoofbeats echoed along the road. The road network in the Pei Mountain restricted zone was now complete: bridges, signposts, drainage ditches, even roadside trees. The carriage ride was very comfortable. Passers-by were rare, but structures were visible here and there on slopes and among trees. "I had no idea the executive committee had hidden so much here," Huang marveled. As chief of staff for logistics, he had visited Zixingaling for a battery completion ceremony, but hadn't expected the area to become so mysterious in just over a year. "Heh, you're the logistics chief of staff. Didn't you know there are lots of military facilities hidden here?" "An unreliable person like me is just a staff officer," Huang griped. "I organize tons of logistics plans on my desk. Many are just code names. I have no idea where the projects are actually located. I don't know the details either, but the military has definitely built several secret facilities here. Don't tell me they're hiding an atomic bomb. Not quite that extreme." As they talked, the carriage arrived at Nick's ranch. The ranch lay on the southwest side of Pei Mountain's main peak, Bald Ridge. Here was a small hill called Mappen Millstone Ridge, 2 layers of round, flat-topped hills stacked like a millstone. The terrain was gentle with few trees. After development, it made an ideal mountain pasture. Now the surrounding valleys were all enclosed within the ranch's boundaries. "We've arrived at Castle Hill," Li Chiki said. Then he added, "When you talk about horses, don't use any dismissive or casual tone." "Understood, he's a horse fanatic." Huang nodded repeatedly. "This is called Castle Hill. It does look a bit like one." "Heh, it's actually called Mappen Ridge, more like a bunker, really. But this is the place known as Nick's Castle. Here, he's the local emperor." The carriage stopped in the square before the ranch gate. Huang stepped down and gazed around. The scenery was beautiful. Winter sunlight fell on Pei Mountain. Saplings of cash crops and windbreak trees planted last spring swayed in the breeze. White mist had just dissipated. Despite winter, the hills remained lush. Horses dotted the hillside pastures, leisurely grazing and frolicking. Some mares had recently foaled. The valley grew fodder crops the horses liked. Corn had just been harvested and alfalfa filled the fields. Several silage fermentation towers stood tall. Below the slopes were stables with high-peaked roofs. A windmill turned slowly. The faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Huang felt the landscape was reminiscent of overseas ranches he'd seen in photos. A young man in farm worker uniform was stirring something in front of a warehouse, a large wooden basin on the ground holding what looked like a mixture of herbs and water. Yang Beiyagui stood nearby, supervising. "Stir it well, otherwise the horses won't eat." Around them were many lidded wooden tubs and barrels, emitting a mixed smell of herbs and chemicals. Yang Beiyagui was here to treat horse ailments. Horses were delicate and prone to various problems. Upon news that a large batch of captured horses would soon arrive, Nick had invited Yang Beiyagui to prepare common equine remedies in advance, ready to treat the spoils upon arrival. "That carriage looks great." Yang Beiyagui studied the Dongfeng. "Where'd you get the horse?" "Borrowed it," Huang said. "Officers and soldiers are being repatriated from Qiangshan. The horses and livestock they're surrendering are being organized for transport to Lingao. I borrowed one to test the carriage." Organizing the transfer was exactly the job of the logistics chief of staff as part of the peaceful evacuation from Qiangshan before the troops boarded ships per the treaty. "Nick's going to strike it rich," Yang Beiyagui observed. Then he called to the diligently stirring youth, "Shengbao, go fetch your master. Shengbao hurried off and soon returned with Nick, who had been washing horses in the stables. Nick wore a torn work suit, a towel wrapped around his head, straw clinging crisscross to his clothes and hair. His sleeves were rolled past the elbows, his arms were red from the cold water. What? Just one horse? Nick looked disappointed. Where's this carriage from? The rest will arrive in batches starting tomorrow, Huang assured him. Don't worry, not one will be missing. I'm very worried, Nick said. The drovers probably have no experience caring for horses. They were all former grooms. Those grooms only know how to work horses to death. They haven't a clue about actually caring for them. Nick yanked the towel off his head and squatted on the ground. I should have gone myself. End of chapter. Chapter 781. Wedding. Zun Suji forced his head up. It was splitting. He drunk too much at last night's party. The cocktails went down easy without feeling strong. He'd guzzled every variety available, and by the time when Daisy gave his speech, he was already passed out at the table. He'd missed the entire entertainment program afterward. Supposedly S-rank maids had danced Nobody and GG. Clumsy as it was, the performance had the otaku crowd raving. Now all he could do was sit on the bed and listen to Mo Zion's recap. Mo Zion was to be his best man at the wedding. That good? Zun Suji was drooling a solid foot down his chin. What else? Afterward, Mo Zion continued. A certain male elder's girlfriend, a female elder, had taken the stage to sing the Blue Danube Waltz, dancing as she sang. Her miniskirt swirled. Though she wore safety shorts, her pale thighs kept flashing before the crowd of otakus, drawing wild cheers, except from a certain boyfriend with a very unhappy expression. Damn, Zun Suji buried his face in his hands. Stop. It's fine. You're about to consummate your wedding night, Mo Zion consoled him. Thighs, every woman has them. What's a wedding night? Zun Suji said miserably. Some things once missed are gone forever. Young female elders naturally suited otaku tastes better than any bride. Get real, Mo Zion said. The quality will only improve from here. Besides, female elder cosplay isn't that great. What? Zun Suji jumped to his feet, then his legs gave out and he collapsed back down. Cosplay? Yep, cosplay, Mo Zion said. Dead or alive, good lord, was rejected for being too risque. Damn, don't string me along like that. Zun Suji groaned. Fine, they can cosplay next time. Zio Pei cosplayed my Shiranui. Just her outfit was hot enough. Zun Suji reminisced Pei Lixiu had been the most eye-catching person in the whole venue. And you know Sister Pei really delivered, no pantyhose, no leggings. The brothers confirmed definitely went straight with a thong. Holy moly. Zun Suji's face was a mix of envy and regret. Ha ha. A few naturalized citizens and natives had nosebleeds gushing like fountains, Mo Zion said cheerfully, though someone asked if this might give them the impression we're debauched. They don't know squat. To those natives, female elders in miniskirts are already indecent, Zun Suji scoffed. If we cater to native sensibilities on everything, what kind of revolution are we running? Changing customs begins with shortening skirts. Here, here. Mo Zion nodded vigorously and continued. There was also Biko cosplay. Pan and Mendoza came out too. I didn't catch what they were cosplaying, but the skirts were short enough. Western mares have great legs. Aarg, Zun Suji flopped face down into his pillow. Pity, Mo Zion concluded regretfully. Old Fang's concept was good, but the costumes and props were a bit off. Thrown together last minute, passable at best. Still beats no girls. Zun Suji thought about all the excitement he'd missed and felt supremely dejected, no longer wanting to get out of bed. You'd better get up, take a shower, and tidy up. You're the groom today. Mo Zion prodded him. You've got to go fetch the bride soon. My head hurts. Headache or not, you're still the groom. Get up. Under Mo Zion's relentless prodding, Zun Suji reluctantly rose. Mo Zion called Kim Hee-sun in. Get your master dressed up properly. Kim Hee-sun was festively dressed and looking very spruce today. She wore a Neo-Hanfu women's outfit from the New Hanfu Atlas, released by the newly registered Huaxia Society, organized by Liu Zheng and others as a Sinocentrist association. The outfit was essentially modern women's clothing with Hanfu elements. The pattern was designed and cut by Zhang Shangji from the Atlas. It was made in the Special Production Division of the garment factory under Mo Zion's jurisdiction, with absolutely top-tier materials and craftsmanship. She wore twin buns crowned with a ring of little red flowers and a full set of jewelry. Smiling, she came in and curtsied to Zun Suji. "Congratulations to the chief on your happy occasion." Zun Suji seemed unable to meet her gaze. His eyes wandered as he laughed awkwardly. "Good, good, good." Though he had fantasized daily about enjoying the blessing of multiple wives, now that it was truly happening, he felt a bit uneasy, as if he were wronging Kim Hee-sun. Still, although Liu Meilan was no beauty, she was tall and slim-waisted, with ample bosom and hips, physically far more advantageous than the petite, thin Kim Hee-sun. So he was quite eager. For work convenience, Zun Suji had always lived in the food factory office. Now, getting married, he couldn't stay there any longer. As someone about to wed, he was among the first eligible for a housing lottery in Bern New Town and had drawn a medium-sized unit. Decorating and furnishing were handled by the general office after he picked styles. He didn't have to worry about any of it. For the wedding ceremony, Wu Shiming had tried to hold it in Bern Cathedral, pitching its services, organ accompaniment, children's choir, a priest to administer vows. "If you want Western flair, I'll summon a European priest just to marry you. Pick any of the 4 priests. Or if you don't like Westerners, the college director, will officiate." Zun Suji was neutral. A church wedding would be nice. The atmosphere was good. But the Huaxia Society immediately objected, calling it kowtowing to the West for a non-believer to marry in a church. Zun Suji hadn't expected his wedding to become a political correctness issue. To avoid controversy, he decided to hold the ceremony at the Commercial Hall Auditorium. Wedding invitations didn't go to all elders. First, the venue couldn't hold them all. Second, he didn't know most of them. A wedding was, after all, a private affair. He sent invitations only to elders he knew and had dealings with. The rest received a packet of wedding candy and pastries. Zun Suji disliked leader speeches, so he didn't invite executive committee members like Wen and Ma. "You should invite Zia Ozishan from the general office," Mo Zion reminded him. "He handles elders' daily life affairs. He contributed a lot to your wedding, and you'll have lots to consult him about after you're settled." Of course, of course." Zun Suji nodded vigorously. At Liu family stockade, lanterns and streamers filled the halls. Word that an elder was marrying into the family had spread everywhere. Whether Liu clansmen or related outsiders, everyone felt immensely proud. After all, Elder Zun wasn't taking a concubine or buying a maid. The Liu daughter was marrying properly as a wife in a red skirt. What other great family in Lingao could claim such an honor? Liu Yoren stood in the decorated main hall, watching his family bustle about, a cryptic smile playing on his face. Liu Meilan's father, from a previously overlooked distant branch, was now the envy of all. Today he wore newly tailored clothes, beaming from ear to ear. Liu Yoren had always intended to make a grand affair of this wedding. Since Liu Meilan was only a grandniece, a distant relation, he feared the elders might see him as offering someone else's flowers. So months earlier, he had formally adopted Liu Meilan as his granddaughter. He had also prepared an exceptionally generous dowry, including 4 maids. In Lingao, where the gender ratio was severely skewed, just those 4 young maids represented a significant gesture. "That's not appropriate," said Zhang Yufu, who was handling go-between duties. "I heard Chief Zio say the elders' apartments aren't big. If you send 4 maids, there may be no place for them. If not maids, then more gold and silver." Liu Yoren was troubled. Typically, a bride's dowry included jewelry, clothing, fabrics, and large amounts of household goods and utensils. Fastidious families would buy these from Qiangshan or even Guangzhou. But Australian-made wares were exquisite beyond compare. Even expensive Guangzhou goods might not catch their eye. Yet gold and silver weren't common in Lingao either. Landlords were rich in grain, but you couldn't use grain as dowry. Liu Yoren thought and thought but couldn't decide what to give. Finally, his clan nephew and secretary Liu Guangbao suggested, give 100 mu of paddy fields. Liu Yoren felt that wasn't enough and added 200 mu of hilly slopes. Uncle, those 200 mu of slopes have nothing but grass on them, Liu Guangbao worried, would this anger Chief Zun. No matter, with the Tiandu, even the Meitai flats can grow grain. He won't lose out. Liu Yoren was confident. This was an impressive gesture among the best in Lingao. Though Liu Yoren ached to part with those hundreds of mu, his heart was set on riding the dragon. As long as he could cement this marriage alliance with an elder now, future glory was assured. They appreciate Malin now. In the future it may be that only commoner girls will catch their eye, Liu Yoren observed. Well said, uncle. The wedding followed the house's changing customs principle, simplifying the ceremony considerably. Matching horoscopes, selecting auspicious hours, bowing to heaven and earth, all abolished. Zun Suji didn't want the tediousness anyway. Though the Liu family grumbled privately, they didn't dare contradict the elders' wishes. Aside from the customary invitation rituals, the wedding proceeded 21st century style. The executive committee lent the honky carriage for the bridal procession. End of chapter. Chapter 782, horses Li Chiki and Hong Huangnan exchanged looks, not daring to speak. They had both experienced Nick's manic episodes before. Once his tantrum passed, he led them toward the ranch office. Mapen Ridge Ranch looked natural, but it had undergone earth-shaking transformation. Most of the hill pastures had been renovated through water conservation projects. Stone-lined drainage channels ran down the slopes, emptying into a man-made river below. This ensured the topsoil wasn't eroded while retaining both water and fertilizer. The drained water accumulated in a reservoir at the base of the hills for the horses to drink. Horses needed enormous quantities of water. The pasture soil had been amended. The lush green grass that looked wild was mostly high-quality forage planted by hand. Reservoirs and artificial channels at the base stored rainwater and regulated the ecology. The Mapen Ridge Ranch project was a major investment, the Agricultural Committee's third-largest infrastructure undertaking after the Meidayang reclamation and the school land renovation. The enormous cost of raising horses had sparked debate within the executive committee, since in the long run Lingao wasn't an ideal location for large-scale horse breeding. But the Army's and agriculture's urgent need for horses finally secured approval for the Mapen Ridge project. Without a large enough ranch, expanding the horse population was nearly impossible. The original pasture along the Wenlin River was limited in area, with little room for expansion in the rapidly developing plains. By contrast, the hills were cooler, and land and water conditions proved suitable for livestock. The ranch office occupied a wooden building not far from the stables. Windows stood open. A scent of pasture grass mixed with the stink of horse manure pervaded the space. On closer sniff, one could detect the smell of disinfectant as well. The daycare was rustic. Barewood plank walls, stone-paved floor, and old-style unpainted wood desk, many filing cabinets. Labels read, stallion scoring charts, pedigrees, breeding records. In modern equiculture, breed development and maintenance was the focus, especially given the poor quality of local horses, which urgently needed improvement. Nick himself didn't really know all this. He was well versed in pedigree lore, he could hold forth at length, but that was armchair expertise from riding clubs, not hands-on practice. Yang Beiyagui now handled most of this work. Nick was studying hard. Sit. Nick stripped off his work clothes and tossed them into a laundry basket. He invited them to sit. Yang Beiyagui, familiar with the routine, plopped down at once. Nick poured 2 tall glasses of cold boiled water from a glass pitcher. Li Chiki thought, this hospitality must rank among the stingiest in the House of Elders. Even the most frugal departments served tea. Industrial and commercial offices and workshops kept various beverages on hand, freely available. What brings you here today, requisitioning a horse? Nick came straight to the point. Yes, you know Zun Suji. From the food factory, Nick nodded rapidly. Oh, I know him. I get scraps from the food factory for feed. He's getting married, Li Chiki said. His wife is a native, the first marriage between an elder and a native. The executive committee wants to make it grand, so they approved the honky carriage for the bridal procession. The carriage fleet is under my management now. I need to borrow 2 horses tomorrow to pull the wedding carriage. Most people wouldn't refuse such a festive favor, but Li Chiki knew Nick might. What does Zun Suji's wedding have to do with me? Nick said, predictably indifferent. Let the bride take a sedan chair, that's what they do in this time-space. We're all elders. Can't you give a little face for a wedding carriage? If it's military, agricultural, or diplomatic, of course horses are fine. That's the big picture. What's a wedding? Can't get married without a carriage. Well, Li Chiki was at a loss. The logic held, but the wedding carriage decision was already made. He couldn't change it just because Nick disagreed. Don't worry, just 2 horses pulling a carriage on one loop. It's not heavy hauling. Li Chiki cajoled and promised until he finally secured the horses. Huang mentally noted. Given Comrade Nick's attitude, his carriage sales plan would need an alternative horse source. He'd have to discuss this with Guo Yi, Si Kaide, and the others. Yang Beiyagui was used to all this. Smiling, he said, once this batch of military horses arrives, the shortage won't be so acute. Natives run horses into the ground. New horses can't be used until they've been rehabilitated for 3 or 4 months, Nick said. How many horses are coming this time? The numbers are in, Huang said. He knew them by heart. 107 horses, 71 mules, 51 donkeys. That's all. Nick was disappointed. We got over 100 horses after the great victory at Chiang Mai. Now we take their main base and still only 100. They apparently ate quite a few. They weren't actually starving to the point of slaughtering horses. I think it was purely for the meat. Nick was distraught. After a long pause, he asked, should I send some ranch hands to help drive them? Is the water and fodder supply along the way guaranteed? I've asked the artillery team to help drive the horses. They've all trained here. You can relax, right? Huang laughed. As for water and fodder, don't worry. I'm the logistics chief of staff. Can I handle the basics? Yang Beiyagui asked. Many sick or injured horses? Not many. The sick and injured got eaten by the troops. Huang didn't mention that some had been sent to the meatpacking plant. How many horses do we have now? 196 horses total, including this year's foals, Nick said. 24 donkeys, 10 mules. The mules are a mix of captures and newborns. Once rehabilitated, they'll be sent to the farms for rearing and work. All horses, donkeys, and mules under the Transmigrator Group's control were now kept at Mapen Ridge. According to regulations drafted by the Agricultural People's Committee and approved by the House of Elders, no department or individual could retain equines acquired through any channel. All had to be transferred to Mapen Ridge Ranch first. Only after treatment, restorative feeding, and evaluation for breeding value could they be allocated for use. When Nick heard Huang was planning to promote carriages in Guangzhou, he raised the question of horse supply. He was curious how Guangzhou, a place that didn't produce horses, would supply them for carriages. Huang explained Si Kaide's idea: buy Guangxi and Yunnan horses locally. Both are basically Yunnan breeds, small as donkeys with less carrying capacity than a good donkey, Nick said dismissively. Aside from potential use by mountain troops, I don't see any value in them. Huang clung to his carriage sales plan and had prepared a rebuttal. Mongolian horses aren't easy to get. Besides, would you be willing to sell hard-won Mongolian horses to landowners to pull carriages? True, Nick nodded. Once you buy Yunnan horses in Guangzhou, I'll station a professional horsekeeper with you. Much appreciated, but hurry and get me the horses first, or else Zun Suji the groom will get impatient. Everyone laughed. Many years later, when new method weddings had become the most common form of ceremony among common folk, old-timers who had witnessed the first Australian wedding in Lingao would still regale their impatient children with stories of that day. For such a backwater, the brand-new wedding style had been a revelation. That afternoon, Mo Zion wore an all-white U.S. Navy summer dress uniform borrowed from Linla, insignia and rank removed. He chose the American uniform because it was the most ornate, glittering with gold decorations, which would prevent natives from mistaking it for morning wear. Elders wearing white undershirts and dress shirts in summer had already caused similar misunderstandings. By now, naturalized citizens and natives who frequently interacted with elders knew Australians didn't taboo white clothing. Zun Suji wore a boutonniere and held a bouquet. Accompanied by Mo Zion, he rode the Honky carriage to Liu family stockade to fetch the bride. Crowds lined the route. Natives and naturalized citizens alike wanted to see what a new method wedding looked like. The two-horse, ribbon-bedecked Honky carriage trotted proudly along the road. Garrison battalion soldiers in new uniforms formed an escort, looking both imposing and spirited. The propaganda department's dragon and lion dance troupe, personally led by Jai Dengao, put on a clamorous show at Liu family stockade. Amid the gongs and drums came Zhang Yu's halting live broadcast. The procession has entered the plaza before Liu family stockade. Garrison battalion soldiers line up. Chief Zun, all smiles, descends from the carriage and waves to relatives, friends, and the crowd in the plaza. The bride wore no traditional phoenix crown or red wedding cloak. Instead, she donned hanfu designed by the Huaxia Society, once again hand-cut by Zheng Shangji, a bright red satin hanfu bridal gown with a 21st-century-style hanfu phoenix crown. It looked unlike anything seen before. Liu clansmen and scholar guests murmured, "Is this really what great song attire looked like?" Doubt notwithstanding, no one in Lingao dared question the elders. Seeing the grand carriage arrive, the spectacle was extraordinary. Everyone envied. Every great house landlord with an adult daughter began scheming. Amid the joyous clamor, the first batch of trade and intelligence personnel bound for the mainland had already quietly reported to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, receiving mission orders for their respective destinations. Per the plan, they would proceed to multiple points on the mainland, formally launching the continental strategy. End of chapter. Chapter 783, Task Force in Lingao County Town, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's Farm Intelligence Training Center, Section B, the former residence of the Guo family, blazed with light. In the 4 of 5 wings converted into classrooms sat various Ming subjects, all wearing serious expressions. Doors and windows were shut. Apart from numbered code placards at the entrances, there were no other markings. Li Yan entered each room in turn for briefings. The Ming subjects assembled in these wings had all completed long-term training by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. They were about to be dispatched to the mainland for intelligence gathering, network establishment, and trade operations, laying the groundwork for the next phase of the continental strategy. Neither Guo's Guangzhou team nor Chiang Shi's Leizhou team was here. Those two operated semi-publicly. Guangzhou and Leizhou were now classified as yellow zones. Assembled here were personnel heading to orange and red zones. They faced considerable risk. As Director Shi, who delivered their health lecture, put it, the greatest danger wasn't the Ming's hapless counterintelligence apparatus. They couldn't even disrupt barbarian spy networks, but the overall sanitation conditions of ancient society. Every dispatched agent had signed a volunteer form and, as required, written a will, though some refused. I have neither children nor family in this time-space. What's the point? Tong Guan was among those who refused. As head of the installation company, he had spent the post-D-Day period at the General Construction Company handling equipment installation. As soon as the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was established, he volunteered for field work. Now, at last, he had become leader of the Yangtze Task Force. The so-called Yangtze Task Force was a long-term intelligence collection project covering military strong points and transportation hubs along the Yangtze River basin. Their mission: conduct geographic surveys of key ferry crossings and customs stations, perform necessary topographic mapping, and collect economic, social, and political intelligence up and down the river, providing the decision-making basis for the Transmigrator Group's backup plan, the Yangtze Strategy. The operation was codenamed, per Tong Guan's own suggestion, Mandarin Duck Tea. Besides this task force, the Bureau would simultaneously dispatch trade intel teams to Hangzhou and Beijing, leveraging the land and sea route system. Additionally, the Liaodong team would travel with the Guangzhou team first, then proceed to Liaodong via Li Luoyu's arrangements. Operating 4 teams in yellow and red zones at once was unprecedented for the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Over a dozen elders would receive overseas assignments simultaneously, a scale that worried the House of Elders. But given the priority of quickly advancing the continental strategy to secure more resources, population, and funding channels, the risk was deemed necessary. Every team member had memorized their mission brief. Documents were collected after reading. Not a scrap of paper could leave. Li Yan was now delivering final instructions, transit arrangements into the operational zones and contingency plans for emergencies. Each team's route and transportation were classified. Teams knew only their own arrangements. Only Li Yan knew all the details. In the largest room sat the biggest undercover unit of this operation, the Yangtze Task Force. Its 4 members were drinking tea and chatting idly. Though most had trained for over half a year and held the Ming's counterintelligence capabilities in contempt, on the eve of infiltrating enemy territory, everyone felt tension and pressure. They drank strong tea and bantered to ease their nerves. A few craved cigarettes, but they had already quit. Where they were going, cigarettes were rare foreign imports. Even pipes and water pipes might be problematic. Changzhen periodically launched anti-smoking campaigns during his reign. At the worst, smoking was a capital offense. To avoid unnecessary trouble, quitting was safest. Once we leave, who knows when we'll be back, Tong Guan mused over his tea. I'd say 3 or 4 years, Zhang Bio replied. With ancient transportation, visiting every prefecture and county along the Yangtze, even in the old time space with cars and trains, it'd take ages. He toyed with a Yongalira coin, flipping it between his fingers. 1 coin became 3, 4, then 5, then vanished entirely. Zhang Bio was a history master's student and amateur magician, skilled in coin magic. In preparation for intel work, he had also trained hard in various sleight-of-hand skills, planning to use a street performer cover identity. He would be Tong Guan's main operative. In peaceful times, that'd be fine. But these 3 or 4 years are the Ming's end times, Zhai Jianzhang said uneasily. He was dressed as a private secretary and accountant. Zhai Jianzhang wrote an excellent brush hand and had received specialized training at the bureau. Tong Guan waved it off. The real chaos hasn't arrived yet. The Yangtze prefectures and counties we're visiting still have law and order. Besides, we have a martial arts master as bodyguard. I don't trust martial arts masters much. I'd rather bring extra bullets. Su Tianqi had originally served in the Foreign Affairs Department but found the current work boring and had volunteered for intelligence duty. His training time was short. Tong Guan planned to station him at an intel outpost as permanent staff. Su Tianqi's specialty was English, useless here, but he had researched Jianghui dialects extensively, a valuable skill. Martial arts masters or handguns aren't the key. The key is money, Tong Guan said leisurely. With money you can go anywhere. Without it you can't take a step. The Yangtze Task Force's operations were long-term. The Executive Committee and Bureau imposed no specific limitations on their work, only broad direction. Their operational range stretched from Nanjing down to Chongqing and Chengdu upstream. Once dispatched, the team would have to operate entirely on their own, including raising part of their subsequent operating funds. How much will the Bureau give us? Su Tianqi asked. Li Yan discussed it with me last time, about 500 taels of silver, enough to get started. We're traveling far, we can't carry too much. Flashing money invites trouble. As they talked, Li Yan entered, smiling, carrying a canvas bag. Director Li, there you are. Tong Guan stood up enthusiastically to shake hands. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Yan placed the canvas bag on the table. Here's your equipment. When do we leave? Within the next 3 days. Li Yan sat down, opened the bag, and distributed the contents. You'll first take a ship to Guangzhou. In Guangzhou, you'll rendezvous with your native bodyguard at Kiwei Escort Agency, this man. He handed Tong Guan a paper dossier. Here's his file. Read it, then return it to me. Tong Guan opened it and burst out laughing. Li Xiaoging, his father's Li Dagang. That's right, Li Yan said. Li Dagang is a senior member of Kiwei Escort Agency Excellent Martial Arts. He's been too old and frail to escort convoys in recent years. His son is skilled with fist and staff, a rising star of the new generation. Reliable, very reliable, Li Yan said. Lingao saved Li Dagang's life. Li Xiaoging has also attended training here. Political security rates the whole family highly, and Li Xiaoging's son has been sent to Fengqiati for schooling. This time, in addition to Li Xiaoging serving as the Yangtze team's security escort, Li Dagang and Li Xiaoging's wife, Xiang Chunhua, would accompany them. Xiang Chunhua was also raised as a household escort. She'll be very useful to your team. The whole family's going, truly devoted. More hands is never a bad thing. What Li Yan didn't mention was that this also served as a means for the Colonial Trade Division to split up the Kiwei Escort Agency system. Li Dagang was from Jiangxi, one of Sun Kecheng's most loyal fellow provincial old brothers, part of the Jiangxi faction's core. This was a convenient opportunity to break it up. Li Yan then pulled a cloth bundle from the bag and opened a corner. Gold leaf gleamed inside. 50 taels of gold, he said. At Ming exchange rates, roughly 600 taels of silver. Gold was easier to carry than silver. Merchants traveling with large sums often converted beforehand. Finally, 4 Glock handguns, 2 magazines each, standard elder personal weapons. These had been their original sidearms, sent out a few days ago for inspection and maintenance. Also included were 200 rounds of 9mm ammunition in a tin box. Some intel personnel argued that trade intel work didn't require handguns, but ancient society's security was poor. Without a weapon, one felt unsafe. After much debate, they decided to issue handguns to trade intel personnel. Of course, agents could choose not to carry one. The Yangtze task force was not assigned a radio, since Tong Guan hadn't yet decided where to base the task force. The bureau suggested Nanjing, but Tong Guan felt Jiangnan would be covered by the Hangzhou intel team. Putting another station in Nanjing would be redundant. He personally favored Wucheng. Wucheng was a contested zone in the late Ming. The bureau was dubious about his proposal. After all, elder safety came first. Wucheng's location is crucial, Tong Guan argued. It's not only a major city in the middle Yangtze but also connects to Shanxi and Hanzhong, a strategic north-south choke point. In Wucheng, we can gather a lot of useful intelligence. End of chapter. Chapter 784, Clearing the Obstacle. One afternoon in early December 1630 by the Gregorian calendar, pale slanting sunlight bathed the White Goose Pool wharf. Since the bald bandits' withdrawal, the market here had returned to its former bustle. The flower boats that had fled were back, resuming their old trade. Winter days ended early. Though it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sun was already setting. The old hands, bawds and pimps on the flower boats were stirring, preparing for the evening's business. Scaffolding rose around the fire-damaged city tower as craftsmen repaired what the rockets had burned. Outside the gate, the ruined Huang courier station and official reception pavilion were also under reconstruction. Pedestrians thronged. Sedan chairs and carts never stopped. The grim, deserted scene from last year when the Australians besieged the city had vanished without a trace. Many observed that after the bald folks' visit, the Guangzhou countryside was much calmer. The Fubo Army's massive pacification operations on Henan Island and along both banks of the Pearl River had wiped out large numbers of bandits, ruffians, and local tyrants. At the south gate, a small sedan chair, surrounded by a dozen servants, approached from the riverfront wharf by Huang Station. In the lead, clearing the way, was a handsome young boy servant. As the sedan entered the gate, it suddenly encountered the Guangdong province inspecting censors' procession. an 8-bearer green cloth sedan with runners and escorts fore and aft, shouting for Wei. The young servant quickly directed the party to the roadside until the censor's cavalcade had passed. From inside the sedan, a pair of trained eyes watched the procession through the gauze. A footman beside the chair whispered, "That's Gao Shunkin's sedan." After the censor's party passed, the group continued on. They wound through alleys until they reached a secluded little courtyard. The person inside the sedan emerged, stretched, and sighed. From the main house came a man dressed as a Ming merchant, Lin Baiguang. The usual challenge and response formalities were no longer needed. The newcomer silently shook Lin Baiguang's hand. "I wondered which squad leader the executive committee would send." "So it's you," Lin Baiguang said. "Done with counter-guerrilla warfare." "I only drafted the framework and ran pilot trials. Danju went well. Next is island-wide rollout. Implementation is the Army's job. Besides, who else is better suited for this mission?" The newcomer was tall, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built, Zhu Ziliang. "These are your boys." Lin Baiguang dismissed the boast and glanced at the attendants lined up awaiting orders. 8 selected, all the squad's best. Lin Baiguang turned to Chen Tong, who had escorted them into the city. "Smooth entry," Chen Tong nodded. "Smooth. Didn't even need the introduction letters. We ran into the inspecting censor's procession at the gate." Lin Baiguang smiled silently, then ordered, "Take the brothers to rest. Let them conserve their energy." Chen Tong led the special reconnaissance team members away. Lin Baiguang brought Zhu Ziliang into the main house. This was a secret base of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's Guangzhou Special Operations Branch, furnished to look like an ordinary merchant's residence. He managed the full apparatus under the Black Dragon Society system. Lin Baiguang didn't invite Zhu Ziliang to sit. Instead, he went behind the partition wall and opened an inconspicuous small door. Inside was a long, narrow corridor, at the end another door. Unlocking it revealed a windowless room, pitch black. Lin Baiguang lit the gas lamp inside, flooding the room with light. Zhu Ziliang curiously surveyed his surroundings. The room seemed large. Besides the space they stood in, doors led to other rooms. "This is my safe house," Lin Baiguang said, taking a bottle of kvass from a cabinet. "Let's talk about this mission." "Right," Zhu Ziliang said. "The executive committee has decided. Resolve Gao Shunkin permanently." Gao Shunkin was the most extreme, expel the barbarians advocate in the Guangzhou bureaucracy. Whether red hairs, phalange, or the Australians who had popped up from who knows where, all were targets for his expulsion. Though he had no winning strategy when the bald bandits threatened the walls, his unyielding stance had won cheers from many angry youth scholars in Guangzhou. Governor Li's covert, pay ransom to withdraw the enemy scheme, though concealed at the time, was now rumored abroad. Many literati, forgetting their own panic when the bald bandits launched their rockets, now vehemently denounced Governor Li for selling out to the enemy for glory. Gao Shunkin, encouraged by his memorial's progress in the capital requesting a ban on phalange traders entering the city, was now preparing a vicious impeachment of Li Fengji. Gao Shunkin's position in the Guangdong bureaucracy is critical. His words and deeds influence a large number of officials, Lin Baiguang explained. He had wanted Gao removed for a long time. Wang Zund had died of illness, no longer an obstacle to transmigrator control of Guangdong. But as long as Gao Shunkin remained in Guangzhou, officials and commoners alike would hesitate to cooperate with Lingao. And certain, expel the barbarians' elements, not only some scholars but also merchants harmed by Lingao's trade impact, would rally around this banner, forming a sizable anti-Lingao bloc. The last thing they needed was for him to mobilize a few hundred literati to blockade Ximing Tower's doors, enough to give Pei Lixiu a headache, not to mention if he incited the populace to burn Ximing Tower. Lin Baiguang was quite familiar with the post-First Opium War struggle over entry into Canton and other treaty ports. "Decided to kill him?" Lin Baiguang asked. Though he fully endorsed removing this obstacle, he had to consider the consequences. Gao Shunkin was no minor clerk, he was Guangdong's inspecting censor. If killed, the court would investigate fiercely, a political earthquake for Guangdong. Zhu Ziliang smiled slightly. More precisely, make him disappear. Disappear? Yes. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau discussed it and concluded that if he's killed, it becomes a major case. Better to have him disappear, leave the court unable to judge. You mean kidnapping? Correct. Zhu Ziliang said, a bloodless kidnapping. What's the point? Lin Beiguang was slightly disappointed. Kidnapping is too much trouble. Better to kill him outright and destroy the body. That counts as disappearance too. Completely destroying a body in Guangzhou is difficult. Zhu Ziliang explained the plan. The special reconnaissance team would kidnap the inspecting sensor directly, then have him appear from time to time near Guangzhou. Finally, they'd take him out of Guangdong entirely. Make people think the inspecting sensor ran away himself. Roughly. Damn, that makes no sense. He's a court official. Only a madman would abandon his post and family to flee. Lin Beiguang found it incomprehensible. Why not poison him? Use some biological agent. It's precisely the senselessness that works. Everyone speculates but can't figure out a motive, so it won't be connected to us. Zhu Ziliang said, if we use other means, whether a natural death or a highway robbery, it'll stir public debate and suspicion may point our way. Lin Beiguang thought the plan was imperfect, but Gao Shunkin truly couldn't remain any longer. The Guangzhou team was about to return to Guangzhou, carrying grand commercial plans. A hardline expel the barbarians leader would be a major obstacle. The ideal solution would be to have the inspecting sensor promoted or transferred elsewhere, a soft touch that satisfied everyone. But the House of Elders didn't yet have such influence in the Ming bureaucracy. How do you plan to do it? What support do you need from us? I need Gao Shunkin's activity patterns, floor plans of the censor's office and his private residence, preferably with elevation marks on the buildings. Activity patterns are easy. The 2 floor plans will take some time. How long? A week, Lin Beiguang said. Also give me a full city map of Guangzhou as detailed as possible. No problem, I have that on hand. He retrieved a large roll of paper from a locked safe and spread it on the conference table. It was a large-scale Guangzhou city transportation map, very detailed. Zhu Ziliang was pleased, studying it by gaslight. No wonder Bei Wei said you'd have everything here. I didn't need to bring my own. Of course. The Grand Library's Guangzhou maps came from the Guangzhou station, Lin Beiguang said. Head manager Guo isn't just playing shopkeeper, Zhu Ziliang laughed. He became the first to have a woman and ended up with N women. Those elders who can't stand him are just jealous and bitter. Lin Beiguang smiled noncommittally, acknowledging Guo's contributions without attacking anyone else. Has our equipment arrived? Yes, right here. The special reconnaissance team's weapons and clothing had been shipped separately, hidden among cargo and smuggled into the city. They were secretly stored in the Special Operations Branch's warehouse. Zhu Ziliang checked the crates. The seals were intact and the equipment was in good condition. Clothing, transportation, and anything else you need, give me a list and I'll arrange everything. Zhu Ziliang was satisfied. Lack of good coordination during an operation was a disaster. Afraid of pig-brained teammates, as they said. The Special Reconnaissance Team had come to the mainland multiple times for military reconnaissance and raids, but abducting a VIP deep inside a major city was a first. From his experience in another time-space, such an operation without local intelligence support was pure fantasy. The performance of Lin Beiguang's Guangzhou Special Operations Branch so far was reassuring. End of chapter. Chapter 785, Disappearance. I'll also need some local personnel to assist, Zhu Ziliang said, and some safe houses. I need transit routes to move the target out. I'll arrange it, Lin Beiguang said. Are you taking Gao Shunkin back to Lingao? Yes, though Jiang Shan said if bringing him back isn't convenient, we can dispose of the body near the Pearl River estuary. The House of Elders has no intention of inviting him to be a political consultative committee member, Zhu Ziliang said. Just have him appear and disappear along the way to make it seem he ran off on his own. Lin Beiguang was privately skeptical. Frankly, isn't this plan too complicated? You'd be carrying a living person, a big target, and heading toward the Pearl River estuary. Remember, Hong Kong Island is in our hands. Suspicion will still fall on us. Safer to go north, have him surface around Nanxing. Nanxing Prefecture was the overland gateway between Guangdong and Jiangxi, a necessary route in and out of the province. What's your opinion? Zhu Ziliang had considerable discretion in executing this mission. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau's only directive was to make Gao Shunkin disappear. How he disappeared was up to him, provided he absolutely didn't use methods that obviously looked like murder. Best to make him vanish locally. Lin Beiguang, after months in Guangzhou, understood this era's society, customs, and official culture quite well. Though ancient investigative techniques were weak and administrative capacity poor, cities had walls. Once an important official like the inspecting censor was discovered missing, they would immediately close the gates and search the city. To guarantee getting Gao out, they had to move him beyond the walls at the earliest possible moment. Zhu Ziliang was non-committal. Lin Beiguang pointed out a few more aspects of the plan he considered problematic. At the same time, he pledged that the Guangzhou Security Division would fully support the operation. Zhu Ziliang smiled. Your Guangzhou Security Division executed that evil servant outright ruthless work. That had nothing to do with us, actually. Lin Beiguang clarified immediately. He didn't want any misunderstandings. A flea like that, dead or alive, it didn't matter. I had someone check. It was Gao Ju's people. After more discussion, Lin Beiguang led him to the inner courtyard to rest while he went to arrange the operation. Zhu Ziliang took a bath and lay in bed, pondering the next steps. Yu Baikun gazed gloomily at the black sky. Heavy clouds layered on clouds, stars and moon hid their light. The entire Gao mansion was desolate and silent. Not a human voice stirred. Only a single corner lamp burned in the hall. The dark silhouettes of tiered roofs pressed down overhead, making one feel suffocated. The household servants, high and low, had all been swept out. The slaves were held separately in Nanhai County, Panyu County, and the Guangzhou Prefecture Yamen. The few remaining family members had moved with their valuables to nearby temples. Inspecting Censor Gao had brought few relatives when he took office. The entire mansion was now controlled by runners from the prefectural and county governments. Yu Baikun sat in the hall, deeply worried. Inspecting Censor Gao had inexplicably vanished 7 or 8 days ago. During that time, they had closed the gates and searched the city once. Not a single hair of his had turned up. As Guangzhou prefect, Yu Baikun had been tasked with finding the inspecting censor, a most troublesome assignment. Inspecting censors held low rank but were important local officials. They couldn't just disappear without explanation. When Wang Zun died of illness in Zheyaking, the court had issued a special decree investigating the matter. And this inspecting censor Gao had been hale and hearty just days ago. Everyone knew Gao detested barbarians. Rumors swirled that Australians or Phalangi had secretly killed him. But so far, no body, no living person. Dead or abducted, no one dared draw a conclusion. Runners from the prefectural and county governments had scoured the city, turning Guangzhou upside down, to no avail. Yu Baikun issued a directive to the flower boats and fishing vessels on White Goose Pool and the West River. Report any floating corpses. He organized several of Gao's old servants to inspect each newly recovered body daily. They even checked the charity graveyards for pauper corpses and the crematoriums outside the city. Still nothing. Finally, Yu Baikun had no choice but to return to the Gao mansion and supervise workers, guided by household servants, in tearing up every inch of the estate. After all the commotion, they found nothing. The most suspicious servants, the maid on night duty in the inner study, the boy servants attending the master, were held in Nanhai County Yamen and harshly interrogated. After hundreds of lashes and torture, some servants fainted several times, yet their confessions remained the same. Master Gao had returned home, had a late-night snack in the inner study, written memorials for a long time. Around the end of the high hour, around 11 p.m., he undressed and retired with concubine Su's help. The servants on night watch outside the study all confessed under the lash to having dozed off after midnight. But how the master vanished, that they truly couldn't explain. Concubine Su AI, hadn't vanished, but she was the master's favorite. With Master Gao's fate uncertain, Yu Baikun didn't dare torture her and only summoned her to talk. Su AI was sensible. She knew the matter was grave. If Gao Shunkin perished, she was doomed. Even if the authorities didn't scapegoat her, the Gao family wouldn't spare her. So she made no pretenses and recounted that night clearly. Her account differed little from the servants. She had attended the master in the inner study until the end of the high hour, then helped him wash and retire. Afterward, she tidied the documents on the desk, locked the memorials and letters in the document chest, and only then went to bed. The master was already asleep. Why he later vanished, she couldn't say. She simply woke to find him gone. By then, dawn was breaking. Yu Baikun was skeptical of Su Ai's testimony. A living person vanishing from the bed, and the concubine sharing his bed noticed nothing. That was the glaring loophole. He wanted to exploit it with harsh interrogation, but feared that if the inspecting censor returned safely, he'd have made a mortal enemy. He consulted Li Fengji several times and even went through He Chengzong's connections. The responses were vague. Clearly, Governor Li didn't want to touch this mess, but the Gao family was plainly dissatisfied with Yu Baikun's ambiguous stance. Days ago, they sent a steward expressing incomprehension as to why the prime suspect was still being treated politely rather than rigorously examined. They also presented a gift of 300 taels of silver. Yu Baikun, experienced in official affairs, understood the implications. Yet the matter was grave. He had to think ahead and secure his footing. Besides, Su Ai was no fool either. She had gifted 500 taels of silver the very day of her interrogation. Fortunately, someone finally came to share this awkward burden. Seeing Yu Baikun's week of fruitless investigation, Li Fengji grew anxious and pulled strings to summon Lin Ming, a trial centurion of the embroidered uniform guard stationed in Fashion, to assist in the search. Yu Baikun was both alarmed and relieved. Alarmed because the embroidered uniform guard was hard to deal with, relieved because this centurion Lin had a reputation for skilled manhunting. If he handled the investigation, perhaps a breakthrough would come. At the very least, regarding Su Ai, the embroidered uniform guard wouldn't be as hesitant as he was. This trial centurion Lin gave Yu Baikun hope the moment he arrived. After briefly questioning the Gao servants, he sent the prefecture's veteran detectives out to investigate. A few days ago, he had picked up some lead and immediately left the city with his subordinates, gone for several days now. The embroidered uniform guard must have some tricks up their sleeves. Just as Yu Baikun was musing, hoofbeats suddenly clattered outside the gate, followed by a burst of commotion. Yu Baikun's spirits rose. Only Lin Ming's party had that swagger. They had to be back. After dark, only they dared gallop through the streets so boldly. He quickly stood and paced the hall, affecting a worried demeanor. Sure enough, Lin Ming and 7 or 8 retainers strode in through the main gate. They wore civilian traveling clothes, dusty from the road. Lin Ming was under 30, tall and handsome, striking even among Ming officials. Amidst a crowd, he stood out, quite matching the embroidered uniform guard image. Yu Baikun knew this man was fond of women. Not only did he keep several beautiful concubines at home, but among his entourage on this trip was a young woman in men's clothing, obviously female at a glance. Centurion Lin. Yu Baikun hurried to the door and descended the steps to greet him respectfully. By rank, Prefect Yu outranked a mere trial centurion by several grades, but the Eastern Depot's reign of terror was not long past. Officials still feared these men. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ming, dusty and tired, cupped his fists, swept past the prefect, and strode into the hall. Yu Baikun quickly ordered, "Attendants, serve tea, prepare a late supper." Lin Ming did have news. He had patrolled the city for days and quickly obtained a lead. On the morning of the day Master Gao vanished, A great household sedan and horses had exited through Jinghai Gate. Because the gate had just opened and this party wanted out immediately, the gatekeeper found it very odd, hence, a vivid memory. Normally, no gentry household would be waiting at the gate at dawn unless there was some urgent emergency. Lin Ming tossed his cloak onto a chair. "Please have tea." Ubaekun offered tea first, then said slowly, "In Centurion Lin's opinion, Master Gao was in that party, 9 times out of 10. Lin Ming spoke with confidence. "This is very strange." End of chapter. Chapter 786. Traces over the past few days. Lin Ming had communicated extensively with the head detectives of the prefectural and county yamens, gaining a preliminary grasp of Gao Shunkin's routine in Guangzhou. Like all high officials, the inspecting censor's sphere of activity was limited. Apart from attending his office, visiting guests, and socializing with bureaucratic and prominent families, he rarely went out. Because his staunch expel barbarians stance clashed sharply with the political views of the Guangzhou bureaucracy, who reaped large gray profits from foreign trade, he interacted little with local officialdom. Most of his time was spent in his own residence. Lin Ming had specially surveyed the entire Gao residence. It wasn't large, a medium-sized dwelling with 3 courtyards front to back, plus east and west side courtyards and a garden. It had been the private residence of a foreign merchant in Guangzhou. Being a wealthy merchant's home, the materials and workmanship were exquisite. The bare brick enclosure walls were extremely high, at least 24 or 25 feet. Without tools, climbing them was impossible. All gates and doors had locks, and the keys were controlled centrally by the housekeeper's wife, returned to the main house every evening. After nightfall, all courtyards were locked, major gates had dedicated guards, and household militia and watchmen patrolled the perimeter walls all night. The security arrangement could be called rigorous. Moreover, the inner study was at the core of the residence. Lin Ming considered it impossible for someone to scale the high walls on a pitch-black night, evade patrols, penetrate deep into the mansion, and spirit away a living person like Gao Shunkin without anyone noticing. Though legends abounded of phantom thieves who came and went without a trace, the Lin family was hereditary embroidered uniform guard. He had grown up hearing stories from his elders and, despite his youth, was knowledgeable. Having handled quite a few cases himself, he knew such tales were largely exaggerated. He believed that if someone had truly abducted Gao Shunkin, there must have been an inside man within the Gao residence. When it came to interrogating suspects, he was not as hesitant and wavering as Ubaekun. The prefect hadn't even dared torture the senior maids of the Gao household, merely summoning them for perfunctory questioning. In Lin Ming's eyes, this was practically indulgence. Except for Su Ai, who as the censor's favorite concubine was spared physical suffering and only made to observe until matters clarified, everyone else was brought in. Using the Guangzhou prefecture's authority, he rounded up the gatemen, watchmen, and militia on duty that night, the key-keeping housekeeper's wife, and even Su Ai's personal maid, subjecting them all to severe torture overnight. The crack of whips and bamboo staves, the wailing of prisoners, pedestrians preferred to detour rather than pass the Guangzhou prefecture yamen. Lin Ming suspected the housekeeper's wife. As a Guangdong local, she had a natural advantage in colluding with local bandits. Moreover, knowing the residence's layout and schedule and controlling the keys, she would make a highly useful insider. He ordered Li Yongxun to prioritize interrogating her. Li Yongxun, having insisted on tagging along to solve the case with her cousin-in-law, worked very hard at torturing prisoners to prove she wasn't useless baggage. Her family had ancestral skills in this area. She was unrelenting in handling female prisoners, tormenting the servants and maids until they were half dead. Su Ai, forced to observe, fainted from sheer terror. When Li Yongxun had her carried away, she noticed the stool was soaking wet. "Look, she wet herself after just a few lashes," Li Yongxun sneered disdainfully. "More delicate than a pampered young miss." Unable to withstand the torture, the housekeeper's wife finally confessed. On the morning the censor disappeared, a watchman found the rear courtyard gate unlocked and reported it to her. Fearing blame for negligence, and seeing no obvious signs of theft, she had ordered the gate relocked and told everyone to keep quiet. Later, hearing the master was missing, she dared not speak of it. Lin Ming, sensing he had struck gold, dragged the others back for another round of torture. Their confessions matched. Now how Censor Gao disappeared was generally clear. Whether abducted or leaving voluntarily, he had evidently exited through that unlocked rear gate. The problem was that many details remained unclear. Even with further torture, he couldn't identify the insider. But then he received news from Jinghai Gate. Lin Ming felt this was a new breakthrough and immediately led his men to pursue the trail. With the prestige of the embroidered uniform guard, once he flashed his badge, scholars, commoners, workers, and merchants along the way answered every question fully, daring not hide a thing. A sedan and horses leaving the city at dawn was conspicuous, so he quickly got information. After exiting Guangzhou, the group had immediately taken the official road to Fashion. Arriving in Fashion, he learned the group had stopped there to rest and eat. The leader had a respectable bearing. Surrounded by several attendants, he dined in a private room at a local restaurant, spending generously. Though the shopkeeper and waiters hadn't seen him clearly, the described features somewhat resembled Censor Gao. Lin Ming was overjoyed. This was likely Gao Shunkin. Whether coerced or willing didn't matter. What mattered was that the censor was alive. This is wonderful news. Yu Baikun beamed upon hearing the report. As long as the censor wasn't dead, things were much easier. Yu Baikun's greatest fear was Gao Shunkin dying within Guangzhou Prefecture. As the local official in charge, he could hardly escape responsibility. Heh! Lin Ming sneered twice. He knew the prefect's thoughts well. Master Bao, you're thinking too simply. Though Master Gao was safe in Fashion, 7 or 8 days have passed. Who knows if he's safe now? Yes, Master Zin has worked hard. Yu Baikun understood Lin Ming's meaning and quietly slipped him a DeLong banknote. For your brother's efforts, have some tea money. Lin Ming glanced at the corner, 50 taels. He was satisfied with the number. Before closing the case, he'd inevitably haggle more and extract 1,000 or so silver taels for spending money. Easy to say. Lin Ming sat down. Fashion was his home turf. He knew people. His men went out for a turn and brought back crucial news. The group had stayed in Fashion for half a day, buying dry rations and travel supplies. Then they chartered a passenger boat bound upstream for Sanshui County and departed. Yu Baikun was perplexed. When to Sanshui? Lin Ming and his men found this baffling too. They knew this waterway well. Upstream passenger boats went to Sanshui, but continuing north via Qingyuan, Yingde, Sheizhou, and Xiaogyuan led to Nanxing Prefecture. From Nanxing, crossing the Dayu Ridge by land meant leaving Guangdong entirely. Indeed, I am also puzzled. Does Master Gao have old friends or relatives in Sanshui? Never heard of any, Yu Baikun frowned. Besides, even visiting friends, why leave without notice? Precisely. Lin Ming immediately dispatched several capable junior officers to pursue the trail upstream along the river, investigating Master Gao's movements. He led the others back to Guangzhou. He felt the root of the matter lay there. He believed it necessary to clarify exactly what had happened in the city. He now considered it highly unlikely that Censor Gao had left on his own. Master Gao was serving comfortably as an official in Guangdong, without an imperial decree transferring him or a letter reporting a parent's death requiring him to return home for mourning. He wouldn't leave Guangdong just like that. Abandoning office and fleeing was the least likely possibility. Master Gao was most likely coerced by villains, Lin Ming concluded. But I don't know who these villains are or why they would coerce him. Could it be for money? Unlikely. Lin Ming shook his head. Kidnapping a provincial high official for ransom. No bandits were that bold. Kidnapping wealthy merchants was faster and safer. Could it be the Australians or the Phalange? Yu Baikun ventured. Gao Shunkin's policy was expulsion. His sudden disappearance benefited both groups greatly. With the loss of such a strong backer in officialdom, the Expel the Barbarians faction in Guangzhou would lose significant influence. Lin Ming thought this very possible, but if they did it, the route shouldn't be via Foshan to Sanshui, but directly from Whampoa down the Pearl River estuary. Both Venetian-held Macau and Australian-held Xiangshan were south of Guangzhou. Perhaps a feint to the east while striking the west, Lin Ming said slowly. I've already sent men to trace Master Gao in Sanshui. I'll also send others to investigate in the south. Thank you, Master Zin. If there is anything this student can help with, I will do my utmost. Lin Ming and his men stayed in a courtyard of the Gao residence. After days of running back and forth, he was exhausted, but after a hasty wash and change, he lay in bed unable to sleep. There were too many details in Gao Shunkin's disappearance he couldn't untangle. Overall, the likelihood of Master Gao being forcibly abducted was high, but the identity of the abductors, their motive, and how they accomplished it remained a mystery. Overall, the Phalangi and Australians were the prime suspects. But there was no evidence they did it, and the escape route didn't match. I must immediately send a few more men to the Pearl River estuary to ask around, Lin Ming thought. Try to clarify Gao Shunkin's whereabouts. Only when the situation was clear could he bargain effectively. Lin Ming hadn't held his hereditary post long, but he understood officialdom well. The truth of an event was sometimes not the most important thing. Minimizing trouble was key. Officialdom seemed tense over Gao Shunkin's disappearance, but they weren't worried for Censor Gao's safety. They worried about the negative impact on their careers. Guangdong officialdom couldn't withstand another storm. Governor Wang's death had already served as the scapegoat for the disastrous defeat in Qiangzhou. If a Gao Shunkin scandal erupted, the Guangdong bureaucracy could no longer muddle through. End of chapter. Chapter 787. Macau. After Lin Ming's visit to Li Fengji in Guangzhou, He Chengzong paid him a special call, exchanging pleasantries and leaving behind a banknote for 200 taels before taking his leave. Though Lin Ming held the hereditary title of Trial Centurion in the Embroidered Uniform Guard, a position with an ancestral repertoire of tyranny, he was no fool. His family had lived on Guangdong soil for generations, and he understood the necessity of showing proper deference to the mandarins. Helping officialdom bury inconvenient matters could only benefit him, and the governor's meaning required no elaboration. Lin Ming must distance himself absolutely from any responsibility in this affair. The ideal outcome would be to locate Gao Shunkin directly, leaving everyone satisfied. Should he prove unfindable, however, the question of how to frame the report would become a brain-twisting exercise. Lin Ming was well aware that following Commander He's defeat, it was fortunate Wang Zund had died at such an opportune moment, granting the private secretaries and advisors ample room to maneuver. The resulting narrative was elegantly constructed. Wang Zund emerged as the chief culprit. Li Fengji coordinated support from the rear. Commander He fought valiantly at the front, and the officers and men sacrificed their lives heroically. Through it all, the government troops had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, battling for a month to thwart the bald bandits' attempt to seize prefectures and counties. The bandits, in desperation, had raided Guangzhou, but were repulsed by Coastal Defense Assistant Regional Commander Su Tingfa. The entirety of Qiangzhou Prefecture remained pacified, without the loss of a single administrative seat. This method of concealing defeat while fabricating merit could serve equally well here. Lin Ming mulled it over. If Gao Shunkin had truly perished at the hands of the bald bandits or the Phalangi, the cleanest solution would be to report him as missing and leave the case unsolved, though of course, that depended on whether Governor Li and the others proved sensible. In any event, he, Lin Ming, was merely a guest consultant in this investigation. Lin Ming turned the causes and consequences over in his mind until his eyes gleamed and all drowsiness fled. Outside, the third watch had already sounded. Suddenly, he heard the loud creak of a door opening and closing in the courtyard. He couldn't help wondering, at this late hour, with no one about save the guarding yamen runners, who could be stirring. He rose hurriedly and peered out through a small pane of glass embedded in the window. It was his sister-in-law. Heaven knew what affliction had seized the girl, standing there in the courtyard at this hour, staring blankly at the sky. What madness is this now? Lin Ming felt a headache coming on over this sister-in-law who had run away from Nanjing. She adamantly refused to return. When an envoy had come from Nanjing to retrieve her, she had simply fled again, only reappearing after the man departed. She had declared she wouldn't go back unless her father canceled her engagement, a situation that placed Lin Ming in an exceedingly awkward position. As her cousin-in-law, he bore an obligation to protect and care for her, yet she was hardly a lamp that conserved its oil. She clamored daily to go out and handle cases with him. Lin Ming himself only visited the yamen to go through the motions or enjoy free meals at others' expense. Where would he find such major cases for her? Lin Ming considered ignoring her, letting her indulge her madness alone in the courtyard. But he had always harbored a tenderness toward the women in his life. Though Li Yongxun was his sister-in-law and therefore off-limits, she was still a woman of the house. It wouldn't do for her to catch cold, so he dressed and pushed open the door. Lin Ming cursed himself inwardly for being a fool who lost his head around women. Last night's heart-to-heart beneath the stars with his sister-in-law had created an atmosphere thick with good feeling, especially when she had declared she didn't want to go back to her room and leaned her head against his arm. Somehow this had transformed into his promise to take her to Macau to see the world. Looking at Li Yongxun's jubilant expression, Lin Ming realized he had been thoroughly played by this little minx. He knew Li Yongxun was young, restless, and hungry for novelty. Not long after settling in Fashion, she had been pushing through his wife to visit Macau. He had held firm and refused. Now that he had muddle-headedly agreed, regret gnawed at him. Yet a man's word was his bond, especially a promise made to a young woman. Lin Ming understood perfectly well he could never taste this particular morsel of forbidden fruit, yet he found himself involuntarily doing things to please her. Fortunately, the squad leader sent to trace Gao Shunkin had not yet returned, and a trip to Macau would take only 2 days. It would delay nothing. Though Macau was Falangji territory, it still fell under the jurisdiction of the Xiangshan assistant magistrate. As a dignified trial centurion of the embroidered uniform guard, the assistant magistrate would naturally do his utmost to accommodate him. No problem should arise. "Who are you?" Gao Shunkin demanded in a low, dangerous voice. "How dare you be so bold? Do you have any idea who this official is?" A ray of sunlight projected from a high window near the roof, illuminating the room. He surveyed his surroundings and found their appearance deeply strange, unlike anything in China. A high-pointed roof without a ceiling exposed the truss structure overhead. The floor was stone, the walls painted snow white. The room possessed only a single door, currently closed, and was otherwise bare. Apart from the heavy chair in which he sat, there was nothing. The few people standing before him wore commoners' clothing, one dressed as a small merchant, the others in the green garb and small caps of servants, yet their expressions and bearing clearly did not belong to Ming commoners who trembled before officials. The leader nodded slightly. "You are Lord Gao, the inspecting censor of Guangdong. Since you know you still dare to offend an imperial official," Gao Shunkin sneered. The leader smiled gently and pulled off his cap. Like a magician's trick, his head seemed to shed a layer of skin, revealing the stubble of closely cropped hair beneath. "You are bald bandits." Gao Shunkin was both shocked and furious. "This official is the acting commissioner of the guest council of the Australian temporary palace of the Great Song." The young man delivered this sentence with practiced fluency. He had rehearsed it countless times in private to ensure every syllable carried the full majesty of the Great Song. Gao Shunkin was momentarily stunned. He had never studied Song dynasty history and could not immediately parse Jiang Shan's bewildering title. Yet he recovered quickly, sneering. "Overseas barbarians," his mind raced. Since the bald bandits had kidnapped him, this must be their lair, Lingao. His memories since being abducted remained fragmentary, consciousness drifting in and out, but one impression remained vivid. He had been placed aboard a boat. In his few lucid moments he was certain he had heard seagulls. His heart sank. Given his past anti-barbarian rhetoric, these overseas barbarians claiming to be descendants of the great Song must hate him to the bone. They had surely gone to extraordinary lengths to capture him for the sole purpose of torturing him in every conceivable manner before executing him by lingering death, a display meant to intimidate the court officials of Guangdong. Contemplating this, Gao Shunkin felt utterly hopeless. That the bald bandits could spirit him away from his residence in Guangzhou City without anyone's knowledge demonstrated methods and capabilities far beyond ordinary imagination. Most likely, the officials in Guangzhou remained ignorant that he had been taken to Lingao, let alone that they should come to his rescue. "This must be Lingao," he said nervously. "What do you want?" "To host your lordship for a few days." "Please remain calm," Jiangshan replied. "HMPH, you surely wish for this official to reverse course and submit memorials advocating trade on your behalf," Gao Shunkin shouted. "That is wishful thinking. This official will never comply." His words were aggressive, but his heart pounded, uncertain of these bald bandits' true intentions. Judging by the Great Song official title the bandit had flashed, they probably expected him to serve the enemy with his very person. Gao Shunkin would naturally never surrender. These overseas barbarians who styled themselves Great Song descendants occupied merely Lingao County. At best, they were local warlords in Qiangzhou Prefecture, monkeys dressed in ceremonial hats. How could he, a dignified inspecting censor and holder of the Jinchi degree, demean himself by serving thieves? "We absolutely do not require your lordship to submit memorials," Jiangshan said calmly. "Could it be you wish to persuade this official to surrender? That is even more delusional." Gao Shunkin raised his voice. "Since binding my hair and receiving my education, I have learned the words loyalty and righteousness. As a minister of the court who has unhappily fallen into enemy hands, dying for my country is my duty. I will not spare my life." "Your lordship exaggerates. Our great song does not lack for a few officials." Jiangshan smiled, unruffled. His words bordered on insult, and indeed his captive's face contorted with anger. Jiangshan observed the reaction closely, particularly the body language. This was the first high-ranking Ming official to fall into their hands. Censor Gao differed fundamentally from the Wu Mingjins, Sun Ruiwis, and Wang Sis they had contacted before, all of whom were failures in officialdom, low-level civil servants muddling through their careers. Gao Shunkin, by contrast, was a dignified inspecting censor with a bright future, a rising star in the bureaucracy. His true thoughts, willpower, and integrity were matters of considerable interest to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Clearly, this high Ming official was deeply nervous beneath his bluster. He was not nearly as prepared to die as he pretended. Yet the firmness in his words was not entirely hollow either. This place was neither Lingao nor Hong Kong, but a newly established safe house of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau in Macau. After Zhu Ziliang's team had succeeded in their snatching from the bed operation in Guangzhou, they had followed Lin Beiguang's suggestion and moved toward Fashion and Sanshui. After deliberately exposing Gao Shunkin a few times along the way, the team had split in two midway between Sanshui and Qingyuan. One group spirited Gao Shunkin quietly off the boat, circled back to Guangzhou, and arranged through Foreign Intelligence Bureau contacts to board a vessel out of the Pearl River estuary bound for Macau. The other group continued sailing north, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs to lure any trackers. According to the original plan, after kidnapping Gao Shunkin, they had intended to imprison him in Hong Kong. But Jiangshan happened to be in Macau handling the establishment of the Macau station. With the Hong Kong development plan unfolding, setting up a direct outpost in Macau had also been placed on the agenda, and at his suggestion, they temporarily concealed Lord Gao in Macau instead. The Portuguese enclave lay very close to Guangzhou, allowing rapid response to any news from the city, and critically, it was not Australian territory. Guard him strictly, don't let him escape, Jiang Shan instructed the elders stationed in Macau. It would be embarrassing if he ran. Should any problems arise, eliminate him directly. Neither the House of Elders nor the Executive Committee had any intention of grooming Lord Gao for a future seat on the Political Consultative Conference. Censor Gao's fate was thus largely sealed. As for when exactly he would be made to disappear, that depended on how the situation in Guangzhou evolved and which direction events took next. End of chapter. Chapter 788. The ranch couple Wu Nanhai stood before a kapok sapling, one he had planted barely 10 days ago. The young tree had come from the farm plantation's nursery, its trunk already fist-thick. Though it had wilted slightly upon transplanting, the leaves were greening up again. Rich fertilizer lay buried beneath the roots. This tree would surely grow into a towering giant, a living witness to his and Chuking's happiness. A breeze stirred the clustered leaves. A trace of smug satisfaction played at the corner of Wu Nanhai's mouth. "Master," Chuking's voice came from behind him. "The weather is still cool in the mornings and evenings. You should add a layer." She draped a civilian version M65 jacket over his shoulders. "Even at its coldest, it's only 17 or 18 degrees. Nothing to fear." Wu Nanhai took Chuking's small hand in his, the skin rough and calloused. As the farm's earliest employee, she had always been his capable assistant, participating not only in management but also performing much of the physical labor herself. The farm cafe's growth from nothing into the elders' favorite unofficial hangout was largely due to her efforts. Chuking had to rack her brains managing the farm's tertiary operations and the logistical needs of the staff. She also tended to the biolab crowd, who practically lived at the farm as if it were a hotel, eating, drinking, sleeping, and doing everything else there. Finally, she attended to the master himself, Wu Nanhai's every trivial need, from fetching face-washing water in the morning to satisfying all his desires at night. Wu Nanhai felt that if Chuking did so much without receiving a proper title, he couldn't face his own conscience, so he had decided to marry her formally. Though some elders questioned whether her background was too lowly for an elder's legal wife, Wu Nanhai insisted, "Status in this time-space has nothing to do with us." This decision stemmed from gratitude and love for Chuking, but also from practical considerations. Marrying a maid with no ties, one who didn't even know her own surname, as his primary wife exempted him from all obligations to a wife's natal family. A wife with too eminent a background and too powerful a natal family might become a ticking time bomb for the House of Elders in the future. "Master," Chuking lowered her head shyly but didn't withdraw her hand. A few days ago, she and Wu Nanhai had formally become husband and wife in the newly completed small chapel. He Ying had officiated the wedding. The attendees included Zhao Zishan, the Wan brothers from agriculture, Yi Yuming, Dugu Qiyuhun, and the entire biolab crowd led by Huang Dashan, all of whom lived at the farm long-term. Fellow Christians were also present, including Ryan, as were key naturalized staff led by Wang Tian. Finally, Bai Duolu had attended on behalf of the Catholic Church, gifting a leather-bound hardcover Bible printed with Jesuit sponsorship and signed by Wu Shimeng. The ceremony was simple. At Wu Nanhai's request, the couple had placed their left hands on the Bible and their right hands on the Transmigrator's common program, then read their vows together. Wu Nanhai had drafted the vows himself. "In the presence of God and the witnesses here today, I, Wu Nanhai /Chuking, take you to be my wife-husband. From this time forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, in joy and in sorrow, to love and to cherish, and to be faithful to you for all eternity. Amen." The couple signed the vows to conclude the ceremony. Then Zhao Zishan presented Elder Marriage Certificate Number 2, signed by Vice Civil Affairs Commissioner Liu Muzhu. Afterward, a simple banquet was held at the farm cafe for the guests. The following day, Wu Nanhai personally distributed wedding candy to all elders in Lingao and to every naturalized employee in the agriculture sector. Everyone was delighted. "Don't call me master anymore, call me Nanhai," Wu Nanhai whispered. "We are husband and wife now, not master and maid." Though Chuking was no stranger to his favor, this time she possessed a proper title, and the nourishment of his affection felt different from before. Her face flushed like peach blossoms, her eyes like spring water, gentle and charming beyond description. She called softly, "Nanhai." "That's right." Wu Nanhai embraced his bride's shoulders. Though he knew the body in his arms intimately, the feeling now was different from before. Behind them stood the newly built Protestant chapel. Wu Nanhai had paid for it himself. Since several Protestant elders existed among their number, he had intended from the start for the farm chapel to host interdenominational services rather than cater exclusively to his own sect. Wu Nanhai was well aware of the strong anti-religious sentiment within the House of Elders. "Monotheism is entirely evil cults" was a common catchphrase. Were it not for the Jesuits bringing tangible benefits to Lingao, and the need to prepare a religion for the Li and Miao peoples in Hainan's interior, such cooperation would have been intolerable. Thus, Wu Nanhai had kept an exceedingly low profile regarding his chapel. He paid for it out of pocket, settling the arrangement with Mei Wan over dinner. Hearing it was a small project financed personally by Wu Nanhai, Mei Wan agreed on the spot, as long as it didn't involve controlled materials or tools. The Lingao General Construction Company had the right to undertake general local construction projects. The chapel was a colonial-style wooden structure, single-story with a small bell tower, designed by Zhang Xingpei, a bona fide Chinese-American architect. It was tiny, barely accommodating 50 people for services. The stained glass had been purchased from Mo Zion, and Wu Nanhai had commissioned a carpenter to fashion the cross. Beyond these, there were no other adornments. Fortunately, most Protestant denominations aside from Anglicans cared little for ornamentation, so simplicity sufficed. Nailed outside the chapel door was a religious venue license plaque, uniformly produced and issued by the Religious Affairs Office. All religious venues were required to register with He Ying's office. After paying registration fees, data collection fees, and license fees, signing a guarantee to pay religious tax, venue usage tax, and believer poll tax, the 3 taxes, and signing a declaration accepting the Senate Religious Affairs Officer as the church's protector, while paying an annual management fee. Only then was the registration considered legal. Wu Nanhai had spent an entire day running errands to bring this 6 plaque back to the farm, granting the little chapel official status. The night before the wedding, attended by a few fellow believers, he had performed a Protestant baptism for Chuking in the chapel. Naturally, he had reported this to He Ying beforehand. Believers had to be registered individually, as this formed the basis for the poll tax. "Dean Wu is very unhappy," He Ying had laughed after completing the filing. "That hypocrite," Wu Nanhai scoffed. "I couldn't care less whether he's happy. He merely wants a state church. If he actually became the Pope of Lingao, he'd burn me and Ryan and the others at the stake." He Ying laughed it off. But the exchange reminded Wu Nanhai, making a splash would do him no good. Better to maintain a low profile. Chief Yi is here, waiting for you to start the meeting." A maid appeared from beside the chapel and reported respectfully. "All right, tell him to wait a moment. I'll be right there." Wu Nanhai replied, releasing Chuking. Yi Yumming sat in the Nanhai farm's small conference room. Wu Nanhai drew no distinction between farm and headquarters. It was less accurate to say the farm belonged to the Ministry of Agriculture than that the ministry was located within the farm. This small conference room was where the core meetings of the Transmigrator Group's agricultural sector were held. As head of the Tiandu, the Heaven and Earth Society, Yi Yumming maintained an independent office in Eastgate City, but the society's roots were at the farm and he primarily worked here. "Old Wu, happy events really lift the spirit," Yi Yumming joked, noticing the joy on Wu Nanhai's face. Don't tease me, let's talk business. Wu Nanhai sat down heavily, realizing only the two of them were present. What's this, just us? Dugu and the Wan brothers will arrive soon. I wanted to brief you first, Yi Yuming said. The Hong Kong Development Project passed the Executive Committee work meeting. It's been decided that the Ministry of Colonial Trade will lead development for now. The Planning Academy is currently drafting the master plan. Isn't that old C's business? Wu Nanhai couldn't recall any modern agriculture in Hong Kong. I've been to Hong Kong many times. It lacks water and isn't suitable for large-scale farming. Not suitable, but still necessary. Si Kaid wants some agricultural settlements, appropriate agricultural development to raise Hong Kong's self-sufficiency rate. Wu Nanhai nodded. Hong Kong has sufficient sunshine, and there is some arable land. The key lies in building reservoirs. That's not just the Agriculture Ministry's responsibility. I think we should start with non-staple food production, growing vegetables and raising chickens. Why not pigs? You call yourself head of the Tiandu. Pig farming consumes enormous amounts of water. We can't afford it without sufficient water sources initially, Wu Nanhai said. But Hong Kong does have one advantage. It backs onto the Pearl River Delta, an agriculturally developed region in this time-space. Acquiring feed is extremely convenient. We can launch large-scale farming there. Start with poultry, chickens, and ducks. Quail would be good too. They're easy to raise. We can promote intensive farming in Hong Kong. Let's set aside the specific agricultural details for now, Yi Yuming said, seeing the topic drift toward technicalities and fearing they would digress. I want to establish an agricultural reclamation system. Wu Nanhai's interest perked, though his expression remained impassive. Oh, agricultural reclamation, Yi Yuming nodded excitedly. Isn't ag reclamation perfect for developing a place like Hong Kong? End of chapter. Chapter 789. Hong Kong planning through the Agricultural People's Committee's active efforts, combined with Yi Yuming's vigorous lobbying within the Ministry of Colonial Trade. The concept of implementing an agricultural reclamation system on Hong Kong Island finally won the Planning Academy's approval. However, the proposal to establish an agricultural reclamation division within the Agricultural Committee was rejected by the Organization Department. Ming Lang required the Agricultural Committee to first submit a comprehensive series of materials detailing the rationale for the division's specific organizational structure, staffing quotas, operational procedures, and personnel allocation plans. Only after these materials were complete could the approval process begin. Ming Lang handed Wu Nanhai a pile of standard materials, instructing him to fill them out following the prescribed format. Wu Nanhai naturally delegated this mountain of paperwork to Yi Yuming, after all, who had asked him to be so enthusiastic about the reclamation project. Though the organization wasn't formally established, a team was assembled in advance. Yi Yuming had originally wanted to create something resembling the Production and Construction Corps, using designations like 17th Regiment of the 3rd Agricultural Division, but the military expressed objections. Dongmen Chuyu stated that while the agricultural reclamation system could employ military organizational principles, and the training inspectorate could provide necessary assistance, its structure and nomenclature must remain distinct from the Army. The final decision for the formal designation of the reclamation system in Hong Kong was 1st Regiment, 1st South China Agricultural Reclamation Division, publicly known as the Hong Kong Reclamation Regiment. In terms of rank by past standards, it would be county regiment level, I suppose, Yi Yuming observed. Rank doesn't matter. The first regimental commander should be an elder regardless, Wu Nanhai said. I have only one concern. Where will the immigrants come from? Lingao itself was still absorbing massive numbers of immigrants. With control over Hainan Island now established and development deepening, demand for external immigrants would only grow. Where would they find settlers to populate Hong Kong's blank slate? We recruit locally from Guangdong, Yi Yuming explained. Hong Kong's population carrying capacity isn't high. Its development potential is quite limited. The original inhabitants combined with a modest influx of immigrants will satisfy Hong Kong's needs. Originally, the Planning Academy, Ministry of Colonial Trade, Ministry of Light Industry, and Ministry of Agriculture had all harbored grand ambitions for Hong Kong, envisioning it as a model city, a new era pearl of the Orient. But Wu had retrieved several 1-200-000 maps of Hong Kong from the old-time space via the Grand Library, urban transport maps, geological maps, topographic maps. These were compared alongside the latest maps drawn by the survey team in this time space. A team of analysts reviewed all available data on Hong Kong's population, minerals, industry, and agriculture in the Grand Library. The conclusion proved deflating. Hong Kong Island's development potential was pitifully small. The island lacked open space. Flat land was essentially concentrated along Victoria Harbor. The narrow, strip-like terrain made providing sufficient land for industry and agriculture beyond building wharves exceedingly difficult. The most critical problem was water shortage. The island relied primarily on several reservoirs constructed in the mountains. In the old timeline, the 20th century Hong Kong government had vigorously protected mountain vegetation to increase water retention and built multiple reservoirs. Even so, the island's water supply could barely sustain port operations. During the 1960s, a severe water shortage had forced rationing. Modern Hong Kong's water supply depended entirely on pipelines from the mainland. Consequently, parties who had ambitiously planned to establish heavy industry, especially shipbuilding, in Hong Kong found their hopes deflated. Industry was a voracious consumer of water. Without sufficient fresh water, production could not function. The industrial sector had envisioned building shipyards on the island to take advantage of Guangdong's abundant labor and timber for mass shipbuilding, rapidly expanding Lingao's transport fleet. Now they discovered this plan would be extremely difficult to implement. According to Planning Academy estimates, if shipyards were to be built in Hong Kong, they could only be located on the north shore of Victoria Harbor, the Kowloon Tong area. Yet Kowloon Tong offered little improvement over the island itself. Local water sources were equally insufficient for industry, and flat land remained severely limited. Whether for industry or agriculture, Hong Kong was an unsuitable location. Water, energy, land, specifically flat land, all were lacking. Before 1949, Hong Kong's economic development had not only lagged behind Shanghai, but had also fallen short of Guangzhou. Hong Kong's rise to become an international metropolis and pearl of the Orient in the late 20th century had depended on the immense advantages of serving as the sole window for East-West interaction after 1949, as well as the mainland's provision of energy, fresh water, and food to sustain that window. Certainly, with sufficient heavy investment, developing Hong Kong into a commercial industrial base remained possible. But the Planning Academy's research concluded that such investment held little value. By the end of the second five-year plan, the transmigrator group's sphere of influence would inevitably expand to Guangzhou. Any investment or construction in Guangzhou would be far more convenient than in Hong Kong. After several consecutive work meetings, Wu determined Hong Kong's role would be threefold: a trade window, military base, and logistics hub. Geographically, Hong Kong sat at the Pearl River estuary. A fleet based there could screen the Pearl River, preventing hostile forces from raiding the riverbanks. With government troops defeated by the elders and village self-defense systems destroyed, pirates could seize the opportunity to push inland. If they did, the economy and livelihood along the Pearl River would suffer severe damage. As a deterrent regarding Guangdong, should any disturbance erupt in Guangzhou, an intervention fleet from Hong Kong could reach the city walls within a day and night, a vastly faster reaction time than departing from Lingao after receiving intelligence. Hong Kong also lay midway on the Xiamen-Hainan route. If the Zheng fleet intended to attack the transmigrators, evading the Hong Kong fleet's surveillance would prove difficult, providing the transmigrators with early warning. And if the transmigrators wished to strike at the Zheng family, Hong Kong would serve as an excellent forward base. Massive supplies could be sourced locally without shipping from Hainan, effectively having the supply line. With this strategic orientation established, Hong Kong's development plan was scaled back accordingly. For industry, after the Ministry of Colonial Trade's strenuous advocacy, a shipyard project was retained. The prospect of using nearby timber and manpower to mass-produce transport ships still appealed to the Planning Academy, and the shipyard could service passing vessels. The Ministry of Light Industry had proposed a food processing plant, but due to water shortages, it was temporarily shelved pending the survey team's investigation of fresh water resources. The Agricultural Committee's reclamation plan was preserved. Reclamation served more political than economic purposes. The settlements themselves would bear garrison duties. Based on Hong Kong's terrain and Lingao's current economic scale and capacity, the Planning Academy decided development would concentrate on the areas north and south of Victoria Harbour, specifically the small alluvial plain on the island's northern shore and the gentle slopes of Kowloon Tong. The naval patrol fleet already stationed there was reorganized into the Hong Kong Flotilla, establishing the Hong Kong Base Force. They were stationed at Kennedy Town on the southern shore of Victoria Harbour. For land defense, beyond the outposts already established by the Pearl River Detachment at Leizhou Mun, Cap Shui Mun, and Fan Kwai Tong, permanent fortresses would be constructed at North Point and Lung Fu Shan in Kennedy Town, forming initial eastern and western strongpoints. A simple road would connect them for troop mobility. Several outposts along this road would transform it into a defensive line protecting the Victoria Harbour Development Zone. The original Base 852 in Central would be expanded into a major trade facility, housing customs, warehouses, civilian passenger and cargo wharves, fishing wharves, markets, the shipyard and aquatic processing plants. The Lung Fu Shan military base in Kennedy Town would accommodate the Army and Navy Garrison Command, radio station, military depots, and naval wharf. Grain, vegetable, and poultry supplies for the island would come primarily from reclamation efforts in Kowloon Tong. The Reclamation Regiment would be distributed across Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the outlying islands. Kowloon Tong, Tsuen Quan O, Kwai Chung, Sha Tin, Tai Po, Tung Chung, and elsewhere. They would construct fortified walled villages for concentrated living, engaging primarily in fishing, vegetable farming, and animal husbandry. Each walled village would serve as a battalion headquarters, with companies or platoons subordinate to it. Each company would build a village centered on a blockhouse. The reclamation teams would adopt a soldier-citizen system with a core militia. Not only immigrants but local villages would also be brought under the reclamation system. Smaller villages would be abolished and consolidated according to the principle of village concentration. In the Tung Chung area of Lantau Island, a large purification camp would be established. Immigrants from Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian would first undergo purification there before distribution. The Taiwan Development Plan would soon appear on the agenda. A purification camp on Lantau would shorten the sea voyage for immigrants heading to that destination. The garrison force would consist of one army battalion comprising 3 infantry companies and 1 artillery company, plus 1 Navy base force and 1 Navy flotilla. The base force would include a Marine company for rapid response. These forces are sufficient for the initial stage, Dongmen Chuyu explained during his garrison plan presentation. Reclamation points have militia available to mobilize. Even if they can't serve as combat troops, they'll suffice for labor and logistics. Sikaid proposed that given the current troop shortage, beyond arming farm workers, they might recruit 5 or 6 companies of Li and Maao mercenaries to station at mountain passes in Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. These would serve as mountain guard units, blocking invasion routes for Ming troops or large pirate bands. Their armaments could be simplified: bows, crossbows, machetes, and a few grenades. 500 or 600 Li and Miao people in a separate unit. I consider that inappropriate, Wu Nanhai objected immediately. Even if we recruit them, they should serve dispersed within the army. We'll discuss that matter later, Dongmen Chuyu said. Utilizing the Li and Miao population probably isn't that simple. End of chapter. Chapter 790. Trading post. The difficulty didn't lie in reliability. According to the Li and Miao Affairs Office's report, at least all Li hamlets and Miao fortresses within Lingao's borders wholeheartedly supported the new regime. 3 years of cultivation hadn't been in vain. Rather, a substantial portion of the Li and Miao population suffered from malaria. Hainan gazetteers frequently mentioned that Li people are sickly. Though health teams dispatched by the Ministry of Health deep into Li areas observed that most malaria cases among the Li and Miao were benign, the intermittent attacks made fully utilizing them as general labor or soldiers problematic. I don't see a significant problem. Don't the Li people revolt frequently? They have strength for revolting but not for soldiering, Si Kaid pressed. Besides, some must have developed immunity. Otherwise, how could the Li have survived in the mountains for so long? That's precisely why Li revolts are frequent, yet their combat power remains limited. The Ming, relying on a handful of beggar-like Weisyu troops manning a few forts, can keep them in check, Dongmen Chuyu explained. The army requires daily drilling, training, and guard duty. If you can't predict which day a soldier will be struck by the sheiks, the army can't function. It's wasteful not to use such a manpower resource. Si Kaid couldn't release his grip on the Li people idea. Can't we treat them? Let's develop specific methods later. Dongmen Chuyu didn't wish to reveal the military's concrete ideas and glossed over the topic. Since the executive committee was reluctant to expand military personnel by cutting from the labor force under its governance, yet demands for military power from all quarters only increased. The proliferation of highly dispersed public security and internal defense tasks impacted the Army's normal education and training. The notion of recruiting mercenaries for public security missions to liberate the regular Army from such duties had been raised informally in internal military affairs command meetings. Li and Miao soldiers represented just one option under consideration. Once the Hong Kong development plan was announced, it immediately triggered a fresh wave of office seeking. Though the second plenary session had established the voluntary registration, organizational review, principle for official selection, many people, besides signing up through the internal organization department website, privately visited various figures they considered influential. Ming Lang was forced to barricade himself within the general office compound for days to avoid being dragged out for a meal and a chat. After fierce behind-the-scenes maneuvering, the list of officials for the Hong Kong region was finally announced. Tiandu technician Luo Chen would serve as commander of the Hong Kong Reclamation Regiment, Shi Zhiki as Hong Kong Garrison Commander, Le Lin as commander of the Hong Kong Navy Detachment, and Hong Shuyan as Hong Kong Commercial Representative. Additionally, a group of technical cadres was assigned to Hong Kong, including Shi Jiantao, a vocal advocate for building a shipyard there. Originally with the Planning Academy and keenly interested in shipbuilding, he had volunteered to serve as director of the Hong Kong shipyard. Shi Zhiki's appointment as garrison commander initially faced opposition. The Army felt it unreasonable for Navy personnel to hold all senior military posts in Hong Kong. However, consensus was eventually reached. The garrison commander should be someone with amphibious warfare experience, and Shi Zhiki was clearly the most qualified candidate. In response to the increasing number of dispatched elders, the House of Elders formally implemented the Elder Committee, an collective decision-making for major affairs, system for all groups of 2 or more dispatched elders. Any location with more than 3 elders was required to form a local elder committee, Major local policy decisions had to be announced or voted on in committee meetings. The committee was to meet regularly and maintain minutes. Escorted by 2 patrol boats, the Qianghai Coal slowly docked at Central Pier No. 1 on Saintes Bay. The Central State Council had officially issued a naming document renaming Xiangshan Ao to Hong Kong Island, Base 852 to Central, and Victoria Harbor to Saintes Bay, replacing the name of the non-existent Queen Victoria. Several figures in gray and green uniforms stood on the Qianghai Coal's deck, gesturing at the central base under construction. Their tall, robust builds and superior clothing identified them as so-called elders. Soldiers working as stevedores on the pier whispered among themselves. Did the arrival of another batch of elders signal a new operation? After military operations in the Pearl River Basin had concluded, many elders had departed Hong Kong one after another. Now only 2 or 3 remained on the island. Towed by a Daihatsu landing craft, the big whale slowly came alongside the trestle, and a gangplank was extended. While port personnel boarded for inspection, several elders disembarked. A young man of 25 or 26 who had been waiting in a small shed by the pier walked quickly to meet them. "Engineer May, you've arrived." The young man greeted an elder in his 30s coming off the ship, Mei Lin from the General Construction Company. "Little Shi, you've done well here." Mei Lin surveyed his surroundings. 4 months and it's already taking shape. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The Port Authority had spotted the red warning flag symbolizing highest danger flying from the Qianghai Coal. Laborers and soldiers working near Pier No. 1 quickly evacuated the area. "What's this? You brought dangerous goods." Little Shi's expression shifted slightly. "Explosives," Mei Lin said tersely. "Didn't you apply for explosives for quarrying?" Right, let's move." They skipped pleasantries and quickly followed Little Shi toward the trading post at Central Base. The trading post stood over a kilometer from the seaside pier. The construction team had laid a wrought iron standard gauge track to transport goods and personnel between the 2 points. Since the Pearl River Detachment had landed in Hong Kong in September 1630, development of Base 852 had proceeded continuously, and the planned central base had taken rough shape. The trading post formed the core building of the entire complex, the fortress and foundation of rule. This structure had been designed comprehensively, based on the 19th century armed trading post model, while incorporating modern government public building design experience. Though not large, its supporting facilities were complete. The main citadel was a rectangular multi-story hollow structure, essentially multi-story buildings surrounding a large open central space. At the 4 corners rose 4 bastions, each 5 stories high and 17 meters tall. Their tops served as open-air gun platforms. Below were guard quarters, ammunition depots, and gymnasiums. The lowest level housed toilets flushed with seawater. Apart from the bastions, all floors were 4 stories high, reaching 14 meters. The first and second floors facing outward had no windows. Windows began from the 3rd floor up, equipped with iron shutters that could be closed during attacks. The floors facing the internal courtyard, however, featured windows on every level for ventilation and light. The roof terraces incorporated defensive works. The south-facing building served as the external office area. The ground floor housed the main hall and gate. All agencies dealing with the public were located here, and in the center of the south building rose a 5-story clock tower. The east building was the dormitory area, housing guard troops along with naturalized staff and cadres. Each floor contained large washrooms. Part of the ground floor served as the cafeteria and kitchen, part as the armory. The west side was also 4 stories, the 1st and 2nd floors for warehouses, the 3rd for a health clinic and inpatient ward, and the 4th for dormitories. The north side held auxiliary utility rooms, including the boiler room, pump room, and wind power station. It also housed a temporary detention center and various storerooms, including a ground floor garage. The trading post wasn't yet fully finished, but the four corner towers, the south main gate building, and the clock tower were complete. Though clock towers had been designed into many Lingao buildings, no large clock had yet been manufactured, not because they couldn't produce one, but because the Planning Academy felt it wasn't urgent and preferred to wait for more abundant raw materials. At the foot of the main citadel, following the model of Eastgate City's construction, roads had been paved. A commercial hall and customs house were under construction. Piles of yellow sand, barrels of cement, and stones of various sizes lay scattered everywhere. Laborers bustled back and forth. Work shanties and the chugging of steam rollers merged into a din of activity. The labor force consisted of personnel from the locally established purification camp. Guangdong civilians and soldiers captured or volunteering during the Pearl River Estuary campaign underwent quarantine there while serving as construction workers. The Lingao General Construction Company had dispatched an elder named Shidafu to oversee all local engineering construction. Shidafu was a civil engineering graduate who had worked at construction companies, a practical doer with both theoretical knowledge and hands-on experience. Shidafu led the group into the main citadel and invited them into the conference room located in the South Clock Tower. Introductions followed. Among the newly arrived elders, Mei Lin had come to supervise several reservoir projects on Hong Kong Island. To establish viable operations in Hong Kong, the Planning Academy had calculated a need for 2 million cubic meters of water storage by 1631-1632 and 7.7 million cubic meters by 1633. This would effectively supply the needs of industrial and agricultural production on Hong Kong Island. Most Hong Kong reservoirs will utilize existing mountain terrain, so earthwork volume is limited, Mei Lin explained. He had brought a complete set of hydrological data on Hong Kong from the old time space, provided by the Grand Library. However, the cost remained significant. Given the premise of occupying all of Guangzhou after the second five-year plan, the Planning Academy considered excessive investment in Hong Kong unwarranted. Therefore, the scale of industry and agriculture in Hong Kong was strictly limited. The projected total population for Hong Kong and the outlying islands, including garrison, workers, reclamation personnel, and those awaiting purification who would reside for over 30 days, would not exceed 30,000. End of chapter. Chapter 791. A guest at Huang Shunlongs' house. Water sources in Hong Kong were concentrated primarily in the mountainous areas, while surface water collected around Wang Nai Chung Gap. Several mountain basins proved suitable for constructing earth dams and so-called reservoirs. In the old timeline's Hong Kong, beyond building reservoirs in the mountains, the water supply had also depended on establishing protected parks and planting trees in mountainous areas to increase water retention. We'll adopt similar measures, consolidate small settlements, reduce human impact on the mountains, and a forest where necessary. A base population of 30,000 is actually conservative, Mei Lin said with evident confidence. Is a guaranteed volume for only 30,000 people sufficient for industry? Of course, industrial demand is factored in, Mei Lin replied. In 1634, we'll begin another large reservoir on Lantau Island. Lantau Island possessed a Shek Pik reservoir with a capacity of 24.55 million cubic meters, the largest among Hong Kong's mountain reservoirs. The main dam measured 718 meters long, 354 meters wide, and 54 meters high. The earthwork totaled 4,764 cubic meters. Even by Lingao engineering standards, the workload wasn't overwhelming. With this reservoir, large-scale purification camps and agriculture on Lantau will pose no problem. Farming might be impractical, but vegetables and animal husbandry are certainly feasible. The figure of 30,000 is actually conservative, Hong Shuyan added. The Planning Academy based calculations on modern per capita water usage of 80 liters. People in this time-space don't consume that much, particularly since most of our residents here live intensively with centralized cooking. Toilets are flushed with seawater or use septic tanks for fertilizer. Water consumption won't approach old time-space levels. Hong Shuyan's name contained the character for water, but he knew nothing about water affairs. This data had been memorized hastily before departure. He harbored great enthusiasm for Hong Kong's commercial development and felt significant dissatisfaction with the executive committee's preference for Guangzhou over Hong Kong. As Hong Kong commercial representative, the importance of Hong Kong was intimately tied to his own. "You want to protect water and soil, but what about my building materials?" Dafu voiced concern. His biggest difficulty in Hong Kong infrastructure construction was the shortage of building materials. Hong Kong produced no limestone, preventing local cement production. Lacking coal, he couldn't fire kilns for bricks and tiles. Currently, he relied primarily on quarrying granite from the mountains with explosives. Now hearing about soil conservation, quarrying, and environmentally destructive activity would inevitably face restrictions. Granite quarrying can continue. The survey team will designate specific mountain sections to minimize overall destruction. As for timber and bricks, that's Guo's domain. What can't he procure once he's back in Guangzhou? Cement and coal for boilers. Cement will continue shipping from Lingao. As for coal, Guangdong can supply it. Carriage has a major coal mine. I hear the Guangzhou station plans to extend tentacles everywhere this time, extracting resources from across Guangdong province, Shi Jiantao said. Our shipyard needs to ramp up quickly. Shi Jiantao held ambitious plans for the shipyard, intending to mass-produce Lingao versions of Liberty ships to completely replace all large Ming coastal and ocean-going vessels. The ultimate destiny of these ships was to serve the House of Elders' conquest of Greater East Asia. Lingao's Liberty ships will launch from Hong Kong like dumplings dropping into a pot. This was the bold declaration he had made while hosting a banquet for shipyard elders before departure, naturally earning cold looks from Zhou Qi and others. Dafu's enthusiasm rose. Our people can finally return to Guangzhou. We must go back majestically under naval escort, with the fleet firing a 100-gun salute at White Goose Pool. Mei Lin laughed. Proprietor Guo is so impressive. I'm jealous, envious, and resentful. The shipyard is building him a paddle-wheel yacht, Shi Jiantao said, sipping kvass. Preparing to thoroughly embrace the decadent capitalist lifestyle. Whether it'll be finished in time for this return, who knows? The Guangzhou trading post would reopen soon. According to the plan, once the Guangzhou station was restored, most construction materials and living supplies needed for the Hong Kong base could be procured nearby in Guangzhou and shipped over. This would not only save time, but also spare the Transmigrator Group's own transport capacity. In the near future, supplies needed not only by Hong Kong, but also by Lingao and other future coastal island bases would be procured by various trading posts, shipped to Hong Kong, and then transshipped centrally. Hong Kong would become the Transmigrator Group's largest logistics center on the South China coast. In the series of operations to be launched by the Australian Song regime, military actions against the Zheng and Liu families, the Taiwan strategy, the mainland coastal strategy, and more, Hong Kong would also serve as a major military logistics depot. The Planning Academy would establish a South China materials procurement center in Hong Kong, relying on the DeLong Hong Kong branch for clearing and payment. Supporting customs, commodity inspection, classification societies, and shipping insurance companies would also be gradually established. The sun hung dazzlingly in the sky, yet its light brought little warmth. In Little Ice Age Macau, wealthy people on the streets even wore fur robes. The poor donned bulky, patch-covered cotton jackets. Sunlight fell upon clusters of pointed roofs and fish-scale tiles within Macau. Some tiles were pink, but most had turned reddish-brown or gray-white after years of wind, rain, and sun, glimmering faintly in the light. Windows were inlaid with dense wooden lattices, some bearing intricate patterns. Even without curtains, one couldn't see inside even up close. Walls whitewashed with lime had yellowed from rain, reflecting a gray-white sheen. Wooden windowsills had cracked in the sun, paint peeling. Deep in these cobblestone alleys, one occasionally caught the mixed stench of urine, feces, and garbage. Through this alley steeped in exotic flavor, Lin Ming walked with helpless eyes fixed on the spirited Li Yongxun ahead, who surveyed her surroundings with boundless interest. This expedition had consumed most of the day, and Lin Ming felt thoroughly bored. Macau City itself wasn't large, with few sightseeing spots. The Phalange forts and barracks appeared orderly and unique, but forbade Chinese entry. As for those Phalange residences, petite and chic though they were, with lazy zither music and women's soft singing occasionally drifting from closed windows to spark the imagination, they were private homes nonetheless. Were this Fashion or even Guangzhou, he could go wherever he pleased by flashing his embroidered uniform guard badge, provided it wasn't the home of powerful gentry with official connections. If someone possessed a fine garden, he need only send word, and which host would dare claim he wasn't welcome? Here, however, the Phalange controlled everything. Though many Ming people walked the streets, they clearly adhered to exotic social norms. Lin Ming found this deeply discomforting, not merely because he disliked the Phalange, but because he realized he couldn't tyrannize people here as he did elsewhere. Embroidered uniform guard was not a terrifying term in this place, though the Xiangshan assistant magistrate treated him respectfully and had specially assigned an interpreter as his guide. The man clearly didn't want him causing trouble. "What is this place?" An impatient Lin Ming asked the interpreter beside him. "This is the Phalange residential area, 5th Lane," the interpreter replied. He was a mustachioed Ming merchant who specialized in selling fruits and vegetables to the Portuguese in Macau. Frequent travel between Xiangshan and Macau had made him familiar to both public and private parties. He also spoke passable Portuguese. The Xiangshan assistant magistrate took him along for every negotiation. "What a boring place, doors and windows closed everywhere." "These are mostly the back entrances of Phalange merchant residences," the interpreter explained. Lin Ming was about to scold the interpreter for bringing them here, but remembering that his precious sister-in-law had requested entry, he swallowed the words. "Master, don't be impatient," the interpreter said carefully, sensing his thoughts. "At the end of this lane lies the pier, where you can see the Phalange great clipboard ships, the galleons. Plenty of barbarian sailors, too. Occasionally you can even spot barbarian women. Really, I've long wanted to see the great clipboard ships. They say the hulls rise several stories high, and the masts tower frighteningly tall." The fleet-footed youth ahead turned back. "How much farther?" "Not far at all. Just out of this lane," the interpreter said. He knew the youth ahead was actually a young woman. The overly delicate features, high-pitched voice, slender frame, and swaying hips when walking made her true gender obvious. However, he had no desire to know what embroidered uniform guard personnel were doing in Macau. Just then she stumbled and fell, twisting her ankle on the cobblestones. She cried out and sat down on the stone pavement. Lin Ming immediately rushed to her. "How is it? Did the fall hurt?" He bent over her, his brow furrowed with concern. Li Yongxun gripped one ankle and gave a pained cry. "Seems like a sprain." She couldn't help groaning. Lin Ming looked around. Every wooden door in the alley was locked, with protective iron bars outside. Not a pedestrian in sight. "This lowly one will go call a sedan chair," the interpreter said sensibly, adding, "I suggest master take your sister to the Huang house first. Once settled, we'll summon a doctor immediately." The residence arranged for him in Macau by the Xiangshan assistant magistrate was in the home of a major merchant named Huang Shunlong. This proprietor Huang was a remarkably amiable and exceedingly wealthy man with a luxuriously built mansion. Lin Ming knew from colleagues that Huang Shunlong was a fence who colluded with various heroes of the sea, not only buying stolen goods, but also selling contraband to pirate chiefs. A man with connections reaching to the heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 792. The Australian lifestyle, such men naturally attached great importance to cultivating relationships with figures from officialdom. Though a trial centurion of the embroidered uniform guard was a low-ranking official, he wielded local influence. Adhering to the principle of worshipping at every temple, Huang Shunlong had always been exceedingly ingratiating toward such characters. When the assistant magistrate spoke to him, he had agreed immediately and wholeheartedly. The interpreter called for a two-bearer sedan chair from outside, had Li Yongxun seated within, and led the way to Huang Shunlong's residence. Huang Shunlong lived in the Chinese residential quarter of Macau. The sedan chair was carried directly to the entrance of his storefront. Lin Ming gazed doubtfully at the dimly lit shopfront, where two robust Kunlun slaves stood guard at the door clutching short clubs. On the journey over, the interpreter had boasted about Master Huang's luxurious lifestyle. Lin Ming had thought little of it. Since Huang Shunlong resided in Macau, foreign goods were naturally accessible to him as a local advantage. Yet the variety of foreign goods was limited to those few familiar things. Even the Australian goods that had risen in popularity in recent years, he had seen many of in fashion. "Master Lin, please come inside," the interpreter whispered. Led by a short, dark-skinned Kunlun slave, the group passed through the shop front and traversed a long, semi-dim corridor. Li Yongxun felt a creeping unease and pressed close to Lin Ming, a fragrance like orchid and musk wafting faintly from her. Lin Ming, who had originally been supporting her arm, seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around his sister-in-law's waist. Beneath his hand, her waist was soft. He kneaded gently with his fingers, and his sister-in-law only murmured a few soft sounds. Instantly delighted, he found himself wishing this corridor would never end. The corridor's exit opened into a meticulously manicured fountain garden. It wasn't large. A small fountain at its center dripped water droplets. The ground surrounding the fountain was paved with mosaics inlaid with various patterns. Lush flowers and trees ringed the space, and an exquisite little pavilion stood within. High walls and buildings surrounded the garden, isolating it from the outside world and rendering it remarkably quiet. Huang Shunlong welcomed them in the pavilion. He was dressed brightly and bore himself with dignity. With his professional sensitivity, Lin Ming noted at a glance that there were at least a dozen violations of sumptuary regulations in his attire from head to toe. Even in Guangzhou, where court dress regulations were treated as waste paper, such excess was unusual. Macau was indeed a land of barbarians. Huang Shunlong was effusively warm, inviting them to freshen up first and promising to summon a doctor immediately. Servants came to attend to their washing and changing. Lin Ming had his sister-in-law dress as a man only to avoid unnecessary trouble, not to conceal her gender. Now in a private residence, there was naturally no need to maintain the disguise. The clothes brought by the maids were all brand new, with exquisite material and tailoring, which satisfied Lin Ming greatly. The summoned doctor examined Li Yongxun's foot and concluded there was no serious problem. Applying a medicinal patch and resting for a few days would suffice. The welcome banquet was set in the garden pavilion. High walls blocked the cold wind, and the pavilion was surrounded by Persian velvet carpets of various colors woven with different patterns. Two braziers on the ground burned high-quality hardwood charcoal mixed with exotic spices, filling the pavilion with a rich fragrance and spring-like warmth. The tables and chairs were all woven from rattan, but in styles Lin Ming had never encountered, dainty and elegant. As it was winter, the seats and backs were padded with thick cushions of Nanjing velvet felt, exceedingly comfortable. Li Yongxun looked around with great curiosity, examining the rattan round table from top to bottom. Seeing no high-stacked display dishes or sugar sculptures on the table, Lin Ming knew this was a family feast. A formal welcome banquet with 3 cuts and 5 offerings would have been unbearable. Wealthy merchants' family feasts were renowned for their refinement. Observing the scene Huang had arranged, this meal would likely prove extraordinary in many ways, and he couldn't help looking forward to it. Sure enough, the dishes served diverged from typical Cantonese cuisine. The flavor was quite peculiar, rich and fragrant, with a somewhat cloying sweetness. Both Li Yongxun and Lin Ming were experiencing such flavors for the first time. According to Huang Shunlong, this was To Hongji cuisine, prepared personally by his wife. This crab is sea crab, with the meat extracted and seasoned with cheese. Huang Shunlong explained with assurance. The wine served was Guangzhou's most fashionable, scholar unrivaled. Lin Ming had frequently purchased this wine for northern colleagues. Anyone traveling from the north to Guangdong on business would buy several boxes to take back as gifts. Sometimes, they even sent letters requesting he buy it for them. Lin Ming often had to dispatch people to Guangzhou to procure this wine. Occasionally, for important figures or urgent needs, he'd been forced to pay out of pocket. Gao Ju wasn't a minor figure from whom he could demand gifts, costing him considerable sums. Naturally, scholar unrivaled was indeed pure and crisp in taste, truly incomparable to ordinary local spirits. Ever since Wang Zun's campaign against the Bald Ones, however, the scholar unrivaled supply had been severed, and its price had skyrocketed. Lin Ming rarely enjoyed it himself these days. What is this? Why is it bubbling? Li Yongxun stared in surprise at the orange liquid in the glass cup, fine bubbles streaming from the bottom. This is Australian water, most cooling and thirst-quenching. Li Yongxun took a sip, her expression complex. It tingles and it's very sweet, tastes like tangerine. Precisely, this is tangerine-flavored Australian water, Huang Shunlong laughed, clapping his hands. This item is extremely rare locally. If it loses its gas, it's not tasty. He explained that Australian water above all feared losing its gas. Without it, the drink became mere fruity sugar water. Accordingly, packaging used specially thick glass bottles, corked and tied tight with iron wire. Every 12 bottles came in a partitioned wooden crate. Transported over long distances, the price was steep. Yet it was indeed a wonderful item for relieving heat and boredom, highly popular among the Phalange. Next, a servant brought a large porcelain pot. When the lid was removed, the pot brimmed with an oily, crimson liquid. Lin Ming peered closely. Floating in it were snow-white fish slices and the yellow backs of eel with soybean sprouts at the bottom. Small, bright red fruits resembling tiny eggplants floated in the oily soup. A rich, strange fragrance permeated the air. This dish is an overseas flavor, quite unique, Huang Shunlong laughed. Though I must warn you, the taste is extremely punchy. It appears to use a great deal of Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper was a common spice in Ming cuisine. Correct, Huang Shunlong nodded. Besides Sichuan pepper, there is also foreign pepper from the West. Everyone raised their chopsticks. Lin Ming felt an extreme spiciness flood his mouth, a sensation entirely different from the numbing heat of Sichuan pepper. The snow-white fish meat, seasoned this way, possessed a unique deliciousness. His appetite surged, and he consumed several chopsticks, full in rapid succession. Li Yongxun, spotting the bright red lantern-like fruits floating in the oily soup, struck as fast as the wind. Before Huang Shunlong could stop her, she stuffed a pickled chili pepper directly into her mouth. "You can't eat." Before his warning could land, Li Yongxun let out a scream. Her mouth felt as if it were on fire, her throat numb and choking. Tears and mucus ran down her face as she sneezed over a dozen times. The maids hurriedly passed water and towels. She drank 4 or 5 cups of soda before finally stopping. "What is this?" Li Yongxun gasped, barely able to speak from the spiciness. "That is a pickled chili pepper," Huang Shunlong said. "It's used for seasoning, not for eating directly." Lin Ming was intrigued. Through casual conversation, he learned this was Heavenly Kitchen pickled pepper from Lingao, a common ingredient in Australian cuisine. Huang Shunlong spoke enthusiastically about this cuisine. After sampling it once at the Violet House in Guangzhou, he had never forgotten the experience, specially dispatching a cook to Lingao to learn the craft and returning with recipes for a dozen dishes and 4 or 5 dim sum snacks. Australian cuisine. Lin Ming was not unfamiliar with Australians or Lingao goods. The head manager of Yang Run Kai Tang, Yang Shi, was quite familiar with him. One of Yang's cousins had opened a medicine shop in Lingao and asked him to sell several patent medicines in Guangdong in large quantities. Business had been incredibly good. When drinking and chatting in their spare time, Yang would often discuss his cousin's situation. Though merely hearsay, it had given Lin Ming considerable knowledge about Lingao. Exactly. Though Australians are overseas barbarians, their various enjoyments are no less refined than our great Ming's, Huang Shunlongs said, his conversational interest heightened upon seeing his hospitality suited the esteemed guest's taste. Take this Australian cuisine. Many dishes are things I'd never even conceived of. Lin Ming responded perfunctorily while eating and drinking, but his ears captured every word Huang Shunlong uttered. He sensed this manager Huang seemed to maintain rather close ties with the Australians in Lingao. So he began probing indirectly. He reasoned that since the Australians had defeated the government troops and reached the gates of Guangzhou, they would inevitably become enemies of the Great Ming, and future wars were likely. Lin Ming was extremely attentive to Australian affairs because of this possibility. Should the court one day dispatch a great army to suppress the bald ones, and he proved to be an Australia expert, he might hope for military merit and promotion. Huang Shunlong intended to curry favor, and Lin Ming did his best to oblige. Their conversation grew increasingly congenial. Huang Shunlong was in high spirits, personally toasting Lin Ming. As the wine took effect, their exchange became more relaxed. Manager Huang must have many dealings with the Australians. There were some business transactions in the past, Huang Shunlong replied cautiously, knowing who he was speaking with. Not as many recently. They have many novel goods, all bestsellers, but unfortunately I'm not based in Guangzhou, so the benefits of selling Australian goods have been captured by official Gao. Does manager Huang know someone named Guo Yi? I've heard he's the Australian chief in Guangzhou. Guo Yi, of course I know him, Huang Shunlong nodded. Who doesn't know the famous proprietor Guo? He maintains no property here, but his people frequently come to Macau specifically to purchase Phalange goods. He took a sip of scholar unrivaled. Speaking of which, it's strange. The Phalange here usually buy more than they sell, but ever since the Australians arrived, they specifically want their things. In truth, Huang Shunlong's relationship with Guo Yi ran far deeper than simple acquaintance. Though Huang Shunlong's importance within the broader Lingao economic system had greatly diminished, his smuggling channels still enabled small-scale import and export of goods to Guangdong, even during the economic blockade against Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 793. Old acquaintance Lin Ming spent a delightful night with the dancing girl, the particulars of which, such as drinking kvass in a Mandarin duck bath, need not be elaborated. Though young, Li Yongxun understood what business her cousin-in-law was conducting behind closed doors with a Hu girl, and she naturally refrained from disturbing him. When she saw the lights extinguish in her brother-in-law's room and the sounds that had made her restless finally fell silent, the watchman was already beating the drum outside. She knew it was late, yet sleep wouldn't come. The day's sights and experiences had sufficiently piqued her curiosity to make rest impossible. She could only sit alone in the courtyard watching ants climb the trees, scheming how to persuade her brother-in-law to take her to Lingao. Li Yongxun possessed the fearlessness of a newborn calf, having traveled alone from Nanjing to Guangzhou. But regarding Lingao, she dared not act rashly. Lin Ming had warned her before, saying the Guangzhou Fashion area was nothing like the inland. It teemed with merchants trading overseas. If she were tied up and sold to the eastern or western oceans, separated by vast seas in barbarian lands, even the emperor couldn't save her. This had frightened Li Yongxun into behaving. Though Lingao was technically Ming territory, it now lay in the hands of the overseas barbarian Australians. Rumors about Australians lacking women were numerous, so she dared not deliver herself to their doorstep. Sigh, After her 10th sigh, she remembered she hadn't managed to see the great clipboard ships, the galleons she had intended to view that day. She stood up and took a few experimental steps. The pain seemed bearable. "Tomorrow I absolutely must go see the great clipboard ships," Li Yongxun vowed silently. Suddenly, lantern light shone from beyond the courtyard's moon gate. Someone seemed to be walking in the long corridor, muttering something. Then she heard a man's voice, and it instantly triggered a memory. That strange accent had left a deep impression on her. Hearing it again was like shattering a memory jar in her mind. The events of disguising herself as a songstress in Guangzhou, deceiving men, stealing and getting caught all came flooding back. The face of the medicine merchant manager Huang, whom she had drugged and whose luggage contained many strange and valuable things, surfaced immediately. That wretched expression, looking at her with lecherous eyes, even wanting to strip her clothes. Had she not found the embroidered uniform guard badge she'd swiped, making him wary, he might have taken advantage of her then and there. The humiliation at the inn had always been a sore point for Li Yongxun. Could that wretched manager Huang be here? Li Yongxun's curiosity surged. What was he doing here? Huang Shunlong's establishment didn't sell medicine. Ignoring her injured foot, she shrank into the wall's shadow and crept quietly toward the moon gate. The person walking with the lantern was indeed the wretched man Li Yongxun so resented, Huang Tianyu. Yet Huang Tianyu's presence in Macau had nothing to do with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's activities. He was on a business trip for the Ministry of Light Industry, tasked with installing 3 sets of sanitary equipment ordered by the Macau Jesuits, and providing maintenance and training for existing users. The Ministry of Light Industry had exported several sets of sanitary equipment to Macau. These facilities were complex and expensive, representing low efficiency by old time-space standards. Each set required its own small elevated water tower, water heating furnace, and water lifting equipment. Since steam engines couldn't yet be widely distributed, water lifting relied on tragically inefficient animal-powered treadmills or even more primitive human-powered chain pumps. As for heating, they dared not use boilers, opting instead for water heaters where cold water flowed through a serpentine pipe inside a furnace to be heated. These devices were designed for robustness, simplicity, and durability, since finding mechanical maintenance personnel in this time-space proved impossible. Elders would have to perform such work themselves, not to mention that replacement parts had to be shipped from Lingao. The simpler and more durable the equipment, the less after-sales service required. The mechanical system simply didn't have enough personnel for extensive customer service. Huang Tianyu had brought several apprentices and a renovation team from the Lingao General Construction Company to Macau, completing the installation in a week. Afterward, he performed maintenance for existing customers, replacing the gears and chain drives of animal and human-powered machines. The quality of old products was concerning. Since the Manufacturing Supervision Department had spontaneously formed a Product Reliability Office, new products showed much improved durability. The Ministry of Light Industry hoped to profit handsomely from sanitary equipment, so they placed high value on follow-up service. In an era where they could only provide expensive goods with poor reliability and low efficiency, failing to deliver good after-sales service was commercial suicide. Because Huang Shunlong had embroidered uniform guard guests staying with him, he feared trouble should they encounter Australians. He had asked Huang Tianyu to come at night. After the watches began, Huang Tianyu quietly arrived at the Huang residence with his apprentices, carrying rattan chests full of tools and parts. However, the equipment was located in a courtyard adjacent to Lin Ming's. Huang Tianyu never dreamed that someone in that courtyard was still awake, and that this someone recognized him. Li Yongxun quietly opened the moon gate and crept out along the wall. Not far down the corridor stood a small open door, brightly lit, with banging sounds emanating from within. Curious but cautious, she dared not peek directly through the doorway. The light would reveal her shadow. Instead, she carefully circled to the courtyard wall where a decorative openwork window was set and leaned in to peer through. A strange pavilion stood in the courtyard, visible even from their guest quarters. It was tall, with flying eaves and upturned corners and windows on all sides, but she'd never seen them open. Li Yongxun had initially found it mysterious. Lin Ming had speculated it was likely where Huang Shunlong monitored his guests. He had also shared much about Huang Shunlong's glorious history. "This man has a sickness of the heart. Being cautious everywhere is natural," Lin Ming had warned her. "Don't be a busybody." Now she discovered that this pavilion was exceedingly odd. The lower half was completely elevated on brick and stone pillars, with no stairs leading up. Instead, a black iron pipe-like object extended vertically from the ground into the bottom of the pavilion. The iron pipe ran along the ground on brick piers into a bungalow at the courtyard's far end. The building was unremarkable, its doors and windows flung wide open and the interior brightly lit. Several figures busied themselves inside, their hammering and banging unclear in purpose. Li Yongxun had acquired some skills in stealth, wall climbing and tracking, but with her limited mobility, she could only strain her eyes to observe. Fortunately, the doors and windows were large and the lighting bright. She could make out strange machines inside. She recalled that before Governor General Wang's campaign against the Bald Ones, when the Violet House in Guangzhou had been raided, several Australian machines had been confiscated. Idle onlookers had flocked to see them. She and her cousin had pestered her brother-in-law to take them as well. These looked similar. HMPH, Boss Huang has close dealings with the Bald Bandits, Li Yongxun thought. Just then, a 7-foot-tall man emerged from the building, his long gown tucked into his waist and covered in oil stains. A young man quickly brought a large mug. "Master, have some tea." The big man took the mug and gulped it down, then wiped his mouth after setting it aside. The light shone directly on his face. Li Yongxun nearly cried out. Who else could it be but Manager Huang? He hadn't changed much except for a hair bun atop his head, probably to deceive people. So this wretched medicine merchant who had looked at her with lecherous eyes and threatened to strip her pants and spank her was actually a bald bandit. A low-class artisan bandit at that. HMPH, now you've walked right into my trap. Li Yongxun smiled smugly. Let's see who strips whose pants and spanks whom. While she fantasized about how this wretched man would howl for mercy and weep under her ancestral court flogging techniques, she suddenly heard someone in the courtyard ask, "The pipes in the heater look fine. Maybe we don't need to change them." Huang Tianyu had no idea that a girl on the other side of the wall wanted to strip his pants and coveted his buttocks. He returned the cup to his apprentice and strode back inside. 2 apprentices were dismantling and inspecting the heater. He examined the serpentine water pipe. Bronze was indeed more durable than cast iron, though the supply remained scarce, picked up a wrench, disassembled the pipe, looked inside and shook his head. Still have to change it. He pointed at the thick layer of scale lining the pipe and told the apprentices, "This is scale. Accumulated scale will gradually block the pipe. At best, it causes insufficient hot water supply. If severe, the pipe could burst. This is just a general heater. If it were a boiler, scale could cause an explosion. So always check for scale accumulation during maintenance." The apprentices listened respectfully. One asked, "Master, I checked the water here. It's clearly very clear. Where does this scale come from?" This involves the difference between hard water and soft water. As we've discussed before, natural water contains various soluble minerals. Liar, how can water be hard? Li Yongxun thought to herself. And soft water. Replace the heating pipe. We'll take this one back. It might still be usable after treatment. Huang Tianyu finished his explanation about minerals in water and instructed the apprentices to proceed with their work. Disassembled parts were recycled per regulations, not only for cost savings, but also for the reliability office to analyze and improve quality. End of chapter. Chapter 794. Li Yongxun's reconnaissance. Lin Ming rose in the morning, and attended by 2 maids, indulged in a comfortable pedal bath that left him feeling thoroughly refreshed. He changed clothes and strolled leisurely to the main hall. A moderate amount of pleasant exertion had proven beneficial to body and mind. Lin Ming was physically and mentally delighted at this moment. Seeing a full set of fine porcelain containing breakfast already laid out on the redwood round table, his mood brightened further. Li Yongxun, however, seemed preoccupied, unable to finish even a bowl of high-quality raw fish porridge. Because his desires had been thoroughly satisfied by the previous night's great battle, Lin Ming's familial affection for his sister-in-law had increased considerably today. He asked with concern, "Does your foot still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Li Yongxun had tossed and turned after returning to her room, unable to sleep as she pondered how to deal with the bald bandits. She had wanted to wake her brother-in-law overnight to arrest them but feared his wrath. She now understood something of men's foul tempers. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, and the consequences of interrupting her brother-in-law's spring night would have been severe indeed. "Brother-in-law," Li Yongxun stammered, "this Master Huang is secretly dealing with the bald bandits, isn't he?" "Of course. If he wasn't, where did you think yesterday's delicacies came from?" Lin Ming replied lightly. "But the bald bandits are overseas barbarians usurping prefectures and counties. Lord Wang even launched a campaign against them." Li Yongxun sensed her brother-in-law lacked enthusiasm for catching bald bandits. "I saw them last night. There are bald bandits right here in the Huang residence. Why not arrest them and send them to Guangzhou? It would be a merit for you, brother-in-law." Lin Ming set down his porridge bowl and scolded in a low voice. "Arrest them and send them to Guangzhou, to invite the bald thief navy back to Guangzhou's city walls. A woman's short-sightedness." Though the bald thief navy had retreated after invading Guangzhou, everyone from top to bottom understood this outcome had resulted from Governor Li negotiating terms. It wasn't because the bald bandits had been defeated or feared the court. Why provoke the tiger's whiskers for no reason when he had nothing pressing to attend to? Seeing his sister-in-law's face cloud with displeasure, Lin Ming realized his words had been too harsh. He explained patiently, "What use is catching bald bandits? If you want to catch one, Proprietor Guo, the big bald bandit boss himself, will soon return to Guangzhou openly and grandly. Governor Li will probably even send congratulatory gifts. Who dares catch bald bandits now?" But Li Yongxun's loyal heart toward the court and her desire for personal revenge intertwined, still pushing her to make a final effort. "The bald bandits haven't wronged us. There's no need to make enemies of them. Besides, if you arrested him and sent him to Guangzhou, they'd just release him anyway." "No need to release him," Li Yongxun said eagerly. "Don't hand him to the yamen, take him back to the battalion headquarters for private interrogation. I don't believe all bald bandits have iron teeth and bronze mouths. They'll confess their treasonous plots." Lin Ming sipped his porridge unhurriedly, letting her ramble freely. Only when she finished did he say leisurely, "Eat your breakfast first. After the meal I'll take you out for a walk." Li Yongxun instantly felt deflated, realizing her brother-in-law had no intention of dealing with the bald bandits. Filled with indignation, she simply refused to eat breakfast in a fit of pique. After the meal, she even declined when her brother-in-law offered to take her out. "I don't feel well." Li Yongxun affected an attitude she considered quite cool. Lin Ming recognized she was throwing a tantrum and simply ignored her. As it happened, Huang Shunlong had invited him to discuss matters, so he made a few perfunctory remarks and departed. Once Lin Ming left, Li Yongxun felt her patriotic enthusiasm had not only gone unsupported but had been mocked by her brother-in-law. Depressed, she lay on the bed and wept. After crying for a while and hearing only silence around her, she concluded that weeping was useless if no one heard or comforted her, so she stopped. "HMPH, if you won't arrest them, I will. I, Li Yongxun, am a true loyalist of the court." Li Yongxun's stubborn streak surged. She changed back into men's clothing and hung her small-sized embroidered spring sword at her waist. Though she had long ago returned the stolen embroidered uniform guard badge to the pursuing family servants, in fashion Lin Ming had been unable to resist her demands, and felt having a badge would be safer, so he had given her the badge of a long-vacant Xiaoai guard position in the battalion. Li Yongxun hung the badge at her waist, one hand on her sword, the other on her hip, and stood chest out in the center of the hall. Suddenly she felt possessed by generations of embroidered uniform guard commanders. Li Yongxun abandoned the idea of extracting information from the Huang household's maids and servants. Since Huang Shunlong was conducting shady business, his subordinates had surely been trained not to talk to outsiders. Without official status, she could neither threaten nor torture anyone. She could only investigate secretly. Her foot had largely healed, though running remained impossible. Walking posed no difficulty. She quietly climbed over a low section of the courtyard wall in the backyard and slipped out. She didn't know the way at all. Fortunately, Macau was small. Huang Shunlong was a famous figure. If she got lost, she could simply hail a sedan chair to take her back. Li Yongxun wandered the alleys after climbing the wall and soon learned from a chatty, bored clerk in a grocery store that the previous night, a sedan chair and 7 or 8 people had indeed entered the Huang residence through the back door. Several of them had carried rattan chests on their backs that looked heavy. She also learned these people had come from the direction of 7th Lane. Li Yongxun proceeded towards 7th Lane, which appeared no different from the 5th lane she had walked the day before. When she noticed the same pointed roof she had seen yesterday, she suddenly realized this group must have come from the pier direction. 5th lane and 7th lane must run parallel, and the Huang residence was actually not far from the pier. Li Yongxun followed the alley slowly toward the waterfront. More pedestrians populated this lane. Occasionally small vendors, porters, and some barbaric-looking foreigners in strange clothing passed by. Red-skinned, yellow-haired, blue-eyed Northern Europeans, light brown-skinned, black-haired Latins, short, yellow-eyed Southeast Asian natives, short Japanese with messy hair shaved into half-moon shapes, dark-skinned Indians, and authentic Africans, pitch black all over with only the whites of their eyes showing. One could spot a few of almost every kind here. The grotesque appearances made Li Yongxun quite nervous. Terrifying stories about overseas barbarians circulated widely in Guangdong. Fortunately, no one paid her any attention along the way. Li Yongxun observed her surroundings as she walked. She heard seagull cries not far off and smelled the salty tang of the sea on the wind, knowing she was nearing the shore. Sure enough, the alley's end opened up where the residential area terminated. Before her lay a large expanse of compacted mud. Several wooden trestles extended into the bay where many ships were moored. Masts stood like a forest. Many were vessels she had never seen before. Several large galleons in particular caught her eye, with massive hulls, masts towering into the clouds and cannons gleaming in the gun ports. Li Yongxun, seeing European ships for the first time, stood amazed. Ignoring the mud puddles scattered across the ground, she kept walking forward, wanting to get closer for a clearer look. Piles of goods lay on the ground, covered with reed mats. Teams of coolies, shouting work chants, carried goods wrapped in straw bags and hemp sacks onto the ships in an endless stream. Some packaging was damaged, revealing straw ropes binding porcelain or coarse cloth wrapping silk. Li Yongxun watched almost dumbfounded. Where had she ever witnessed such a large-scale overseas trade operation? She had already forgotten most of her mission to track bald bandits. She simply walked and looked around, wishing she could grow a few more pairs of eyes. Nearly everything before her aroused her curiosity. Even a broken small boat abandoned in the mud, the wreckage of a ship destroyed by storm, and a stone anchor deeply embedded in the mud captured her interest. Walking and watching, she unknowingly reached the pier's far side, which ended at a silted-up dead-water bay where various garbage floated on the surface, emitting foul odors. Li Yongxun covered her nose and hurried back. She found a tea stall on the pier, ordered a pot of tea to rest her feet, and inquired whether any ships from Lingao were present. Oh yes, definitely. The tea stall owner was a middle-aged woman. Though called a tea stall, she primarily earned income from hot water. Her customers were coolies on the pier who couldn't afford tea, only purchasing some herbal tea without actual tea leaves for 1 or 2 copper coins to replenish fluids. Selling an entire pot today made her exceedingly enthusiastic. Lingao ships come every 10 days or so, 3 or 4 at a time. The middle-aged woman pointed to a vessel not far away. Isn't that one of their ships? Li Yongxun looked where she indicated. It was merely an ordinary-looking 2-masted large Guangdong ship, nothing special. It simply appeared tidier and cleaner than typical vessels. She felt somewhat disappointed. She had long heard bald bandits possessed great iron ships and had expected to see something remarkable. On the Lingao ship, a man stood at bow and stern respectively, occasionally scanning their surroundings. Li Yongxun recognized they were likely lookouts. It seemed they were extremely careful, probably engaged in some shady business. Is it transporting goods? Of course it's transporting goods. The tea-selling auntie wiped the table and sat opposite Li Yongxun. Having no other customers at the moment, she was happy to chat. Ship after ship of goods. The coolies have to unload for half a day to finish. The goods are moved to a warehouse once unloaded. I hear they're all valuable items. Who doesn't know about Lingao's Australian goods? I'd even like to buy one of their small mirror powder compacts. Pity it costs 2 taels of silver. Where is the warehouse? Right at the entrance of 5th Lane. The tea-selling auntie explained that the warehouse was a building specially rented by Lingao people to store and transship goods. Traveling merchants and sailors also lodged there. Li Yongxun's heart skipped a beat. She looked toward the alley entrance and spotted a group of people emerging from 5th Lane. 7 or 8 large men surrounded a 2-bearer small sedan chair, walking briskly. Are these people from Lingao? She asked. Probably. The tea-selling lady looked up and nodded. See, there are a few with short hair in the group. Who else could they be if not bald people? End of chapter. Chapter 795, Outcome Thanks. Li Yongxun tossed down a string of copper coins and rose quickly to follow. The pier was cluttered with goods, making concealment easy. Stopping and starting, she slowly approached the trestle. The sedan chair was carried all the way onto the trestle, halting right beside the ship from Lingao. Li Yongxun hurriedly shrank behind a pile of cargo and peered out cautiously. She watched as the gangplank was lowered from the Lingao vessel, guarded by several large men. Someone helped a master-like figure out of the sedan chair. He wore a friendese scarf, a scholar's cap, and a wide robe, with a rare pair of smoky quartz spectacles perched on his face. The master's movements were clumsy. He fumbled about and required 2 people half supporting him to barely ascend the gangplank. Li Yongxun wondered secretly, why was this person behaving so strangely? Perhaps he was ill. She observed them with keen interest. Suddenly, a thought surfaced. Could this be Inspecting Censor Lord Gao? Li Yongxun's entire body tensed. Of course. Her brother-in-law had said the greatest beneficiaries of Censor Gao's disappearance were 2 parties, the Phalange and the Bald Bandits. Either party had motive to kidnap Gao Shunkin. She stared wide-eyed at the group. The more she looked, the stranger it seemed. The escorting servants surrounded the master so tightly, apparently intentionally blocking others' view. Their behavior was exceedingly suspicious. Li Yongxun's excitement surged, though apart from their behavior, no concrete evidence proved they were transporting Censor Gao. Yet she was immediately intoxicated by visions of gaining merit, and the more she looked, the more convinced she became that this person was indeed Lord Gao. Lord Gao had been kidnapped by the Bald Bandits. Now they were about to take him to Lingao. At this thought, her heart pounded. Merely obtaining this intelligence would be an enormous achievement. She had to return and report to her brother-in-law immediately. Visions of being rewarded for her merit already danced in Li Yongxun's mind. Her brother-in-law would surely turn pale with fury yet find himself helpless. Not to mention her own family. The Li clan held hereditary posts in the embroidered uniform guard, but when had they ever achieved such glorious merit? This great accomplishment might even earn her a Zonki or Zyaoki position. She had heard that in the early Ming years, women had served in the embroidered uniform guard, specializing in detection and arrest. Before her splendid fantasy concluded, she was struck heavily on the back of her head. Without even a groan, she crumpled to the ground. The Dongyingzhu was a 200-ton, three-masted Guangdong ship, the second vessel to bear this name. The first Dongyingzhu, a converted fishing boat, had possessed too small a tonnage and limited cargo capacity. After its modern equipment, including the installed diesel engine, was removed, it had been reconverted to a fishing boat, re-registered in the Lingyu sequence, and reassigned to the Fishery Corps. The new Dongyingzhu had formerly been a pirate ship under Zhu Keilao. After defecting to Lingao, it was repaired and modified specifically for cargo missions on the Lingao-Macau route. Because it was fully armed, it also served as an escort vessel. In a secret cabin below deck, someone said, "It's a woman." "Do you need to point that out?" another person by the bunk retorted. "Just look at her rear. Do men have rears this shapely?" Li Yongxun lay on a fixed bunk in the cabin, hands and feet shackled to the bed frame. After receiving a blow from a rubber baton and being quietly brought aboard the Dongyingzhu, she had been given a sedative to prevent her from making noise upon waking. Several men surrounded her with interest while a young woman searched her body carefully, occasionally placing discovered items into a cardboard box beside her. Li Yongxun didn't carry much: a handkerchief, a little loose silver, a compact mirror. Most notable were the small embroidered spring sword and a dagger she carried. Li Yan withdrew the sword, examined it, and checked the scabbard. Apart from the characters Li and Cayenne, there were no other markings, especially no unit or serial number. This wasn't an official-issue weapon. "This woman is probably named Li Cayenne," he concluded. "Why was she tailing us while carrying a sword like this?" "Because she's this." Jiang Shan, who had been watching Political Security Bureau Officer Qi Yun conduct the body search, frowned and extracted a wooden tablet, still warm from body heat, from the box. "This is an embroidered uniform guard badge." "Embroidered uniform guard," someone muttered. "Does the great Ming have women in the embroidered uniform guard?" "Difficult to say." Jiang Shan turned the badge over and over. "It says Guard of the Fashion Battalion. Just ask when she wakes up. The embroidered uniform guard is remarkably efficient, tracking us to Macau so quickly. Our smoke screen didn't work." "This woman appears to be one of the two embroidered uniform guards who came to Huang Shunlong's house yesterday." Jiang Shan rubbed his chin noncommittally. A pity he didn't have the files at hand. He would have to return to Lingao to check for relevant data. Huang Shunlong's attitude toward the transmigrators had grown increasingly positive over the past 6 months. He had begun providing intelligence he was previously unwilling to share. Li Yongxun's identity was clarified even before they returned to Lingao, however. Huang Tianyu was also aboard this ship bound for Lingao. Hearing that a female embroidered uniform guard had been captured, he immediately ran over to see the spectacle. "Isn't this the runaway girl from the embroidered uniform guard?" Huang Tianyu recognized at once the girl who had drugged him. This little minx had cost him a bottle of ketchup and a bottle of chili sauce for nothing. "You know her?" Jiang Shan asked curiously. "Of course. This girl is full of tricks." Huang Tianyu then recounted meeting Li Yongxun en route while traveling to Fashion with Liu San and the others. "Liu San and I even wrote a detailed report after returning. I must read it when I get back," Jiang Shan said, then instructed Qi Yun, "Watch her." "Yes, Chief." Jiang Shan returned with the others to the conference room in the poop deck. He said, "Although this girl isn't an actual embroidered uniform guard, she's closely connected to them. Since her brother-in-law is a genuine trial centurion of the Fashion Battalion and is currently in Macau, it means the embroidered uniform guard has definitely caught a scent." "So transferring old Gao in time was the right call," said Jiang Qiuyan, the sole psychiatrist from the Ministry of Health accompanying them. "The Great Ming still has law enforcement powers in Macau, though their reaction time is considerably slower. His task was to participate in the interrogation as a psychoanalyst. Originally, the executive committee had intended to eliminate Gao Shunkin on the spot. However, the intelligence department believed that as an important official who had served in both central and local government, Gao Shunkin possessed a clear understanding of high-level regime operations and knew much about officialdom and current affairs. This was entirely unlike the caliber of Wu Mingjin and others currently under their control. He could serve as a valuable intelligence source to enrich the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's database. Furthermore, the mainland strategy had only just begun. There was no immediate need to physically eliminate officials. Therefore, with executive committee approval, Gao Shunkin was transferred to Lingao. Li Yan asked, "What do we do with this girl? Throw her directly into the sea clean and neat?" "No," Jiang Shan countered. "This girl is of no use to us, but we should interrogate her to clarify matters first. Besides, what Lingao lacks now is women. Don't waste resources." "Need to supplement nutrition," Huang Tianyu blurted out nonsensically. Several men laughed maliciously. Li Yongxun wasn't bad-looking and had unbound feet. Her figure and face were both somewhat Lolita-like. Li Yongxun's bizarre disappearance placed a confusing full stop on the entire Gao Shunkin case. After 2 days of fruitless searching, Lin Ming was forced to seek help from the Xiangshan assistant magistrate. He had to fabricate a claim that he'd found clues about Gao Shunkin in Macau. The assistant magistrate wouldn't negotiate with the Phalange to locate his sister-in-law. Upon hearing that Censor Gao's whereabouts had been discovered, the Xiangshan assistant magistrate and Xiangshan magistrate dared not delay, arriving in Macau successively to negotiate with the Phalange. The Macau Senate dared not disobey the great Ming government's demands and immediately ordered a city-wide search. Yet neither Gao Shunkin nor Li Yongxun could be found. Only from the tea stall mistress on the pier did Lin Ming learn that Li Yongxun had appeared there and inquired about Lingao people, and that she had left the stall after observing a group of Australians pass by. This greatly increased suspicion of the bald bandits. At his request, the Portuguese searched the Lingao warehouse in 5th Lane and arrested several people. Immediate interrogation revealed they were all Macau locals hired to guard the goods. Just as he wanted to investigate Australian properties and visiting ships in Macau further, a message arrived from Guangzhou. Li Fengji wanted him not to harass the Australians too aggressively. He feared provoking another incident like the shelling of the Bog forts or the burning of the Wyang relay station. With this message, the wind shifted. The Xiangshan assistant magistrate declared that without evidence Gao Shunkin had ever been in Macau, continuing the search was inappropriate. The Portuguese also gradually ceased cooperation. Lin Ming had accepted bribes and was now isolated in Macau. He had never truly believed Gao Shunkin was in Macau and had found no clues after days of searching. Continuing to look for Li Yongxun under the pretext of searching for Censor Gao became unsustainable. Lin Ming's face was iron blue. His sister-in-law had most likely fallen into the hands of the bald bandits, though he couldn't fathom why they had taken her. She might have already been transported to Lingao. The matter had become exceedingly thorny. Setting aside that Lingao was now bald bandit territory, even in the past, Qiangzhou had been a miasmic land that officials avoided. After all, she was his relative. When Qianqian's family had come to retrieve her unsuccessfully, he had patted his chest guaranteeing her safety in Guangdong. Now she had been abducted by bald bandits, and their reputation for lechery was no joke. If something happened to her, he would have a difficult time facing his wife. "Damn it, you street-dropping bald bandits," Lin Ming ground his teeth. "I will definitely wipe you out." End of chapter. Chapter 796. The slaves of Tiandu. Acrid smoke from the explosive still hung in the air, the choking haze lingering over the mining pit at Huang Ridge and refusing to disperse. A train of ore cars rattled along behind a small locomotive that puffed and hissed steam, heading toward the extraction phase. This was a commuter train carrying the midshift workers to their posts. Simple benches had been installed on the flatbed cars, and the workers sat or stood as the train moved along, every one of them fully equipped. Rattan safety helmets, 24-layer gauze respirators, safety goggles fashioned from glass and coconut shells, thick mining work clothes, and towels tied around their necks. These were all naturalized workers, the core workforce of the mining bureau, and the foundation of mass support for the Osong regime in Sanya. The generous provision of labor protection reflected this consideration. The most difficult period of Sanya's development had passed, and continuing to expend trained and purified laborers in a human wave approach to development was simply uneconomical for the Council of Elders. The sun beat down upon the barren valley. What had once flourished with lush subtropical vegetation had been stripped bare, exposing the red earth beneath. The dense plant cover that once filled the valley was gone, and ore car tracks and telegraph poles now formed a web across the valley floor and hillsides. Steam engines installed at various points periodically belched black smoke and white vapor, while the roar of machinery emanated from the Tiandu repair shop. The Tiandu River had dwindled to a murky trickle running down the center of its bed, carrying nothing but industrial wastewater discharged from the mines and the small machine shop at Tiandu. Domestic sewage was diverted to irrigate the few cultivated fields nearby. The river had shrunk because the reservoir built upstream of Tiandu town was now complete, intercepting the flow to supply drinking water for the settlement and industrial water for the mines. The Tiandu River's volume had always been modest, and without the reservoir, a stable water supply could not have been guaranteed. Now it was the dry season of winter. With upstream flow dramatically reduced, the reservoir had ceased releasing water, and natural flow to the lower Tiandu River had stopped entirely. A group of half-naked slaves were unloading freshly delivered iron ore from the extraction face in the valley's ore yard. Their bare torsos were coated with ore dust. Straw hats and cloth strips wrapped around their faces served as their only protection. Overseers selected from the most reliable naturalized citizens supervised the slaves' labor, one overseer assigned to every 50 men. They carried no whips or clubs, only cloth bags filled with bamboo tallies. For every basket of ore loaded or unloaded, a slave received a bamboo tally from the overseer. To eat their fill, they had to meet their work quota and collect the prescribed number of tallies. The consequence of slacking was hunger, leading to weakness the following day and eventually gradual starvation under the burden of heavy labor. Slaves who refused to work outright were executed on the spot, their corpses hung on the gallows at the slave camp to dry, remaining there until a new victim replaced them. The overseers monitored the entire labor process but carried no weapons. No matter what weapon one bore, a single man stood no chance against 50. Should resistance occur, any weapon would only fall into insurgent hands. As a backstop, at least one squad of soldiers was stationed near any site where slaves worked collectively, ready to deploy for armed suppression at a moment's notice. Sentries in watchtowers built on slopes and hilltops used telescopes to monitor every corner of the mine and valley at all times. Per their orders, these sentries possessed authority to shoot any suspicious-looking slave on sight. Initially, the slaves' work efficiency had been low, but after a few days, once they fully grasped the hair clippers' labor policy, productivity soared. In fact, slave labor efficiency at the mines and roadbed projects in Sanya far exceeded the estimates of many elders who had questioned the use of slave labor. The former HR professionals in the Planning Commission didn't attribute this to high-pressure policies. The key was effective labor management. If a sweatshop with basic human rights can be managed, why can't slaves who don't even possess the right to survival? Remarked one elder who had once worked in HR at a sweatshop. If slave labor efficiency were truly that poor, why would Southern slave owners have spent good money purchasing slaves from Africa and even gone to war over it? The arrival of the first batch of Southeast Asian slaves finally gave the Sanya district expendable replacements. Naturally, slaves remained few in number, insufficient for large-scale consumption. But at least the naturalized workers could now be freed from the most dangerous and arduous tasks. In his discussions, Huang had told Wang Liuban that he could guarantee the import of 1,500 slaves per month through the end of March 1631. If more investors could be found and supplies from Batavia held steady, 2,000 per month would pose no problem. Wang Liuban made a rough calculation. At 1,500 arrivals monthly, the 10 months from March to December would bring 15,000 slaves. By year's end, after accounting for permanent attrition, the total slave population in Sanya should reach approximately 10,000. This would be more than sufficient to guarantee Tiandu's mining operations, enable extraction of manganese and phosphate ore from Dabo, and still leave a considerable labor surplus for ports, roads, and other infrastructure projects. Compared to the Planning Commission's painstaking allocation of manpower, constantly fretting over accident rates and death rates per 10,000 tons, using slave labor was refreshingly straightforward. As long as the Planning Commission could supply Sanya with enough sugar and rum to exchange for slaves, labor would no longer represent a bottleneck constraining development. From the start of mining at the site in late October to the present, a little over 2 months, the iron ore extracted from the Huang Ridge open-pit mine had already formed several small hills 10 meters high in the ore yard, despite labor shortages and intermittent explosive supplies. At this rate, conditions for establishing regular cargo shipping of iron ore between Lingao and Sanya had been met, though the first shipment would arrive about a month later than Wang Liuban had originally projected. For ore export, the railway extending from the mine to the Eniul dock had been completed, but the dock's loading and unloading equipment had not yet arrived. Without rubber, convenient and efficient conveyor belts remained impossible, so the manufacturing directorate had been forced to prototype a chain bucket elevator first. This equipment was supposed to have been installed and tested by the end of December 1630, but due to quality issues with the chains, the machinery had still not materialized even after the New Year holiday. Jai Runjai surveyed the construction site of the Jinjiling Industrial Zone, still in its foundational stage. The area presently comprised nothing but desolate hillside. Jai Yuan was using surveying instruments to take measurements while Jai Shu held the ranging pole. This was the Jinjiling area west of Tiandu town, though called a ridge. It was actually gently sloping terrain with large flat expanses. The nearby Sanya River provided ample water, making it convenient for manufacturing development. All of Sanya's planned industrial enterprises, the coconut processing plant, soap factory, food processing plant, were scheduled to break ground in 1631 and commence production that same year. The coconut oil production at the integrated coconut processing plant was especially urgent for Lingao's material-starved industrial system, which faced bottlenecks at every turn. I wonder how those fellows enjoyed their New Year celebrations, Jai Runjai grumbled as he jotted down several key points in his notebook. Had it not been for the need to further refine Sanya's development plan, he wouldn't have needed to stay. But he had calculated that returning for the new year would inevitably mean debriefings, report writing, and a whole array of official and social obligations that would leave him little time to complete the master plan for Sanya's development. If the plan couldn't be adjusted in time, it would create considerable difficulties for subsequent construction, especially for the Planning Commission's material allocation and large equipment scheduling. In the end, Jai Runjai had decided not to return to Lingao for the new year, remaining in Sanya to continue revising the plan. Sanya's previous plan had been rather rudimentary and contained many irrational elements, particularly regarding city layout. After arriving in Sanya, Jai Runjai had drawn up an entirely new master plan. First, he revised Eniul's designated function. The old plan had envisioned building it into a commercial port city, a model for the transmigrator nation. But after on-site surveying and research, Jai Runjai concluded that this plot of land was simply too small. It measured just over a kilometer from north to south and barely 600 meters from east to west, adequate as a small town, but utterly inadequate as a showcase city representing the transmigrators. In the new plan, Eniul's status was significantly downgraded. It would serve merely as a specialized port for iron ore exports. For the site of Sanya City, Jai Runjai felt it best to follow the layout of the old timeline, locating it at the mouth of the Sanya River. While the Sanya River estuary couldn't function as a major port, the surrounding area offered extensive flat land suitable for urban construction. It would serve as the living and commercial center of the entire Sanya Special Zone, with the river mouth functioning as a small fishing harbor. Military and port functions would center on Yulin Fort, arranged along the coast east of Guling Mountain and west of Yulin Harbor. The coastline there stretched 5 kilometers. In the old timeline, it had been the site of the Yulin Naval Base, and it would serve the same purpose here, as an Army and Navy base and a major commercial port. Large cargo warehousing and logistics centers would also be located there. To the southwest of Yulin Fort, the sloping seaside land from Dadanghai to Luhuidu would be designated as a future resort and sanatorium district. Though the Council of Elders had no intention of developing this area at present, protecting the local vegetation and ecology while preventing industrial and shipping pollution could begin immediately. Though the Dadanghai area contained some hills, they were low, essentially serving as the transportation corridor linking the Yulin base with Sanya City. Building a road or even a railway connecting the two would not prove difficult. Tiandu's role would remain unchanged. In addition to serving as the Mining Bureau's headquarters, it would combine with the Jinjiling Industrial Zone to its west to form Sanya's industrial center. End of chapter. Chapter 797. The Sanya militia Jai Runjai had sacrificed the entire New Year holiday to this plan. To lighten his own burden, he delegated the drafting of planning maps to his apprentices, Jai Yuan and Jai Shu. Under his tutelage, the 2 children had already mastered drafting instruments. As top students who had earned their Grade B diplomas within a single year, their aptitude was exceptional. They absorbed practical skills almost effortlessly. Yet talent cultivated in this manner would ultimately produce nothing more than skilled technicians. They lacked the capacity for independent thought, the vision to grasp the broader picture. They were useful as stopgaps, nothing more. Neither was suited to inherit his mantle. Jai Runjai resolved that once Sanya's construction was on stable footing, he would start fresh, beginning with the fundamentals of mathematics, geography, and physics, then gradually advancing into architecture and urban planning. Time to wrap up. Jai Runjai noticed the sun sinking toward the horizon. A glance at his watch confirmed it was past 4 o'clock. Winter days were short, and lingering in the field after dark meant groping one's way home. Even under a bright moon, the light remained too dim for modern eyes accustomed to street lamps. One misstep into a ditch or down a slope could mean a nasty fall. He led his apprentices homeward, first returning to Tiandu town, where he would catch the small train to Yulin Fort. On the Tiandu town platform, he encountered Zayazhu. Zai wore a combat uniform with a steel helmet on his head, its crown ringed with branches and leaves, not for camouflage but for shade. Even in winter, Sanya's sun remained fierce. Zayazhu stood on the platform backed by a column of laborers in neat formation, clad in rattan safety helmets and work clothes. Despite uniforms stained black with sweat and dust, the workers held their second-generation standard spears with spirited bearing. Today's formation and marching drill was excellent. Zayazhu rested his hand on his command saber. You've trained up your spirit and your courage. You now carry yourselves as militia of the council should. The drill concluded with the militia shouting in unison 3 times, "For the council of elders and the people." Jai Runjai waited until Zayazhu had finished speaking and given the order to dismiss before walking over. Been drilling often lately. Jai Runjai knew that ever since the first batch of slaves had arrived, Zayazhu had been conducting militia training. Zayazhu removed the Type 80 steel helmet from his head. The thing was dead weight, and after wearing it all afternoon his neck ached. He stripped the branches from the helmet's camouflage net and mopped his sweat with a towel before finally catching his breath. Old Wang says we'll have over 10,000 slaves here by year's end. How can we not train the militia fast? A slave uprising, he chuckled darkly, would be more than we could handle. Ever since Quark Qiang's visit, Sanya had officially made its debut before the world. News that a new commercial port existed at the southern tip of Hainan Island would spread quickly. What followed, besides merchant ships hoping to crack open trade with China, might include Chinese and Western pirates, the Spanish authorities in Manila, and both East India companies, all of whom might attack for various reasons. After studying the situation, Zai Yazhu had concluded that the greatest threats were the Spanish authorities and the rival fleets of Zheng Zhilong and Liu Xiang. Of these three, the latter two were more dangerous. If they launched an attack, could the garrison really hold them off with the Navy's 6 sub-100-ton fishery patrol boats and their muzzle-loading rifled guns that fired once every 3 minutes? The 8154, which had been their trump card, had been recalled to Lingao. The army is still more reliable, Zai Yazhu muttered, but even the army was stretched thin. His available ground forces, including the Marine platoon, amounted to no more than 400 men. He was confident he could repel any landing pirates, but once his troops concentrated for battle, they couldn't protect the facilities scattered along the shore. If slaves then seized the opportunity for a mass uprising, Sanya would be reduced to a smoking hellscape. The only solution was an armed militia. For months, Zai Yazhu had been selecting politically reliable, firmly committed labor squads and putting entire units through military rotation training. As Sanya's garrison commander, he had poured his heart into this effort, even foregoing his chance to return to Lingao to stay and train the militia personally. The two of them boarded the train from Tiandu to Yulin Fort together. Though they were elders, the train offered no luxury carriage for them. Their only distinction from workers commuting home was occupying a car by themselves, the same open-topped flatbed car. The workers have good discipline and organization, Zai Yazhu said, unbuttoning his uniform jacket to let the wind blow through. A little training and they'd make excellent soldiers. Too bad we lack weapons. We've got precious few Mini-A rifles here. The militia have to make do with cold steel. Who'd have thought we'd still be drilling Pican shot and practicing Spanish infantry squares? Why not apply to the general staff for some rifles? HMPH. Zai Yazhu snorted, lighting himself a cigarette. Want one? No, thanks. A few Mini-A rifles wouldn't be a problem, but the executive committee won't give us more. Zai Yazhu didn't want to dwell on the subject and turned to gaze at the scenery slowly receding behind them. The last time he'd cabled the general staff on this issue, he'd requested 500 Mini-A rifles for militia training and equipment. The general staff had replied that rifle stocks were limited. Their eventual solution was to ship him 1,000 hand grenades, 100 training grenades, and 200 training rifles. With only formation and bayonet drills, the militia could still be thrown into battle. But when the time came to pick up rifles, militia without shooting practice would only be good for making noise. Zai Yazhu had no choice but to dip into the dispatch battalion's reserve rifles, issuing them in batches so the militia could practice marksmanship. Could it be a manifestation of Director Wen's generational gap theory? Jai Runjai mused. Keeping a technological gap between regulars and militia to ensure the regulars can suppress any militia uprising. Though the theory of maintaining a technological gap between armed forces had never been formally proposed, it had many adherents among the elders, to the point of being treated as gospel. Zai Yazhu finally couldn't contain his frustration. Generation gap, my ass. At least give the militia brown besses. Training with spears, the gap's too damn wide. If the enemy comes, are we supposed to have the militia form a Spanish tercio? Even tercios had harquebusiers for support. We might as well go full Macedonian phalanx. The two disembarked at Yulin Fort. Fang Hui had already returned from inspecting defenses. Per regulations, all elders stationed at remote posts had to take turns on duty, ensuring at least one elder was awake at all times. Today was He Fanghui's shift. Old Zai, He Fanghui waved a telegram in his hand. Tomorrow the Beijing is bringing the bucket elevator and ore dressing equipment. We'll be shipping the first iron ore load any day now. Good heavens, not a single specialist here, and they're sending equipment to install, Jai Runjai exclaimed. None of the three of us knows anything about machinery. There'll be an elder coming with the ship, He Fanghui said. Plus quite a few people. He winked at Zayazhu. The female servants we commissioned the General Affairs Office to draw lots for will be arriving with the ship too. Hell yes, that's great news. Zayazhu had been lucky in the lottery, drawing a grade B, and was especially eager. At least there'll be someone to do laundry, He Fanghui said. Let's throw a drinking party tonight. Drink up everything in the care packages. Too bad there's no girl to do a striptease. A few days earlier, the stationed elders had all learned from private telegrams about the year's end banquet, the wine pools and meat forests, and the cosplay extravaganza. The stranded personnel were green with envy. They didn't much care about the food and drink, but missing the sight of all that bare thigh felt like a genuine loss. You're on duty tonight, Zayazhu reminded him. I'll drink kvass instead, He Fanghui shrugged. Actually, with my alcohol tolerance, I'm just as alert after 8 beers. On the day before New Year's, to compensate the stationed elders who couldn't return to Lingao for the year's end banquet, the General Affairs Office had shipped care packages via Navy transport to every overseas elder. The care packages came in sturdy wooden crates resembling ammunition boxes. Inside were many items preserved by the Planning Commission from the old timeline. 1 tin each of PLA-issue braised beef, luncheon meat, western ham and anchovy. 1 jar each of Sichuan pickles, Korean kimchi, Jinzhou assorted vegetables, and chili sauce produced by the Tiandu food factory. For a festive atmosphere, there were 500 grams of sliced and dried Ningbo New Year's cake, to be boiled or stir-fried at one's pleasure. Beverages included 4 bottles of beer, 2 bottles of rum, and 6 bottles of kvass, packed separately in specialized drink cases before being boxed. Regardless of whether the recipient smoked, everyone received 1 carton of Gold Saint Ship, the highest grade cigarette newly developed by the Monopoly Bureau exclusively for elders, though in truth it tasted no different from the regular variety. Additionally, there was 1 tin each of coffee and tea, 250 grams of white sugar, and 250 grams of assorted fruit candies. By old timeline standards, the contents were pitifully meager, but to the elders, they were delicacies brimming with nostalgia. If instant noodles hadn't been completely exhausted, many elders would have loved a few packets for old time's sake, even though the elders' cafeteria now made yifu noodles flavored with real chicken broth. That evening, Zayazhu ordered the army quartermaster to purchase several sheep from the immigrant villages settled at Eniul and elsewhere. The Tiandu also operated among these villages. After slaughtering the sheep, they improved the troops' rations. The best cuts were set aside for the elders' lamb feast, supplemented with opened care package canned goods. They washed down grilled lamb and seafood with beer, and capped the meal with stir-fried New Year's cake with luncheon meat and spinach to celebrate the just-passed New Year. End of chapter. Chapter 798. The General Machinery Plant. The Manufacturing Directorate's General Machinery Plant stood in the barren industrial zone. Although the Directorate controlled many manufacturing enterprises, the machinery plant was its heart. Most of the mechanical equipment brought from the old timeline, aside from reserves set aside as STC stock, was installed here. Specialized workshops included machining, assembly, metalworking, riveting and welding, forging, heat treatment, casting, electroplating, woodworking, standard parts, bearings, chains, and measuring tools. A full complement of professional facilities. The plant not only manufactured various mechanical equipment, but also mass-produced the standardized components, tools, and measuring instruments common to all industrial sectors. It was the core of the Transmigration Enterprise's industrial system. Beyond these functions, the machinery plant had another vital mission: industrial self-replication, ultimately achieving the goal of enabling the entire industrial system to replicate and upgrade itself without relying on old timeline equipment. In earlier days, the general machinery plant had been nothing more than brick pillars topped with bamboo poles and straw mat roofing in a makeshift shed. As the Lingao regime grew stronger, conditions had improved dramatically. Like the Bapu arsenal, it had gradually become a tightly guarded fortress. Atop a 1-meter-high reinforced concrete foundation rose a 5-meter-high wall of exposed red brick, crowned with dense crenellations and watchtowers. The walls themselves incorporated workshops, warehouses, and offices. 2 round red brick towers flanked a deep, tall gate. On the reinforced concrete lintel above the entrance, red glass fragments spelled out, Manufacturing Directorate Subordinate Baron General Machinery Plant. On the tower walls flanking the gate, cast iron arms with bulging muscles extended outward, gripping iron torches. At night, coal gas flames roared from the torches, illuminating the entire gatehouse. Inside the general machinery plant, the roar of machinery never ceased day or night. Black smoke and white steam billowed constantly. Those holding special passes who were permitted to work and study inside would see, upon entering the gate, a circular plaza with a modern sculpture symbolizing industrial power at its center, though 9 out of 10 natives couldn't make sense of it. Surrounding the plaza were 3-story buildings housing administration and offices. From the plaza, a cinder road wide enough for 4 loaded wagons to pass abreast stretched forward. On either side stood high-roofed factory buildings with wrought iron truss structures and red brick walls. Truss construction was fast and lightweight, the mainstream for modern workshops. Light rail tracks set in concrete roadbeds ran between the buildings. On the east and west sides of the road stood 2 power stations. The steam engine's immense output was transmitted via overhead line shafts to the ceilings of each workshop, then distributed to individual machines through belts and gearboxes. Though the workshops relied on line shaft power, electricity was still available. Each machine tool had its own illumination lamp for workers to use during operations. Along the walls, blue coal gas flames burned day and night behind explosion-proof lamp housings, casting brilliant light. Cast iron water pipes fixed to the walls delivered a constant supply of cooling water to the machine tools that needed it. The workshops were filled with water vapor, coal smoke, machine oil, and the smell of hot steel. The roar of running equipment mingled with the shrill grind of machining and the clang of loading materials. Natives visiting for the first time were invariably awestruck, then humbled by the divine power of industry. The elders' ability to command such power at will inspired profound reverence. The naturalized citizens working here were the elite among naturalized citizens. In a traditional agricultural society, people suited to modern machine work were rare. Those who could work at the machinery plant, even as general laborers, were dexterous and quick-witted natives, almost all under 20 years old, with exceptional learning ability. The working conditions of early industrialization were brutally harsh. Exhaust, noise, vibration, and highly concentrated labor imposed enormous physical strain. To preserve the health of these painstakingly trained industrial workers and ensure they could serve the transmigration enterprise for the long term, not only were workers well compensated, but the factory zone also provided a cafeteria, public baths, a health station, and temporary dormitories. Every effort was made to supply protective equipment, cotton yarn gloves, work clothes, face masks, safety goggles, and ear muffs, all locally produced in Lingao. At the end of the road stood another high wall. The gate flanked by watchtowers was kept closed. Pedestrians used a small side door, only when wagons or rail cars carrying large goods arrived with the main gate open. At such times, armed sentries stood guard, barring any unauthorized personnel from entering. Beyond the heavily guarded gate lay 2 of the Council of Elders, only 4 integrated machining centers, installed in a carefully constructed dedicated workshop. A third was installed in a secret workshop in the Gaoshan Ridge area. The fourth remained sealed in storage. The precision achievable by the integrated machining centers far exceeded the combined capability of all other Lingao equipment. They were used exclusively for making molds and special components requiring high-precision machining. Using the machining centers required signatures from both Zhan Wuya and Wu Du of the Planning Commission. Within the tightly protected machining center compound was also a storehouse under direct Planning Commission jurisdiction. For the convenience of the manufacturing division, the Planning Commission had established a controlled materials warehouse here, storing supplies from the old timeline, special steels of various grades, non-ferrous metals, standard parts, and tools and measuring instruments. Turning left from the machining center gate and passing a row of factory warehouses, one arrived at a vast open area, a testing ground for assembling and testing large equipment, as well as a staging yard for heavy raw materials. Along the base of the compound wall stood a simple overhead crane, surrounded by stacks of steel plates, steel sections, and multiple machine tool beds, all rusted from exposure to wind and rain. To facilitate testing certain large engineering equipment, a set of reinforced concrete pillars had been built in the yard. At present, these pillars supported a newly completed chain bucket elevator. A locally produced locomobile served as temporary power for the equipment. A hand-built slope with rails held a dump car in place. The working principle of the bucket elevator was straightforward. A chain rotated, lifting a series of buckets to a high position, where they automatically tipped over and dumped ore into the hold below. The buckets then descended. Once they reached ground level, workers manually refilled them with ore. The chain and attached buckets operated in a continuous cycle. Though loading was still done by hand, the system achieved continuous loading and unloading, vastly more efficient than dock workers carrying baskets on poles. Simple as the principle was, the hanging chain posed an enormous technical challenge. This was a high-strength round-link load chain. With 34 buckets on the chain, each bearing several tons of iron ore, the demands were extreme, involving materials, heat treatment, and machining from multiple angles. Now the test wooden buckets had all been hung and loaded with sandbags and iron ingots to full working capacity. Zhan Wuya and other key elders from the machinery group watched eagerly. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Zhan Wuya waved to the workers. Everyone stepped back. We're starting. At his order, the workers activated the transmission. The locomobile transmitted power through the gearbox, and the winch began to turn. The chain tightened. A row of buckets swayed and began to rise, climbing higher and higher with a rumbling sound until they reached about 2/3 of the height. Zhan Wuya, Jiang Hongjun, Liang Xin, Sun Li, and all the other machinery sector elders and workers present watched intently. As the buckets wobbled higher, their spirits rose with them. Though the chain was small, it was indispensable for industrial equipment. Current Lingao-produced hanging chains fell short in both load capacity and durability. This time, major improvements had been made to both materials and machining methods. Success would solve a major industrial bottleneck. As everyone watched, there came a sudden crack. The chain had snapped. "Oh no!" they cried. With a tremendous crash, the buckets plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and smashing into a heap. Sun Li touched his safety helmet. "Load capacity is still insufficient. We need to do a metallographic analysis," Zhan Wuya said. "See whether it's a materials problem or a machining problem." They carried the chain back and laid it in the forging shop. The General Machinery Plant's forging shop was comparable in scale to the arsenal, though the large steam hammer had been built after D-Day. "Let's meet tonight for the analysis," Zhan Wuya said to the disappointed machinery sector elders. "Anyone have plans for bedroom activities with their female servants tonight? If so, you can skip it." Several laughed. Sun Li said, "The servant's always there. Use her sooner or later, it's all the same. I'll definitely be here." The others confirmed they would come as well. The machinery plant had the highest concentration of elders. Many machine operators were elders themselves, especially on lathes, fitters' benches, and the integrated machining centers, where tradesman-origin elders still formed the backbone. They not only operated equipment but also taught apprentices. Their work was extremely demanding. Many had been living at the plant since its founding, and a number still slept in their offices. For many, work was their recreation. Zhan Wuya also lived at the plant. His attachment to the general machinery plant ran especially deep. Its foundation had been the small machine processing shop he'd once run in the Guangzhou suburbs. He still slept in a factory dormitory room, just as he had back when he was a small-time factory owner. End of chapter. Chapter 799. The bucket elevator for security reasons. The elders' dormitories were located within the integrated machining center compound. Moreover, the machining center equipment still hadn't been touched by any naturalized worker. Operating it required at least a high school-level foundation in mathematics from the old timeline. Grade B diploma holders were the most qualified workers available, and they simply couldn't manage it. Zhan Wuya's dormitory was a suite, a small bedroom inside and an outer room that served as a combination living room and workspace, though it functioned more as a conference room. The plant's elders frequently gathered here to discuss technical issues. In the center stood a large 8 immortals table surrounded by rattan chairs and long benches. Against one wall was a fitter's workbench with a bench vise mounted on it, and beside it a locked tool cabinet containing his personal tools. After the 6 o'clock whistle blew, Zhan Wuya first inspected the fire safety and security situation at the machining center workshop and controlled materials warehouse, confirming that the power had been cut and all doors and windows were locked. This was daily routine. As manufacturing director and general machinery plant chief, he held the keys to both facilities and was directly responsible. Zhan Wuya knew the risk of armed destruction here was minimal. The real fear was accidents, especially fire. Once everything was in order, he instructed his female apprentice to buy late-night snacks and drinks from the elders' cafeteria for the evening's continued work session. His female apprentice was actually his female servant. Zhan Wuya figured that since he lived at the plant long-term, keeping a servant at home was pointless. Better to have her stay and work as an apprentice. She wasn't cut out for fitter work, but she could manage a lathe. While waiting for the others to arrive, Zhan Wuya brought several damaged chain links from the workshop to the workbench in the outer room. He switched on the work lamp and examined the broken sections carefully, then studied them for some time with a magnifying glass. He came from a heat treatment background. Though he didn't understand metallography, years of accumulated experience had given him some insight. After studying the fracture for several minutes, his sense was that the problem lay in how the material bore stress. Before long, everyone had arrived. They examined the fractured links from every angle, discussing how to increase the chain's strength. This time, the general machinery plant had been determined to crack the industrial chain problem. Zhan Wuya had personally handled the heat treatment. A large heat treatment furnace had been specially built for this project. The steel from the metallurgical industry department was the best the steelworks could produce. But the results were still unsatisfactory. Everyone gathered around the pile of chains, examining them from every angle, occasionally commenting. Liang Xin measured each link with vernier calipers, jotting data on a sheet of paper. Sun Li inspected the chains link by link for any defects. Each person was busy analyzing the chains from their own perspective. Until they'd formed a view, there would be no discussion. Hypotheses needed physical evidence. Zhan Wuya's female apprentice kept their tea topped up and occasionally helped light cigarettes or empty the overflowing ashtray. By midnight, they had finally reached a unified technical conclusion: uneven stress distribution on the chain. The main cause was manufacturing process issues. The general machinery plant's chain manufacturing process involved forging blanks first, then annealing to relieve stress, followed by machining, normalizing and tempering, surface treatment, and finally assembly. I just measured many links, Liang Xin said. The tolerances aren't ideal. Some are as large as plus or minus 0.7 mm, averaging around plus or minus 0.5 mm. The dimensional error is too high. According to GB standards, the allowable tolerance for links this size shouldn't exceed plus or minus 0.4 mm. This shows that the residual stress from machining is more severe than we thought. He continued, small tolerance deviations accumulate, causing certain links to bear concentrated stress and eventually snap. Sun Li said, I think we should machine first, then do heat treatment. Even if it wears down some tools, it's worth it. After all, eventually we'll solve the tool problem. They're not one-time consumables that are gone forever once used up. Also, forging should be done at the arsenal. Their forging press is bigger than ours. For high-strength industrial chain, the more forging tonnage the better. Solving the ultra-hard tool manufacturing problem won't happen anytime soon. I'm not sure we can manage it before the end of the first 5-year plan, Zhan Wuya said with a frown. Ultra-hard tools required alloy steels, especially tungsten, cobalt, tantalum, and niobium, rare metals whose sources were still unknown. And alloy steel tools demanded high metallurgical and machining capabilities. The machinery industry department relied entirely on old timeline stockpiles for their ultra-hard cutting tools. Lingao-made carbon steel tools were used only in less demanding work. After much deliberation, Zhan Wuya said, that's definitely a factor, but relying entirely on good tools for the lathe won't work. Making chains isn't a one-time job. Until we have verified mass production of qualified ultra-hard tools, I can't rest easy consuming them recklessly. I think we should focus on 3 aspects: tolerance control, forging, and heat treatment. Do another heat treatment after machining to relieve stress. The discussion of specific processes and solutions continued until dawn. After eating their late-night meal, everyone dispersed. The next morning, chain production resumed. After the chain blanks were completed, they were transported to the Bapu arsenal for forging on its large press, the heaviest tonnage forging machine the Transmigration Enterprise possessed. All of the Enterprise's large equipment, heavy artillery, and ship keels were forged there. After forging, the chains were returned to the plant and annealed in the heat treatment furnace, then machined. But after machining, they underwent another tempering treatment to relieve the stresses introduced during processing. Then they were normalized and surface treated. Finally, threads were cut and the links were assembled into seamless chain loops. Take it for testing, Zhan Wuya said, looking at the finished section of chain. Do a tensile test. I'll supervise, Sun Li said. Good, be strict. This is our own concern, we're not fooling a customer. Of course, Sun Li nodded. Let's go to the testing ground. Several naturalized technicians who had been observing and learning alongside them answered with a shout, hoisted the chain, and headed out. The female apprentice handed Zhan Wuya a large enamel mug of tea and a towel. He drained most of the mug in one gulp and wiped his sweat. He told the apprentice to bring everyone a few bottles of salted soda water and 2 packs of cigarettes. Several elders squatted outside the heat treatment workshop, smoking. No smoking inside the workshop was a rule Zhan Wuya had set. The female apprentice quickly brought over some small stools. Though the naturalized workers had done most of the hands-on work, the elders had supervised and guided nearly every step, working around the clock for 2 days and nights. Their eyes were all bloodshot. Before long, Sun Li returned, beaming. Holy cow, success! Everyone sprang to their feet. Zhan Wuya was so excited he asked again, how did the test go? We did a tensile test based on the bucket elevator's actual operating conditions, passed completely. It didn't break until we loaded it to 120%, Sun Li said. I think we can proceed immediately with a full machine test. Excellent. Once this test passes, compile the process manual right away and start mass production, Zhan Wuya said excitedly. Mining chain was urgently needed. Almost every large-scale mining project required it. With the foundation for producing high-strength mining chain, they'd essentially solved the chain problem for many industrial applications. After the second test succeeded, the general machinery plant made further improvements to the bucket elevator. First, they added a ratchet mechanism as an anti-reverse device. The bucket elevator's greatest vulnerability was power interruption. During lifting, one side held buckets full of material going up, while the other held empty buckets going down. If power was cut, gravity would inevitably cause reverse rotation. Material would be dumped back to the bottom of the elevator until it piled up and jammed. Since reversal was an accelerating motion, it could easily tear off buckets and damage equipment. Modern bucket elevators were all enclosed to reduce dust dispersal during loading and unloading. To save materials, the machinery plant had initially omitted the outer casing from the elevator design. But during testing, everyone agreed it should be installed after all. An iron sheet casing used minimal materials but dramatically reduced dust pollution. Industrial dust caused occupational diseases that contemporary Lingao medicine was helpless against. Besides, iron ore dust was still iron ore, accumulating little by little. It could be sintered and smelted just the same. But enclosing the machine introduced new problems. During trial runs, they discovered that sealing caused difficulty loading and unloading the buckets. They wouldn't fill properly or empty completely. They rushed back to the technical archives to find the design drawings. Comparing them revealed that the sheet metal workshop foreman, a certain elder, had cut corners by omitting the suction and ventilation openings at the elevator's head and base. The sealed casing had been expertly made and effectively sealed, but it created a pressure differential during loading and unloading, resulting in negative pressure inside the enclosure and causing blockages. The ventilation opening equalized pressure inside with outside, while the suction opening drew air to prevent dust from escaping through the vent, reducing waste and keeping the environment clean. "This is a lesson, comrades, a profound lesson," Zhan Wuya said. He couldn't openly reprimand an elder but still couldn't resist calling out this case at the work meeting. Every design feature in industrial equipment, every process method, is the direct embodiment of years of accumulated experience and lessons in industrial society. It's not something anyone can just change on a whim. This kind of careless attitude can lead to serious accidents in industrial production. End of chapter. Chapter 800. New plans. Those elders and laborers waiting at the Eniul dock in Sanya, watching the Daijing ease toward shore as they prepared to install equipment, of course knew nothing of the complex history behind the cargo wrapped in straw matting and oilcloth on deck. The elders had grown accustomed to miracles from the industrial sector. As for the naturalized workers, it was taken for granted. Was there anything the elders couldn't accomplish? In addition to the elders preparing to install equipment, the Daijing had brought back Wang Liubin and others returning from Lingao after debriefings and the new year. The elders who had finished their holiday leave were all glowing with health. Those originally stationed at Sanya had brought their purchased female servants along, and even the perpetually worried Zhu Tianmin had returned with a servant, quite attractive at that. His long-standing concerns about his son had finally been thoroughly resolved. Fang Xiadi had established a special class for elder children, gathering the handful of little elders together. The boarding system not only freed the parents from distraction, but also provided collectivist education, ensuring the next generation wouldn't turn into wastrels. Li Haiping had returned too, though not on the Daijing, but aboard 6 single-masted lateen-sail patrol boats newly assigned to reinforce the Sanya detachment. The fleet of 6 fishery patrol boats had indeed been somewhat reassuring. "Engineer Wang, I hear the year's end banquet was quite a success," Fang Hui said with a sarcastic smile at the dock. "Indeed, Fang Fei is very capable, and Zheng Shangji really knows how to put on a show." Wang Liubin's face lit up, as if still savoring that evening's extravaganza. "But let's not talk about that now. The servants know the equipment is all here. We should push to ship the first load of iron ore as soon as possible." I noticed the servants arrived, Ziyazhu laughed heartily. I'll push to fire the first shot tonight. Everyone laughed. He Fang you, I said, speaking of women, I've almost forgotten the taste of meat. Got to have a feast sometime. Sometime, carry out the execution tonight. Ziyazhu slashed his hand downward. The female servants, dressed in ordinary laborer work clothes, wearing broad-brimmed straw hats and carrying rattan suitcases with canvas bags slung over their shoulders, looked at the group of elders speaking in a strange tongue with confusion. After several days tossed about at sea, they were all listless. Beside the female servants were stacks of crates and bundles of various sizes, marked in black ink. Sanya Special Supply General Affairs Office. These are all daily necessities prepared for everyone by the General Affairs Office. The General Affairs Office truly our dear friends. He Fang Hui coughed. Iron ore is no problem, it's all stacked in the yard. As soon as the loading equipment is installed, we can start shipping. Will the Beijing handle transport? The Beijing will take the first load, Wang Liubin said, but unloading will take a few days and installing the equipment at least a week. He calculated back and forth. Even the fastest estimate for filling the Beijing's holds was early February. 2 sets of mining equipment had arrived, 1 bucket elevator and 1 ore dressing setup. Tiandu iron ore was one of China's rare high-grade deposits, but it still contained lower-grade ore, associated minerals, and valueless gangue brought up during extraction. Dressing the ore before shipping would significantly reduce the demand on shipping tonnage. The party took a small motorboat across Dadanghai to Yulin Fort. Wang Liubin ordered the female servants to be temporarily housed in the labor camp outside Yulin Fort, living alongside the female medics and clerks. That day's iron ore shipping work conference at Yulin Fort was lively indeed. Everyone engaged in deep, wide-ranging discussions on ore shipping, equipment installation, and servant assignment. The meeting unified thinking, clarified goals, and unanimously agreed to make these 3 tasks the top priority for Sanya district in the first quarter of 1631. Equipment installation would naturally be the responsibility of Zhao Gui, the engineer dispatched by the general machinery plant. Jai Runjai would assist with construction. Ore shipping remained under Zhuo Tianmin, currently serving as acting director of the Tiandu Mining Bureau. As for servant assignment, Jai Runjai was given full authority. The Planning Commission also has proposals for immigrant colonization and industrial upgrading. Wang Liubin cleared his throat. Both are long-term plans, not urgent, but we need to start laying groundwork now. The Planning Commission had decided that in the second phase of Operation Giant, the third quarter of 1631, 15,000 people would be brought in from the mainland in batches. A small portion would come from other counties in Hainan. Most would be refugees from the mainland, brought in to build up Sanya district's population base for agricultural and industrial development. Such an influx would require massive infrastructure, housing, water supply and drainage, and roads. It would also involve providing the suddenly enlarged population with sufficient food, fuel, and health services. Some of this will depend on supplies from Lingao. Some must be produced locally. Building materials production and training construction workers are especially important, Wang Liubin said. Zhuo Tianmin expressed concern. Bricks and tiles are easy. As long as we have enough coal, we can make do by building Hoffman kilns even if Lingao can't supply chains and pulleys. But cement and timber require specialized equipment. Cement supply needed cement kilns. Timber needed dedicated treatment plants and drying kilns. All of this required Lingao to manufacture specialized equipment and dispatch technicians. The small repair shop and handful of elders in Sanya alone couldn't manage it. Wang Liubin said, these projects are all included in the Planning Commission's proposals, and they're scheduled to be completed within 1631 in preparation for Sanya's industrial upgrade in 1632. He Fang Hui asked, what industrial upgrade? Chemicals, Wang Liubin answered briefly. Specifically, salt chemical industry. Yingzhihai near Sanya was one of Asia's best salt-drying sites. In the old timeline, it was Hainan's largest salt field and the largest sea salt production site in southern China. The seawater there reached a Baume reading of 3.5 degrees, one of the saltiest sea areas in the world, second only to the Red Sea. Salt-making conditions were excellent. In the old timeline, annual production could reach 270,000 tons, with room for expansion. Massive amounts of sea salt were a fundamental raw material for the chemical industry. Building a salt chemical enterprise in Sanya was highly convenient. Moreover, Sanya's geography provided excellent conditions for future petrochemical development. High-quality crude oil from Southeast Asia could be processed locally. Incredible! Everyone was stunned. They had thought their current achievement, developing Tiandu iron mine and building from nothing on virgin jungle and barren beaches, was impressive enough. Now they learned even greater projects lay ahead. Our enterprise truly has no end in sight, Jai Runjai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. As a devotee of large-scale and mega construction, he was naturally drawn to big projects. Fenghui, however, was worried. I don't know anything about chemicals, but chemical plants have all those pipes, valves, and tanks of every size. Can the general machinery plant handle it? That depends on how fast you can ship out iron ore, Xiao Gui said. At the end of the day, industry needs enough steel. With steel, you can make anything. All right, we'll do everything we can. Now that the servants had arrived, naturally the elders couldn't keep sleeping on bunk beds in the barracks. Even without luxury villas, they deserved at least a hint of home in their personal quarters. Jai Runjai had long wanted to move out of the barrack-style dormitory at Yulin Fort and build a seaside cottage, not just for enjoyment, but to practice his construction skills. Now that women had arrived, he had a legitimate excuse. He promptly proposed a motion at the Sanya District Military Committee's work meeting to build seaside cottages for the elders, unanimously passed. Jai Runjai had all the architectural reference materials on hand, and with Fenghui, a Sanya native, to advise, he quickly selected a small bay near Yulin Fort along Dadanghai. The scenery was beautiful, and the terrain was easy to guard. Jai Runjai immediately decided to build cottages there. Over 3 or 4 days, he built 7 seaside cabins on the shallows. Wooden walkways connected the cabins. These cabins were common at seaside resorts in the old timeline, elevated stilted structures with wooden frames and thatched roofs. The Lingao version didn't even have wooden walls, just wooden frames with straw matting attached, sufficient to block wind, rain, and prying eyes. Once finished, they looked quite presentable, with an eco-harmony vibe. Each cabin had a veranda. Jai Runjai added a few potted tropical plants for decoration. With rattan chairs on the verandas, one could watch the scenery with feet dangling over the water flowing below, cuddling a servant while sipping wine. The elders who came to inspect were full of praise. Those visiting only on assignment couldn't help feeling envious. Lingao had no such beautiful seaside scenery. They won't survive typhoons, though, Jai Runjai said. We'll have to move everything out before typhoon season. As for electricity, Wang Liubin cut him off. No power, we don't need people calling us wasteful. Fenghui nodded vigorously. With scenery this beautiful, who needs electricity? A lantern for light is fine. We can fish too. That evening, the elders moved into the seaside cabins, all except Zai Yazhu and Li Haiping. As garrison commanders, regulations required them to live in the barracks. They could only enjoy the cabins on their days off. The servants were all assigned work. The elders weren't comfortable letting their women stay alone at home. Zai Yazhu used his authority as garrison commander to enroll his own and Li Haiping's servants in the military, giving them military registration as official orderlies who could legitimately be stationed in their quarters. Other elder servants became leadership secretaries and clerks. Hippo, however, hadn't purchased a servant through the General Affairs Office. He had already gotten his hands on Guo Fu. End of chapter. Chapter 801. Guo Fu. Among all the nurses and trainee doctors at the Sanya Health Station, Guo Fu was Hippo's primary protege. This was partly because Hippo had ulterior motives, but she also stood head and shoulders above all the naturalized medical personnel in Sanya, both in professional skill and in her credentials as a first cohort nursing graduate. Hippo frequently brought her along to assist in outpatient consultations and had her serve as his surgical assistant. Such frequent interaction built rapport and intimacy. Their relationship developed quickly, and Guo Fu's respect and admiration for Dr. Hippo grew with each passing day. Sanya had its own basic operating room, capable of performing simple surgical procedures. Appendectomies and the like posed no problem. More complex surgeries could also be done, but the facility lacked certain essential examination and surgical support equipment, and Guo Fu was not a qualified anesthesiologist. Yet the surgical caseload was heavy. The population base and working conditions guaranteed that. Under this intense practical training, Guo Fu's skills improved rapidly. Her memory was excellent. She memorized medical texts far more easily than Hippo, who as a medical student had once suffered terribly under that burden. Studying modern, no Australian medicine means memorizing books first. Endless memorization, Hippo said after a private tutoring session, handing her an assignment. Memorize this book. Guo Fu had never known that becoming a doctor meant facing so many books, and every one of them a thick tome. She silently accepted it and flipped through. It was full of terms she didn't understand at all. A look of difficulty crossed her face. I don't understand it. That's why I'm telling you to memorize it. Once you've got it in your head, I'll teach you. Guo Fu nodded. She was filled with reverence for this elder doctor's medical skills. I'll memorize it. 1 section per day. Come recite it to me every morning, Hippo said sternly. No recitation, no breakfast. Yes, teacher. Guo Fu's cheeks grew warm. Teacher Hippo's threat somehow carried a sweet sensation. That morning, Guo Fu woke early. Naturalized citizens all shared this habit. Even though she'd been on duty until midnight the night before, she was still up at 6 o'clock sharp. Medical staff in Sanya worked 3 shifts, morning, afternoon, and night. Night shifts had minimal staffing. Most people worked the 7:00:17:00 morning shift or the 17:00:24:00 evening shift. Hippo's working hours were entirely self-determined. In practice, he was essentially on call around the clock. Consequently, Guo Fu's hours were long too. She not only saw patients and assisted with surgeries alongside Hippo, but also made rounds in the inpatient ward and taught nursing fundamentals to the junior staff. Every waking moment was devoted to work. Since becoming a nurse, Guo Fu had formed the habit of bathing twice daily, morning and evening. The health station had its own shower facility, with hot water continuously supplied by the station's dedicated boiler, exclusively for medical personnel. Guo Fu looked down on the female medics from the short-term training courses. They all held Grade C diplomas. Most were clumsy and fumbling. Even after repeated lessons in basic nursing, they still made mistakes. Their sense of cleanliness and hygiene was poor. It had to be emphasized again and again. Carrying a basket of fresh clothes, she entered the bathhouse. The changing room was empty. The dim light of early dawn filtered through the small ventilation windows near the ceiling. The night shift nurses hadn't yet clocked out, and the morning shift hadn't arrived. It was the quietest time of day. Wooden shelves lined the walls, hung with numbered bamboo tags. At shift change and during training sessions, the shelves would be packed with clothing baskets. The female medics assigned to labor squads also used these facilities. Guo Fu placed her basket on the shelf and hung a bamboo tag around her neck. At the entrance to the shower room was a basket filled with Gleditsia bean pods, shipped from Changhua. They were currently the main substitute for household soap. Bamboo partitions divided the shower stalls, though these were purely for hygiene rather than modesty. Hot water was abundant in the early morning, with few people using facilities at this hour. She enjoyed a long, leisurely shower. Afterward, she took a mirror from her basket, barely larger than her palm, and hung it on a hook in the changing room. There was a full-length dressing mirror mounted on the changing room wall, large enough to reflect her whole body. Guo Fu's own mirror was small, but it was an export-grade product in an exquisite tortoiseshell frame, and far clearer than the large wall mirror. Of course, Hippo had purchased it at factory price, infinitely cheaper than what it would cost in Guangzhou. This was a gift Hippo had given her a few days ago, ostensibly as a reward for her teaching nursing to the medics. But Guo Fu's maiden heart knew that wasn't the real reason. Just as when she failed to recite a section, Teacher Hippo would gently tap her head with the book. "I know, teacher," Guo Fu murmured, staring at the innocent-looking girl in the mirror, stroking her own cheek as though speaking to herself, or perhaps conversing with her reflection. "But is this really all right?" She gazed dreamily at her reflection. Bobbed hair at ear level, a sleeveless short chemise in the Australian style exposing her delicate collarbones. She couldn't help but touch them lightly. A flush crept across her face. To be loved by Teacher Hippo, whom she had always revered and admired, that was happiness. And yet, as a pure and innocent maiden, Guo Fu struggled to resist Hippo's masculine charm, like a lamb trembling under the wolf's kiss. What would her respected Teacher Hippo do to her? Even her earlobes flushed red. The steam whistle jolted her from her reverie. She touched her hot face and quickly took down the mirror, as if to hide something, then hurriedly dressed. The health department's nurse uniform was a standard short-sleeved blue-fitted dress with a cape-style shawl for winter. The style was simple and elegant. Paired with the iconic nurse's cap, it was the elder's favorite fantasy outfit. Guo Fu's cap bore a single horizontal stripe, marking her as a head nurse. This was the ranking system the health department had established for nurses: 1 horizontal stripe for head nurse, 2 for section head nurse, 3 for nursing department director. Diagonal stripes on the cap indicated technical rank: 1 for staff nurse, 2 for senior nurse, 3 for deputy chief nurse, and 4 for chief nurse. This was no time for idle daydreaming, Guo Fu told herself. Morning rounds were coming up, then class. She didn't know what new material Teacher Hippo would teach today. After a short break, it would be time for outpatient training. Once dressed, she carefully pinned the nurse's cap to her hair with hairpins. Guo Fu examined herself in the dressing mirror. The girl inside was still breathing heavily, the flush that had spread to her ears not yet faded. She covered her face with her hands. After waiting quietly for a few more minutes, she left the bathhouse. The Sanya health station was classified as a Level 3 facility. According to the medical institution classification system devised by Shunlongs, any facility staffed with 1 elder doctor was automatically Level 3. Those with locally trained naturalized doctors and nurses qualified as Level 2. The lowest Level 1 facilities were those run jointly with Runchitang, relying mainly on traditional Chinese medicine. The health department merely provided some pharmaceutical support. In scale, it ranked second only to the General Hospital and the Maao Army General Hospital. Li Haiping, wanting to boost the Navy's prestige, had unilaterally hung a plain wooden sign reading Sanya Navy General Hospital next to the health station's official sign. In reality, like the Army General Hospital, this facility had nothing to do with the military. It was entirely under the health department's jurisdiction. The medical and epidemic prevention workload was heavy. Though malaria had been effectively controlled, work-related injuries remained frequent. Hippo performed 2 or 3 surgeries per week. Minor surgical procedures like wound debridement and suturing happened almost daily. Excellent training for a nurse's surgical skills. Guo Fu's suturing technique had now reached a level where she could demonstrate and lecture to juniors and medics. Hippo hadn't appeared yet. Guo Fu knew the elders habitually took midday naps. Health department elders with their irregular schedules would sleep in through the morning as long as there were no emergencies, consultations, or rounds. Today the inpatient ward had few patients, and none requiring priority attention. Guo Fu could handle rounds herself, checking temperatures and the like. The night shift nurse in the ward was named Bai Jai, a third cohort student from Fang Xiaoti's nursing program. Third cohort nurses hadn't actually graduated yet. Their time in Sanya counted as internship, and they had to attend classes and training after their shifts. In Sanya, medical personnel had no leisure time. All free hours were devoted to study, classes or self-study, meaning memorization. Seeing Guo Fu enter the inpatient ward, Bai Jai, bleary-eyed after an all-night shift, hurried to stand and greet her. Sister Guo. Bai Jai was actually much older than Guo Fu, already in her 20s, but she was a junior. Here at the Sanya health station, Guo Fu was both her teacher and her superior. And the health department, apart from the military, had the clearest hierarchy among all naturalized citizen departments. Any incidents? No emergencies, Bai Jai said. Everything normal. Guo Fu reviewed the shift log, then rechecked the patrol records at each bedside. Bai Jai had been very thorough. Though her handwriting was uneven, it was clearly written with care. While she was busy with this, the bell in the inpatient duty room suddenly began to ring, the signal for an emergency at outpatient, urgently summoning a doctor. She immediately set down her clipboard. I'll go check. An early morning emergency was rare. Few departments in Sanya worked night shifts, so work injuries at dawn were uncommon. She encountered two sturdy male orderlies in the corridor, running toward her with a stretcher. From their jogging pace, the patient clearly needed urgent medical attention. Behind the stretcher trailed 7 or 8 workers, half running to keep up. Several of them looked unwell, as if they too might need treatment. Food poisoning. The term flashed through her mind first. End of chapter. Chapter 802, Poisonous Mushrooms. The stretcher was carried into the emergency room. As it reached her, Guo Fu asked, "What happened?" Everyone in Sanya knew this second-in-command at the health station, the elite among female nurses. An orderly who had accompanied the patient answered quickly, "Food poisoning." "What did he eat?" Guo Fu waved her hand. "Quick, get him on table 1. "Mushrooms," an orderly said. Poisonous mushroom poisoning, Guo Fu thought. This was the most common type of food poisoning here. No matter how many hygiene education sessions they held for the workers, no matter how many deaths had preceded them, mushrooms in the mountains remained an irresistible temptation. People kept picking and eating them. "Did you bring a sample?" "Yes, here." The orderly opened a worker's lunchbox containing cooked mushroom fragments, a grayish pile. She pointed at several workers behind her who looked unwell. "They ate some too, but their symptoms aren't severe, just weakness and stomach pain." "Stomach pain, diarrhea, vomiting." "Yes," the orderly was panicking. "They ate them last night. I don't know when they were picked." Her face had gone pale with fear. "I really didn't see them." She had witnessed fatal cases of mushroom poisoning and knew the serious consequences. Most critically, if a major negligent death occurred in her assigned squad, she would certainly be sent back to Lingao for a study session at the health department. Among naturalized citizens and natives, study sessions now ranked just below labor reform camps in their imaginations. "Don't panic." Guo Fu calmed her while instructing the on-duty nurse. "Quick, go get Dr. Hippo, and call every on-duty nurse who's free." Guo Fu had the symptomatic but less serious patients sit on benches along the wall while she attended to the critical patient on the examination table. The patient's work clothes were soiled with vomit, and his trousers showed traces of watery stool, giving off a foul odor. "Quick, help him undress." Guo Fu wiped her hands with alcohol while ordering the third cohort nurse. The female orderly who had brought the patient, terrified of being implicated if things went wrong, quickly volunteered. "I'll do it." "Fine, scissors are in drawer 5. As she spoke, Guo Fu opened the lunch box the orderly had brought. She poured the mushroom fragments onto an enamel tray and picked through them with tweezers. The health department had printed a lithographed field guide to common poisonous animals and plants of Hainan Island, complete with line drawings and detailed descriptions of form and color. Since Lingao's printing industry couldn't yet do large-scale color photo printing, and it was both a required training text and a reference book at all medical facilities. Guo Fu had studied this book intensively, but the cooked and chopped mushrooms had lost their original form and color. She could only tentatively conclude they were probably boletus. How much did he eat? Guo Fu asked. They said there was originally a whole lunch box full, the female orderly said. The others didn't eat much. This man worked the middle shift and then 3 extra hours, missing night snack time. When he got back to the dormitory and saw cooked mushrooms, he ate a lot of what was left, maybe half. When did you discover him? Just now. The female orderly was terrified. I went to the squad dormitory for a hygiene inspection and they carried him out saying he'd fainted. I really didn't know they were secretly cooking mushrooms in the dormitory. She began to cry. This is going to ruin me. Stop crying. Guo Fu cut her off. How long has he been unconscious? About an hour now. Guo Fu calculated in her head. The middle shift ended at midnight. This man had probably eaten the mushrooms around 3 in the morning. Now the 7 o'clock whistle had just sounded. According to the medical texts, boletus had an incubation period of 10 minutes to 2 hours. Given that his symptoms hadn't appeared until around 6, the incubation period had been about 3 hours, which suggested it wasn't boletus after all. But the book also mentioned that in rare cases, incubation could last up to 6 hours. This left her uncertain. Do you have a fresh sample? She asked, not expecting much. No, after I discovered the poisoning, I searched their dormitory. She lifted the patient's eyelid and shone a penlight into his eye. His eyeball moved responsively and he let out a groan. What's his name? Jiang Dashan. Guo Fu leaned close to the patient's ear and spoke directly. Jiang Dashan, can you hear me? Jiang Dashan. His pupils slowly shifted toward her and he gave a faint nod. What's your name? Jiang. Shan. His responsiveness was proof that his nervous system hadn't been damaged. This appeared to be gastrointestinal-type mushroom poisoning, the mildest form. However, some mushroom poisonings that presented with gastrointestinal symptoms could be accompanied by organ damage. But such cases typically had incubation periods of over 10 hours, and both vomiting and diarrhea were less severe. She believed her diagnosis was correct. She gave instructions to the on-duty nurse, Shijime, prepare a tube, saline solution, and suction, Guo Fu ordered. Then she added, for those by the wall, give them emetics. The stomach took about 4 to 6 hours to empty. Protein-rich foods like mushrooms stayed longer. Gastric lavage should still be effective. As for the others, inducing vomiting was probably too late, but might still help somewhat. Their symptoms weren't severe anyway. With the addition of laxatives, they should be fine. Right away, Shijime moved quickly to fetch the medications and instruments. She was the standout of the 3rd cohort, as evidenced by the fact that she'd been given Dr. Shi's surname. Shijime was not only diligent and quick to learn, but her physique and appearance scored 175 points on the General Affairs Office Female Servant Comprehensive Evaluation Standard, 1630 edition, grade A level. After they vomit, give them magnesium sulfate, Guo Fu called after her. Magnesium sulfate heptahydrate was a chemical compound used medically as a decongestant, vasodilator, and laxative. Lingao produced its magnesium sulfate at the bittern processing plant at Maao Salt Field. Guo Fu was using it primarily as a laxative to speed the patient's bowel evacuation. Got it. And intravenous fluids to correct dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. Shijime's deliberately raised voice came from the other end of the corridor. Guo Fu nodded resignedly. Right, fluids too. Though she and Shijime were about the same age, Guo Fu's years of hardship had made her far more mature. With the instruments ready, Guo Fu pried open the patient's mouth, inserted a gag, and skillfully threaded a tube down his throat into his stomach. A nurse handed her a glass jar filled with saline solution. She poured part of the saline into the funnel at the top of the tube. After pouring half, she waited for the solution to flow into the stomach, then took a suction tube and squeezed the extracted liquid into a basin, continuing to flush out mushroom residue. On the 3rd suction, she found grayish food fragments. She repeated the process, gradually washing out the food residue, and sensed the patient was out of danger. 0. 5 ml atropine, subcutaneous injection every 6 hours. IV of 5% glucose solution and normal saline. The atropine injection was to relieve abdominal pain and diarrhea. Shijime administered the atropine, then quickly inserted an IV needle to deliver saline and glucose, preventing dehydration and correcting electrolyte balance. Meanwhile, Guo Fu monitored the patient's heart rate, pulse, and breath sounds. Once she felt the patient had regained some strength, Guo Fu helped him sit up. 100 grams activated charcoal, mixed with water for oral administration. Jiang Dashan then drank a cup of activated charcoal. He didn't want to drink the strange black liquid and cough some up, but was forced to swallow it anyway. The charcoal not only prevented toxins from entering the body, but also absorbed some already present in the system. Guo Fu then rechecked his blood pressure, pulse, and respiration, and tested his vision and reflexes. She kept talking to him, confirming that all his neural responses were normal, even though his answers were faint and weak. Then she turned to the less severe patients. After induced vomiting and laxatives, they were all wrung out and collapsed on their beds, unable to speak. Shijime had already distributed oral glucose saline solution, per orders to replenish fluids and restore electrolyte balance. Shinaoran had instructed at a health department meeting that unless absolutely necessary, IV treatment should be avoided, not only to conserve supplies, but also to avoid the many risks associated with infusions. With everything on track, Guo Fu sat down to write up the medical records. The female orderly nervously sidled up to the desk. "Is he going to be all right? He should be fine now." Guo Fu continued writing with her dip pen. "But I'll need to file a report on this." The female orderly's voice was almost pleading. "Please put in a good word for me with Dr. Hippo. I don't want to be sent back to Lingao for a study session." "No one died, so it's not a major negligent death incident," Guo Fu reassured her. "And they secretly cooked and ate mushrooms on their own. They bear responsibility too. Your share of the blame is minimal." "Thank you, thank you." The female orderly nearly dropped to her knees in gratitude, though under the Lingao system that was forbidden. Her fear was not groundless. A medic's salary was far higher than an ordinary laborer's, and once sent to a study session, there'd be months without personal freedom and only a meager living allowance. For many worker families, this was a devastating blow. End of chapter. Chapter 803. Pushed down. Guo Fu saw off the female orderly, then sat down to write sick leave notes for each patient, stamping them with the health station's seal. While she was busy at this, she looked up and suddenly noticed Hippo standing in the doorway of the emergency room. "Teacher Hippo," she stood up in a fluster. Hippo gently made a quiet gesture with his finger. He said softly, "I saw everything. You did very well." "Thank you, teacher," she said shyly. "How is the situation so far?" She briefly summarized the case history, her diagnosis, and the treatment administered. Hippo nodded. "Send the mushroom fragments to the lab for analysis later. Get someone from the Tiandu to come take a look. They have extensive experience with fungi." "Yes, teacher. Your judgment today was very decisive," Hippo said approvingly. "Being a doctor requires not just the ability to handle emergencies, but also the courage to make quick decisions, especially in moments when a patient's life hangs in the balance. The slightest hesitation can cause fatal delays." He continued, "But decisiveness must be built on a solid foundation of medical knowledge. Otherwise, it's just recklessness with human life. Your grasp of knowledge is solid and your treatment was decisive. You'll make an excellent doctor someday." "Thank you for your kind words, teacher," Guo Fu said with embarrassment. She studied Hippo's face. To her, it reflected his thoughts, character, and understanding and sympathy for others. His greatness was natural, not contrived. That was what made it feel genuine. This made his assessment of her abilities all the more meaningful and heartwarming. Suddenly, as if receiving some revelation, she broke through the mystery that had been building over the past few months. She realized with startling clarity she had fallen deeply, passionately in love with this man. At the thought, her ears burned. How embarrassing. She hoped it didn't show on her face. Hippo said apologetically, "We'll leave it here for now. Today's schedule is packed. I need to go teach." He smiled at her. "Anything else?" As he spoke, he gently patted her cheek. That touch felt like an electric current running through her entire body, leaving her breathless and dazed. "I need to go inspect the pharmacy," she said, her heart pounding wildly, her emotions churning like waves. "If there are any problems, let me know. I didn't have time to check your homework this morning. I'll come by tonight." She lowered her head. The door closed behind her, and she stood there with her eyes closed for a moment. For the rest of the day, Guo Fu went about her routine. First, she took inventory at the pharmacy, then attended Hippo's lecture. She and several second cohort students were receiving training to become medical practitioners. After class, she rushed through lunch in the health station's cafeteria, then accompanied Hippo on outpatient rounds. That afternoon, a patient requiring emergency orthopedic surgery was brought in. Hippo went into the operating room while Guo Fu handled the outpatient clinic alone. Today was exceptionally busy. A train derailment had occurred at Tiandu town, killing 1 person and injuring 30. The small train had delivered a stream of casualties, and stretchers filled the corridor. By 5 o'clock, Guo Fu had seen 41 new patients, debrided and sutured wounds for 14, kept 7 for observation, performed bone immobilization on 2, pending Hippo's attention after surgery, and treated over 20 minor cases with wound care and prescriptions. A few who needed rest were given sick leave. 5 o'clock was the end of her shift, but Guo Fu worked until nearly 6 before finishing with all the accident victims. After a final round of the ward and observation room, she left the clinic. Exhausted from the long ordeal, she breathed a huge sigh of relief, grateful to finally be free to return to her small dormitory room. Every muscle in her body ached for her comfortable bed, and she longed for 8 or 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. The health department provided dormitories at every medical facility. As a head nurse and future medical practitioner, Guo Fu's room was a double. She shared it with a second cohort student. Despite her exhaustion, she still wanted to shower first. After encountering so much pain, blood, and filth at the clinic, she was desperate to wash it all away. The bathhouse was quiet again. The nurses coming off and going on shift had already left. The room was heavy with steam, the walls and floor slick with moisture. She exhaled deeply. The relief after such intense tension made her limbs feel weak. She removed her nurse's uniform and tossed it in the laundry basket. The laundry team would collect it for washing and steam sterilization. She turned on the shower and the hot water washed over her, bringing a sense of liberation from the day's work. Guo Fu let the hot water fall on her face. The sensation of Hippo's hand on her cheek hadn't entirely faded. She replayed that moment, gently touching her own cheek. Her skin felt unusually sensitive. The warm water splashed over her chest, her belly, her thighs. Guo Fu sighed deeply. The Gladitsia pod felt as heavy as 1,000 jin and slipped from her hands to the floor. She stood there weakly, leaning her back against the tiled wall for support. The cold on her back and the warmth on her front created a strange sensation throughout her body. "It's all teacher's fault." She gently closed her eyes, Hippo's face and voice filling her mind. After her shower, Guo Fu changed into a fresh uniform. Unless she was on an outside call, she had to be ready for summons at any time. She came up the back staircase to the director's office on the 3rd floor and knocked lightly. "Come in," came Hippo's rich baritone from inside. She hesitated a moment, touched her cheek again, then pushed the door open. Hippo was standing before a wall-mounted X-ray viewer studying several bone X-rays. "Teacher Hippo," she called respectfully. Hippo glanced at her, but his eyes remained fixed on the X-rays in the viewer. "How did outpatient go today?" "Fine." She gave a brief report on the clinic's situation and placed the case file on his desk. Hippo said, "Come look at this." Guo Fu approached the illuminated panel. The backlit films glowed brightly. Reading X-rays was a fundamental skill for any doctor. Hippo not only taught this as a dedicated course but also seized every opportunity to have future practitioners make real-world assessments. "The patient has an ulnar fracture." I can see the obvious, Hippo said. Yes. Guo Fu examined the film closely. An old healed fracture of the femur. Exactly. Hippo nodded. In fact, the tibia also shows signs of a healed injury. He pointed with a pencil. One hand came to rest on Guo Fu's arm. But these two fractures would have been very difficult to heal on their own. From the healing pattern, both fractures clearly occurred during childhood and likely received some form of traditional bone-setting treatment, Hippo analyzed, his commentary thoroughly professional. Guo Fu realized the X-ray belonged to one of the workers injured in today's derailment. After examining him, Hippo had decided a simple cast wouldn't suffice. He was planning to insert a few steel pins for stabilization. You'll assist me in this surgery, Hippo said. Are you prepared? Yes, but you've said orthopedic surgery is physical labor. I'm afraid I don't have the strength. It takes more than strength, it takes skill. Hippo smiled faintly. For some reason, Guo Fu's heart gave a sudden jolt, pounding hard. Teacher. Before she could finish, his arms were already wrapped tightly around her slender waist. Teacher Hippo's hands kneaded her lower back, waves of tingling spreading up and down her spine, making her shift involuntarily. He was saying something, but she couldn't hear a word. His voice sounded nothing like before, soft and magnetic. His breathing came faster. She felt a warm, comfortable response building within her. She knew instinctively this was dangerous, yet reason had long since been flung far behind. Teacher, she shook her head lightly as if trying to clear it. Don't, she said softly. Even she didn't find her protest convincing. As she spoke, Hippo lowered his head, pressing his lips to her neck. She tilted her head back involuntarily, giving him better access. When his lips reached hers, she felt a surge of desire. Guo Fu's lips parted willingly, receiving his tongue. An indescribable fire spread through her body along with the twining of tongues, and time and space seemed to cease to exist. The world stood still. They heard no sound around them, felt no breeze stirring, saw no dazzling sunlight. She felt like a cloud drifting freely across the sky. She was made for this man, only he could bring her such joy. Yet at the same time, a voice kept whispering, "Enough, enough." But she didn't want this feeling to end. When at last her body was pressed down onto the office's rattan sofa and Teacher Hippo's hand cupped her breast, a shock of tingling shot through her spine, making her cry out. Her whole body felt ablaze. Never before had she been so aware of being a woman, so full of vitality. Hippo's powerful body pressed against her, making her heart race wildly. Her arms moved involuntarily, caressing his shoulders, his chest. She loved all of him from head to toe. Teacher, don't speak. Hippo's voice seemed to come from the heavens, one hand stroking her hair, making her feel both safe and content, and then her back touched the rattan surface. End of chapter. Chapter 804, Maao Industrial Zone, with the loading and unloading equipment in place. The remaining task was installing the ore dressing plant. The Metallurgical Industry Department had a set of ore dressing equipment brought from the old timeline installed at Lingao. To save shipping tonnage and gain experience in manufacturing metallurgical machinery, the decision was ultimately made to install a locally built ore dressing system in Sanya. The civil engineering for the ore dressing plant had been completed before the new year. The technology wasn't complicated. The general machinery plant had already accumulated some experience making ore dressing equipment. They had previously built a coal washing plant for the Jiazi coal mine. An ore dressing plant was more complex than a coal washing plant, with higher technical requirements. Since the transmigration enterprise couldn't yet produce large electromagnets, magnetic ore separation was completely out of the question. The plant would have to rely on the simpler hydraulic jigging method, a technique with relatively low equipment demands. To facilitate smelting, iron ore had to be screened before shipment to the steelworks. The purpose of screening was to improve smelting efficiency, increase iron yield, and optimize coal usage. Ore containing 65% iron or more could go directly into the OpenHearth furnace for steelmaking. Ore with 45% or more went to the blast furnace for iron production. Ore below 45% had to be screened, crushed, and sintered to raise its iron content to at least 45% before it could be smelted. Ore below 25% was considered low-grade and typically discarded. One characteristic of Chinese iron ore was its abundance of low-grade deposits, which was why steel companies usually imported ore, typically refined concentrate powder that had already been processed at ore dressing plants. The ore from Tiandu and Shilu was high-grade, so improving iron content through screening was less critical. The dressing plant focused mainly on crushing and grading. Whether for the open hearth or blast furnace, iron ore had to be reduced to a specific particle size for proper utilization. The finer and more uniform the particles, the higher the steel output. The Sanya ore dressing plant was located at Tiandu town, headquarters of the mining bureau, convenient for using water from the Tiandu River reservoir. The jigging method required massive amounts of water, roughly 3,000 to 4,000 liters per ton of ore processed, making it a major water consumer. Accordingly, the plant included a water recycling system, drainage channels, 3-stage settling ponds, filtration pools, and pumping equipment. Ore dressing primarily exploited buoyancy, so water quality was not a concern. Simply treated recycled wastewater would suffice. After ore was delivered by railcar to the plant, it was first crushed. Crushing occurred in 3 stages, coarse, medium, and fine, ultimately reducing the ore to particles of 5 to 10 millimeters. The ore was first fed into cylindrical crushers. The principle was simple. A large drum lined with cast iron bars rotated at high speed, driven by a belt, pulverizing the ore inside. Different crusher rods could be swapped to adjust crushing size, but for continuous production, the plant used dedicated crushers for each stage, saving the time needed to change rods. After each crushing stage, the ore was fed into vibrating screens. Vibrations separated the crushed particles. Those meeting the standard for the next stage went into the second crusher, while oversized pieces were returned to the coarse crusher. After 3 crushing stages, the ore was fed into spiral separators. Spiral separators had high ore processing efficiency, with metal recovery rates reaching 96% and required minimal labor. The external appearance of a spiral separator resembled a playground spiral slide. The principle was straightforward. Under the action of water, gravity caused the ore to flow downward along the spiral groove. Due to friction and centrifugal force, lighter waste particles hugged the outer edge of the groove, while heavier ore particles migrated to the inner edge. At a certain point, the ore particles were discharged by collectors installed along the groove's inner edge. What emerged from the spiral separator was middlings. After further processing through hydraulic screens and shaking tables, the final product was refined concentrate. Middlings could also be reprocessed through jigging. The complete ore dressing plant was equipped with jiggers, vibrating screens, spiral separators, crushers, hydraulic screens, and shaking tables. A 20 cubic meter ore sintering furnace was also planned for sintering ore fines. Testing showed the plant could process 30 tons of ore per hour. Given the relatively simple equipment, scaling up capacity was straightforward as long as water supply was sufficient. Waves from the Maao Peninsula's shores pounded the reefs. Several medium and small motorboats were moored in a coastal inlet, rising and falling with the swells. The land here was barren, nothing but wild grass and exposed red earth. A few scattered trees swayed in the sea breeze. Unlike the rice paddies common along both banks of the Wenlin River, Maao Peninsula was mostly undeveloped wasteland with only scattered patches of dry fields. In the old timeline, this had been the Gold Brand Port Economic Development Zone, a Hainan provincial development zone. But despite its auspicious name, Gold Brand Development Zone had stumbled along, failing to attract major projects like the 1989 Roll-on Roll-off Terminal and the 1993 6-million-ton refinery. Even into the early 21st century, it remained little more than industrial land reserves. In this timeline, the Planning Commission had designated it as Lingao's future heavy industrial zone. Because the gold brand development zone had sputtered along so poorly in the old timeline, the Planning Commission ultimately named it the Maao Industrial Zone. Originally, for security reasons, the Transmigration Enterprise's steel and heavy chemical operations were located in the Wenlin River estuary area and outside Baron City. But available land was limited. Most riverside areas were established paddy fields. Wasting them on industrial use would hurt agriculture, and building on rice paddy foundations was troublesome. Development potential was constrained. Moreover, water and air pollution were becoming increasingly severe. In its planning, the Commission had mapped out a gradual relocation of steel and chemical production bases to the Maao Peninsula Development Zone. After the Chiangmai Campaign, the Council's power had extended across all of Hainan Island. The Maao Peninsula, once near the front lines, had become part of Lingao's core territory. Maao Commune was battle-tested. Naval control of the Qiangzhou Strait was secure, and the Fubo Army's land base was stationed at Maao Commune. The new steel and heavy chemical industrial zone would enjoy reliable security. Maao Peninsula was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. To the east lay Red Brand Harbor. To the north, the Qiangzhou Strait. It was 65 kilometers from Haikou Way and 12 kilometers from Lingao County Town. The Construction General Company's development zone plan comprised 2 clusters, east and west, covering 20.5 square kilometers. The land was open and flat, mostly dry upland with only a small amount of paddy. Construction conditions were excellent. The local permanent population consisted of only about 1,000 salt field workers and their families from Maao Commune, with no large residential settlements requiring relocation, ideal for large-scale integrated industrial development. The development zone had Red Brand Harbor as a natural port, with about 16.5 kilometers of coastline and decent harbor building conditions. The road construction plan for Lingao County, the Small Cross Plan, had been completed. The emergency Bapu, Mao Highway, built in haste for war preparations, had been finished with the help of thousands of POW laborers working around the clock. The initial transportation issues for developing the industrial zone had been resolved. According to plan, Phase 3 expansion of the steel industry should have started in April 1630, but the Chiangmai campaign had disrupted work, leaving the project in semi-suspension for a period. Once the war ended, construction resumed. Thanks to the war dividend, the massive influx of POW labor, the project barely kept to schedule. As Fubo army forces occupied all of Hainan and extended the regime's authority, requisitions and logistics greatly accelerated, especially for the timber needed in construction. Jai Wusheng stood in a dust-covered, grimy work uniform atop a small mound of excavated soil, surveying the entire site of the steel complex. The future Mao Steel Combine would rise from this barren land. This was the temporary construction headquarters. Converted shipping containers served as temporary housing on the leveled hilltop. The blades of a wind turbine and anemometer whirled rapidly in the sea breeze. Below the hill were temporary worker barracks for the skilled technicians. A boiler's smokestack emitted steam, providing hot water and meals for the entire site. Drinking water was hauled by ox-drawn water wagons from the water treatment plant at Mao Base several kilometers away. The Mao River water was purified there, then boiled on-site for safe consumption. The unskilled laborers came from POWs captured during the Second Counter-Encirclement Campaign, as well as special laborers, rounded up during pacification operations in Danju, Chiangmai, Wencheng, Qiangshan, and elsewhere. They were all housed in the POW camp at the Mao Army Base and marched to the worksite each day in squad formations. Additional labor came from work assignments, dispatched by various communes, and from directly recruited workers. Earning wages through short-term construction work had become an important income source for local farmers. Construction materials from various factories were stacked high in the staging yard. bundles of rebar and bamboo rebar for concrete, shaped steel and wrought iron sections, lumber and bamboo of every specification, stacks of red bricks and roofing tiles, countless sacks of cement under rain shelters, rows of two-wheeled dump carts, and refractory bricks from Maao salt fields bittern factory. Workers were building access roads and laying temporary freight rail to move the tons of materials to every corner of the site. 5 or 6 mobile locomobiles belched black smoke and white steam, powering cranes, pile drivers, mixers, and other locally produced construction equipment. The chuffing of pile drivers, the creaking of cranes, and the roar of mixers blended into a deafening chorus. End of chapter. Chapter 805. The Steel Combine Phase 3 of the steel system was an enormous project. Unlike the emergency nature melting furnaces, small converters, and basic rolling equipment of Phases 1 and 2, Phase 3 would construct a steel complex unprecedented in this timeline. It would encompass every stage of steel production: ore dressing, iron smelting, steelmaking, and rolling. Not only would it dramatically increase steel output, but it would also produce the steel plates, strip steel, wire, and various structural sections common in the old timeline. With a stable supply of quality steel, the production of special steels and alloy steels could be put on the agenda. With abundant steel, the bottlenecks constraining production scale in cement, transportation, construction, chemicals, and machinery could be broken. Industrialization across Lingao and even all of Hainan would become possible. The sea wind tousled Jai Wusheng's hair. His wicker safety helmet sat on the table. Several key generals from the Construction General Company stood beside him, gesturing and pointing at the worksite. Beside them stood a folding table stacked with blueprint tubes and drawings held down by weights. A group of busy naturalized clerks, apprentices, and interns crowded around the table and surveying instruments, occasionally conferring in hushed voices. Several soldiers carrying Minié rifles stood guard not far from the elders. The young soldiers watched the elders and the nearby steelworks construction site with expressions of wonder and reverence. Red Brand Harbor's conditions are quite complex. It'll take some work to use it as a port. The one speaking and gesturing was Meng De. His face was pale. He wore a civilian M65 field jacket with Fubo Navy Major's epaulets on his shoulders, making him appear bulkier than the others. Since being honorably wounded while salvaging the 5-masted ship, Meng De had been convalescing, and had even missed the military training mobilization of elders during the second counter-encirclement campaign. He had only recently returned to duty. Given his physical condition, Chen Haiyang had recommended the General Affairs Office assign him a desk job that didn't require frequent sea voyages. So Meng De became the navigation instructor for the Fangxiadi Naval Petty Officer class and the director of Bapu Port Affairs, replacing Li Dai, who had been transferred to the Naval Command as Chief of Staff. Besides instructing naturalized sailors in operating motorized vessels, Meng De applied his expertise to port management and development. Red Brand Islet is a basalt sea erosion platform with good water depth conditions offshore, mostly over 5 meters. But inside Red Brand Harbor, coastal drift and silting have reduced the depth to just 2 to 4 meters. Meng De pointed to various positions around Red Brand Harbor. Without dredging, this port's utility will be very limited. We don't have a dredger, but we could assemble one temporarily. Someone's gaze fell on an excavator at work. Put an excavator on a floating barge and secure it, that should work. Meng De nodded. I've seen people do exactly that in river ports. No technical difficulty, just needs to be firmly secured. But the dredging depth here is considerable. I'm not sure the bucket arm is long enough. And if we overwork the hydraulic components, there's no way to replace them. No need for a specialized bucket dredger, said Jiang Yi, the machinery sector's on-site representative. Hydraulic excavators have only been around for so many years. In the past, construction equipment was powered by winches and wire ropes. Even in the 1970s, many large construction sites still had excavators like that. With the industrial sector's manufacturing capability, building a dedicated dredger was no problem. They had steam engines and could manufacture centrifugal pumps. For immediate deployment, Zhang Yi proposed a simple bucket-type dredge using the iron drum pontoons the Port Authority had in storage for assembling temporary floating docks, with a steam-powered bucket installed on top. 2 pontoons, with a support frame spanning them. A clamshell bucket mounted in the middle. Wire ropes and winch control the bucket's lifting and opening. Zhang Yi explained his concept. The biggest technical challenge is the clamshell mechanism, but the Venetians were building similar devices in the 16th century, with human-powered treadmills no less. We should be able to do better. Meng Da asked. How soon can it be ready? 3 to 5 days, Zhang Yi said. No shipbuilding required, just use existing equipment. The main thing is having the machinery plant fabricate a dredging bucket and the open-close control mechanism. Steam engines, wire ropes, and winches are all in stock. For mud transport, we can use the small barges built for the Nandu River, pair one with a small motorboat for towing. Meng Da nodded and glanced at Jai Wusheng. Jai Wusheng said, If you think it'll work, I'm fine with it, you're the expert. I'm a brick expert, Meng Da joked, then coughed several times. A female servant in work clothes hurried to drape a light wool overcoat over his shoulders. At present, vessels under 1,000 tons should be able to enter Red Brand Harbor. Let's first survey the channel, mark suitable routes and anchorages. Then we'll build the ore loading dock, or at least get a temporary unloading pier operational. With a dock in place, the many large, heavy, oversized, and overlong pieces of equipment to be installed could be shipped directly ashore, rather than hauled by oxen on 48-wheeled heavy flatbed carts as they were now. A proposal had also been floated to lay railway tracks from Maao to Bapu, but the calculations showed excessive consumption of wrought iron. After much deliberation, the Planning Commission couldn't find room for this extra expenditure. Most of the steel reserve had already been committed to Maao development, and stocks were running low. The conclusion: at most, factory yard railways could be laid within the industrial zone. Crawler tractors fitted with bulldozer blades and buckets were roaring not far off. Bayou's tractor-armored corps was excavating earthworks. A deep trench had been carved into the red soil, and many workers in work clothes, heads shaved, white triangular armbands on their sleeves marking them as special laborers, were at the bottom, laying stones. This was the development zone's main drainage channel. Industrial wastewater from various branch channels would flow into this main drain and be sent to the wastewater treatment plant. Of course, Jai Wusheng knew that Tiandu's so-called industrial wastewater treatment amounted to nothing more than multi-stage settling, aeration, and acid-base neutralization. Given Lingao's industrial level, more sophisticated treatment was beyond reach. The channel was both deep and wide. Rowboats could pass through it, with service walkways along both sides for maintenance crews. Water supply used large-diameter reinforced concrete pipes to minimize contamination during transport. These pipes were buried in equally massive underground conduits, facilitating future inspection, replacement, and installation of additional pipes and cables. These conduits also had military significance, for covert infantry movement, for instance. Since Lingao industry couldn't yet produce enough reinforced concrete slabs to cover the conduits, they would remain open for the time being. Heavy industry consumed enormous amounts of water. Besides drawing from the nearby Maao River, additional water was piped in from the Wenlin River. Tiandu was also planning a large-scale rainwater collection system for the development zone, dependent, of course, on the steelworks going into production soon. In the distance, scaffolding rose high. A temporarily installed steam crane belched smoke as it hoisted wrought iron trusses, assembling high-roofed factory buildings. That was the OpenHearth steelmaking workshop under construction. The new converter workshop would be adjacent. According to the plan, once the blast furnace and steelmaking workshops were all operational, The converter and rolling mill shops currently at the small steelworks along the Wenlin River would be relocated here. All the rolling equipment not yet installed would be fully assembled, officially establishing a rolling mill. The place where bucket elevators and water tanks stood tall was the ore dressing plant. Most of its equipment had been brought from the old timeline: 2 ore dressing machines, 5 crushers, and 2 breaking machines. In the future, iron ore that couldn't be processed on-site due to conditions would be sent here for dressing. It could also handle some non-ferrous metal ore processing. The core of Maao Steel Company, the largest and most difficult project, the blast furnace construction, was nearing completion. A 10-meter-tall blast furnace already stood erect. Being close to the coast, typhoon resistance was a critical concern. The furnace foundation had been built with Lingao's best cement-mixed reinforced concrete, sparing no expense. Around the furnace shell, reinforcing beams, columns, and anchor cables had been erected for added support. Mao No. 1 blast furnace had a volume of 125 cubic meters, technologically equivalent to 1,880-1900 by old timeline standards. For the industrial sector, it was an enormously challenging undertaking. Jai Wusheng, the only elder who had actually been inside a blast furnace chamber and worked as a furnace operator, had become the indispensable technical lead for blast furnace construction. He was no longer just steel plant director. In a recent personnel appointment, his titles had become People's Commissar of Metallurgical Industry under the Manufacturing Directorate, General Manager and Chief Engineer of Lingao Steel Company. A string of impressive titles couldn't help him overcome the array of challenges in building the steelworks. After all, no elder had ever actually built a blast furnace or open-hearth furnace, and none had systematically designed, outfitted, and constructed a complete steel company. Beyond the materials in the Grand Library, everything in practice had to be figured out through trial and error. If not for the ready-made steel plant design documents and blueprints in the Grand Library, just this steelworks alone would have taken us 10 years to build, Mei Wan remarked. Jai Wusheng said, without those materials we wouldn't even know where to begin. At least the first blast furnace is nearly complete now. Once we can start smelting iron and steel, we'll be halfway there. Note: the following 29 sections are technical chapters. Those not interested may skip them. End of chapter. Chapter 806. The Blast Furnace Technical Chapter. The blast furnace was the most difficult part of the entire project. To construct it, a dedicated team was formed to gather all technical materials on blast furnace structure, materials, and construction methods. A 125 cubic meter blast furnace, over 10 meters tall and weighing several thousand tons, was the largest piece of industrial equipment the elders had ever encountered. Its difficulty surpassed all previous industrial construction projects. Structurally, a blast furnace must satisfy 2 prerequisites: charge materials must descend uniformly, and furnace gas must rise uniformly across all cross-sections at every height. The uppermost part of a modern blast furnace is the throat, where charge is loaded into the furnace by specialized charging machinery. To protect the throat from damage by falling charge, a layer of steel bricks is installed. Once charge enters the throat, it is immediately dried and preheated by the hot furnace gases rising from below. The gases then exit through pipes at the furnace top. This section must be perfectly sealed to prevent the coal gas that comprises most of the furnace gas from leaking or escaping, which would cause worker poisoning. A portion of the exhaust gas is recycled back into the blast furnace as fuel. The remainder is piped to the hot blast stove to preheat the blast air. The shaft is a cone with the smaller end at the top. As charge contacts the furnace gases, it expands from heat. To accommodate this expansion and allow smooth descent of the charge, the shaft widens from top to bottom. This design prevents hanging, a blast furnace's greatest operational hazard during combustion. Not only does hanging waste charge, but in severe cases, it requires a blowdown for cleaning. In principle, A blast furnace operates without shutdown. Once blown down, it takes a long time to resume production. The finer the ore particles, the greater the edge gas flow, and the less likely the furnace will hang. Edge gas flow relates to the shaft angle. As charge descends, heavier ore tends to fall vertically. When the shaft angle is small, ore moves away from the wall and coke migrates toward it. This creates a loose annular zone near the wall, promoting large gas flows. When the shaft is too steep, the opposite occurs, hanging develops. The shaft angle is typically set at 86 degrees. Below the shaft is the belly, a cylindrical section designed to eliminate the dead zones created by the shaft. Below the belly is the bosch, which tapers from top to bottom because coke combustion continuously melts charge, reducing its volume. The bosch angle is typically 76-82 degrees. A larger angle reduces wall friction. Additionally, a larger angle increases the hearth diameter, improving coke combustion and furnace efficiency. At the very bottom is the hearth, where molten iron and slag accumulate. Hearth temperatures are extremely high. Ordinary refractory materials won't suffice. The heat can melt the refractory bricks inside. The standard approach is to install a cast steel or cast iron outer shell on the wall, with serpentine cooling water pipes embedded within to cool and protect the inner refractory lining. Because steel is very difficult to cast, its flowability is poor. The industrial sector team studied the problem extensively and concluded they couldn't reliably manufacture such a large cast steel component. They settled on making a large cast iron cooling jacket instead. Even so, this single casting alone occupied Zhao Beileng for months. 8 tires are mounted at the upper end of the hearth. The nozzles protrude into the furnace wall. Because they must withstand high temperatures, the nozzles are made of bronze, with internal water cooling pipes for continuous circulation cooling during operation. The tap hole is near the bottom of the hearth, with the slag notch above it. These two are bronze with circulating water cooling. A blast furnace is not only large but operates continuously. The throat of a large furnace reaches extreme temperatures, precluding manual charging. Instead, mechanical automatic charging is used. There are several charging methods. After consultation, Jiang Yi and Jai Wusheng decided to adopt the mechanically simplest, the bell and hopper method. A bell-shaped charging bucket hauls the charge to the furnace top, where it locks into position. Charge then drops from the bucket's openable bottom into the throat. The hopper is driven by a crank linkage mechanism sliding on rails. Though not complex, this system requires the industrial sector to provide reliable equipment for chains, mechanical transmission, and power machinery. Jiang Yi said, back when Zhan Wuya said to skip the blast furnace and just run converters, importing pig iron from Guangdong, I thought he was being a conservative rightist. Now I see that even if we'd wanted to build a blast furnace then, we probably couldn't have managed it. If we tried back then, the best we could have done was a homemade furnace 3 to 5 meters tall, maybe 2 or 3 tons of pig iron per day, 5 tons at most. Charging would have meant winching materials up, then workers shoveling them into the throat 1 scoop at a time, roasting themselves half to death in the process. Slow charging, uneven distribution. Efficiency like some Podunk County chemical plant. Jai Wusheng commiserated with his compatriots in the chemical sector. By old timeline standards, their operation didn't even match a 1970s county-level chemical factory. Many products were still at laboratory scale. Without the coal-coking integrated plant shipped from the old timeline to bulk things up, the pitiful output of their 800-ton ammonia synthesis and electrolytic salt units would have them raging at every planning commission meeting. Once our steel combine goes into production, we'll be mass-producing chemical equipment. Your machinery department's burden won't be light. That's nothing, Jiang Yi said dismissively. Can you produce specialty steels, alloy steels, especially stainless steel? We need it everywhere. And silicon steel too, for generators, motors, and transformers. You don't know how often Chief Chang comes crying to us about how useless he is in power construction. The Transmigration Enterprise's electrical power was a fatal bottleneck. Whether in generation, transmission, or consumption, they were at roughly the level of a small late 1970s county town, or worse. They couldn't even form a county-wide grid. The direct result of the power shortage was steam engine boilers everywhere. Your requirements are pretty demanding. For the first, we can't get the non-ferrous metals needed. For the second, the metallurgy is difficult. But manganese steel can come soon. Tiandu's iron ore naturally contains high manganese, and there's a manganese deposit nearby we can mine. Jai Wusheng said. And besides, Chief Chang can just keep doing his county electrician work while planning his East Asia power grid super high-voltage transmission system, Himalayan superstation, and Yangtze Cascade development in his notebook. Not as exciting as stainless steel or silicon steel, but still good news, Jiang Yi said. Manganese steel had high strength and high wear resistance, with important applications in many large machines. With manganese steel, the currently poor quality bearings, gears, structural components, and connectors could be greatly improved. Manganese steel could also be used for industrial cutting tools and to provide quality weapon steel for the military industry. Beside the blast furnace stood the completed large hot blast stove. The 125 cubic meter furnace required far more blast than the previous small converters and melting furnaces. Bigger often meant higher efficiency. Having already built hot blast stoves for the converter's steelmaking workshop, they had considerable construction and operational experience. This time, with sufficient refractory materials, not only was the stove larger, but its internal structure had been optimized. The new hot blast stove was a standard Cowper stove, 10 meters tall. It used the blast furnace's hot exhaust gas to preheat the air entering via the blowers, with a design target of 620 degrees C at the outlet. At such temperatures, iron ore reduction would reach maximum efficiency, and coke consumption could be reduced by 1/5. Engineer Jiang, a naturalized apprentice, came running over. The gas workshop just called. They need you to come take a look. There are some problems. All right, I'll head over now. Jiang Yi said goodbye to Jai Wusheng and descended the little mound. A utility vehicle was already waiting. The gas plant was an important component of the Maao combine. The coal-coking integrated chemical plant at Bapu could also supply gas, but because it had downstream processing equipment to extract and refine the gases and tar produced during coking, the gas was generally consumed directly as chemical feedstock. The small surplus went to Bapu Industrial Zone as fuel. The gas plant didn't use the coking lignite transported from Jiazi coal mine. The blast furnace coke was supplied by Bapu's coking plant, but instead used dedicated gas generators to dry distill various grades of inferior coal. The purpose wasn't to produce coke, but gas. Once completed, the gas workshop would supply gaseous fuel to the entire plant. Its primary purpose was to provide fuel for the OpenHearth steelmaking process. Coal gas produced during blast furnace smelting had low calorific value and couldn't be used as OpenHearth fuel. Unlike the specialized large coking furnaces at the coking plant, gas generators had simple structures and were easy to operate. The machinery sector had considerable experience manufacturing and operating them up to now. No difficulties there. Coal was loaded into the generator and ignited for dry distillation. Reacting with air blown in from below, it produced coal gas. But raw coal gas had low calorific value and was insufficient as open-hearth fuel. So while coking proceeded, steam from the boiler evaporator was mixed in proportion with air and blown into the generator to produce semi-water gas. Semi-water gas had significantly higher calorific value than air gas and could serve as open-hearth fuel. Tar produced during dry distillation was stored in dedicated tar tanks, then shipped to the Bapu coal coking plant for further refining. Jai Tuisi planned to eventually equip the Maao gas plant with its own tar processing facility to produce chemical products on site. End of chapter. Chapter 807. The gas workshop beneath the soaring roof of the gas plant, More than a dozen cylindrical generators stood arrayed upon their reinforced concrete pedestals like sentinels of industrial progress. Each unit employed water jacket seals, while overhead, a network of gas transfer pipes crisscrossed the elevated iron framework. The pipes themselves were cast iron, their joints sealed with a compound of water glass and crusate powder, currently the best corrosion-resistant sealant available. Lingao's insatiable appetite for crusate powder had spawned an entirely new industry across Guangdong and Fujian, the collection of broken porcelain. Kilns that had once discarded damaged or defective wares now found eager merchants at their doors, ready to ship the shards to Lingao, where ball mills ground them into fine powder for industrial use. The valves and flow meters were locally manufactured, and their reliability left much to be desired. As a precaution, the entire workshop stood open on all sides to maximize ventilation and prevent any leaks from proving fatal. "What's the problem?" Jiang Yi leapt from the vehicle and immediately checked the birdcage hanging by the workshop entrance. In the absence of specialized chemicals to impart a warning odor to the gas, they relied on the oldest method known to miners: caged birds. Every facility handling gas kept them nearby. The little creature inside appeared lively enough, displaying no signs of distress. "The number 4 generator's outlet temperature is climbing too fast." The shift foreman's voice was taut with anxiety as he thrust the work log forward. He had once tended kilns, possessed of a near-mystical ability to gauge furnace temperatures by firelight alone, but since arriving in Lingao, industrial thermometers had rendered his secret art obsolete. Though his old skills had lost their value, his experience had not, thus his current post as foreman. Jiang Yi scanned the work log, then peered through the observation window at the furnace's interior. Truth be told, his own familiarity with gas generators was limited to a crash course in the technical manuals. "Off-center operation," he diagnosed. The ash layer inside the furnace had built up unevenly, high on one side, low on the other, causing the fire layer to slant accordingly. The elevated side ran hot while the depressed side ran cold. "Test the gas quality." Part of the furnace's output was diverted to a test burner on a branch pipe. Without proper instruments to analyze gas composition, they had to rely on the simplest method available, burning samples and observing the flame to roughly assess the main components. "Report: carbon monoxide content has dropped. Carbon dioxide is elevated," called an apprentice from his station. "Bring the furnace rods, we're going up top to clear the ash," Jiang Yi ordered. Someone rushed to fetch the specialized equipment. "The rest of you, use hooks from the ash pan to rake out the slag below." Working methodically, Jiang Yi first broke up the accumulated ash layer to level it, then coordinated with the raking crews below to extract a considerable quantity of slag. Even a visual inspection confirmed his diagnosis. The ash showed high carbon content. Once the excess was cleared, he directed workers to tamp down the fuel layer where combustion burned fiercest, then add fresh fuel to restore uniformity. Within the hour, both outlet temperature and gas quality had returned to normal parameters. The fault was cleared. Jiang Yi recognized this as the simplest kind of gas generator malfunction, but also the most common. The Transmigration Enterprise operated gas generators on a considerable scale, yet the shortage of experienced operators remained an unsolved problem. Even critical projects like the steelworks couldn't secure enough skilled hands. He surveyed the assembled crew. Aside from the foreman, not a single person possessed real experience operating a gas generator. Training still had far to go. When problems arose, even the foreman found himself at a loss. Jiang Yi took a moment to explain the cause of the fault, the handling method employed, and the reasoning behind each step. These were fundamentals. With one experienced master to guide them, a unit of skilled workers could be trained in short order. The trouble was, the master himself wasn't particularly reliable. Resolving the immediate fault was one matter. Identifying the root cause was another. According to the technical manual, off-center operation stemmed from only a few sources: internal slag buildup or problems with the fuel itself. The internal slag had now been addressed. Jiang Yi grabbed a handful of coal granules from the loading basket. The gasification furnace could burn various fuels. Here they used slurry coal from the coal washing plant. The dust and fines that settled from the wash water collected, dried, and ground for use. The coal felt damp against his palm, too much moisture. His first diagnosis was confirmed. "Look here, this coal is too wet." He opened his clenched fist to display the coal dust, which fell in small clumps rather than free-flowing grains. High moisture means uneven loading, which causes an uneven fuel bed. With raw material like this, you must level it out immediately after loading. His gaze swept across the assembled workers. "Who loaded the furnace today?" I did," a worker admitted hesitantly, raising his hand. "Why didn't you follow the procedure in the operations manual?" Jiang Yi's voice hardened. "Cutting corners causes accidents. You failed to level the fuel today and we got a fault. At best, it disrupts production. At worst, if left unaddressed, it burns through the furnace body and causes a catastrophic accident. You die for nothing and take your coworkers with you." The unfortunate worker trembled, unable to speak. Die for nothing was a devastating pronouncement. Were it not for the new society in Lingao, he would already be on his knees begging for mercy. "Dock his work points per regulations," Jiang Yi instructed the foreman. "Hold a squad meeting after the shift and give him some help." Besides commune members, all naturalized workers and employees now operated under the work point system. However, this form of labor compensation was far more sophisticated than the simple labor points commune members earned from assigned tasks. The HR specialists among the elders were developing a comprehensive compensation system incorporating fixed wages, bonus calculations, fringe benefits, and mandatory work injury and labor insurance, all built upon the foundation of work points. Yes, the foreman nodded vigorously. The foreman himself was docked points for failing to supervise properly. The leadership responsibility system was being rolled out across the enterprise. Since leaders received higher pay and greater perks than ordinary workers, they bore correspondingly greater responsibility. On his way back to the command post, Jiang Yi stole a moment amid his busy schedule to record the entire fault-handling process in his work notebook. He noted the need to send a memo to the fuel management department. Coal particles smaller than 10 millimeters shouldn't be used as gasification feedstock. Better to press them into briquettes instead. There was also the moisture issue to address. Slurry coal naturally retained high moisture content. It needed at least several more days of drying. From the gas workshop, the elevated pipeline extended toward the OpenHearth facility. Most of its supports were brick pillars reinforced with internal wrought iron columns. Watching workers haul mortar buckets and lay bricks one by one, Jiang Yi sighed. If only they had sufficient steel, welded supports would be faster and stronger. When would these makeshift days of industrialization finally end? Steel was the skeleton of industry. Without enough of it, Lingao's vaunted modern industrial system was like a patient afflicted with rickets, unable to exert its full strength. He recalled the recent technical discussions at the steel combine regarding the iron mixer. Some elders from the machinery and metallurgical sectors had argued that the mixer was essential process equipment for OpenHearth steelmaking and should be added to the manufacturing program. An iron mixer served to regulate and balance the supply of molten iron between blast furnace and converter, ensuring uninterrupted feed for the steelmaking process. Storing and mixing the iron in such a device evened out composition and temperature, highly beneficial for converter operations. With a mixer, molten pig iron from the blast furnace could flow directly into the open hearth, bypassing the cumbersome process of first casting ingots and then remelting in a cupola furnace. The fuel savings would be substantial, and the advantages of continuous production fully realized. But when it came to actual manufacturing, The machinery sector discovered that building a 50-ton mixer capable of both movement and tilting presented a cascade of problems with critical moving parts. In the end, they decided to employ the less economical but simpler process of smelting pig iron ingots, deferring the mixer until materials improved. This setback fully exposed the shortcomings of material scarcity. If only the metallurgical department could reliably supply steel of the required grades, Jiang Yi reflected, manufacturing those parts wouldn't be entirely impossible. Fortunately, the iron mixer was merely an ancillary improvement, not a decisive piece of production equipment. Lingao Steel Company's new steelmaking workshop had abandoned the old converter method, the so-called Bessemer process, in favor of the more efficient Siemens-Martin method, the OpenHearth process. OpenHearth furnaces served not only steelmaking but also the glass industry and various other smelting applications. It was a remarkably efficient technology. In OpenHearth steelmaking, coal gas served as fuel. Under direct flame heating, pig iron, scrap steel, high-grade iron ore, and other raw materials melted and refined into molten steel on a large scale. In the original timeline, this remained the dominant steelmaking method until the 1960s, with production efficiency and steel quality far exceeding the traditional Bessemer converter. The OpenHearth furnace's fundamental principle was heat recovery. It required no separate regenerator because one was incorporated into its very design. In converter steelmaking, the heat required for smelting came from the process itself, the chemical reactions of the furnace charge. The OpenHearth process required external heat, specifically an efficient, controllable, and relatively clean gaseous fuel, coal gas. End of chapter. Chapter 808, OpenHearth Steelmaking Technical Chapter. Because coal gas served as fuel, steelmaking no longer demanded coke. Even coal unsuitable for coking could be processed through gas generators to provide gaseous fuel. Air and gas mixed to form a combustion flame that reached 2/3 of the chamber's height, sweeping across the surface of the charge. The flame traveled through a long, shallow rectangular chamber lined with refractory materials. To prevent solid particles in the exhaust from settling in the checker brickwork, gases first passed through a slag-settling chamber for precipitation before venting to the chimney. During this exhaust process, the gases transferred part of their heat to the coal gas and air entering through the checker passages, the result being flame temperatures inside the furnace reaching 1,650 degrees Celsius. Because the Siemens-Martin OpenHearth process could smelt large quantities of metal at higher temperatures, it achieved widespread adoption and became the dominant steelmaking technology of the 20th century. The inner refractory lining of the Maao OpenHearth furnace employed magnesia bricks produced by the Bittern factory. The Maao Salt Fields facility extracted magnesium hydroxide from bittern, a byproduct of industrial salt production, then calcined it at high temperatures to produce material for these refractory bricks. A furnace lined with such bricks was classified as a basic furnace. Early converters and blast furnaces had relied on silicate refractory materials, so-called acid furnaces. Such furnaces could remove manganese, silicon, and carbon from ore and pig iron, but they could not remove phosphorus. This limitation meant steelmaking either required phosphorus-free iron ore or could only produce low-quality steel. Britain's abundant deposits of phosphorus-free ore had conferred considerable advantage during the Industrial Revolution. The emergence of the basic process vastly expanded the utilization of various low-grade ores. Germany's steel industry caught up largely thanks to basic furnace technology. Chinese iron ore generally contained phosphorus, rendering most pig iron purchased from Guangdong brittle and high in that element. In the past, when using converters, they had removed phosphorus through slag making by adding baking soda and limestone. But this process was imperfect, and the resulting steel remained poor in quality. This time, Jai Wusheng had committed to using the basic process in the OpenHearth furnace. Magnesia bricks would also line the blast furnace. However, the acid and basic processes were not a relationship of backward versus advanced. They were distinct technologies, which to employ depended on the ore and the desired steel. Acid-lined furnaces would therefore be maintained in certain numbers. Jai Wusheng decided the small converters would continue using acid linings. Within 3 or 4 days, the machinery sector had assembled a dredger and begun operations at Red Brand Harbor. The Navy provided not only ships and personnel, but also dispatched survey boats to conduct hydrographic measurements, marking usable channels and berths with buoys. Mengdu immediately had the Port Authority tow stored pontoons to Red Brand to assemble a floating pier for cargo discharge. A fixed pier also went under construction, wooden pilings driven one by one into the muddy sand of the harbor bottom, forming a cargo corridor extending toward the inner anchorage. Temporary flat-car rails and cranes would soon be erected upon it, unloading construction materials from flat-bottomed barges. Salt Village had been replanned and relocated wholesale to the newly built Maao commune headquarters, a new village constructed on the barren commune model, implementing centralized residential management. Maao commune was designated a specialized salt production unit. Its entire labor force had been recruited into the salt field. The few local fishermen had been relocated to Bapu commune, which focused on fishing. Maao salt field served not only as the primary supplier of table salt for Lingao, but also as a source of chemical raw materials and a significant revenue stream for the transmigration enterprise. Although its income from private salt sales had steadily declined as a share of total export trade, the revenue remained extremely reliable and stable. Even before and after the second counter-encirclement campaign, when imports and exports had dropped sharply, their private salt agent on the mainland, Liu Gang, had quietly continued shipping salt from Lingao by the boatload. They now effectively controlled every salt field in Hainan. Along the Qiangzhou Strait, Qiangzhou Prefecture contained multiple historically established coastal salt fields. But these remained in the same derelict state as old Maao had been. Workers fled, production abandoned, facilities and methods extremely backward, output dismally low. They required consolidation and technical upgrading, work that could not be accomplished overnight. Maao salt field therefore remained the primary source for now. Given the foreseeable seawater pollution problem, some elders advocated immediately developing Yingjihai or salt fields along the Guangdong coast, reserving Maao salt for industrial use only. But Jai Tuosi dismissed the urgency. In the original timeline, the Bohai Bay coast remained a major sea salt production region despite industrial pollution far worse than our modest steel company generates. The Bohai Rim industrial belt, heavy chemicals, steel, machinery, all high-pollution industries. Jai Tuosi shrugged. At worst, we can source special supply salt for the elders from Leizhou in the future. They're just worried about ingesting high-iron salt. The first blast furnace was finally completed after round-the-clock labor. The drying process ran for 24 hours. After drying and cooling, workers began laying the refractory brick lining inside the furnace, followed by another round of drying. The purpose of drying was to remove moisture from within the furnace. Moisture would lower the hearth temperature, causing the bottom to freeze and blocking iron discharge. It would also shorten the furnace's lifespan and cause wall cracks. The second drying was more critical. In effect, from the second drying onward, the blast furnace would never go cold again, but proceed directly to charging and continuous production. This meant the second drying had to wait until refined ore powder arrived from Sanya. As for coke, a considerable stockpile had accumulated at Bapu, shipped to Maao, crushed into 20mm granules, and loaded into storage bins. Thanks to the efforts of the elders in Sanya, on February 10, the Beijing finally delivered the first shipload of refined iron ore powder. Subsequently, 2 Navy supply ships made additional runs, each bringing back a cargo of OpenHearth ore and blast furnace ore. Wang Liubin guaranteed that as long as shipping capacity held, current stockpiles could sustain 2 to 3 shiploads per week, 150 to 250 tons per voyage. This rate would ensure continuous blast furnace and open hearth production. After discussion with Wu De, Jai Wusheng concluded that the official ignition of the blast furnace and open hearth should be scheduled for late February. This would allow Lingao to stockpile a buffer quantity of refined ore in case Sanya's supply was interrupted. We need at least 1 week's production requirement of ore and coke in reserve, Jai Wusheng explained. If sea transport is severed or Tiandu encounters problems, we can keep the furnaces running without blowing down. And power coal, the steelworks needs its own dedicated reserve, with earmarked funds that can't be lumped into the fuel department's general accounts. Power coal requires at least 7 days reserve, and gasification coal counts toward that quota. Lingao Steel Company was a steel enterprise that had to import both coke and iron ore, a high degree of external dependency. Coking coal came from Jiazi Coal Mine in Yongxuns, iron ore from Sanya, power coal from Guangdong and Hongji in Vietnam. For a steel company heavily reliant on steam engine power, power coal was lifeblood. Without it, even the blowers couldn't run. No machinery could operate. Steelmaking was out of the question. Is 1 week enough? Wu De's brow furrowed with concern. Apart from Jiazi Coal Mine, which was fairly reliable, the other sources, Sanya on the far side of Hainan, Hongji across the Gulf of Tonkin, and mines in mainland Guangdong, all existed in uncertain states. Sanya was the most dependable, but if something serious happened there, a major accident or an enemy raid, a week probably wouldn't suffice to restore normal operations. Jai Wusheng shook his head. Probably not, but I understand the current predicament, especially regarding power coal. I hear the shortfall is severe. More than severe. Wu De quietly informed Jai Wusheng that the entire Lingao power coal reserve converted to standard coal amounted to only 9 days' supply. That little, Jai Wusheng was shocked. At one point, after developing Nanbao Coal Mine and Jiazi Coal Mine, power coal reserves had reached 30 days of standard coal. Hasn't the coal shipping route from Guangdong been restored? Just restored. Volumes haven't picked up yet, Wu De replied. Coal supply from Guangdong had been largely severed since before the Chiang Mai campaign. Only Leizhou coal, being close and easy to transport, continued flowing steadily to Lingao via the Leizhou station's operations. Other mainland sources had been completely cut off, and the finest Hongji anthracite arrived only intermittently and unreliably. You should know, we're also shipping power coal to Sanya every week now, and their appetite grows constantly. Wu De's hair had thinned since he became director of the Planning Commission, and worried lines had appeared between his brows. Maintaining 9 days of reserves, I'm already thanking heaven for that. He had been mulling plans to occupy Hongji. The lure of that massive open-pit anthracite mine was too powerful to ignore. Lingao's industrial system desperately needed easily mined, high-quality anthracite. Currently, Hongji coal came through the Vietnam Trade Company operated by the Leizhou station. The company purchased coal through local agents, shipping sugar out, bringing rice and coal back. But this trade had never achieved significant scale. Chiang Shide told me the exchange rate for Vietnam trade is very favorable to us, but the trade goods we can supply are limited in both quantity and variety, Jai Wusheng said. He says Vietnam has enormous demand for hardware goods and great need for military equipment. North and South are fighting almost every day on a massive scale. Wu De considered the situation. Lingao's products suffered from one fundamental constraint, limited production capacity. And capacity was tied to machinery shortages, which in turn stemmed from insufficient steel. Once they achieved a breakthrough in steel, everything else would follow. End of chapter. Chapter 809. Ignition directly developing Hongji would require a major investment. On the military side alone, they would need to deploy at least 1 full-strength infantry battalion. Northern Vietnam was nothing like the desolate reaches of Sanya or Hong Kong Island, where naval protection could suffice. Here they would directly confront a North Vietnamese army with considerable numerical superiority in land forces. The Northern Court's military had been armed with Portuguese and Dutch assistance. In terms of professionalization, firepower, and combat experience, it stood a cut above Guangdong's Ming forces. Establishing a port and mining coal at Hongji would inevitably provoke armed expulsion from the Northern Court. Without at least one infantry battalion plus artillery and naval support, they couldn't secure the mining zone. The General Staff had drafted plans for occupying and defending the Hongji area. Permanent garrison strength would exceed 3 battalions. For the already stretched army and navy, this was pure fantasy. The army's 5 battalions were currently dispersed across the entire northern half of Hainan Island, from Danju in the west to Wencheng in the east, conducting large-scale pacification operations. Except for 1 battalion stationed at Maao as the General Reserve, every unit had been deployed. Mobilizing additional troops would seriously impact both agricultural and industrial production. After much deliberation, Wu De decided to proceed with caution. They would begin by expanding trade, striving to employ the armed trading post model and rely on local powers for extraction. This approach also required increased investment. At minimum, the Vietnam Trade Company's establishment could no longer remain under the Leizhou station. It would need direct investment and management from the Council of Elders. The steelworks stockpiling of raw materials proceeded faster than either Jai Wusheng or Wang Liubin had anticipated. The Planning Commission organized ships for a crash transport effort, and refined ore from Sanya coking lignite from Qiangshan, and lignite from Leizhou flowed continuously to Bapu and Maao. Although a third of the Navy's vessels had been pulled ashore for repairs, temporarily reducing cargo capacity, the freed-up sailors were plentiful. The Navy adopted a rotate crew, not ship approach, keeping some vessels running around the clock. Though this accelerated wear on the ships, for a Navy about to receive new toys, the sacrifice was worthwhile. Steel expansion would benefit both Army and Navy, but in the long run, the Navy stood to gain more. After all, the steel consumed by 100,000 rifles couldn't match a single ironclad, and one large-caliber naval gun used as much steel as 10 M1857 field pieces. With the Navy's all-out transportation effort, Lingao Steel Company's raw material reserves reached the baseline 7-day target ahead of schedule. Jai Wusheng decided there was no time to waste. They would begin smelting immediately. The second drying process would take approximately 48 hours before they could begin charging, which would add several more days to the stockpile. The steel company had already trained Lingao's first generation of steelworkers at the old converter workshop. Some had come from various smelting operations in Guangdong or possessed backgrounds as blacksmiths, with at least some iron-making experience. The shift foreman was surnamed Li, originally the only blacksmith in Lingao town. Traditional blacksmiths were more manufacturing workers than metallurgists and weren't truly familiar with smelting. Most blacksmiths recruited by Lingao ended up in the machinery department. But this particular man's skills were so poor that even Lu Yushin shook his head after watching him work. He was sent directly to the metallurgical department as a furnace front worker at the melting furnace. Still, blacksmith Li did possess basic smelting and casting ability, more than most others could claim. Jai Wusheng had noticed during work that the man was reasonably diligent and willing to learn. But learning required a skilled master and a competitive environment, both in short supply in Hainan. No one in this timeline had ever witnessed a blast furnace or open-hearth furnace. The steelworkers' only experience with modern steel technology came from the melting furnace and converter. For this reason, Jai Wusheng personally took charge of training the future steelworkers. He had scale models of the blast furnace and open hearth constructed specifically for teaching smelting principles. Theoretically, the workers only needed to know what to do. But Jai Wusheng believed they should also receive some theoretical knowledge to deepen their understanding. These workers came to the steel company daily to work and study, participating in the steelworks construction. When they beheld the magnificent blast furnace and open hearth rising from the ground, beyond anything they could have imagined, their excitement was palpable. To them, the small converter and melting furnace had already been miracles. How much more so this enormous tower? Can this blast furnace really make good steel? Every day Jai Wusheng had to affirm this doubt from workers more than a dozen times. Now the blast furnace stood fully complete. The workers had carried out the first drying, gaining some understanding of charging. Jai Wusheng scheduled the official ignition for February 6. He personally supervised the workers loading charge. After the preliminary round, they had gained experience. But the second drying demanded even greater care. In effect, the second drying meant entering formal production. Any problem would seriously impact blast furnace operations. Jai Wusheng inspected the prepared coke powder, made from the finest coke sent from the Bapu coal coking combined plant. Workers mixed tar into the powder, stirring it evenly, then added a proper amount of water to give it the necessary moisture. Coke powder served as lining material during drying. It needed sufficient moisture to adhere to the furnace wall, but excess moisture would compromise furnace temperature. After applying the lining, Jai Wusheng personally crawled inside the furnace chamber, checking the thickness and moisture meter by meter, ensuring every step had been executed correctly. Wherever thickness fell short of 20 millimeters or moisture levels were off, everything was torn out and redone. Once the lining was complete, wood shavings arrived from the woodworking factory. Shavings made excellent kindling, bone dry and easy to ignite. Several dozen large bales were loaded into the bottom layer of the blast furnace, followed by firewood stacked in a grid pattern. Additional shavings were placed near each tire. On top of the wood came coke, layered at 300 millimeters per layer, with limestone added to the upper courses. The coke was arranged loosely for optimal airflow. Charging continued until the entire shaft was filled up to the throat. Once charging was complete, it was time for the official ignition. Lighting a blast furnace was a major event even in the original timeline. Large and super-large blast furnace startups had warranted evening news coverage. For the transmigration enterprise, blast furnace ignition represented a significant leap forward in the great cause. On February 6, a simple but solemn ignition ceremony was held beneath the towering roof of the blast furnace workshop. Steelworks laborers, construction workers who had built the plant, students, and Army and Navy soldiers crowded beneath the steel truss canopy. Though this behemoth before them had risen by their own hands, brick by brick, beam by beam, seeing it complete and looming over them still left everyone marveling. This enormous thing could actually smelt iron. It defied imagination. The sight amazed not only the naturalized citizens but also the elders themselves. Most had never seen a blast furnace in person. Standing at the foot of the structure, which stretched nearly a dozen meters into the air, they were awed. From the depths of their hearts swelled immense pride. They were about to possess a divine artifact of this era. The roaring flames of the blast furnace and the streams of molten iron it would pour forth would sweep the old world clean, leaving behind a new world that belonged to them. The executive committee's key figures and active members of the Council of Elders naturally wouldn't miss this chance to appear and turned out in force. Fang Fei, who specialized in organizing large-scale events, was also the main planner for this occasion. He asked Jai Wusheng if he wanted to hold a reception or something similar. The industrial sector has no budget line for receptions. Under the reimbursement system established by the Cheka, only a very few external-facing departments possess the authority to record and reimburse reception expenses. Other departments weren't even permitted to list such expenses in their accounts. Fang Fei offered, "The General Affairs Office can cover this expense. Just submit an application." "No thanks. The blast furnace ignition is significant, so we're holding a ceremony. But using that significance as an excuse to eat and drink, let's not." Jai Wusheng had always despised the original timeline's practice of holding receptions to commemorate Pavlov's birthday and the like. This ceremony therefore only issued announcements, not invitations. The site featured no decorations beyond banners, and no beverages, cigarettes, or food were prepared. The announcement specified that attendees should bring their own refreshments. Despite the steelworks' lukewarm hospitality, the elders came in droves. Besides the executive committee's top leadership, many from the industrial and military sectors appeared. Both were major steel consumers. The elders gathered beneath the blast furnace, excitedly discussing steel production capacity and applications. Inevitably, militaristic talk of building ironclads arose, and railway construction became a hot topic. A minor debate even broke out over whether to build meter gauge, standard gauge, broad gauge, or super broad gauge track. The female servants observed the blast furnace and their masters below it with curiosity, gesticulating animatedly, faces flushed with excitement. Some elders invoked their privileges to approach the blast furnace for closer inspection, scrutinizing the body, base, and tires. Occasionally, someone would excitedly point out that this or that component had been designed, manufactured, or sourced by their department or workshop. For the chemical sector elders, their contribution had been enormous. Solving the blast furnace refractory materials alone had required tremendous effort. The blast furnace workshop already possessed a decidedly modern appearance. Not only was the entire building structure made of steel, with overhead cranes on the roof and rails on the ground, but the stairs, corridors, walkways, and most internal structures consisted of industrial-style wrought iron grating. It looked rugged and powerful. Wen Daisy and Ma Qianju had both arrived on site, as if by prior agreement. When Daisy circled the blast furnace several times, then suddenly remarked to Ma Qianju beside him, "Director Ma, I hear that in ancient times, furnace openings were consecrated with human sacrifices." End of chapter. Chapter 810, Drying the Furnace Human Sacrifice. Ma Qianju blinked in surprise. "Old Wen, that's hardly scientific." "Scientific or not, they say casting swords require someone to leap into the furnace. For something this massive, perhaps we'd need several volunteers." Wen Daisy grinned. Laughter rippled through the surrounding crowd, but the naturalized workers within earshot shuddered. The chief director's humor was truly terrifying. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the moment arrived. Jai Wusheng climbed to the furnace platform and accepted a torch from a waiting worker. He raised it high for the audience below to see, then thrust it into a tire. The bone-dry shavings inside caught immediately. Flames erupted outward. Seeing the fire take hold, workers at the other tires inserted their own torches. Within moments, all 8 tires roared with flame. "Start the blower," Jai Wusheng commanded. The blower hummed to life, forcing air into the furnace. The fire intensified and white smoke began billowing from the top, moisture evaporating from within. "Success!" Applause and cheers erupted from the crowd below. Jai Wusheng allowed himself a long, slow breath. The ignition had succeeded, but this was merely the beginning. Adjust the blast volume. The drying process was slow and tedious work. The fire had to be carefully controlled to ensure the temperature rose gradually, drying out the moisture in the lining without cracking it through rapid thermal expansion. Jai Wusheng remained on the platform, constantly monitoring temperature readings and adjusting the blast. He didn't sleep that night. By the following morning, the white smoke had shifted to blue, the wood and coke were burning cleanly, and the moisture was largely gone. Prepare for the second stage. The second stage involved gradually adding charge while increasing blast volume. This was a critical period. If the charge wasn't added correctly or the blast ran too strong or too weak, it could lead to freezing, molten iron and slag solidifying at the bottom, ruining the furnace entirely. Workers began hoisting skips of coke, limestone, and ore to the top. The bell valve opened and charge tumbled into the throat. "Keep watch on the gas seal," Jai Wusheng reminded the foreman. The top gas contained lethal concentrations of carbon monoxide. Operations proceeded smoothly. The furnace temperature rose steadily. Molten iron began accumulating at the bottom. 48 hours later, the moment arrived for the first tap. Open the tap hole. A worker drove a long iron rod through the clay plug sealing the tap hole. A stream of dazzling, golden-yellow molten iron shot forth, flowing down the iron runner into sand molds prepared on the ground. Iron! It's iron! The cheers erupted again, louder and more enthusiastic than before. The sight of molten iron flowing like water proved far more impactful than mere smoke and fire. Senior officers from the Army and Navy watched the flowing metal with hungry eyes. In their vision, this wasn't merely iron. It was cannons, rifles, shells, and armored ships. With this, we can finally expand the army, Dongmen Chuyu murmured to the officer beside him. And build more ships, the naval officer added. Wu Du observed the scene with profound relief. The industrial heart of Lingao had finally begun beating strongly. With this constant flow of iron, their development would accelerate dramatically. Yet Jai Wusheng knew his work was far from finished. The first tap marked only the beginning. Stabilizing production, improving quality, extending the furnace's lifespan, these were long-term endeavors. Take a sample for analysis, he ordered. He needed to understand the pig iron's composition to properly adjust furnace operations. A worker used a long-handled spoon to scoop a measure of molten iron and poured it into a small mold. Once cooled, it would go to the laboratory. The first tap yielded approximately 15 tons of pig iron. The quality was decent, slightly elevated in sulfur but entirely usable. For an initial batch, this was expected. Not bad, Jai Wusheng told the exhausted shift foreman. Good work, everyone. The cafeteria has prepared roast pork for tonight. Long live the head of state, the workers cheered. For them, a proper feast was the finest reward. End of chapter. Chapter 811. Tapping iron. Foreman Li immediately led several workers carrying prepared refractory mud up to seal the slag notch. Jai Wusheng gave a sharp tug on the steam whistle. The piercing shriek warned everyone around the blast furnace that material was about to discharge from the hearth. All personnel needed to clear the area for safety. Several workers began agitating the furnace bottom with iron rods. As they worked in unison, sparks shot from the tap hole like fireworks, dancing through the air. This was the charcoal ash from the furnace bottom being expelled. Jai Wusheng directed the workers to maintain the agitation, ensuring ash was continuously blown clear. Removing it prevented contamination of the slag and the dreaded bottom buildup. Once no more ash was being expelled, he instructed workers to seal the tap hole. Then came full blast. The blowers emitted a howling whine as the workshop temperature climbed ever higher. Sweat slid continuously down Jai Wusheng's forehead. His thick work uniform trapped the heat, but he remained motionless before the furnace, observing. Occasionally he checked his watch, timing each phase of the process. All right. Jai Wusheng judged the conditions were within parameters and turned to Foreman Li. From now on, keep close watch on the stockline position. When the coke layer drops to the specified level, start adding blank coke gradually. Add slag-forming materials too. I've taught you the quantities for each charge. If you forget, consult the process manual. I haven't forgotten. Foreman Li recited a string of figures without hesitation. Good. From now until morning shift takes over, don't add ore. Wait until I return to begin adding ore. Keep charging coke continuously. Maintain furnace temperature. The second drying period would require approximately 24 hours. Only when the entire blast furnace achieved sufficient temperature could they begin adding small batches of iron ore. All of this was to ensure proper heat. Maintaining temperature was the paramount concern in blast furnace smelting. Insufficient heat not only affected iron yield but could trigger cascading malfunctions, ultimately necessitating a shutdown for major repairs. Jai Wusheng returned to quarters and snatched some sleep. When he woke, evening had arrived, and the middle shift had taken over. He reviewed the handover logs, then used a steel rod inserted through the spy hole to check coke combustion and wall temperature. Continue adding small batches of coke and maintain the blast. Jai Wusheng judged the heat still slightly lacking and decided to wait until the morning of the 7th to begin adding ore. At noon on February 7, following Jai Wusheng's command, the first batch of refined iron ore powder and slagging materials was finally charged into the blast furnace, marking the formal commencement of pig iron smelting. Jai Wusheng found himself more nervous than the workers. They were merely following technical documents and his instructions with precision, but no one truly knew whether this oversized knockoff built from knockoff parts could withstand the rigors of normal operation. Jai Wusheng understood that the blast furnace's success or failure would determine how quickly they could climb the technology tree. On February 8, the blast furnace finally tapped its first heat of molten iron. The main runner was constructed of sand and stone, its channel filled with yellow sand. The casting bed employed pig iron molds. After the first batch of pig iron ingots was produced, Jai Wusheng ordered someone to transport an iron brick by vehicle to the chemical laboratory at Bapu for composition analysis. The analysis results returned quickly via telegraph. The pig iron quality was excellent. Levels of phosphorus and sulfur, the elements most detrimental to quality, were extremely low, far superior to the various scrap and pig irons they had acquired from the mainland. The combination of high-quality iron ore and the divine artifact of modern blast furnace smelting had produced premium pig iron. Jai Wusheng's face beamed. Fantastic! With premium pig iron, making good steel will be far easier. After tapping the iron, they began the first slag tap. The slag discharged into a large pool filled with river water from the water plant after basic sedimentation. The cooled slag would become raw material for cement. As for the water heated by contact with the slag, it was piped away to utilize the waste heat. From now on, tap iron every 2 hours. Tap slag every 15 minutes, Jai Wusheng commanded. He collected a sample of the first cooled slag and handed it to a clerk to rush to Bapu for composition analysis, enabling real-time adjustment of the slagging ingredients. Without a laboratory here, people are going to run themselves ragged. Watching the high-spirited clerk trot out with the sample jar, Jai Wusheng sighed. Mao's only land connection was a road. Walking or cycling proved too slow. To accelerate urgent deliveries, the Planning Commission had allocated a motorcycle to the Maao industrial zone. Time-sensitive items now traveled by motorcycle courier. Soon the slag composition analysis returned by telegraph. The figures fell roughly within Jai Wusheng's predicted range. The feed formula and calculations had been precisely determined by him, a distillation of over a century of modern blast furnace experience. Jai Wusheng now possessed sufficient confidence that the blast furnace could produce iron stably over the long term, but he still refused to relax, remaining in the workshop around the clock, napping in the office when exhausted, then rising to check furnace conditions again. He dared not slack off with the naturalized workers under his supervision. After all, the longest serving among them had been a proper industrial worker for only a year and a half. Old habits and mindsets still dominated their thinking. With many new workers and few veterans, vigilance remained essential. Under his day and night surveillance, the blast furnace ran completely normally after 48 hours. Based on iron ore and coke input figures, Jai Wusheng calculated the conversion rate at approximately 0.79, not high. Modern blast furnaces could generally achieve one. But he wasn't worried. With continued refinement of the feed ratio and slagging process, he was confident of reaching approximately 0.9. Even at the current 0.79 level, daily pig iron output far exceeded 50 tons. The furnace's actual capacity proved considerably higher than estimated. To celebrate the official commencement of production at No. 1 blast furnace, the Council of Elders ordered extra rations for the students at Fangxiadi, including their favorite fruit candies. Many years later, the children of Fangxiadi, who had matured into the backbone of the empire, would often recall the wonderful days of receiving special rations. Whenever extra rations were distributed, students would stand in classrooms, dormitories, and playgrounds cheering, "Long live." Everyone understood this signaled another step forward for the empire under the correct, glorious, and great leadership of the Council of Elders. Meanwhile, on February 9, the Lingao Times published a red-letter headline story in both its internal and external editions. The naturalized citizens understood immediately, and even locals who dealt frequently with the elders knew that a large red headline meant the elders had accomplished something major, invariably happy news. The members of the County Consultative Council couldn't fully comprehend the articles packed with newspeak, but the council had a dedicated, female Aussie, liaison officer who explained newspapers and documents at every meeting. When Tang Tang explained that this meant a great furnace capable of producing over 100,000 jin of iron, the council members grasped from the elders' solemnity, if not the specific implications, that this matter was extraordinary. They composed a congratulatory letter in the name of the County Consultative Council, inscribed it on large red paper, and delivered it to Eastgate Market with gongs and drums. Zhang Yufu also instructed his subordinates to purchase firecrackers, which crackled and popped festively at the council entrance. Wu to close the window. The firecrackers outside were particularly noisy, interfering with the executive committee's standing working meeting. This standing meeting had been convened at his request. The topic: solving the power coal supply problem. Of course, the so-called power coal problem was, in reality, the Hongji problem. "All right, the coal supply situation is laid out here," Wu De began. "I assume everyone understands our current status. Coal channels haven't increased, but consumers have multiplied considerably. If we don't solve the coal problem once and for all, I fear maintaining the industrial system's operation will become problematic." As if to underscore his point, the warning whistle of a boiler venting steam sounded outside, a reminder to the assembled elders of how many boilers throughout Lingao were burning, driving how many steam engines tirelessly providing the endless power for Lingao's industrialization. And in Sanya, Hong Kong, and Leizhou, many more boilers awaited high-quality coal to feed their enormous appetites. Expecting Guo to restore the coal transport route immediately isn't realistic. Besides, the Pearl River Delta isn't close to Lingao. At best, he can solve Hong Kong's power coal problem in the near term. Zhangjiang coal from Leizhou remains our primary power coal. That's our most stable supply at present. He didn't include Qiangshan's Jiazi coal mine or Lingao's Nanbao coal mine in the power coal statistics. The former was reserved for the chemical and metallurgical ministries for coking. The latter's calorific value was so low it served only as fertilizer. Is the Danju coal mine worth developing? I recall there are oil sands there too. Yes, Danju has the Changpo coal mine, considered one of the larger mines on Hainan, said Bai Guoshi, attending on behalf of the exploration department. But it's deep and requires significant upfront investment. The coal quality isn't ideal either. Changpo actually shares a mineral belt with Nanbao. As for the Danju oil sands, the burial depth was great and extraction difficult. Furthermore, extraction would require accompanying refining equipment. Right now demand for fuel oil wasn't high, making the investment not worth the return. We understand what you're driving at. Ma Qianju interjected. You want us to directly intervene in developing Hongji, rather than relying on sporadic purchases through the Vietnam Trade Company as we do now. Wu De nodded. Yes, exactly. The time has come for direct intervention in Hongji. End of chapter. Chapter 812. To Hongji, I support this plan unconditionally. When Daisy sighed with theatrical wistfulness. To return where we once fought. Ah yes, those glorious days when Chief Wen single-handedly broke through bandit lines, sweeping thousands with a PPK machine gun and cutting down bandit chieftains with a blade. We all admire that legendary style, Si Kaid said with mock reverence. Ancient history, when Daisy waved dismissively. Let's not dwell on the past. Everyone, please don't get sidetracked, Ma Qianju cut in. Let's continue discussing Hongji development. Dongmen Chuyu spoke as the representative of the Military Affairs High Command. Our current troop strength is insufficient. The only available mobile forces are the Lingao Garrison Battalion and one battalion at Maao. Insufficient troop strength was a curse that constantly plagued the Lingao regime. In broad terms, Lingao was an island regime, well suited to a large navy, small army force structure, using sea control to secure the homeland while the army served as an overseas expeditionary force. Theoretically, under this system, the Lingao regime's mobile forces should have been ample. The Council of Elders possessed the era's strongest maritime projection capability, able to move troops rapidly along the coastline, making one battalion effectively worth several. But the transmigration regime remained an alien regime. Though the elders did their utmost to win hearts and minds, and the 17th century lacked strong nationalist sentiments, the chaotic social order of a medieval country meant social resources couldn't be fully utilized. This forced the army to take on the task of social transformation, a role not originally its primary responsibility. Although the Chiang Mai campaign had concluded over half a year ago, and the Council of Elders had controlled the northern counties of Hainan for at least 3 months, the army's main force remained tied down in comprehensive cleanup operations across the localities. The General Staff's public security campaign in northern Hainan pinned down most of the army's strength. 4 regular infantry battalions dispersed across the entire region, executing a motley array of garrison, escort, and bandit suppression missions. The army, which should have served as a projection force, had no strength to spare for new combat operations. If we open a Hongji front, we can only employ the Army General Reserve at Maao, Dongmen Chuyu continued, his concern evident. Defending Hongji would inevitably require forming a Hongji garrison battalion, at least 3 companies. If the Northern Court insists on defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity, given their mobilization capacity, surrounding Hongji with 10 or 20,000 troops is entirely possible. Whether 3 companies can hold Hongji is highly questionable. The General Staff's wargames suggest at least a full-strength infantry battalion would be needed to defeat a North Vietnamese punitive expedition. The elder officers of the Military Affairs High Command had run numerous simulations on various plans and scenarios. The consistent conclusion was that Lingao's military forces remained quantitatively insufficient, capable only of fighting short, quick-in quick-out engagements. Sustained operations still carried the risk of overextension. The solution was naturally to expand the army, whether by enlarging the regular force or forming new second-line garrison units. Yet the elder officers themselves felt unable to make such requests. Demographic statistics for all of Hainan weren't yet complete, but estimates put the total population at most 500,000. Current Army and Navy strength already exceeded 15,000. With a ratio of 1 soldier for every 30 civilians, the Lingao regime was arguably the most militarized in history, surpassing even Prussia, the legendary army with a country attached. Were it not for continuous infusions from mainland trade and considerable peacetime construction assistance from military personnel, such a force would have been impossible to sustain. After the Chiang Mai campaign, the Executive Committee had briefly considered reducing some Army and Navy personnel to fill grassroots cadre roles, but subsequent developments had caused this disarmament plan to be completely abandoned. An expedition to Vietnam effectively means another division of forces, Dongmen Chuyu continued his report. We'd have to maintain a long-term presence in hostile territory, possibly fighting a protracted war, and threats like Zhang Zhilong and other sea lords still haven't been eliminated. We're caught in a vicious cycle, Zhan Wuya observed. To run large-scale industrial production, we need to spam units to grab territory for raw materials and fuel. Spamming units requires massive munitions. Munitions require heavy industry. Heavy industry needs raw materials and fuel. Raw materials and fuel require grabbing territory, and grabbing territory requires spamming units. When Daisy interrupted the litany of complaints. This is indeed difficult, but merely listing problems yields no results. Let me share my view. First, establish an armed trading post. Pay currency or goods to hire local natives to mine coal, then recruit a mine guard force from among the miners. Let Vietnamese natives mine coal, Si Kaid expressed skepticism. In the original timeline, I heard their unions were powerful, striking at the drop of a hat. He came from a foreign trade background. Numerous export factories had relocated to Vietnam to save on labor costs, only to soon complain bitterly about lazy workers. The monkeys are actually quite industrious, at least more so than natives further south. They grow 3 crops of rice annually. Is that something lazy people accomplish? When Daisy countered. Besides, unions are a heresy that doesn't exist in this timeline. And consider this. Vietnam has a large population, sufficient to sustain mining consumption. Aren't they fighting a civil war? In medieval society, fighting major battles with over 100,000 troops in such a compact territory means utter misery for the common people. We can acquire considerable labor for a very modest price. Merely guaranteeing them full meals will suffice. Wu De added, in the long run, an armed trading post can also serve as a base for subtly cultivating and transforming the local population, beneficial for our future imposition of a new order. In the Council of Elders Master Plan, countries within the Sinosphere, Vietnam, Korea, Japan, were destined to enter the East Asian New Order system, with status distinct from the natives of the Southeast Asian archipelago. No one objected to Wen Daisy's proposal to utilize local labor. Even if Vietnam couldn't supply sufficient workers, in the long term they could ship slaves to fill the mine pits. Dam and Chuyu raised another concern. I'm just worried an armed trading post can't hold off a northern court attack. We'll endeavor to keep things peaceful, Wen Daisy elaborated. The trading post serves only as emergency shelter. The scale needn't be large, just sturdy enough to hold out until the Navy arrives. The transmigrator's intent was simply to mine coal, not occupy territory. Hongji wasn't some promised land, just a desolate, hilly peninsula. Lingao's glorious war record should have reached the Northern Court by now. The Northern Court was already at war with the Southern Court and had its hands full. Picking a major fight with a powerful military force over a patch of wasteland made little sense, especially when the other side's goal was merely mining coal. Wen Daisy's plan was predicated on this assessment. Yu Izhui offered his perspective. My personal view is that Chief Wen's plan is feasible. Every time the Northern Court marches south, they are blocked by the Nguyen clan's fortress complex near the 17th parallel and the munitions provided by the Portuguese. They're desperate for external aid. Historically, the Dutch will soon serve as their advisors. If we provide some armaments in exchange, allowing us to remain in Hongji to mine coal won't be an intolerable price for the Northern Court. And it would push out Dutch influence. Selling arms. Some found this difficult to accept. In the past, Li Loyu's attempts to purchase weapons for the Ming had been rejected. Now suddenly they were considering selling arms to the Le Dynasty in the north. Do we have sufficient steel? With number 1 blast furnace operational, steel capacity has expanded more than tenfold. Consuming some to exchange for adequate power coal benefits us. Zhan Wuya felt a flush of newfound wealth following the successful blast furnace ignition days earlier. Number 1 isn't even at full capacity yet, and daily pig iron output exceeds 60 tons. Number 2, blast furnace can commence production in another month. There's also medicine, processed instant food. We can provide toll processing for foodstuffs. All of these can serve as trade goods for the Northern Court. Similar to what we sell the Manchus, Si Kaid added. I don't believe the Northern Court will refuse this trade request. Medicine and instant food are extremely valuable militarily. Finally, the resolution to establish a trading post at Hongji for coal mining was passed. As the first step, the Vietnam Trade Company was separated from the Leizhou Station. The company became a state-owned enterprise directly under the Colonial Trade Ministry, achieving equal status with Leizhou sugar industry. Its headquarters remained in Leizhou. In a luxurious residence on Haiyan Street in Haikeng County, Leizhou, the elders of the Leizhou Station sat around a table, the atmosphere subtly charged. Account books and ledgers were piled on the surface. Beside an abacus sat a pocket electronic calculator. A large, dark-skinned fellow spoke up. "All right, the accounts should be clear now, correct?" The female elder who had been entering final figures on a form straightened up, none other than Jin Zhijio of the Cheka. "No problems. There are a few transaction violations, but nothing serious." She stamped the handover audit form. "Done. Old Wen, I'm leaving you behind. Don't miss me too much." The big fellow was Chang Shide. Days earlier, he had received a telegram from the organization department ordering him to prepare for immediate handover, transferred to Lingao for another assignment. Following the telegram had come this Cheka woman. The Hongji operation began with personnel transfers. Chang Shide was transferred out of Leizhou. Yan Maoda was officially transferred to Leizhou as general manager of the Vietnam Trade Company. Bai Kai was appointed trade representative to North Vietnam. The latter had undergone lengthy Vietnamese language training in Lingao. Learning strange Vietnamese vocabulary from a television set each day had been a trial. Although Bai Kai repeatedly emphasized his family had no connection to Vietnam, he had been selected for the representative position because he looked very Vietnamese. End of chapter. Chapter 813. The people of Leizhou Station, after completing the formalities, members of the new and old leadership teams held a welcome and farewell banquet at the Leizhou Station headquarters, formerly Zhu An's residence. All attendees were elders. To avoid provoking the comrade from Central, especially since she was a woman, and women tended to be more perceptive about such things, and a married woman at that, the banquet was scrupulously proper. There was no entertainment of the sort the masses enjoyed, and the dishes, while delicious, remained practical. Views were exchanged cheerfully around the table. Yan Maoda had originally belonged to the Guangzhou Leizhou faction and frequently came to Leizhou on trade business, so he was thoroughly familiar with the Leizhou Station personnel. Bai Kai, too, had once traveled to Vietnam with Chang Shide in search of the Hongji coal deposits, making him no stranger either. By comparison, Jin Zhijia was a pure outsider. Perhaps sensing that her presence prevented everyone from relaxing, she excused herself soon after eating to return to her room. She still had accounts to audit and a report to write for the Cheka. Unlike the Guangzhou Station, the Leizhou Station had fewer economic entities and simpler account categories. Jin Zhijiao and several female apprentices had been stationed in Leizhou since the annual meeting ended and had essentially cleared everything up. Once Jin Zhijiao departed, Wen Tong instructed someone to clear the table, then had A Zhu set out tea, snacks, melon seeds, cigarettes, and sundry refreshments in the living room of his own small courtyard. The group settled in to drink tea and talk. After some small talk, conversation turned to the future operations of the Leizhou Station. The Vietnam Trade Company had been separated from the Leizhou Station system, becoming a state-owned direct operation company. Though its status had been elevated, since the headquarters remained in Leizhou, and a substantial portion of its trade goods consisted of Leizhou sugar, cooperation with the Leizhou Station remained inseparable. "I truly hate to see you go," Wen Tong said with emotion to Chang Shide. "The Leizhou sugar industry can't do without you. Most things are set up by now anyway. Let the Tiandu Hui and De Long Bank people handle it from here. They're more professional than I am." Chang Shide was privately dissatisfied with this transfer, but kept his expression indifferent. "If the two of us keep generating so much passion here, that bunch in the Council of Elders will die of jealousy. Don't worry, even though I, Chang Shide, am no longer in Leizhou, alive I am a Leizhou Station man, dead I am a Leizhou Station ghost." Wen Tong sighed. "Take care of yourself. Without you, staying in Leizhou loses its meaning." Don't say that. Leizhou is a living piece on the Council of Elders game board. Right now, it's a major source of hard currency. Just the net income of over 100,000 taels of silver annually, plus the rice and coal exchanged from Vietnam. Calling our Leizhou station Lingao's blood bank isn't an exaggeration. Leizhou is a vast world where much can be accomplished. When the Guangzhou station had been forced to retreat, the Leizhou station continued operations, serving as Lingao's only external channel at the time. In a situation where all trade was successively cut off and imports and exports nearly paralyzed, Leizhou fully leveraged its geographical advantage, facing Lingao across the strait, to continue handling bulk commodity exports and coal and rice imports. In this respect, the Leizhou station's contributions and achievements even surpassed those of the Guangzhou station. After the Chiang Mai campaign ended, the Leizhou station elders received a collective second-class merit medal, in addition to the second Counter-Encirclement Campaign Commemorative Medal and the Chiang Mai Campaign Victory Medal. In terms of decorations, they ranked higher than the Guangzhou station personnel. News from Lingao also indicated that the executive committee intended to make Leizhou the first prefecture on the mainland to be Lingaoized. The importance attached to Leizhou was evident. For the past 2 years, Wen Tong had managed internal affairs and technical work in Leizhou. His energy was focused on the South China Sugar Factory, while the Leizhou Sugar Industry Guild and the Leizhou Sugar Production Association were essentially Chiang Shide's responsibility. After the Sugar War, the Leizhou station had successfully integrated Leizhou's sugar trade. Subsequently, Chiang Shide focused mainly on sugarcane production, organizing the Leizhou Sugar Production Association. This sugarcane planting organization, modeled on the Japanese agricultural cooperative system, supported farmers by issuing loans. It not only dealt a heavy blow to local rural moneylenders, but also distributed Lingao's grain circulation coupons. This modest reform increased farmers' enthusiasm for production, while covertly bringing local sugarcane sources under control. During the 1630 crushing season, the South China Sugar Factory effectively controlled over 90% of sugar cane production in Zhuwan and Heking counties. Local traditional sugar sheds, except for those in a few remote areas with poor transport, suffered devastating blows. The small loans also allowed Lingao's grain circulation coupons to begin penetrating local commerce. For the next phase, Chiang Shide had already reached agreement with the Tiandu. Specialists would be sent to Leizhou to improve sugarcane varieties and promote new fertilizers and pesticides. But the organization department's sudden transfer left him somewhat brooding. It wasn't that he clung to power. Being reassigned to Lingao would certainly mean a newer, larger appointment, but leaving the Leizhou situation half-finished felt like abandoning work midway. You currently hold both the Secretary General of the Leizhou Sugar Industry Guild and the chairmanship of the Sugar Production Association, Wen Tong observed. Who will take over when you leave? The naturalized citizens can't prop up this structure yet. Since he supervised technical work, he didn't deal much with locals. Chiang Shide was the one holding up the front. He feared things would collapse once Chiang departed. Let Chen Tianxing take it, or ask Lingao to send another person. I think someone from the Tiandu system would be ideal, more convenient if they know the profession. Later, train up the Wen brothers. Ah Zhu and Qiu Han can receive more training too. All right. I'm just afraid he won't be willing. Wen Tong nodded. Old Chen is extremely busy himself. Chen Tianxing, as the External Intelligence Bureau's dedicated intelligence officer in Leizhou, focused on gathering intelligence regarding local customs and geography in Leizhou and surrounding counties. Recently, he had traveled to Guizhou. Using the cover of a Taoist priest from Monk Zhu's temple, it was safe and convenient for him to travel as an outsider. Zhang Yingchen had recognized the value of Chen Tianxing's activities and specifically held a business meeting with him during the annual meeting. Thus Monk Zhu's temple became the new Taoism's first foothold on the mainland. Wen Tong suspected Chen Tianxing wouldn't necessarily want this position, and the matter would require approval from the External Intelligence Bureau. Who came up with this absurd idea? Moving people around randomly like this, is there any continuity in planning? Wen Tong's frustration flared. He was someone accustomed to methodical work and hated leaders issuing blind orders and creating chaos. In his view, transferring Chiang Shide now dealt a major blow to the sugar industry reform led by the Leizhou station. Don't complain yet, Yan Mao counseled. True to his business background, he remained composed. A transfer is a transfer. Staying in one place too long isn't good either. Moving around is preparation for doing bigger things in the future. He actually welcomed this transfer. Remaining at the Guangzhou station offered limited room for development, while coming to Leizhou to head Vietnam trade promised considerable scope. Perhaps old Chang is being sent somewhere better this time. Returning to his own courtyard, when Tong was still holding onto his irritation. His women, now formally termed maidservants, were chatting in the living room. Originally he had only Ah Zhu, whom Chiang Shide had helped him purchase. Later, Ah Zhu introduced a woman named Qiu Han, who had formerly served as Third Master Zhu's concubine. She made no secret of it, saying only that after Third Master Zhu died she had nowhere to go and begged the master to take her in. Wen Tong, moved partly by Ah Zhu's pleading and partly because Qiu Han was quite attractive with a voluptuous figure, better looking than Ah Zhu, observed her kneeling on the ground begging humbly. His male chauvinism and compassion erupted simultaneously, and ignoring Chen Tianxing's fierce objections, he took her in. Chiang Shide was highly supportive of this decision, remarking that possessing an enemy's woman was a great pleasure. If she dares speak or act out of turn, hang her up and whip her with lashes dipped in cold water. See if that doesn't make her obedient. Chiang Shide had imparted his experience to Wen Tong. The more you beat them, the more obedient they become, the less they dare harbor second thoughts. Wen Tong privately disagreed. He felt old Chang's woman-handling techniques amounted to fascist dictatorship rather than the militarized maidservant management he preached. He had long harbored certain suspicions about Chang's proclivities. The lamps in the courtyard were lit. There was no electricity here. They burned gas lamps. Qiu Han waited for him at the door. Following the elder's preferences, her hair was tied loosely without a formal bun, and she wore a waist-cinched so-called new hanfu. This was something Chiang Shide had acquired from Zheng Shangji during his return for the annual meeting. Master. Seeing Wen Tong approach, Qiu Han hurried forward to welcome him. Qiu Han had served as a personal maid in a wealthy household before becoming Third Master Zhu's concubine. She had mastered a full repertoire of domestic skills, excelling in cooking and needlework, and was adept at gentle attentiveness. Compared to Ah Zhu, the poor fisher girl who could only serve her master with her body, Qiu Han was far more pleasing. Originally, both Wen Tong and Chiang Shide had been wary of her, but as time passed, they gradually relaxed. Qiu Han appeared increasingly favored, surpassing her good sister Ah Zhu to seemingly become Wen Tong's primary maidservant. The nights she served him alone grew more frequent. Wen Tong wasn't accustomed to Chiang Shide's heroic style of having several women attend him simultaneously. The room had been remodeled to modern standards, with greatly improved insulation and privacy. A gas lamp lit the space brightly. A bathroom had been installed, fitted with a Lingao-made custom double bathtub filled with steaming hot water. Herbal bath liquid produced by the Light Industry Ministry had been added to the water, filling the bathroom with a pleasant fragrance. This was a luxury item sold with the bathroom suite, essentially distilled natural spices. The Light Industry Ministry's accompanying pamphlet hinted that using it in bathwater produced aphrodisiac effects, causing wealthy buyers to flock to it enthusiastically, though the claim was purely marketing. End of chapter. Chapter 814 Dabo Shipping Company. The ships belonging to the Leizhou Station shipping firm were modest in tonnage, diverse in type, and generally poor in condition. The personnel were a mixed lot. Many had been small-time pirates left unemployed after the Lingao Navy seized control of the strait, or deserters from government naval forces. Others had served as water braves in Zhu An's employ. Although the Leizhou station offered better pay and the Navy's trade escort system forestalled trouble, they remained a latent threat. As for the Navy itself, it naturally harbored concerns about a fleet operating entirely outside its command structure. In relevant meetings, proposals to strengthen unified management of maritime vessels were constantly raised. However, unifying the Guangzhou and Leizhou fleets under the Navy's banner and placing them under complete naval control would create an overly complex command structure. Departments in Lingao didn't notice the inconvenience. Requesting a ship merely meant phoning the Ministry of the Navy and having the Transport Division schedule it. But for external stations, the process was profoundly cumbersome. The Guangzhou station had originally decided to form the Guo shipping firm specifically because requisitioning procedures were so burdensome. At that time, using a ship required telegraphing Lingao, navigating the naval command structure to issue transfer paperwork. Not only were there numerous steps that wasted time, but operations proved rigid. Sailors aboard the vessels weren't under the Guangzhou station's direct command, and any slight change required retelegraphing Lingao to amend orders. The system was completely unsuitable for commercial trade. Finally, external stations had been authorized to organize their own transport fleets. The confluence of these factors ultimately prompted the Executive Committee to reform the existing maritime shipping system and formally establish a shipping company. This enterprise would be a joint stock corporation, with the Council of Elders holding 51% and the remainder open to subscription by locals and naturalized citizens. Kaivai was naturally the first shareholder. They had originally held shares in the Guo shipping firm. The newly established shipping company would undertake all the Transmigration Group's shipping business in Guangdong waters, as well as trade shipping to Vietnam. Company headquarters would be in Hong Kong, with shipping offices in Lingao, Zhuan, Qiangshan, Guangzhou, and Sanya. In the long term, shipping agencies would be established in every county of Hainan Island and along the Guangdong coast. The new entity would integrate the fleets formerly belonging to the Guangzhou and Leizhou stations. Simultaneously, the Navy would transfer some vessels unsuitable for combat service to the shipping company, including the 5-masted great ship purchased from the Hai family. The shipping company would operate independently in transport business, but fall under the dual leadership of the Postal and Transport Commission and the Navy in organizational terms, similar to the British Merchant Navy Reserve system. All shipping company personnel would be enlisted in the Navy Reserve, with senior seamen granted Navy Reserve officer ranks. Time would be set aside each year for military training and exercises. After the second counter-encirclement campaign ended, utilizing the window before the peace treaty was signed, the Executive Committee commissioned the Navy, the Political Security Bureau, and the Postal and Transport Commission to conduct a 3-month large-scale reorganization and training of the Leizhou and Guo shipping firms. All indigenous personnel underwent political vetting and study sessions. Unreliable elements were purged. Some transferred to land jobs, a few notorious individuals with blood debts sent to labor camps. The remaining personnel underwent a major shake-up. Young, able-bodied pirates and water braves were replenished into the Navy proper, while older sailors or those with injuries, illnesses, or low adaptability eliminated by the Navy were transferred to the shipping company. The company's vessels also underwent cleanup and overhaul, phasing out excessively small boats. From an efficiency standpoint, larger ships were more economical in manpower than smaller ones. The new shipping company was formally christened Dabo Shipping Company, and Zhang Dabala returned to Leizhou after completing several months of study camp life in Lingao. This old sea dog, who had originally sought nothing more than a steady meal, had, after receiving comprehensive re-education, thoroughly solidified his resolve to become a founding merit subject. He attended a ceremony in Lingao and accepted the rank of Navy Reserve Ensign. He resumed his position as captain. He would sail primarily on the Vietnam trade route, the waters he knew best. Zhang Dabala walked into a former sugar merchant's residence on Haiyan Street. The building had been converted into the Vietnam Trade Company's base and Dabo Shipping Company's Zhuan office. Craftsmen were moving in and out of the courtyard. Banging and hammering sounds echoed everywhere, and construction materials littered the ground. Renovations were in full swing. The person he sought was Yan Maao, who currently served concurrently as director of the Dabo Shipping's Yuan Representative Office. Yan Maao assigned him a mission: set sail tomorrow to transport several elders and a cargo hold of goods to Vietnam. Besides myself, several other elders will be aboard. The Vietnam-bound party included Yan Maao, going for reconnaissance and planning, Bei Kai, preparing for permanent station, and several elders from the military, construction company, and long-range exploration team. They formed the advance party for constructing the Hongji armed trading post. Understood. This lowly one will deliver the chief safely without fail. Zhang Dabala radiated confidence. Never mind that we've switched to a new ship. Even in a fishing boat, I'd keep the chief safe and sound. Good, I know you have the skill. Yan Maao smiled. Take us to Haiyang first, then from Haiyang to Hongji. Any difficulties anticipated? None. Zhang Dabala appeared entirely assured. Projected trip duration, so I can provision water, rice, and vegetables for the voyage. Bring as much as possible, plenty of everything. We'll be gone a long time. Yan Mao's tone grew serious. This voyage to Vietnam isn't like past trips for peddling goods. It's an important mission concerning the great cause. You must focus 120%. Preparations must be foolproof. Yes. Hearing this voyage held great significance, Zhang Dabala's enthusiasm surged. Since he intended to follow the dragon, he needed to earn merit. He couldn't end up with only hard labor to his name. For a moment he didn't know how to express his determination, finally blurting out, "Please watch old Zhang perform, chiefs." Zhang Dabala's ship was a three-masted Guangzhou-style vessel, originally around 350 tons displacement. After modification by the shipyard specifically for service as an armed merchant vessel for Southeast Asia and the mainland coast, displacement had increased to nearly 400 tons. The ship now mounted 6 48-pounder carronades and 1 typewriter. The armament was sufficient to deter ordinary bands of pirates. A low poop deck had been added at the stern for steering, command, and accommodation for senior seamen and VIP passengers. Yan Maao and Bei Kai would stay there. Ship's name: Zhenan, suppressing the south. Zhang Dabala organized personnel overnight to load the ship. Besides sufficient food and water for 30 days, the cargo included a large consignment of trade goods. This voyage also served to deliver merchandise to local agents. Besides sailors, 20 Marines were assigned to the ship for armed security, supplemented by several escorts from the Kaivai Escort Bureau's Leizhou branch as personal bodyguards. The Zhenan set sail. The crossing of the Gulf of Tonkin proved less than smooth. Due to wind direction, their course had to follow a circuitous path, requiring nearly 4 days to reach Haiyang port in Vietnam. The Leizhou station's Vietnam trade was quite active. However, because it involved foreign policy considerations, they hadn't expanded fully, establishing only a trade warehouse in Haiyang port under the name of their Leizhou shareholding enterprise, Dacheng Rice Shop. They sold sugar and sundry goods to local merchants while purchasing rice, high-quality timber, and coal. Small coal pits operated in the area. Their largest trading partner in Haiyang remained Vu Ngoc Giap. This North Vietnamese landlord seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of rice, continuously selling them grain. Eventually, because Lingao's demand proved too enormous, Vu Ngoc Giap's stewards complained they couldn't husk rice fast enough, so now they exported unhusked paddy directly. Near the Haiyang wharf lay a Chinese merchant street, gathering numerous traders from the Ming Dynasty who peddled various sundry goods from China and Southeast Asia. The Dacheng warehouse was located on this street. From the street scenes and pedestrians, this place appeared remarkably similar to small coastal counties in the Ming. Even the sounds were various Ming dialects, predominantly Cantonese, Hokkien, and Hakka. Along the road, Yan Maoda and Bei Kai even spotted several small regional guild halls. The depth of Chinese penetration in this area was evident. Yan Maoda reflected that this represented a force that could be utilized. Once the comprehensive conquest of Vietnam commenced, these Ming merchants and craftsmen who had settled here for years and understood local customs would serve as an effective auxiliary force for maintaining stability. But for now, these Chinese were temporarily unreliable, not merely unreliable but potentially dangerous. Dacheng Warehouse had complained to him frequently. Local Chinese merchants possessed strong regional cliques. In their minds, only fellow villagers existed, not fellow countrymen. Not only did they suppress commercial rivals openly and covertly, but they would occasionally invite wolves into the house, colluding with local officials and bandits to harm their compatriots. As a brand-new outsider, Dacheng had naturally suffered its share of overt and covert attacks. Fortunately, they were powerful. Ordinary commercial tricks couldn't topple them. And the cooperative relationship with Vu and Ngok Jayap, the local landlord tyrant, meant others didn't dare act rashly. The group arrived at the warehouse. It featured high walls and deep courtyards, heavily guarded. The officials of the Le dynasty only cared about collecting money and never concerned themselves with local security. Merchants had to protect themselves. Dacheng Warehouse stored and sold bulk sugar and rice. The slightest carelessness could invite arson risks. The local manager was named Zhu Faiyuan, a clan brother of Dacheng rice shop owner Zhu Fasheng. His family had been very poor. He had originally made a living running errands for Ming merchants in Haiyang. He spoke excellent Vietnamese and several dialects. Yan Maoda's investigation had revealed that he maintained a family in Zhuan, wife and children, and was a decent person. His entire household depended on the dozen taels of silver he earned annually from Vietnam. Life was difficult. Yan Maoda recruited him as warehouse manager, offering not only generous pay but also frequent small favors to win over his family. Before long, the man had become wholly devoted to the transmigration group. End of chapter. Chapter 815. Paddy and Cole Zhu Faiyuan reported the current situation to Yan Maoda. Dacheng's local operations didn't require particularly sophisticated business acumen. Each month, Vu and Ngok Jayap stewards would arrive with servants and farmers from the estate to deliver rice, timber, and coal, then haul away various sugar products and sundry goods from the warehouse. The transaction volume was substantial. Vu and Ngok Jayap has made a fortune from this trade, Zhu Faiyuan observed with a hint of envy. He's reaping enormous profits on our sugar. Vu and Ngok Jayap purchased crude brown sugar from Dacheng at 8 Spanish silver dollars per dan, then resold it to merchants in Laos, Siam, and the Dutch traders, fetching anywhere from 10 to 18 Spanish dollars per dan. The margins on white sugar and rock sugar were even more impressive. As for other goods shipped from Leizhou, including Aussie goods, manufactured in Lingao and various daily sundries acquired from the mainland, all proved hot commodities locally. Watching his own merchandise being purchased by Vu and Ngok Jayap and resold for substantial profits, Zhu Faiyuan felt the arrangement was inequitable. He proposed expanding their customer base and sales channels, preferably moving into retail, so the benefits wouldn't be monopolized by the Vu family alone. No rush on that, Yan Maoda said. How are the Paddy deliveries? Complete. All the Paddy agreed upon last year has been delivered, Zhu Faiyuan replied hurriedly. But Vu and Ngok Jayap's steward wants to raise prices again. Hearing that Vu and Ngok Jayap was requesting yet another price increase, Yan Maoda's brow furrowed. This was the third price hike on Paddy in the past 6 months. Paddy was a strategic material for Lingao, and Vietnam currently served as their primary supplier. A price increase not only meant paying more barter goods but also signaled potential problems in the supply channel. Why raise prices again? There must be a reason, Yan Mao pressed. Could the stewards be playing tricks? He wouldn't dare. Our business with Vu Ngok Jiep is too substantial. A steward doesn't have the nerve to tamper with it, Zhu Faiyuan assured him. The steward says it's because the Trin clan is marching south to punish the Nguyen clan, conscripting soldiers and requisitioning grain everywhere. Vu Ngok Jiep naturally has to contribute a large sum for provisions and military pay. They say that to accumulate sufficient paddy, the farmers on Vu Ngok Jiep's estate are starving. Last spring they subsisted on thin gruel. This spring they're reduced to eating chaff. He added grimly, I hear some farmers can no longer endure it and are preparing to flee the estate. The war Zhu Faiyuan referred to was the later Le Dynasty's Trin Nguyen War. This conflict had commenced in 1627 and would persist for over a century. Between 1627 and 1672, 7 massive battles erupted between the Trin and Nguyen factions. The elders were now encountering the Second Major War, spanning 1630 to 1633. The Nguyen clan had fully embraced a turtle strategy, inflicting heavy casualties on the southward marching Trin army through fortress complexes constructed under Portuguese guidance. A strategic stalemate had formed. Under such conditions, large numbers of farmers were inevitably conscripted. In a medieval agricultural society, farmers constituted the most essential productive force. Without labor to till the fields, sufficient food couldn't be produced. That's troublesome. Yan Mao recognized that relying on Vu Ngok Jiep for long-term bulk grain supply would prove difficult. If they didn't intervene, the later Le Dynasty civil war would drag on for another 50 years according to historical records. Once fighting starts, grain becomes scarce, Zhu Faiyuan said nervously. Having worked for the Aussies in Haiyang for over a year, he understood their primary purpose here was purchasing grain. If grain became too expensive or difficult to procure, they might close the warehouse. His hard-won position would vanish. Accept the price for paddy, Yan Mao decided after some consideration. How much grain can he deliver per month now? Any sign of decrease? No paddy arrived this past month. He claims the government requisitioned heavily and stocks on the estate are insufficient, Zhu Faiyuan reported. And the next 3 months constitute the spring hunger season. Once past spring hunger, grain supply should normalize. He added, Chief, should we slow down sugar shipments? We have over 10,000 dan of sugar piled in the warehouse. No matter, Yan Mao said. Tell Vu Ngok Jiep's steward tomorrow, if rice isn't available, sell us more coal instead. Trade for coal, Zhu Faiyuan was taken aback. To him, this seemed a poor bargain. Although coal was cheap, watching the Aussies purchase shiploads of dirty, smelly, burning rocks baffled him. In both Guangdong and Vietnam, firewood was inexpensive and plentiful, and wealthy families could afford high-quality hardwood charcoal. He truly couldn't fathom why the Aussies bought so much black coal. Yes, since he lacks sufficient rice for now, exchange the stockpiled sugar for coal and timber. Yan Mao waved his hand dismissively. Don't dawdle, get it done immediately. Zhu Faiyuan acknowledged the orders repeatedly. Seeing that Yan Mao had nothing further to say, he presented the warehouse ledgers. Yan Mao accepted them. Auditing was the Cheka's responsibility, but as the superior, he needed to conduct his own review. He planned to read them during the voyage to Hongji. This is Bei Kai. Yan Mao introduced his companion to Zhu Faiyuan. He will serve as the commercial representative to Vietnam from now on. Report directly to him regarding any matters. Bei Kai's station would be Hongji, but as the elder commercial representative, he would technically hold authority over Haiyang and future trading posts and warehouses along the Vietnamese coast. Zhu Faiyuan glanced at this dark, short man. He looked just like those Vietnamese. How could he be a chief too? But having worked as a shop assistant for years, he understood the rule of speaking less and executing more regarding an owner's personnel decisions. What about the matter I asked you to investigate last time? Any concrete update? Yan Maoda inquired. During his previous visit to Heiyang, Yan Maoda had specifically instructed Zhu Feiyuan to investigate the ownership of the Hongji area. Did it belong to some estate owner, was it salary land for Le Dynasty officials, or was it ownerless government land? I've asked around specifically. Hongji and Cam Fa, which the chief mentioned, are ownerless lands. It's either mountains or tidal flats, untillable, so no one cares about it. What's the procedure to purchase land from the government here? Zhu Feiyuan smiled bitterly. Probably very difficult. Ming merchants are treated as fat sheep here. Even buying a plot for a warehouse involves considerable trouble. Money is secondary. He paused. If the chief insists on purchasing it, we must first mark out boundaries and draw a map, then I can make the rounds. But I'm afraid it will cost substantially. No need. We'll discuss it when we return. Yan Maoda reflected that they might not need to buy anything. Backed by force, they could simply begin mining on the spot. The northern Le Dynasty probably had no appetite to mobilize a large army against them at present. Yan Maoda's group didn't linger in Heiyang. After inspecting the warehouse and developing a basic understanding of local conditions, the Zhenan offloaded its cargo and set sail south for Hongji. Heiyang lay approximately 60 kilometers from Hongji. The Zhenan could reach it in roughly 10 hours. Because they were sailing along the coast and Hongji sat within Heilong Bay, which was riddled with islands and reefs, Zhang Dabala decided against night sailing. They would depart early in the morning to arrive by evening. The Zhenan set sail at dawn. Zhang Dabala made a show of taking observations with a sextant and plotting the course on a chart. Unfortunately, his arithmetic proved too weak. After fiddling with a nautical slide rule for half an hour, he finally threw it down with a cursive bird, and retreated behind the poop deck to recite compass bearings from memory. Fortunately, this was a route he traveled frequently, waters where he claimed he could navigate with his eyes closed. Under his command, the Zhenan began her southward journey. The vessel sailed smoothly under Zhang Dabala's direction. The Chinese junk rig fully demonstrated its superiority in adapting to winds from 8 directions when navigating coastal areas with complex wind patterns. Though speed varied, they never stopped. Bei Kai stood on the poop deck, gazing at the beautiful coastal scenery, feeling his more than 6 months of intensive Vietnamese study had been worthwhile. This land was simply too tempting. If he could become governor of North Vietnam someday. Bei Kai's thoughts drifted to the slender Vietnamese women he had observed in Heiyang the previous day. Within the Council of Elders, Bei Kai was an unremarkable soy sauce elder, one who merely made up the numbers. His previous profession had landed him in the Postal and Transport Commission, but he knew nothing about transport, and Lingao's postal system hadn't been formally established yet. Even if it were, he, a postal worker who had primarily sold advertisements, knew little about actual operations. He wasn't particularly articulate and had no interest in political maneuvering, so he remained a marginal figure in the council. But the transmigration group's expansionist nature, combined with the scarcity of elders, meant even soy sauce elders had abundant opportunities to distinguish themselves. While his imagination wandered to Vietnamese women, the ship's bell suddenly rang with urgent intensity. Bei Kai started. Sailors and Marines poured from below deck. Some gripped Navy Type 29 cutlasses, others carried short-barreled Minié rifles. Several sailors rushed to the poop deck, rapidly stripping oilcloth covers to reveal gleaming black typewriters. Nearby, someone wrenched open a metal ammunition box and began removing dark spare drum magazines. What's happening? Bei Kai was alarmed. Cover after cover was being pulled from the 6 carronades on deck. Was this battle stations? Report, naval engagement spotted at 7 o'clock position. We're going to combat readiness as a precaution, Zhang Dabala rushed to the poop deck to explain. Pirates? Likely. Zhang Dabala appeared unfazed. Chiefs needn't worry, this happens frequently around here. You can't distinguish fishermen from pirates. Our ship is large and alert. They won't dare try anything. End of chapter. Chapter 816, Fishermen and Pirates of the Gulf of Tonkin. Soon, Bei Kai observed the scene unfolding on the water. A large trawl fishing boat was fleeing for its life. Several vessels pursued furiously, occasionally loosing flaming rockets, their crews shouting wildly and beating gongs and drums. The fishing boat's sails were partially burned, one mast had collapsed, and someone was sculling desperately. "Robbing a fishing boat," Zhang Dabala remarked. "Nothing to concern us, just local half-fishermen, half-bandits. They don't even possess cannons, won't hinder our passage." Yan Maao had also come up to the poop deck to observe. He held a telescope to his eye. The fleeing vessel had seemingly spotted them and suddenly turned to rush toward the Zhenin, hoisting a flag on its remaining mast. Before Zhang Dabala could speak, Yan Maao shouted, "Bei Kai, check if that fishing boat is flying a Lingao flag." Bei Kai grabbed the telescope. Indeed, a triangular fishery flag now rose on the trawler's mast, the navigation flag issued by the Navy to fishing boats registered in Lingao. Previously valid only in waters around Lingao, its authority now extended throughout the Qiangzhou Strait. Fishing boats without this flag were subject to Coast Guard expulsion or capture. "That's right," Bei Kai grew tense. "They must have spotted the Lingao naval flag on our mast." Since Lingao hadn't yet designed a merchant ensign, Dabo shipping company vessels also flew the Navy flag. Perfect timing. Zhang Dabala, a former pirate himself, was naturally stirred by the prospect of combat. Now possessing such a fine ship, as the saying went, carrying a sharp weapon breeds killing intent, he was eager to test her, but remembering his mission was to escort the chiefs to Hongji, he looked to Yan Maao. "Chief, what are your orders?" "Save them, of course," Yan Maao declared righteously. "That ship paid taxes to us. It deserves protection." "Understood." Zhang Dabala rubbed his hands together. He didn't fully grasp the principles involved, but he knew he had the green light to fight. He bellowed across the deck, "All hands prepare for battle." Marines stood ready with loaded weapons, occupying high points along the gunwales and poop deck, watching the fishing boat fleeing toward them. Though they had decided to rescue, the possibility of a trap couldn't be dismissed. Pirates in the South China Sea frequently feigned distress to lure larger, faster vessels into lowering their guard, then launched surprise attacks when alongside. The fishing boat didn't approach directly but fled toward the Zhenin's rear quarter. Zhang Dabala roared left rudder 15, and the Zhenin slowly turned, bringing her broadside to bear on the pursuers. The chasing boats saw an unexpected disruptor burst onto the scene, a large ship suddenly blocking their path to their prey. Their speed dropped immediately. The pirates apparently hadn't anticipated that a major vessel would intervene. After several minutes of hesitation, the small boat scattered, seemingly preparing to attack the large ship from multiple directions. "Open fire." At Zhang Dabala's command, the typewriter erupted with tremendous noise, filling the poop deck with smoke. Tongues of flame spat from the square directional frame as the weapon's piercing roar drowned out everything else. Wood chips mixed with shredded flesh flew everywhere across the pirate vessel. "Change drum," the gunner shouted. A scorching drum was pulled off and dropped into a sand-filled basket. Two sailors quickly lifted a second drum onto the mount, helping the gunner lock it into place. This behemoth was no light burden. The typewriter on its gimbal mount swung around, pouring bullets onto a second pirate ship. In his first combat experience, the gunner controlled his rhythm poorly, emptying all rounds into one target before ceasing fire. Only after 8 drums were expended did silence return. The overheated barrel smoked with wisps of white vapor. 4 pirate boats that had been pursuing the trawler now lay paralyzed on the sea, utterly silent. Zhang Dabala scrutinized the motionless vessels while the sailors beside him peered out. It was their first time using a typewriter in actual combat. What was the situation over there? Should they continue the attack? Zhang Dabala looked to Yan Maao. Yan Maao surveyed the opposing ships through his telescope and issued orders. "Organize a boarding party. The enemy is finished." Seeing the large ship approach, people on the small boats began leaping into the sea. "Don't let a single one escape." Yan Mao commanded. The Marines immediately commenced a target shooting competition, firing at swimmers in the water, eliminating them one by one until no heads remained visible above the surface. The Zhenin cautiously approached one of the pirate vessels. These boats were small, the largest only 50 or 60 tons. From above, the deck was a charnel house. Torsos, limbs, and shredded flesh were scattered everywhere. The boarding party jumped onto the enemy ship, searched thoroughly, and found only a handful of terrified captives cowering below deck. 2 smaller sampans contained no living souls whatsoever. In total, they rounded up 5 captives, all collapsed on deck and shivering violently. They wore the black trousers and jackets common to fishermen in this region, ragged and sun-darkened, nothing remarkable about them. Zhang Dabala ordered sailors to throw the corpses overboard and wash the blood-soaked deck. One sampan, heavily damaged by the strafing, was simply scuttled. Apart from the boats themselves, there was no loot worth mentioning, just a dozen baskets of fish and shrimp. Weapons consisted mainly of inferior cold steel. Not even the matchlocks common throughout Southeast Asia were found. This confirmed Zhang Dabala's assessment. These were likely amateur pirates, half fishermen and half bandits. Perhaps they had only engaged in robbery on a whim. What about the captives? Keep them. Wash them thoroughly and lock them below deck. Yan Mao reflected that they could serve as the first batch of miners. As they spoke, the trawl fishing boat approached. "Where are you from? What happened?" Zhang Dabala leaned out and shouted. "Chief," the person on the trawler opened with a term that clearly indicated familiarity with Lingao. "I'm not a chief, call me Old Zhang. This lowly one is a fisherman from Heikang, came here to fish." "Didn't expect to encounter these pirates," the man shouted. Manager Zhang's great kindness. Cut the flattery, Zhang Dabala had no interest. "If you weren't flying the Lingao flag, I wouldn't have bothered saving you." "Yes, yes." Zhang Dabala waved his hand. "Show your plaque." Boat owners applying for fishing permits in Lingao received, besides a flag, a special hardwood plaque bearing a specific serial number and anti-counterfeiting pattern for inspection. The plaque was passed up. Yan Mao examined it. Correct. This plaque had been specially processed by the wood processing factory. The branded anti-counterfeiting mark and digital font weren't something native craftsmen could easily forge. He instructed Zhang Dabala to copy the number. Upon returning to Lingao, a report would be filed with the Coast Guard. "Let them go. Don't they know to sail in groups when fishing these waters?" Yan Mao remarked. "Security around here is terrible." "Master, they got separated this time," Zhang Dabala laughed. "If they were traveling in a large group, who knows who'd be robbing whom?" "True enough." Yan Mao nodded. Everything on these South China Seas was chaotic. But since they paid taxes and flew our flag, we should stand up for them. Can't just take their money and ignore their lives. "The chief is absolutely right," Zhang Dabala agreed. In his view, possessing power meant that collecting money was only natural. As for whether collecting money obligated one to protect safety, he had never considered the matter. He had no concept of serving the taxpayer. Zhang Dabala couldn't quite fathom the chief's mindset, knowing only one thing with certainty: the chiefs were smarter than him. He felt that understanding was sufficient. From this encounter, Yan Mao conceived a new idea. Since fishermen from Hainan and western Guangdong fished not only in the Jiangsu Strait but frequently in the Gulf of Tonkin as well, this revenue source shouldn't be abandoned. In the 21st century, the Gulf of Tonkin was a prime fishing ground. Fisheries currently constituted the transmigration group's primary protein source. Besides the Navy's own fishing fleet, the 1 in 5 fishery tax collected from fishermen represented a major source of catch. Current collection of the 1 in 5 tax was limited to the Jiangsu Strait. If they expanded the collection system to encompass the entire Gulf of Tonkin, fishery revenue would increase tenfold, perhaps 100-fold. They could also organize fishery cooperatives, assembling Lingao fishing boats into fleets for Gulf of Tonkin operations. Not only would this create economies of scale, but the Navy could organize escorts. Even without escorts, teaching fishermen some tactics from the original timeline would allow them to beat the Vietnamese until they bled from every orifice. No large pirate groups operated in the Gulf of Tonkin. It was essentially a vacuum. It would be relatively straightforward for the Navy to extend its reach. If necessary, organized fishermen could serve as an auxiliary force. For the transmigration regime, desperately in need of Vietnamese rice, timber, and coal, controlling the Gulf of Tonkin's sea lanes was imperative. Yan Maao was lost in thought. He would have to propose this to the executive committee upon his return. Chief Zhang Dabala saw him zoning out and prompted him gently. What is it? What about those boats? After the pirates were eliminated, 2 serviceable sampans and a fishing boat remained. Take them. We'll need vessels when we reach Hongji. Having boats and men delivered to their door before they even landed, this counted as an auspicious start. Zhang Dabala immediately ordered sailors to man the fishing boat and tow the sampans behind the Zhenin. End of chapter. Chapter 817. The whereabouts of the female temp. The door to room 39 swung open with a metallic clang that echoed far louder than it should have. In a barracks meant for 40, only 7 or 8 women currently resided, and the sudden noise drew every eye toward the entrance. Room 39 occupied a peculiar position within the quarantine camp. The camp itself was already enclosed by barbed wire, bamboo fencing, and defensive trenches, but this barracks, along with its neighbor, Room 40, sat behind an additional bamboo barrier. These were the special barracks, reserved for quarantining outsiders on the special list. The inmates formed a motley collection. Suspicious characters flagged as potential spies, monks and Taoist priests who had crossed the sea, individuals kidnapped from the mainland. They shared a single bureaucratic designation: Key Quarantine Personnel Pending Review. After completing their 40-day isolation, they would be transferred to specialized departments, the Political Security Bureau for most, though some went to the Religious Affairs Office, Police Headquarters, or External Intelligence Bureau. Their detention would then shift to either Lingao County Prison or the PSB's study class. Room 39 served as the female barracks and held far fewer occupants than Room 40 next door. The 7 or 8 women, varying in age and appearance, all turned to look at the doorway. Li Yongxun called a middle-aged woman from the threshold. "Come out." Li Yongxun rose and walked toward the door. The sunlight beyond struck her like a physical force, dazzling and disorienting. She stumbled several steps before finding her footing. The last thing she remembered clearly was Macau, a blow to the head, then darkness. She had awakened in a ship's cabin. No matter how she shouted or wept, no one answered. Only a young girl appeared twice daily to bring her meals. Li Yongxun had guessed she'd been captured by the Aussies. Terrified yet desperate for answers, she deployed what she considered her ultimate weapon, a hunger strike. She refused to touch the dry rations and water delivered that morning. "Tell your big boss to come see me and explain himself," she declared with all the righteousness she could muster, shoving the tray, 2 hard, pale biscuits and a cup of water, out through the bars. "Otherwise, this lady won't eat a single bite." The girl who brought the food retrieved it without a word and departed. Li Yongxun waited eagerly, but the entire day passed without a single visitor. She had vastly overestimated her own resolve. In the past, skipping meals had never meant true hunger. There were always snacks within reach, servants ready to slip her something when no one was looking. Refusing food had seemed simple in theory, but the ship offered no snacks, no wet nurses, no maids to smuggle treats to her. Li Yongxun couldn't last a full day. When the girl returned with dinner, her willpower crumbled. "I won't eat." She summoned the last dregs of her courage and pride. "Take it away." A pause. No, leave the water. Hunger was one thing, but thirst was unbearable. The girl obediently left the water, took the food tray, and turned to go. "Wait," Li Yongxun called after her. "Tell the Aussies I'm no commoner. My father is a Nanjing brocade-clad guard." She paused. A general banner didn't sound impressive enough. Without a grander title, her father was smaller than a sesame seed. She revised. Company commander, clearly. My father is a brocade-clad guard company commander, carried no weight here. By the following morning, Li Yongxun was so dizzy with hunger that breakfast arrived to find her hunger strike thoroughly cancelled. "Where are you taking me?" she asked pitifully, gnawing on the hard grassland number 5 rations. "You'll know when we get there," the girl said. It was the only sentence she offered. The female guard who answered her subsequent questions proved equally unhelpful. "Stop asking. You'll know what you should know." Li Yongxun shuddered. The woman's expression wasn't severe, there was even a trace of sympathy for a young girl, but her tone held an icy finality. Li Yongxun sighed. She knew she was in Lingao. The strange machines visible from the dock, the massive iron ship in the harbor, everything confirmed she was in Aussie hands. But why had they captured her? It had to be the person in the sedan chair, Censor Gao. Her deductions had been correct. A surge of excitement and pride swept through her. She conveniently forgot that her journey to Macau had been driven by mere curiosity, that stumbling upon traces of Censor Gao had been pure accident. In her revised memory, it all became evidence of her brilliant investigative instincts. Her pride didn't last. She was delivered to the quarantine camp, subjected to the humiliation of a physical examination and collective shower disinfection, then locked in this large room filled with bunk beds. 2 meals of seafood porridge a day. No one questioned her. No matter what she asked, the female guards never uttered a useful word. The other women in room 39 knew nothing. Like her, they had been deposited here the moment they landed. Outside the barracks stood 3 Aussies in neat front-button jackets, leather belts cinched at the waist, straps crossing their chests. Blue cloth strips with strange patterns adorned their shoulders, and small blue patches marked their collars. At their head was the same girl who had brought her food on the ship, but now she wore the same uniform as the men, with the addition of a dark blue pleated skirt. Li Yongxun's eyes widened. The skirt didn't reach the instep but ended at the knees, revealing white cotton socks wrapped tightly around her calves. "Shameless," Li Yongxun muttered under her breath. Even so, she felt a pang of envy. This woman clearly held an official position among the Aussies, a far more legitimate status than Li Yongxun's own, built on borrowed credentials and bluster. "Key quarantine personnel pending review, 1 Li Yongxun." The female guard handed a paper folder to Qi Yun. Qi Yun opened it, checked the bamboo tag around Li Yongxun's neck. "Identity confirmed," Qi Yun announced, signing the transfer form. "Take her away." "Where are you taking me?" Li Yongxun demanded. No one answered. One of the Aussies produced a black hood and pulled it over her head. Darkness and suffocation descended instantly, flooding her with terror. She felt hands push her forward, forcing her to march blind. Fear engulfed her completely. Growing up in the shadow of the Ming's violent institutions, Li Yongxun knew exactly what happened to those who fell into their hands. Guilty or innocent, noble or common, without intervention from on high, even a god would be flayed. For female prisoners, the horrors multiplied, humiliation and violation without end. She had interrogated female prisoners herself. She knew precisely what awaited them. The thought of such treatment sent a powerful urge to urinate rising from her lower abdomen. She had assumed the Aussies wouldn't dare touch her. But what she'd seen in Lingao shattered that illusion. This was enemy territory, nothing like Ming soil. Her fraudulent brocade-clad guard credentials probably wouldn't help at all. Worse, they might mark her as a spy, leading to enhanced interrogation or outright execution. Li Yongxun was loaded onto a 2-wheeled Dongfeng carriage. After a 10-minute ride, she was led into a building belonging to the Political Security Bureau. There she underwent a brief interrogation: name, age, family background, her relationship with Lin Ming. She told them everything, including how she had discovered traces of Censor Gao in Macau. She dared not hold anything back. The room was clean enough, just a table and chairs, but who knew what lay behind the next door? A wise woman didn't fight impossible odds. After the interrogation, Zhou Dongshan, who had conducted the questioning, ordered Li Yongxun detained in the PSB study class. He then transferred her file to the External Intelligence Bureau. They had captured her, so Jiang Shan and Li Yan should decide her fate. Not much juice here, Zhou Dongxin remarked. An ordinary girl. She stumbled onto Censor Gao by pure accident. She's not actually brocade-clad guard, Li Yan asked. Zhou Dongxin smiled. Let's call her a temporary worker. Her cousin-in-law got someone else's badge for her to bluff with. The Yamen's use of unofficial temps has been common throughout history. The brocade-clad guards haven't targeted us. Maybe they have, Zhou Dongxin said, but my personal feeling is that the local guards aren't exactly efficient. According to Li Yongxun, the trial company commander investigating Censor Gao's disappearance only followed the trail to Macau by chance. You believe her? Li Yan remained uneasy. Shouldn't we show her some Night 24 or Spider videos? Screening SM content for interrogation subjects had proven an effective technique for the transmigration group's organs of state security. The 21st century adult entertainment industry's imagination knew no bounds. Unnecessary, Zhou Dongxin said indifferently. If she can deceive me through body language alone, she's the greatest spymaster this timeline has ever seen. Fair enough. Li Yan picked up Li Yongxun's file. What do we do with her? If she were ugly, I'd say snap her neck. Zhou Dongxin shrugged. Or ship her off to Fu Yaodi as labor. But it seems your people are reluctant to let her go. He smiled mysteriously. Nothing of the sort, Li Yan said quickly. She's still a dangerous element. Dangerous? Hardly. Zhou Dongxin shook his head. She's just an ordinary girl who loves showing off and has too much curiosity, rather like a 21st century teenager. But here she doesn't get to choose. Some things aren't games to be played. End of chapter. Chapter 818, closing the case without closing it. Yes, it wouldn't be good if she got broken. Li Yan added, then caught the knowing look in Zhou Dongxin's eyes and hastily corrected himself. I mean, so she blundered her way straight into captivity in Lingao. Zhou Dongxin chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. He handed over the file. She's intelligence's problem now. I expect she'll prove cooperative in your future work. Good. Li Yan nodded. The Intelligence Bureau had long wanted to conduct a special investigation into the Ming's internal security and intelligence apparatus. They had commissioned the Grand Library to search historical records and notes, and had gathered scraps of information by interrogating prisoners and interviewing Ming gentry. Staff captured during the Chiang Mai campaign had provided considerable data, some first-hand experience, some hearsay. But all of it was external observation. Now they had someone who was essentially a family member and temporary employee. She would know the internal workings and operational habits of the brocade-clad guard far better than any outsider. The External Intelligence Bureau immediately issued alerts to all field departments, flagging Huang Shunlong as dangerous and designating his shop and residence as high-threat locations. Lin Ming had lost his sister-in-law in Macau. He would certainly focus his attention on the Huang family. A squad of brocade-clad guards might already be lying in wait outside their door. Cutting contact with the Huang family is a significant loss, Jiang Shan acknowledged, but we must guard against desperate measures. Whether for personal reasons or duty, that company commander Lin will almost certainly attempt to kidnap an elder directly, either to extract our secrets or to arrange a prisoner exchange. Li Yongxun found herself facing the three-person team led by the woman again, their faces as expressionless as before. She was hooded once more and loaded onto a carriage. After a bone-rattling journey, the black cloth was finally removed. Li Yongxun blinked against the light. She stood in a quiet compound enclosed by high walls, their surfaces covered with climbing plants that bloomed in cascades of pink flowers, large and small. The effect was oddly eerie. Several multi-story buildings rose within the yard, constructed in a style similar to Frankish houses, though not as elegant. The windows were glazed but fitted with sturdy wooden bars. Nothing inside was visible from without. A new dread crept into her heart. What was this place? A prison for these thieves. It looked different from Ming facilities, yet the severe, cold atmosphere felt disturbingly familiar. She had grown up surrounded by such places since childhood. This was the study class of the Political Security Bureau, the PSB's dedicated detention center, within the transmigration regime system. Move! Qi Yun's command cut through her thoughts. Li Yongxun had no choice but to ascend the steps. The double iron doors swung open and a man emerged, a wooden leg visible beneath one trouser cuff. Despite his disability, he wore the same front-button jacket and blue shoulder strips as the female officer. One person for processing. Name, Li Yongxun. Sex, female. Qi Yun handed him the documents. The two busied themselves at a table by the door, signing and stamping, before the crippled man produced a ring of keys. "Where to?" he asked. "Zone 1. The man unlocked an iron gate in the vestibule. Beyond it stretched a long corridor with closed doors lining both sides. He led them through 3 or 4 turns, across a courtyard, through several more iron gates, finally stopping at a particular door. "Here." Li Yongxun found herself in a plain but tidy room. A single bed, a table, 2 chairs, nothing more. The walls were whitewashed, the floor made of wood. A high window, extravagantly glazed, let in bright sunlight. On the table lay the 4 treasures of the study alongside a notebook of crisp white paper. "This is your room," the crippled guard informed her. "Toilets and showers are at the end of the hall. You may walk freely in the corridor, just don't go past that iron gate." He pointed to the barrier at the corridor's end. "If you need something, pull the bell rope. Someone will come." With that, he limped away. Only Qi Yun remained. "You'll live here for now. Rest a bit. Someone will come to talk with you in a few days." "Talk about what?" Li Yongxun couldn't fathom what these Aussies intended. This looked like house arrest, which allowed her to relax slightly. Qi Yun ignored the question. "There's paper and pen. Write a self-statement first." "A self-statement?" "Yes, start from the beginning, where you were born, who your parents are, your family background, whether you can read, what books you've studied since childhood. Write it all down." "Why should I write such things?" Li Yongxun demanded, baffled. "This is a sample." Qi Yun tapped a booklet resting on the table. "Read through it once and you'll understand the format." "This lady is illiterate. I won't write anything." "You'd better be literate," Qi Yun said coolly. "Otherwise I'll have to invite someone to help you write." I'll write," Li Yongxun yielded immediately. She knew exactly what that meant. No assistance necessary. While Li Yongxun buried herself in writing confessional materials in the PSB study class, Lin Ming was hiding in an inn in Sanshui County, agonizing over how to report the investigation results regarding Gao Shunkin's disappearance. Censor Gao's case had become a complete dead end in Guangzhou. After fruitless searches in Macau, Lin Ming had returned to Guangdong in dejection. To avoid drawing too much outside attention in Guangzhou proper, he had traveled to Sanshui County under the pretense of conducting local inquiries and established himself there. By now, he was utterly convinced that the Aussies were behind Gao Shunkin's disappearance and that Li Yongxun's vanishing was almost certainly related. But the current attitude of Guangzhou officialdom toward the Australians was peace at any cost. If he tactlessly announced that the thieves were the culprits, he would be handing the governor an impossible problem. An important official trapped in Lingao while Guangdong's officials did nothing. Going to war meant annihilation. Guangdong simply didn't have the strength to fight. Even arresting the soon-to-return Aussie merchant, boss Guo, as a hostage for exchange, Governor Li would never dare. That would mean preparing for a second burning of the Huang relay station. If he submitted his report that way, he would offend Li Fengji and every official in Guangdong to the point of no return. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and thought long and hard. Finally, he decided to hold his nose and align himself with Guangdong officialdom's wishes. Censor Gao would simply have to suffer for his country. Fortunately, all the evidence so far pointed to a route heading north after Guangzhou. Except for himself and the captured Li Yongxun, no one could offer concrete proof that the Aussies were responsible. His extensive search in Macau could be attributed to following rumors. The Australians were merely suspects. As for his sister-in-law, she had to be rescued. His wife would accept nothing less. Besides, he couldn't let outsiders profit at his expense. But the government couldn't handle this matter. He would have to deal with it personally. Fortunately, with his brocade-clad guard credentials and a certain reputation within the organization, mobilizing official resources wouldn't prove too difficult. His plan settled, Lin Ming made a show of organizing searches everywhere, sending men northward toward Nanxing Prefecture with great fanfare. In the end, Guangzhou's memorial to the court stated that Censor Gao had voluntarily abandoned his post and departed for parts unknown. According to reliable leads, he had most likely left Guangdong and entered Jiangxi. However, Guangdong authorities remained engaged in vigorous investigation, and so on. A massive roll of case documents accompanied the memorial. Now, unless the court appointed a special investigator, the case would remain indefinitely suspended. Li Fengji doubted the court would bother, or that any investigator would uncover anything if they did. With fires blazing and smoke rising across the empire these days, Beijing probably had far more pressing concerns. Li Fengji discreetly instructed his subordinates to present Lin Ming with 3,000 taels as thanks, plus another 1,000 as rewards for his men. Except for Censor Gao's family, everyone came away satisfied. But Censor Gao's family was profoundly dissatisfied with this outcome. The notion that the censor had abandoned his office and fled was utterly unbelievable. His female relatives dispatched representatives to the governor's yamen repeatedly to lodge complaints, but they were dismissed with assurances that the investigation was proceeding rigorously. Technically, the case wasn't formally closed, just reported, which gave Li Fengji all the cover he needed to stall. The Gao family says they'll send someone to the capital to file an imperial petition. Li Ziju reported this to Li Fengji in his private office. He was worried the situation might spiral out of control if it attracted too much attention, a concern valid throughout the ages. And the Gao family was no collection of powerless commoners. They wielded considerable influence. Li Fengji remained unperturbed. An imperial petition. A woman's thinking, it isn't as though we kidnapped Lord Gao ourselves. Who would they sue, for what crime? The East Lord is right, but Gao Shunkin has friends and classmates in the capital if the Gao family lobbies them. At worst, they'll request that we investigate again and submit a new report. We haven't stopped investigating. Does the memorial say the case is closed? It doesn't. Li Fengji hadn't drafted the memorial himself, but his key aides reviewed every document before dispatch. If not, then we are investigating. What can anyone say? Li Fengji smiled and picked up his book again. Li Ziju understood his master's strategy. Stall until he was transferred to a new posting. East Lord, even so, the Gao family should be given some token comfort. Li Ziju had been dealing directly with Gao's relatives and knew they weren't easily placated. This wasn't about money. Li Fengji considered the matter. Someone has to take responsibility. Prefect, you mentioned to me that the Gao family requested certain favors from him, things he didn't dare agree to while Lord Gao retained his influence. Now that it appears Lord Gao won't be returning to Guangdong anytime soon, tell Prefect Yu to go ahead and grant those requests. It can count as part of the investigation. End of chapter. Chapter 819. Below Cat's Ear Mountain, Yan Mouda stood at the peak of Cat's Ear Mountain. Rising 400 meters above sea level, the mountain was steep, rugged, and treacherous to climb, but he had made the ascent for the bird's-eye view it afforded. Cat's Ear Mountain was a landmark along the coast near Hongji. Legend held that a true ancestor emperor had once composed a poem here, and in subsequent generations, throngs of self-proclaimed famous scholars, heroes, and gallants had flocked to add verses of their own. Locals euphemistically called it Poem Mountain. In the old timeline's 1950s, this mountain had become linked to the Vietnamese Revolution. According to certain revolutionary memoirs, during French rule, a flagpole had stood at the summit. From the late 1940s through the early 1950s, Viet Minh fighters would climb up every May 1st and September 2nd to raise their national flag. "We won't need a national flag here," Yan Mouda's secretary remarked, gazing down at the land and sea spread out below them. We could install a lighthouse instead, guide ships into port. Cat's Ear Mountain was a rocky prominence, half of it jutting out into Halong Bay. The coastline undulated with hills and mounds. Only a long, narrow strip of flat land, perhaps 2 to 3 kilometers in length, ran along the shore at the mountain's foot. The Hongji city of the old timeline would rise here, built gradually atop the foundations of the French-established Hongji Coal Company. What river is that? Yan Mao pointed toward a broad waterway entering the sea a few kilometers distant. That's the Bok Dang River, Bei Kai replied, also called the White Vine River. Legend says the Yuan army was defeated by Tran Hung Dao at this very estuary. His study of Vietnamese had given him a passing familiarity with the country's history. Ah, so it's an ancient battlefield. Yan Mao watched the churning current. The river was wide, dotted with sandbars. The tide was rising. Seawater churned yellow while the river ran green, the two forming a sharp boundary in the center, a spectacular sight. Seems our armed trading post carries considerable risks. Where would be the optimal site for the post? Yan Mao asked. As a member of the exploration team, Bei Kai had led an advance party here previously and knew the local geography well. The most suitable location, naturally, is at the foot of the mountain, where Hongji City will stand in the old timeline, Bei Kai pointed. There's flat terrain for buildings and yards, excellent port conditions, and we can draw water from the Bok Dang River nearby for coal washing and daily use. And defense. Since it's a trading post, defenses should remain moderate. We don't want to attract too much attention. Besides, if we build something too large and formidable, it requires not only massive construction investment but a larger garrison as well. Bei Kai adjusted his hat. The executive committee prefers we try peaceful means. They don't want a major conflict here. Yan Mao nodded. Indeed. Let's head down. Below, the Marines and sailors of Zhenan were constructing a temporary earth-walled enclosure along the shore. A ditch encircled it, bristling with the standard bamboo spike defenses. Prefabricated watchtowers were rising on an urgent schedule. At the center of the enclosure stood a wooden building assembled from prefabricated components, Bei Kai's residence and future office. The Marines providing security lived in a wooden barracks on the opposite side. The thought of directing development from this crude earthwork compound filled Bei Kai with quiet dread. Besides 30 Marines and a single 12-pound mountain howitzer, his most reliable asset was a Silicon 2-watt radio operated by his maid. Staying alone on this desolate coast inspired genuine fear. But he couldn't back down now. If he let this opportunity to govern a region slip away, his chances of becoming a regional power broker later would evaporate. Bear with it for now. Yan Mao seemed to recognize that the facilities were rather Spartan. If 10,000 Vietnamese soldiers truly descended on them, Bei Kai would be finished. I'll arrange ships to bring construction materials, workers, and a proper garrison the moment I return. Bei Kai steeled himself to play the hero. It's manageable. With 30 Marines and a cannon, we can hold off local bandits and pirates well enough. The Northern Lair dynasty won't dispatch an entire army against us without clear provocation. Supplies for expanding the base will arrive within 3 or 4 days. It's a short voyage from Lingao. Yan Mao tried to offer reassurance. Once I'm back, I'll send Zhenan to you. It will be at your disposal. Zhang Dabala knows these sea and land routes intimately. He'll make an excellent second-in-command. Wonderful. Bei Kai allowed himself a moment of relief. With Zhenan and Zhang Dabala nearby, he felt considerably safer. At worst, he could flee on the ship. Aloud, he said, Zhang Dabala's knowledge of the routes will prove invaluable. Yan Mao surveyed the terrain. Where exactly is the open-pit mine? Cat's Ear Mountain isn't in an open-pit zone, Bei Kai explained. He had personally supervised the digging of test pits during the last expedition and possessed first-hand data on the coal distribution. The Quang Ninh area is rich with coal underground, but there are only a few accessible open pits. The largest is at Cam Pha, about 15 kilometers inland from here. That far? I thought it was on the coast. There is coal by the sea as well, Bei Kai assured him. We dug test pits last time. The results had revealed coal seams beneath hills throughout the region, but most lay too deep, requiring shaft mining. After a week of searching, Bei Kai had finally located an outcrop about 3.5 kilometers from Cat's Ear Mountain, beneath a small hill. The face was modest, maximum diameter under 400 meters, but remarkably shallow, with only 2 meters of overburden. It was the shallowest seam they'd found within 5 kilometers of the mountain. Escorted by Marines, the two men walked for more than 20 minutes through weed-choked wasteland. Fortunately, the fierce sea breeze kept the vegetation sparse and the grass low. Yan Mao could still make out traces of the path cleared during the previous expedition. In places, deep ruts left by purple lightning carts remained visible. At the foot of the hill they found a small excavated ring pit, its bottom filled with water and now become a stagnant pool. Weeds had sprouted around its edges. Clearly, no one had returned since Bei Kai's departure. "We named this Cat Shit Pit Number 1, Bei Kai said with a laugh. "The coal quality is excellent, all premium anthracite, virtually no impurities. Our Dajing crew extracted 100 tons in a single week. Unfortunately, proper development requires major investment. We didn't have the resources to commit at the time, and later Old Chang negotiated the sugar for coal deal with the Vu family. Vu Ngok Jayap's estate has plenty of mineable coal deposits too. So the Hongji coal we use isn't actually from Hongji proper. Hongji coal is just a commercial designation," Bei Kai explained. "It means coal shipped out through Hongji. In reality, it comes from Quang Ninh, called Guangan in the old timeline. Genuine Hongji coal should come from Cam Pha, which hosts the largest open pit in the greater Hongji mining region." Yan Mao looked around, thinking. The site was 4 kilometers from the sea. They would need a small railway to improve transport efficiency. Washing coal on site would be ideal. River water was available. After some consideration, he asked, "How much coal can this pit yield?" Bai Guoshi reviewed our data and estimated at least 40 to 50,000 tons extractable, and that's a conservative figure. 50,000 tons. Yan Mao mused that in the old timeline, such a number was trivial. A 200-megawatt thermal power plant burned over 40 tons per hour at peak load. 50,000 would be 2 months' consumption at most. But for Lingao's fledgling industrial system, it represented a massive resource, particularly since Hongji coal was high-calorific anthracite, far superior to the inferior Guangdong lignite they currently relied upon. It could fill a critical gap in coal chemical feedstock. The Chemical Ministry's coking plant currently operated at only 40% capacity, throttled by coal shortages. At 100 tons a day, that's 3,000 tons per month, Yan Mao calculated, enough for 7 or 8 months. 100 tons a day is too conservative. Wu De won't be satisfied. Bei Kai had already thought this through. Using carts and light rails, even without animal power or other machinery, each miner can extract a ton to 1.5 tons daily. 100 workers with shovels can easily manage that output. I'm thinking at least 200 tons per day. That's a production level the executive committee will find justifies developing Hongji. They might even allocate mechanized equipment, which could push us to 500 tons daily. At 200 tons a day, Cat Shit Number 1 only lasts 3 months. Then what move inland? Bei Kai had prepared for this question. Those 3 months give us time to continue exploring. The ground here is riddled with coal. I'm confident we can locate other open pits nearby. Also, the 50,000 tons is just the open pit reserve. If we dig deeper, there are additional seams, though at higher investment cost. In the long run, we'll eventually need to control the entire Hongji Cam Pha region. Yan Mao settled onto a rock beside the pit, contemplating the black water below. How will you address the labor shortage? We'll send a batch of naturalized miners as a core workforce, then recruit locally. Bei Kai had considered this as well. Zhu Feiyuan says farming life around here is brutal. Arable land near Hongji is scarce. They grow dry rice with poor yields and taxes aren't light. 2 crops of dry rice and one of miscellaneous grain barely keep bellies from going empty. People starve every year. We should be able to recruit plenty of willing hands. The problem is we still know too little about Tonkin's local conditions. End of chapter. Chapter 820. Governor de Carpentier, this is the intelligence you obtained from that Portuguese woman. In an official residence in Batavia, Dutch East India Company Governor de Carpentier examined the report before him, then directed his question to the respectful Spanish veteran standing at attention. A man of medium build stood near the fireplace. His bearing was arrogant, his gaze sharp and cruel. A broad forehead sat above a handlebar mustache, with a short beard below his lip that made his thin face appear longer still. Years of exposure to the East Indies sun had weathered his skin to an unhealthy bronze. Though barely past 40, his hair was already graying. The Indies were not kind to European constitutions. This was the Governor-General of the Dutch East India Company in Batavia, de Carpentier. As successor to Jan Pieter Zoon Cohen, the architect of the company's Southeast Asian presence, de Carpentier was himself an outstanding administrator. He possessed every trait the company valued in its senior executives: shrewdness, ruthlessness, a calculating mind, and unwavering perseverance. "Yes, Your Excellency," Savanchi Gonzalez replied. "The cost was 4,000 guilders. Quite substantial." The words escaped the governor with a merchant's reflexive wince. Gonzalez felt a flicker of disdain. Though he was merely a so-called country gentleman from the Castilian countryside, he harbored the pride of a Spanish lord and found the Dutch shopkeeper mentality distasteful in the extreme. De Carpentier carefully examined the bound booklet in his hands. It was written in a woman's beautiful, delicate script, answers to his 125 questions. Some responses were brief, just a few words, others sprawled across dozens of pages. He rang the bell on his desk and his secretary appeared. "Translate this booklet into German," the governor ordered, with dispatch. "I will work through the night. You shall have it tomorrow morning." The secretary bowed and withdrew. The governor couldn't read Portuguese and would have to await the translation. But this Sebenk, having spent months in Macau, must have gathered useful intelligence worth examining now. "Well, you've come from Macau. You must have heard a great deal about these Australians. I understand it's a trading point they frequent." "Yes, Your Excellency." "Tell me what you observed." De Carpentier picked up an ornate goblet from a tray, filled it with rare Portuguese wine, and offered it to his guest. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Savanchi Gonzalez accepted the cup gratefully and drank a substantial mouthful. In truth, the wine had suffered. Over a year at sea combined with the local heat above 30 degrees had turned it distinctly sour. But for a man deprived of wine for so long, it was nectar from the gods. "I heard many stories about the Australians while in Macau, and I saw their goods." "Begin from the start. Tell me your impression of that Portuguese woman." "She is beautiful," Savanchi Gonzalez laughed, "and passionate, somewhat like a Creole woman, extremely clever and cunning. God as my witness, a little devil resides in that body of hers. She is said to wield considerable influence in Macau." "Yes." Savanchi Gonzalez nodded. "Word has it she is ruthless. Her enemies often meet mysterious deaths or vanish without a trace. She derives her wealth from the sea, which grants her power among the upper classes." The governor nodded thoughtfully. His own Macau intelligence network confirmed this assessment. Leizhou had cultivated strong influence within the municipal council through generous bribes. She gave lavishly and asked for little in return, making her a welcome patron among the councillors. Though she seems to be quite reclusive, never appearing in public. Many have heard of her, yet few have ever seen her face. Fewer still know where she lives. "How did you come to meet her?" "In a tavern, then someone escorted me blindfolded." "She is careful," the governor murmured. Leizhou had made many enemies. Macau wasn't large, staying hidden couldn't be easy. "Now tell me about the Australians." Savanchi Gonzalez recounted his observations in Macau, particularly the Aussie goods available there. Vast quantities of rum and Chinese spirits, all manner of papers from fine writing stock to toilet paper, and an array of sugar products. especially white sugar, rock sugar, and fruit candies. The Carpentier listened carefully. Though the Sebenk soldier spoke somewhat ramblingly, this was genuine first-hand material. Combined with Leizhou's more structured intelligence, it would be sufficient for Batavia to formulate an appropriate policy toward the Australians. The Australians' initial appearance had drawn little Dutch attention. Guangzhou, China's greatest trading port, was dominated by the Portuguese. After failing to establish footholds at Jiangsu and Quanzhou, the VOC's window into China had shifted to Taiwan on Taiwan. Their primary trading partners were Fujian merchants, not those of Guangdong, let alone Hainan, a remote island on China's western coast. News that overseas people had occupied some backwater Chinese island took 6 months to reach Batavia, and no one paid much attention. Only when Leizhou began exporting massive quantities of high-quality sugar did Australians finally enter the VOC's field of vision. Sugar ranked among the company's most profitable China trade cargoes, sold to Europe and the Middle East, second only to spices. When large shipments of premium sugar began appearing in Guangzhou, Macau, and Vietnam, the merchants naturally took notice. Reports from Taiwan indicated that Chinese merchants bringing white sugar claimed it originated from Leizhou and Lingao, and that Lingao's commerce was booming, its import-export trade growing ever more prosperous. Batavia's merchants consulted their maps for Lingao. Finding it far from any major port, they relaxed somewhat. Then came additional intelligence from their coastal ally Liu Xiang. The group occupying Lingao called themselves Australians, descendants of a former dynasty, and so forth. More crucially, Australian armaments were formidable enough for effective self-defense, having repelled both Spanish and pirate attacks. This made the merchants nervous. A new power was arising in Lingao. Although the Dutch took no immediate action, they began monitoring Lingao closely. The VOC's primary objective was monopolizing the spice trade from the East Indies to Europe and the Middle East. Their secondary goal was expanding dominance in the Japan-China trade. Would the Australians' sudden appearance and aggressive exports affect this equilibrium? On the whole, Australian overseas trade did not appear aggressive. Despite heavy import-export volumes, their primary trading partner was clearly the Ming Empire, followed by Tonkin. Products sold elsewhere were mostly marketed through Macau or Guangzhou. The VOC's network never reported sightings of Australian merchant vessels at Southeast Asian ports, though Aussie goods were flooding in everywhere. Evidently, the Australians lacked long-range shipping capability. This reassured the merchants. Control the shipping, control the profits, particularly when Lingao's goods proved highly competitive. Besides alcohol and sugar, glass and paper showed enormous potential. In the Far Eastern markets, Lingao glass had already routed Venetian products. Cheap mirrors and glassware from Lingao now flooded Southeast Asia and India. Venetian goods, from expensive mirrors to cheap trade beads, had lost completely. The Batavia Council had even written to Europe instructing them to cease purchasing Venetian products and substitute Lingao manufactures instead. Merchants discovered that even with shipping costs, buying glass mirrors in Guangzhou for resale in Europe was cheaper than Venetian ones, particularly for large pieces. Paper wholesale prices were astonishingly low. Viewed from this perspective, Lingao's Australians were potential trading partners rather than enemies. The Dutch feared only powers with strong naval capabilities. Destroying or squeezing out maritime rivals to monopolize trade routes was their consistent strategy. Lingao did not fit that threat profile. Although reports mentioned an Australian navy, including a castle-like iron ship, no one had actually witnessed this iron vessel move. De Carpentier therefore concluded it was either rumor or an immobile hulk, not a genuine threat. This question was the governor's chief concern. As a sea coachman, he understood the potential threat of a supership better than most. If such a vessel could actually sail, it represented an enormous danger, and its cargo capacity would be virtually unimaginable. About the great iron ship, it does exist. Savanchi Gonzalez's words interrupted the governor's thoughts. Many merchants and sailors who have visited Bapu confirm it. Leizhou says the same. End of chapter. Chapter 821. Leizhou's report. Governor de Carpentier could scarcely believe that such an enormous ship existed in this world, let alone one constructed of iron. Beyond the sheer impossibility of manufacturing such quantities of steel, there was the even more fantastical rumor that this vessel required no sails, that it could navigate under its own power. In his view, if such a thing truly existed, it was either a miracle of God or, far more likely, a trick of the devil. Though rumors circulated everywhere, the governor remained skeptical. If the Australians genuinely possessed such overwhelming maritime superiority, why would they remain on a desolate island off the coast of southern China? Surely they could simply sail their great iron ship to settle wherever they pleased, in lands more prosperous and resource-rich than a remote corner of Hainan. But he was more interested in the so-called Australian goods. Did they truly come from Australia, or were they manufactured in Lingao? The Dutch East India Company's library contained no records of any place called Australia. As for Lingao, they knew only that it was a commercially insignificant small city, one of hundreds, perhaps thousands, scattered across China. The governor could not conceive of such an obscure place suddenly producing so many novel, high-quality goods. The Australians of Lingao presented too many unsolved mysteries, which was precisely why he had been willing to spend a considerable sum hiring Leizhou to gather intelligence. The shopkeepers never spent money recklessly. 4,000 guilders was a substantial outlay, but it was nothing compared to the value of understanding the future trajectory of maritime affairs in Southeast Asia and the broader East. Only with sufficient intelligence could the Batavia authorities formulate an appropriate policy toward Australia. Should the Australians become trading partners, or should the company launch a ruthless attack to destroy this emerging force entirely? Or were there other means to utilize or contain the Australian presence in the South China Sea? The Dutch East India Company was the world's first true capitalist enterprise. Its capitalism was thorough and ruthless, built upon the most naked commercial monopolies and the excess profits they generated. The company was equally merciless toward partners, friends, employees, and enemies alike. It embodied the supremacy of interest. Even among its own senior staff, the VOC was recognized as the power that had most successfully applied the law of the jungle to the East Indies. For the governor, the Australians were neither enemies nor friends. What role they would ultimately play depended entirely upon their strength and their position within the broader East Asian trade system. If the Australians proved weak and incapable of threatening the company's monopoly, they could serve as suitable trading partners, supplying Far Eastern goods much as the Ming Empire did. But if they proved strong enough to threaten the VOC's dominance, containing them would become a primary objective, just as the company spared no effort to squeeze out the English in the Indies, strike at the Portuguese in Japan, and suppress Zhang Zhilong along the China coast. The East India Company did not tolerate competition. "You may go and rest now." The governor extracted a check from his desk drawer. "Present this to the treasurer to collect your payment. Take a few days to recuperate." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Gonzalez bowed, accepted the check, and withdrew. The following day, the governor carefully studied the German translation of Leizhou's answers to the 125 questions. She had addressed every inquiry raised by the council, even for questions she answered unknown. She provided speculations, rumors, and her personal assessments. The governor concluded that Leizhou's performance more than justified the remuneration she had demanded. First, she clearly answered the question of who the Australians were. The Australians were Chinese. This could be confirmed by their language, script, and national identity. However, though they considered themselves Chinese, they differed vastly from the Chinese in nearly every other respect, possessing an entirely distinct culture, institutional structure, and system of etiquette. Leizhou stated in her report, "Their differences from the Chinese are as great as the differences between Europeans and Chinese, perhaps even greater." Furthermore, individuals of European descent numbered among the Australians, at least 2 or 3. According to intelligence, these Europeans enjoyed the status of so-called senators. The senators of Lingao numbered between 5 and 600. Among them, a European-style council system was practiced. 9 supreme councillors held all effective power. But formally, every senator enjoyed equal political standing, together forming an institution called the Senate. In theory, all major policies required approval by a majority of this body. Leizhou wrote, "They appear to practice something akin to a joint stock partnership, for senators frequently employ words like shares and dividends in conversation." Disputes over the so-called rights and prerogatives of senators also occur with some regularity. "Is this the Australian East India Company?" the governor murmured upon reading this passage. The majority of goods the Australians traded were manufactured in Lingao. Leizhou devoted considerable space to detailing the powerful manufacturing capabilities the Australians possessed there. In truth, neither Li Huamei's reports nor Randu's had included extensive descriptions of Lingao's productivity. Li Huamei was generally barred from Lingao's core industrial areas, and the report Randu had provided was itself a modified version, carefully sanitized by the External Intelligence Bureau. The Bureau had no desire for outsiders to grasp the true scale of Lingao's productive capacity. But Leizhou, intent on inciting Dutch aggression against Lingao, had embellished these reports considerably. She portrayed Lingao as a land of extraordinary material abundance, describing the output of Australian workshops in lavish, almost fantastical terms. She concluded with 4 full pages devoted to the luxurious lives of the Australian senators, from verified facts to unverified rumors, rendered in vivid detail. The main highlights were their opulent toilets and bathrooms. Leizhou believed this portrait of rich plunder would be sufficient to ignite Dutch greed and thereby trigger military action against the Australians. The Dutch, of course, would prove no match for Australian arms. A war that consumed both sides would serve her interests admirably. Sure enough, this florid passage made the governor's eyes gleam. His ring-adorned fingers drummed against the armrest, but after a few moments he mastered himself. After all, he was a rational Dutchman. He would not be easily swayed by bombastic Latin rhetoric. In his experience, such extravagance reminded him of the Spaniards' claims that America overflowed with gold and silver. There was truth in it, but they conveniently omitted the immense hardships required to extract those riches. The Australians of Lingao were certainly wealthy, but the very fact that they could occupy a city within the Ming Dynasty, a realm whose attitude toward foreign relations was notoriously rigid, demonstrated that Australian strength was not insignificant. The East India Company had launched expeditions against China several times in the past, and none had achieved the desired results. Regarding actual Australian strength, the report indicated that beyond the senators themselves, the Australians commanded local Chinese recruited from Guangdong and indigenous inhabitants of Lingao. Total population was unclear, estimated between 50 and 100,000. These people served the Australians as servants, soldiers, serfs, and craftsmen. The precise number of Australian troops was unknown, but estimates placed them at 3 to 4 companies of well-trained infantry at minimum, composed entirely of indigenous Chinese save for a few officers. This infantry underwent European-style training and was excellently equipped. Their firearms were lighter than any currently employed by European armies, yet possessed immense power, surpassing all European light firearms. Leizhou provided detailed descriptions of the Militia rifle and the Derringer pistol. The Australians also possessed artillery of equally excellent quality, though in limited quantities. Leizhou offered extensive descriptions of the coastal heavy artillery at Bapu, including detailed drawings of the battery positions, terrain, and fields of fire. This thoroughness greatly impressed the governor. Leizhou was an extraordinary woman indeed. His estimation of her rose further still. Regarding maritime power, the area of greatest concern to the governor, the Australians possessed approximately 100 vessels, nearly all of them junks gathered locally from Guangdong. Except for a few, their tonnage was not large. They also possessed several European-style ships, along with 4 iron-fast ships reportedly brought from Australia. Here Leizhou had laid a careful trap. She knew perfectly well the power of the iron-fast ships from Li Huamei's and Randu's reports, but her own description remained deliberately vague, acknowledging their existence without detailing their actual capabilities. She did not want the Dutch to perceive the Australians as formidable at sea. If the Dutch came to fear Lingao's maritime power, they would never launch a military expedition against the Australians. Finishing the report consumed the governor's entire morning. Through it, he gained sufficient understanding of the Australians. Clearly, they were a potent force, but they did not yet possess the capability to meddle in long-distance maritime trade routes. This represented a significant opportunity for the company. It seemed necessary to establish a trade route between Taiwan and Lingao as quickly as possible. He unrolled the map on his desk and carefully examined Lingao, which had only recently been marked. Measuring with a ruler, he found that Lingao's location was not so remote after all, at least not in terms of Southeast Asian trade routes. It should make for a decent trading port. The Carpentier was still pondering when a knock sounded at his door. "Come in." He looked up as his attendant entered. "What is it?" "The representative of Liu Xiang from Guangdong has arrived. Will you receive him?" "Of course," the Carpentier nodded. "Show him in." Liu Xiang had maintained a certain level of cooperation with the Dutch, cooperation born primarily of Liu Xiang's strength. After the Liu Xiang gang rose suddenly along the Guangdong coast during the final years of the Tianqi era, they had swiftly come to control the waters near the Pearl River estuary, becoming, for a time, the undisputed overlords of the Guangdong seas. Their expansion into Fujian waters had gradually brought them into conflict with Zhang Zhilong, and the Dutch, for their part, needed a force that could check the ever-growing power of Zhang Iquan. The interests of both parties had aligned naturally. End of chapter. Chapter 822. Ally the envoy was a middle-aged man. Though he wore respectable traditional Chinese clothing, his hair neatly coiled in the distinctive topknot of a Chinese gentleman, and sported a graceful gauze cap, adornments only wealthy Chinese adopted, the governor could still detect the unmistakable stench of seawater and rotting fish clinging to him. The envoy clearly felt ill at ease in his refined attire. The Carpentier noticed him tugging at his collar and adjusting his sleeves from time to time, visibly uncomfortable. Liu Xiang's representative bowed deeply before him. The Carpentier offered only a curt nod in return. As Governor-General of the East India Company, he considered himself the personal representative of the 17 directors of the United Provinces. He saw no reason to extend courtesies to pirates of the South China Sea. "Well then, what new proposal have you brought?" The envoy's message was a request for Dutch support. Specifically, Liu Xiang hoped the Dutch would dispatch warships from Taiwan to assist him in his coming battle against Zhang Zhilong. He was preparing to launch a decisive maritime campaign against his rival, with the aim, if possible, of destroying Zhang Zhilong's base at Zhangzhuo entirely. Beyond direct Dutch participation in combat, the accompanying requests included cannons, matchlocks, gunpowder, and craftsmen and soldiers capable of using and maintaining European artillery. He could pay for everything, and if the Dutch were willing, he would purchase or lease a few European-style clampboard great ships, complete with the sailors needed to operate them. This is a substantial request, the governor thought. Taiwan maintained only 2 permanently stationed vessels, one of which was merely a yacht. Moreover, he had always been cautious about intervening directly in the Liuzheng conflict. After all, most merchants currently visiting Taiwan port hailed from Fujian. If Zhang Zhilong were angered, he might very well blockade that trade route. Such an outcome would represent a loss far greater than any potential gain. The relationship between the Dutch and Zhang Zhilong was delicate. First, Zhang Zhilong had defeated Dutch attempts to meddle in Fujian sea trade in 1627, forcing knights, the Dutch representative stationed at Taiwan, to sign a 3-year trade agreement the following year. Though this agreement was never fully implemented, the Dutch remained wary of Zhang Zhilong's power. Then in 1630, Putman, the company's representative, traveled to the mainland to conduct special trade negotiations with Zhang and concluded a new agreement. Since then, the two sides had enjoyed a period of friendly relations. The Dutch had even provided some assistance for Zhang Zhilong's campaigns to eliminate other warlords at sea, including granting his ships free access to Taiwan port. However, the continuous expansion of Zhang Zhilong's power had eventually made him the exclusive middleman for Dutch trade in Jiangsu Bay. Goods shipped by the Dutch to the Fujian seas could only be sold to the Zhang Zhilong group. Likewise, Chinese goods could only be purchased from the same source. The East India Company deeply resented this monopoly. Friction had also developed over the Japan trade route. The Dutch wanted to monopolize commerce with Japan, while the Zhang Zhilong group regarded trade with Japan as their own exclusive domain. Under these accumulated pressures, the Dutch had long hoped to support some rival force that could strike at and weaken Zhang Zhilong, preventing any single Chinese maritime merchant group from monopolizing coastal trade, and thereby opening the door to Dutch free trade. Supporting the Liu Xiang gang was a reasonable choice for the company. Of course, given the fragile state of the Taiwan trade, Dutch support for old Liu Xiang had always remained rather subtle. Covert aid, cannons, ammunition, and the like had been ongoing for some time, but providing actual ships was a far more significant matter. The Dutch simply didn't have many vessels to spare in the East Indies. In sum, the East India Company did not wish to see a decisive battle between old Liu Xiang and Zhang Iquan. The inevitable outcome of such a confrontation would be winner-take-all. A victor controlling the monopoly on coastal trade from both Guangdong and Fujian would be a nightmare for the company. The envoy's message included a litany of complaints. Pressure from Zhang Zhilong had become unbearable. After Zhang defected to the imperial court and obtained official status, he enjoyed every convenience for activities along the Fujian and Guangdong coasts. He could easily obtain supplies from shore and even receive intelligence and weapons support from government troops. The competition on land had also tilted in Zhang's favor. Both Zhang Zhilong and Liu Xiang relied on shore-based allies known as mountain masters, who provided safe havens and material support. These mountain masters were half farmers, half bandits, not mere brigands but communities of displaced peasants who had gathered in the mountains to log timber, burn charcoal, and cultivate cash crops. The mountain masters not only supplied pirates with materials and safe refuge after landing, but were also the primary producers of cash crops exported by sea merchants, chief among them indigo. Indigo was one of the largest commodity exports from China at the time and a substantial source of profit. After Zhang Zhilong obtained official status, Fujian authorities made clear their support for him. Under such dual pressure, the mountain masters' loyalties shifted rapidly. Liu Xiang found fewer and fewer friends on shore, threatening both his business and his very survival. These converging problems had finally forced the Liu Xiang gang to the decision that a decisive showdown with Zhang Zhilong could no longer be avoided. Comparatively speaking, Zhang's strength had not yet grown too overwhelming. Striking now offered at least a 50% chance of success. A 50% chance was hardly an ideal basis for a decisive engagement, but with each passing month, Zhang Zhilong grew stronger still. In the past, he had been merely one force among many on the Fujian-Guangdong seas. Now, with Qing Wenquan's backing, he had become the dominant power. And this ascendant hegemon showed no inclination toward sharing wealth and honor. He clearly intended to swallow everything for himself. Does old Xiang truly intend to fight Iquan to the death? The governor raised an eyebrow, studying the envoy who stood before him. Your honor's perception is sharp. Iquan grows more terrible by the day. That old ghost Xing Wenkan has given him many large ships and numerous red barbarian cannons. He can recruit as many men as he wants in Fujian. When he fights, he doesn't fear losing men or destroying ships. If this continues, our gang will be dragged to death sooner or later. The envoy explained that recently Zhang Zhilong's fleet had approached the core territory of old Liu Xiang in the Chaoshan region multiple times. To defend his heartland, the Liu Xiang gang had been forced to urgently withdraw from the vicinity of the Pearl River estuary and concentrate their forces near Chaoshan, preparing to meet Zhang Zhilong's challenge. Abandoning the Pearl River estuary was a grievous blow to Liu Xiang. It was his primary source of income. Though he could not monopolize the foreign goods trade due to Portuguese naval patrols, the passage fees, collected from various coastal trading vessels entering and leaving Guangzhou, remained extremely lucrative. Zhang Zhilong's maneuvers had not yet provoked direct naval combat between the two factions, yet they had placed Liu Xiang in an impossible position. He could not risk leaving his core territory near Chaoshan undefended, inviting Zheng to raid his base, just to continue generating revenue at the Pearl River estuary. But now, forced to consolidate entirely around Chaoshan, the territory he had painstakingly conquered since the end of the Tianqi era would slowly be seized by others exploiting the vacuum. Without territory, there was no money. Without money, there was nothing. For the Liu Xiang gang, fighting might not guarantee survival, but not fighting meant certain death. The resources of Chaoshan alone could not sustain the gang's existence. The Carpentier understood Liu Xiang's predicament perfectly, yet he had absolutely no intention of dispatching ships to support Liu Xiang. If Liu Xiang lacked assurance of decisive victory, betting everything on his cause was unwise. Even if Liu Xiang somehow triumphed, Zhang Zhilong's current strength meant he would not necessarily collapse. He would inevitably retaliate by blockading the Taiwan trade route. Providing weapons and personnel, on the other hand, was feasible. The company had 2 sailing vessels in truly wretched condition sitting in Batavia Harbor, the Alert and the Ardent. These 300-ton brigs leaked so severely they required constant pumping throughout any voyage. Without surplus sailors aboard, they could barely make short runs, but their rigging and armaments remained complete. One carried 12 cannons, the other 18. Selling both to Liu Xiang would be a sensible arrangement. The Chinese could repair them. They had no shortage of shipwrights or timber, but this was not the primary concern. The governor had to consider another possibility. What would happen if Liu Xiang lost the decisive battle? Zhang Zhilong would inevitably sweep southward into Guangdong waters. The company's bargaining position with him would shrink even further. Ultimately, they might find themselves reduced to the state of their dealings with Su Xinsu at Taiwan years ago, when the company's merchant at Taiwan had been forced to purchase goods at 50% above market price. The governor's thoughts turned suddenly to the Australians of Lingao. "What sort of people are these Australians?" he asked. The envoy appeared startled, clearly not expecting the governor to raise this subject. "Oh." The governor's interest sharpened. The imperial court has already dispatched a great army to exterminate the Australians in Lingao. They have only a few thousand people in total and not many ships. How could they possibly stand against the court? The envoy spoke freely, recounting the full story of Liu Xiang ordering his subordinates to attack Lingao and suffering a stinging defeat. He also described the recent concentration of Ming troops near Guangzhou in preparation for a massive cross-sea assault. Liu Xiang's own withdrawal from the Pearl River estuary was partly to avoid direct conflict with government forces. Indeed, one of the key factors driving Liu Xiang toward a decisive confrontation with Zhang Zhilong was precisely the impending government campaign against Lingao. With the Australians fully occupied fighting the Ming, They would have no capacity to interfere with him. This removed one concern from his rear. At that time, the great shopkeeper didn't realize how powerful their firearms were and miscalculated, the envoy said with studied nonchalance. In the end, we lost about 1,000 men. End of chapter. Chapter 823. The envoy seemed taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected the governor to suddenly raise the subject of the Australians. They are a group from overseas. They claim to be descendants of the Great Song. He paused, apparently realizing that invoking Great Song to a foreign devil was like playing the lute to a cow. He corrected himself. That is to say, they claim to be descendants of Chinese people. This aligned precisely with Li Xia's report. The governor nodded to himself and asked several more questions about the Australians. The envoy seemed quite willing to answer, providing extensive information about this mysterious group, though most of it was rumor. While old Liu Xiang had fought one battle with the Australians, he had never established formal contact with his opponent. Most of his intelligence came from hearsay, some derived from men who had been captured during the attack on Bapu and later released. The rest came from spy reports. Although old Liu Xiang had withdrawn from the Pearl River estuary before the second counter-encirclement campaign, ceding ground to avoid conflict with Zhang Zhilong, he had planted numerous agents throughout the area. He knew all about the transmigration group's defeat of He Rubin, their shelling of the bog forts, and their advance directly upon the walls of Guangzhou. The Australians had always seemed a force hiding in remote backwaters, possessing strong ships and sharp cannons, but their sudden eruption of such overwhelming combat power was something he had never anticipated. Fortunately, the Australians appeared to harbor no hostile intentions toward him. Their seizure of the Pearl River estuary certainly provoked his irritation, but under no circumstances could he afford to fight on two fronts. Zhang Zhilong had to be dealt with first. The governor listened with careful attention, never interrupting. Only when the envoy paused did he ask clarifying questions. Gathering intelligence on the Australians was his primary interest now. The fact that Liu Xiang had clashed with the Australians was something he had not anticipated, and the revelation that the Chinese government had dispatched a great army to punish Lingao, only to be defeated by the Australians, interested him intensely. Though the Dutch generally held a low opinion of Ming military competence, every Dutch military operation along the Chinese coast had ultimately been deterred by the seemingly inexhaustible manpower and resources the Ming could bring to bear. That these Australians, fellow outsiders who had occupied a corner of the Ming Empire, could withstand the tide-like army that had once terrified the company and successfully carve out a piece of Chinese territory. This made de Carpentier feel a profound curiosity about them. The news revealed by a single battle was worth more than all intelligence reports combined. De Carpentier had heard endless rumors about the Australians' astonishing firearms, and their two victories seemed to confirm much of what had been whispered. Clearly, the Australians were a potent force. He rang the bell and summoned the attendant waiting outside. "Take this gentleman down to rest," he ordered. That evening, at a dinner gathering the governor and Batavia's senior merchants, discussion turned to how to treat the Australians, whether to aid old Liu Xiang, and how to manage Zhang Zhilong. The East India Company's military strength in Batavia was decidedly limited. The expedition launched against China a few years earlier had involved only 7 ships. The assault on Macau had employed merely 14. The total number of army troops was considerable, but these companies were scattered across dozens of trading posts throughout Java, spanning thousands of kilometers in the company's service. Soldiers recruited from Europe, shipped thousands of miles across the ocean, died constantly, like flies in the hot, humid climate and unsanitary conditions. Simply filling the vacancies in the existing garrison seemed a daunting task to the governor. He lacked the strength to mount another large-scale expedition. As for the auxiliary troops composed of a small number of recruited local natives, no one harbored much hope for their combat effectiveness. It was questionable whether these natives could even be trusted. Undertaking military commitments in the South China Sea with such limited forces exceeded Dutch capabilities, particularly when Zhang Zhilong still held the lifeline of the company's trade with China. The merchants therefore concluded that the governor's decision to refuse direct naval participation in the battle was correct. As for aiding Liu Xiang with ships and cannons, some debate arose among the senior merchants. Several believed that cannons were manageable. After all, European-style artillery had spread quite widely throughout East Asia. But pirates using European-style ships remained a tiny minority. Suddenly adding 2 European vessels to old Liu Xiang's fleet would seriously provoke Zhang Zhilong and might produce adverse consequences for the company. Other senior merchants advocated selling the ships to old Liu Xiang as a means of checking Zhang Zhilong's growing power. The governor inclined toward this view. "Gentlemen, the question of ships is not truly a problem," the governor said, tapping lightly on the table. "Throughout the entire East Asian region, we are not the only party capable of providing ships. The Spanish in Manila, the Spanish in Macau, both could strengthen old Liu Xiang with vessels if they chose. Let us not forget that in several recent clashes between Liu and Zheng, a Spanish galleon participated directly in battle. Even if Iquin suspects foul play, the primary suspects will be the Spanish. We can deny everything completely. Besides, do you truly believe Zhang Zhilong would break with us before he settles matters decisively with old Liu Xiang? Furthermore, selling 2 derelict ships that would otherwise likely be scrapped for firewood and timber was profitable for the company. After all, old Liu Xiang was willing to pay cash. As for the crew shortage, he could recruit his own sailors. In Batavia, Manila, or Macau, one could always find scum of various nationalities willing to sail and fight for money. The assembly ultimately agreed to the proposal to sell the Alert and the Ardent to old Liu Xiang, complete with all weapons and navigation equipment. The Ardent would fetch 10,000 Spanish reals, the Alert 7,000. Additionally, they would sell him 10 bronze 12-pounder naval guns and 24 iron 6-pounder and 12-pounder naval guns, along with 400 matchlocks. "Your Excellency, do you believe it possible for old Liu Xiang to defeat Iquin?" one merchant asked. "It is difficult to say." The Carpentier shook his head. "By all accounts, the strength of both sides is roughly comparable. But Iquin clearly holds the advantage. He has the backing of the Chinese court. And Iquin has already defeated all rivals on the Fujian seas, including some who were once very powerful. In the governor's assessment, unless old Liu Xiang could win continuously, or kill Zhang Zhilong himself in a single decisive engagement, he would eventually be ground down to defeat. A sigh of regret circled the dining table. Old Liu Xiang could not truly be called an ally, but so long as he remained in play, Zhang Zhilong's attitude could be kept somewhat in check. Once old Liu Xiang fell, no force would remain capable of containing Zhang Zhilong. "Gentlemen, even without old Liu Xiang, there are others in this world." The Carpentier gave voice to the thought that had been forming in his mind. "Have any of you heard of the Australians?" The governor sat in his armchair. Through the tall window beside his desk, he could see the city of Batavia spread out before him. Construction had been underway since 1619, and the city had been continuously expanding and strengthening over more than a decade. Now it was beginning to take recognizable shape. De Carpentier had no doubt that whoever occupied this seat in the future would look out upon an even more prosperous and magnificent Batavia. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." His secretary appeared in the doorway. "Your Excellency, the junior merchant Van der Lanthroen, whom you summoned, has arrived." "Show him in." Van der Lanthroen entered carefully through the main door. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a reserved, watchful face. This man was a nobleman from Zealand who had served in the Navy and seen battle. Now he held the rank of junior merchant in the East India Company. Though a junior merchant ranked above ordinary company employees, such a position carried limited authority. On East India Company ships, only the merchant wielded supreme command. At many trading posts, the merchant possessed absolute power. But as a junior merchant, Van der Lanthroon's authority had never extended beyond a single merchant vessel. He desperately hoped to rise to the position of merchant, whether for a fleet or a trading post. The Dutch East India Company was a company that treated its employees with notorious stinginess. Though the annual dividends paid to shareholders could reach thousands of guilders per share, the remuneration given to employees was meager. A junior merchant earned only 20 guilders per month, plus a food allowance worth roughly a quarter of his salary. Serving the Dutch East India Company faithfully was no path to wealth. Climbing as high as possible and exploiting the power of one's position to smuggle on the side, that was the only way to grow rich in the Far East. Van der Lanthroon removed his hat and bowed deeply to the governor. "Mr. Van der Lanthroon," the Carpentier said without preamble, "I am appointing you merchant aboard the Magdeburg." The Magdeburg was classified as a yacht, though in truth, this type of vessel was neither particularly fast nor yacht-like in any conventional sense. It was a flat-bottomed ship commonly used by the Dutch in the East Indies, with a displacement of 400 to 600 tons, a rounded stern, and a towering poop deck. Such ships sailed quite slowly and served primarily as cargo vessels and transports. But because they required short construction periods, carried substantial freight, and needed relatively few sailors, they met the practical needs of the sea coachmen. Though this was not a promotion to senior rank, the Magdeburg was a large vessel, far more significant than the two-masted boat Van der Lanthroon currently served on. The assignment brought a flush of pleasure to his face. "Thank you, Your Excellency." "No need to thank me, thank our masters." The governor used the company euphemism. "Begin preparations immediately after you join the ship. I want you ready to sail for Lingao at once to trade with the Australians." Lingao? Van der Lanthroon had never heard of the place, though he had heard of the Australians. "Yes, I will send someone to navigate for you. Your mission is to conduct trade with the Australians in Lingao and gather as much intelligence about them as possible. If circumstances permit, determine whether they are willing to reach a trade agreement with us." "At your orders, Your Excellency." "I will assign you several assistants. Keep them close after you arrive in Lingao and provide them every convenience." One of those being sent aboard the Magdeburg was Gonzalez himself. The governor hoped the officer would observe Lingao's military strength and the fortification status of the wharf with his own eyes. The second was Leibtrini, an Italian, a professional cartographer. His task was to map Lingao's port and surrounding terrain as accurately as possible. He was also to render what he saw into an illustrated album. In an era without cameras, this was the only way for people far away to form a visual impression. End of chapter. Chapter 824, Trade Van der Lanthroon completed the handover procedures with the former merchant of the Magdeburg. The vessel had arrived from the Netherlands only a few months prior and remained in quite serviceable condition after refitting. Given that this voyage led to the port of an unknown power and therefore carried certain risks, personnel aboard had been reinforced. The ship now carried 120 sailors and 40 soldiers. Originally mounting only 4 cannons, the Magdeburg had received 4 more. Though the route to Hainan Island could be considered a relatively short voyage, the ship was nevertheless equipped with 2 military surgeons to tend to the crew. Though how useful they would prove was debatable. No voyage passed without a dozen or more bodies being consigned to the sea. A priest, of course, was also indispensable to look after the sailors' souls. Van der Lanthroon convened a brief meeting with the captain, Gonzalez and Leibtrini. The governor's orders were clear: establish trade with the Australians while simultaneously gathering as much intelligence as possible. To accomplish this, the first requirement was selecting suitable trade goods. If the Australians showed no interest in what they brought, neither commercial relations nor intelligence gathering could proceed. Van der Lanthroen found this a difficult puzzle. No one present had ever traded with the Australians. No one knew what they wanted or needed. Since the Australians were established on the Chinese coast, they surely had access to ample supplies of Chinese goods: silk, raw silk, porcelain. And judging from their massive exports of sugar, paper, and glass products, they possessed formidable manufacturing capabilities of their own. After considerable thought, Van der Lanthroen concluded that the only products from the entire East Indies likely to interest them were spices. Pepper, cinnamon, and cloves numbered among the few goods Chinese buyers imported in substantial quantities from the Dutch. If no suitable bulk export commodities could be found, Van der Lanthroen would have to transport a large amount of silver to trade with the Australians, precisely the situation the company least wanted to see. The governor's secretary had provided him a pamphlet summarizing what was known about the Australians. Van der Lanthroen studied their import patterns carefully. The things they imported were remarkably diverse, but the largest bulk commodities were rice, timber, pig iron, various metals, and cotton products. Cotton products especially, the import figures were enormous. Van der Lanthroen was astonished to learn that, according to the pamphlet, just from one trader alone, the Australians purchased more cotton cloth and yarn from India than the total sales of all textiles to China since the East India Company had begun trading there. In fact, the company not only failed to sell many cotton products to the Chinese, but instead imported large quantities of Nanking cloth from Chinese merchants every year for distribution elsewhere. Clearly, they have a great demand for textiles, Van der Lanthroen concluded. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about cotton products. These were mostly distributed by the English. Batavia had no stockpile available unless a ship was dispatched to procure supplies from India, which was obviously impossible given the time constraints. Pig iron and metals proved equally scarce. Whether ironware, lead, or copper, such materials were either shipped from Europe or imported from China and Japan. Supplies were already strained and could not be diverted for export. However, Batavia did possess a substantial stock of Dutch linen, a major industrial export of the Netherlands. Its prices were so low that it was effectively dumped on European markets. Contemporary observers described it as so cheap that even the poorest people could afford shirts made from it. In addition, Van der Lanthroen planned to bring some high-quality woolens. Though woolens did not sell well in China, there was always a small market for them as luxury goods. After repeated deliberation and close study of the pamphlet, Van der Lanthroen finally assembled a cargo list for the Magdeburg. The goods intended for sale in Lingao included a large quantity of spices, Dutch linen, raw timber, and a small amount of fine woolens. Noting from the pamphlet that clothing worn by Australians was predominantly blue and gray, he surmised that the Australians lacked dyes beyond indigo. He therefore added dyestuffs like sappanwood to the manifest. Finally, he loaded several hundred bags of local rice. Even Europeans in the East Indies had to rely on rice as their staple. Since no Dutchman had ever sailed to Hainan Island, but the precise coordinates of Lingao were known, and the Dutch regularly traded with Vietnam, they were not entirely ignorant of the region. Consulting nautical charts and the intelligence gathered so far, Van der Lanthroen understood that Lingao lay within the Kiangsu Strait. He need only follow the established Vietnam route, turn west after reaching the Vietnamese coast, and enter the Kiangsu Strait to find Lingao. After the Magdeburg set sail, it passed through the Palembang Strait, skirted Sumatra and the Philippine Islands, and after 35 days at sea arrived at Cam Ranh Bay. Having replenished food and fresh water there, the Magdeburg turned northeast, preparing to cross the Gulf of Tonkin and locate the entrance to the Kiangsu Strait. Thanks to the approximate coordinates Leizhou had provided, the voyage proceeded smoothly. In early February 1631, the Magdeburg sailed past Bok Long Vai Island. The lookout atop the mast spotted land, According to their charts, this must be Hainan Island. The Magdeburg navigated cautiously along the coastline. No European vessel had ever entered the Qiangzhou Strait before. After several days of coastal sailing, they finally identified the narrow strait entrance. At that moment, however, the lookout called down a warning: "Ship approaching. Battle stations." The captain immediately issued the order. Hearing the alarm, Van der Lanthroen rushed out from the poop deck and immediately shouted, "No firing without my orders." His deepest fear was that the approaching vessel was Australian. An armed confrontation would badly compromise his mission. Sure enough, from approximately 2 compass points off the port bow, a single-masted sailing ship gradually rose above the horizon. Van der Lanthroen leaned on the bow rail, watching the Bermuda sloop bearing down on them at full sail. Such vessels were extremely rare in East Asian waters. It was a distinctively European-style ship. Small, but beautifully crafted. It reminded him of the sloops he had seen along the Mediterranean coast and in the English Channel. A flag he did not recognize flew from the masthead. He shifted his gaze to the stern, where a blue and white ensign streamed in the wind, exactly as described in the pamphlet. This was the Australian Navy. "That ship is truly strange," Gonzalez remarked. "A Bermuda sloop. Where would they have gotten such a thing? I've never seen anyone use this type of vessel in East Asia." The merchant glanced at the officer beside him. A Spaniard. Van der Lanthroen harbored a deep hatred for all Spaniards. During the War of Independence, he had heard endless accounts of the terrors and atrocities they had committed. "Lower the pennant," Van der Lanthroen ordered. This gesture conveyed respect to the other party, indicating peaceful intent. Whether the other side understood the signal was uncertain, but Van der Lanthroen reasoned that if the Australians used a typical European-style ship, they probably comprehended nautical conventions. Sure enough, the other vessel responded with the same courtesy. The sloop was gradually closing the distance. Leibtriny had also emerged on deck, sketchbook in hand. He rapidly roughed out the approaching sailing ship with his charcoal stick, simultaneously asking, "What do you think they want?" "They're waiting along our course." "Are they trying to make contact?" It was Leibtriny's first time in East Asia and his first extended voyage of any kind. "Unknown. Perhaps they wish to communicate. Perhaps they intend to attack." Gonzalez's voice was tense. "Have everyone prepare for alert immediately. Their ship is small, 50 men at most. Besides, our freeboard is considerably higher. Even in a boarding action, we hold the advantage. Load all the swivel guns." Van der Lanthroen ordered, "Do not lower sails. Continue forward." Boarding alongside a strange vessel at sea was dangerous business. It was not uncommon for large ships to be swarmed by smaller craft and captured in hand-to-hand fighting. "Ship inspection." Someone opposite was shouting. "Is that Spanish? What are they saying?" "Stop for inspection." The shouting from the small boat grew louder. Though the words were Spanish, the accent was peculiar. "Strange, they're speaking Spanish." Gonzalez frowned. "They're ordering us to stop for inspection. We're clearly flying the prince's flag. Perhaps they don't recognize the prince." Gonzalez harbored no love for the Dutch and consequently felt none for His Highness either. "Well, first time encountering such a thing." The Spaniard laughed loudly. "How do you propose we handle this, my dear merchant? Shall we heave to and let them board for inspection in the middle of the open sea?" "Certainly not. That would be unsafe. Besides, we cannot even be certain they're actually Australians." Van der Lanthroen remained firm. "Maintain course." But the other vessel's sailing speed was considerably greater than theirs, and the ship was far more agile. Soon the sloop was running neck and neck with the Magdeburg. Now they could see the other vessel clearly. It appeared quite new, surely launched not long ago. Cannon stood on the deck, already stripped of their covers. Sailors wearing blue short jackets hurried about their duties. Tension spread through the Magdeburg. Gunners and musketeers lit their matches. Off-duty sailors of the prince's squad armed themselves with cutlasses, axes, and daggers, ready to join battle at a moment's notice. Then a figure appeared on the sloop's poop deck. He raised a cone-shaped device to his mouth and shouted something loudly in Chinese. End of chapter. Chapter 825, Merchants Report we are the Fubo Army Coast Guard. The voice drifted across intermittently on the sea breeze. You have entered our maritime security zone. Stop your vessel immediately for inspection. State your destination, otherwise we will take all necessary actions. Van der Lanthroon summoned a Chinese sailor and asked him to translate the shouting. The man initially indicated he couldn't understand the words, but when the other party switched to Cantonese, comprehension dawned. He relayed the message word for word to the merchant. Van der Lanthroon's expression darkened. Stop for inspection. The Australians seemed remarkably presumptuous in these waters, acting as though they were lords of the sea. It reminded him of the English and their endless attempts to assert dominance over the English Channel. The comparison irritated him. Ignore them. Sail straight into the strait, he ordered the captain. Mr. Van der Lanthroon, their ship is faster than ours and far more agile. The opposing vessel had cannons on deck. With their speed and maneuverability, they could easily dodge the Magdeburg's clumsy fire, exploit the blind spots created by their low profile, and board at will. Pirates in the Mediterranean routinely sailed such small craft, yet managed to capture large merchant vessels many times their size. Even galleons mounting more than 30 cannons had fallen to such tactics. For their ponderous yacht, the odds would be even worse. The 8 naval guns aboard were adequate for intimidating native pirates, but against an enemy like this, they might not avail at all. Van der Lanthroon weighed his options briefly. Have the Chinese man shout back, "We are a trade mission from the Dutch East India Company, bound for Lingao. If they are truly the Australians of Lingao, we request that they pilot us to port. Once in Lingao, we will accept all proper inspections." The sailor shouted this message back and forth, the exchange dragging on for more than 10 minutes amid much confusion. Eventually, the other party seemed to grasp their meaning. Van der Lanthroon watched the bow of the sloop veer outward, and then a burst of thick smoke and fire erupted from the small vessel. He and Gonzalez stood stunned as a rocket soared straight into the clouds, bursting open beneath the sky and spraying out a cloud of blue smoke. "What does that signify?" Van der Lanthroon exclaimed. "They're summoning reinforcements." Gonzalez was a veteran. He immediately understood the meaning of the sudden flare. "There must be several more of their ships in the area. Prepare for battle." He drew his saber, his voice sharp with tension. The ship dissolved into controlled chaos. Sailors and soldiers rushed to their positions, ready to open fire at any moment. Time crawled by. Half an hour later, 2 more identical sloops appeared on the horizon. 3 Type II single-masted patrol boats approached the Magdeburg in formation. Gonzalez gripped his saber in one hand and a pistol in the other. His expression was grim. The opposing force was clearly well prepared. The skill with which they maintained formation spoke of countless hours drilling such maneuvers. If these 3 vessels launched a coordinated attack, the capture of the Magdeburg would be a matter of minutes. Gonzalez noted that the enemy mounted 4 cannons on each deck, along with a strange square box fixed to the poop deck, probably some other type of weapon. In raw cannon numbers alone, the Magdeburg was already outmatched. The 3 sloops arranged themselves in a loose triangle around the Magdeburg, their deck guns stripped of covers. Clearly, if firing commenced, the sluggish, lightly armed Magdeburg would be pounded to splinters by the enemy's crossfire long before any boarding could be attempted. Leibtrini's face went pale with terror, and he retreated hastily into the poop cabin. Even an old soldier like Gonzalez recognized that the situation had slipped entirely into the enemy's control. "The enemy is requesting that we follow them forward. They will escort us to Lingao." The captain watched new signal flags rise on the opposing vessels. "What are your orders?" The merchant's lips pressed into a thin line. The enemy's dominance of these waters galled him deeply. But he knew this was not the moment to fight for Dutch freedom of navigation, just as the company would not fight for religious freedom in Japan. "Hoist the signal. We comply." Thus the Magdeburg, under the escort of 3 patrol boats, entered the Kiangju Strait. Report from junior merchant Van der Lanthroen of the Dutch East India Company's ship Magdeburg, to Governor-General de Carpentier of Batavia, respected Excellency. Pursuant to the orders of your Excellency and our masters, I commanded the yacht Magdeburg to Lingao on the coast of Guangdong, China, to establish trade relations with the maritime power occupying that territory, those who call themselves Australians. God be praised, our voyage was very smooth. On Monday, February 3rd, at the entrance of a narrow strait, we encountered Australian naval warships. These were small vessels, very similar in appearance to the coastal Bermuda sloops we often see in the English Channel, though more beautiful and faster than those ships. Each mounted cannons, and their sailors were clearly well trained. The commander of these 3 warships ordered us to stop for inspection. I refused this demand immediately. Under the prestige of the prince and the company, the commander did not press his demand, but instead requested that we sail with his flotilla to Lingao. The Kiangju Strait, he explained, falls within Australian dominion. They term it the Maritime Security Zone. Ships lacking prior authorization may not sail freely within the strait. Vessels entering for the first time must be escorted to Lingao to explain their purpose. Under the escort of 3 warships, our ship arrived at Bapu Port in Lingao on the afternoon of that same day. Bapu Port is a handsome new township, said to contain 1,000 households. 2 companies of infantry and some artillery are garrisoned there. The port is constructed with notable precision. Particularly worthy of mention is an enormous stone pier extending into the bay. Its scale nearly defies imagination. Built of lime and stone, its surface is paved with exceptional smoothness, wide enough to accommodate 10 cavalrymen riding abreast. The foundation extending into the water is wider still. The sailors and soldiers of our ship marveled at the sight. Some speculated that this pier was not entirely man-made, but had been built upon naturally piled stones. Even allowing for that, the engineering feat deserves to be called miraculous. Atop the entire stone pier stand at least 10 cranes. Some are wooden, others are built entirely of steel. Their sturdiness and magnificence left a deep impression upon me. But what struck me as most peculiar was that very few of these cranes employ human or animal power. Most are driven by a complex array of machinery. The machines themselves appear to run on some manner of fire engine we cannot fathom, for we observed craftsmen continuously feeding coal into furnaces. Beyond the stone pier, multiple wharves line the port. Every wharf possesses similar cranes, and chimneys belching black and white smoke are visible everywhere. Many vessels lie at anchor in the bay, mostly junks, though some European-style ships are also present. Opposite the stone pier, we beheld the rumored great iron ship. Its size is truly astonishing. The largest ships of Europe, whether English or our own, do not approach such dimensions. Regrettably, we could not observe this vessel at close quarters. It lies within a restricted area. Even local residents of Lingao cannot approach without written permission from the Australians. They call it the Holy Ship. The precise meaning of this designation is unclear. All houses in the port are constructed of stone or brick, well pointed, and the streets are flat and wide. Before we dropped anchor, we observed groups of soldiers assembled on the wharf, all equipped with muskets. In outward appearance, they resembled a European army more than an Asian one. One of the leading officers, accompanied by 3 subordinates, represented what the Australians call the Bapu Port Directorate. The director himself did not appear, being indisposed by illness, but he assigned customs officials to host us and extend every possible consideration. When the Magdeburg entered the port, we fired a 3-gun salute as a mark of respect to the city. The shore immediately returned a salute of equal measure. Under the guidance of the warships, we dropped anchor at the quarantine anchorage. A customs official immediately boarded the ship. He bore explicit instructions. All personnel must remain quarantined aboard for 20 days. During this period, no one may set foot on land. During this period, the ship itself must also undergo their prescribed treatment. The customs official inquired about our purpose, the number of personnel aboard, and the nature of our cargo. I reported our mission truthfully. The other party showed considerable interest. However, he stated that before any further proceedings, we must complete quarantine isolation. Subsequently, they dispatched a small work party to board the Magdeburg. I believe their attire and procedures merit detailed description in this report. Every member of the party wore a kind of robe-like garment in the color of unbleached cloth, covering their entire bodies. Upon their heads they wore hoods similar to those of monks, with openings only for the eyes. Yet unlike monastic robes, the garments included trouser legs, which were bound tightly into a kind of tall yellow boots that appeared to be made of leather. These boots were fashioned very clumsily and loosely, looking quite ill-fitting. Sleeves and trouser legs, all openings, were tightly bound with cloth strips. Even the eye openings were covered with glass lenses. They all emitted a peculiar, acrid odor that was most irritating to the nose. It reminded me of cities where plague had struck, which made me very uneasy. I asked repeatedly whether pestilence afflicted this port. They assured me these were merely precautionary measures. Note: our masters is the term by which employees of the East India Company customarily refer to the company. End of chapter. Chapter 826, Merchants Report II. First, they sealed our gunpowder magazine, using a long strip of paper inscribed with words and numerals in ink, which they pasted tightly across the door. To open it, one must necessarily destroy the paper. This seal appeared to possess legal significance, for our Chinese sailor informed us that it bore a stamp symbolizing official authority. What surprised me most was that when they recorded the date upon the seal, they employed Arabic numerals, and they dated their documents according to the era of our Lord's birth. This was truly puzzling. Clearly, these are no ordinary Asian barbarians. This sealing procedure was also applied when they collected our weapons, from swords to matchlocks, and secured them in the armory. For the cannons aboard the Magdeburg, they merely sealed the touch holes with special wooden plugs. The Australians did not confiscate our sails or rigging. Moreover, their sealing measures were entirely symbolic in nature. Compared to the Japanese practice of removing all weapons and gunpowder, and even dismantling sails and rigging, the Australians clearly possessed supreme confidence in their own military power. The Australians then sprayed a large quantity of some liquid potion everywhere aboard ship except the cargo hold. It was neither wine nor vinegar, but a turbid white liquid. We immediately understood the source of the strange smell that clung to their protective garments. It emanated from precisely this milky substance. Their work left our entire ship drenched. The pungent odor was overwhelming. Several men grew dizzy and giddy from breathing it. We all had to flee to the deck to escape the noxious fumes. After confirming that everything had been done according to their requirements, the officials boarded a second time and issued us the necessary documents. According to these papers, we were permitted to dispatch personnel to designated locations on the wharf to purchase various daily necessities during our anchorage. The customs officials explained the local tariff regulations and provided us with a booklet containing the tax rate table for all import and export commodities in Lingao. Such a convenient and transparent system was an eye-opening experience. This is the most comprehensive customs tariff I have ever seen. Every import and export commodity has its own specific tax rate. The rates for most commodities are not high. Here I must note, however, that among the goods we brought, the tax rate on spices is quite steep. The Australians levy a 24% import duty. Clearly, spices are not highly prized here. In contrast, the tax rates for raw timber, grain, linen, and woolens are extremely low. Grain and raw timber are even duty-free. The customs official asked whether I intended to sell all the cargo on the ship in Lingao. I replied that this was precisely my purpose in coming. They then proceeded to unload the Magdeburg's cargo. Goods would be stored temporarily in dedicated warehouses on the wharf, until a transaction was completed. I raised no objection to this arrangement. The scene of unloading was magnificent. Your Excellency, every man present declared it a sight he would never forget. I have mentioned previously that the Australians employ cranes to load and unload cargo, just as we do in The Hague and Amsterdam. But their enormous cranes were so flexible and powerful that we all watched in fascination. Though constructed apparently from mere iron beams and wooden posts, they operated with remarkable sturdiness. Your Excellency surely recalls the cranes used on the wharves of Amsterdam and other ports, huge as buildings, yet their lifting capacity is pitifully small. Cargo that would require 3 strong men running at full effort inside a squirrel cage to raise, the Australians lifted with ease using their mysterious fire machines. The weight hoisted in a single lift was 10, even 20 times greater than our own equipment could manage. The Australians employ several ingenious devices to improve transfer efficiency. The first resembles a giant fishing net. Cargo packed in bales, rice, spices, is loaded by the dozens into these net bags, then hoisted by crane. The second is a great tray, they call it a pallet. It appears to be an iron frame covered with thick wooden planking. Raw timber, woolens, linen, and other crated goods are placed upon this tray and then lifted. To prevent goods from falling due to collision during the lift, they bundle a large net over the top each time. I must confess that while this device is very simple, its function obvious at a glance, it holds no practical meaning for us, since we possess no cranes capable of lifting such weight. The third device is the most peculiar. I scarcely know how to describe it to Your Excellency. Upon the stone pier runs a kind of track, looking rather like a ladder laid flat upon the ground, except it is made entirely of iron. The Australians employ a linked train of vehicles upon it. The wheels of these vehicles are fixed onto the iron bars and can only roll along them. I am told this allows the cars to carry exceedingly heavy loads. The cars are mostly flatbed carts without side rails. Many goods lifted from our ship were placed directly upon these carts, and once a train was full, the whole assembly was pulled away. Here I must describe the most astonishing thing we witnessed. These vehicles employed neither horses nor human power. After emitting a sharp trumpet blast, they moved of their own accord. We argued heatedly about what could possibly drive such vehicles. In our estimation, this train must have weighed at least 10,000 pounds. Even using horses would require many. Several soldiers and sailors swore they had seen the devil pushing the cart from behind. I remained skeptical of this explanation. I believe the Australians have mastered some mysterious force. This force should be the same as that which drives their cranes, a kind of fire machine. After unloading was complete, the customs official presented us with a cargo manifest. At the same time, he reminded us that all imported goods must first be offered for purchase by the Australians after paying the import tariff, before we are permitted to sell them freely. We may not trade directly with the local natives until the Australians have purchased whatever they desire. Another tax levied upon us was an anchorage fee. Here I must mention their system of weights and measures. They employ a unit of length called the meter. The Australians calculated the tonnage of our ship using some formula based upon its length and width. This corresponds roughly to a unit of weight or volume in their system. The anchorage tax is collected per ton. Overall, the Australian Customs Service is the finest I have ever encountered. They work quickly and do not extort the customary fees we encounter at all other ports. Here I wish to remark upon their officials. In terms of dress, Australian officials are difficult to distinguish from ordinary people. They wear the same short hair and dress in the same blue, black, and natural-colored garments. This clothing is short, tight, and narrow, somewhat reminiscent of our fencing jackets. The garments open down the front and are fastened with buttons. There are generally 4 pockets on the jacket. This is the greatest visible distinction between officials and common people. According to their regulations, pockets of this sort are a privilege only officials may enjoy. I do not know what specific function the 2 breast pockets serve. for the upper pocket appears to be little more than a piece of cloth fixed upon the front lapel. Aside from holding a pen, it seems entirely decorative. Nevertheless, these officials are universally obeyed and respected by the populace. They are commonly addressed as cotters, much as we might say gentlemen in our own language. The officials' clothing is remarkably plain. They wear neither silk nor woolens, but garments fashioned from cotton or linen. No gold or silver thread adorns their clothes. There is no embroidery. The buttons are made of wood. That the Australian government would dress its officials identically to the lowliest commoners is a notion we cannot easily comprehend. During the quarantine, we remained idle aboard ship. The Australians sold us a large supply of fresh provisions, various fruits, vegetables, and fish, but never meat, eggs, or milk. The soldiers and sailors complained bitterly about this. We had only salt meat aboard, and everyone longed for fresh meat. On this account, we requested permission to purchase pigs and cattle from the Australian officials who came to inspect us, but they replied that they could not meet our needs. Only after my repeated entreaties did they agree to provide chickens and geese, all already slaughtered. The Australians appear to share with the Chinese a scarcity of meat. Yet even when sailing along the Chinese coast, one can usually purchase pigs and chickens, sometimes even cattle, by producing Spanish reals. During our quarantine at anchor in Lingao, we could not buy a single pig regardless of the price offered. Everyone was most dissatisfied with this state of affairs. Fortunately, they agreed to supply chickens and geese once per week. As for alcohol, the Australians are abundantly supplied. They furnish vast quantities of rum, enough for sailors and soldiers to bathe in. In addition, they supply a sweet and sour beer. The latter scarcely counts as proper alcohol, but because it froths richly and tastes cool and refreshing, everyone enjoys drinking it. The Australians call it kvass. They serve it in large, round-bellied glass bottles, stoppered with wooden corks and sealed with iron wire and wax. Before drinking, the bottles are soaked in seawater to chill them. It makes for a most refreshing beverage. Following Your Excellency's instructions, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Leibtriny, and I observed the condition of the port each day. The port they call Bapu is not particularly large, but because the strait it overlooks is quite narrow, there are many anchorages suitable for mooring ships. It can therefore accommodate a considerable fleet. We observed the fort at the end of the stone pier, precisely as described in the pamphlet you provided. This fort is very tall. It more closely resembles a small hill than a fortification. But whether cannons are installed upon it, and whether those cannons can shoot to the distances mentioned in the pamphlet, we cannot determine. That is a restricted area, and no one may approach without a special identification document. Gonzalez expresses skepticism regarding the presence of artillery there. He believes the fort's position is too far inland. For a projectile fired from that point to reach the sea, it would have to travel a direct distance of more than 1 league. It is difficult to imagine a cannon capable of such range. End of chapter. Chapter 827. The Department of Colonization and Trade accompanying this report is plate number 19, Mr. Leibtriny's rendering of the entire port battery and stone pier, the finest vantage point we could obtain from the ship's deck. Plates number 20 through 67 comprise Mr. Leibtriny's sketches depicting various aspects of the harbor and the vessels anchored within it. Of particular note is plate number 25, which captures the Australian Holy Ship. The pamphlet Your Excellency provided mentions a great cannon mounted on this vessel's foredeck, though we were unable to confirm its presence from our observation point. Plates number 26 through 28 illustrate European-style ships belonging to the Australians, while plates number 29 through 33 document their remaining fleet. I shall dispatch my second report once the Australians restore our freedom of movement. Your master's faithful servant, Your Excellency's most obedient servant, Junior Merchant Van der Lanthroen, February 9, 1631, aboard the Magdeburg in Bapu port. Lingao Van der Lanthroen set down his quill and spread the letter flat across his desk. From his briefcase, he withdrew a sheet of cardboard perforated with irregular holes. Placing it over the letter, he compared the alignment, then began copying the visible words onto a fresh sheet of paper. Gonzalez watched the young merchant work with such diligence and suppressed a private laugh. They weren't even permitted to leave the ship, so to whom did he imagine he would entrust this letter for delivery to Batavia? There was neither a company trading post nor any other vessel from Batavia in these waters. The Australians, for their part, never sailed to Batavia at all. Leibtrini sat nearby, cup in hand, drinking. Anchored here with nothing to occupy them while awaiting permission to go ashore, the sailors and soldiers had universally adopted drinking as their sole pastime. The purser had purchased over a dozen barrels of rum and 50 cases of kvass. Everyone aboard, save the sentries expressly forbidden to imbibe, remained perpetually drunk. On deck in the hold beside the cannons, everywhere lay sodden men, snoring in their stupor. A tragic incident had occurred the previous night. A sailor, thoroughly intoxicated, had fallen asleep on deck and rolled overboard in the darkness. By the time the duty watch noticed and fished him out, he was already dead. For this, the merchant was obliged to pay 8 reals in body disposal fees, whereupon the port authority disposed of the corpse by casting it into the open sea. With nothing else to occupy his time, Leibtrini divided his days between drinking and drawing. On deck, employing projection methods and simple instruments, he sketched rough topographical renderings of the harbor. He captured everything visible from the Magdeburg's deck, reserving particular care for the holy ship. This immense vessel lay moored on the far side of the bay, its dark silhouette a vision of captivating beauty against the azure sea and sky, whether rendered in lines or painted in light and color. Leibtrini was a cartographer by trade, but in an era when technology and art had not yet fully diverged in Europe, he was also half an artist, possessed of an innate sensitivity to the beautiful. Each day, blue-green smoke puffed intermittently from the holy ship, punctuated occasionally by sudden eruptions of dense black smoke. Leibtrini found himself increasingly consumed by speculation about what transpired aboard, what the Australians were doing there. His fascination with the vessel grew daily. Now, watching the merchant wrap his sketchbook and letter together, layer after meticulous layer of oilcloth, sealed with wax, then finally secured within a deerskin pouch, Leibtrini felt a pang of unease. Though these drawings were merely sketches, was it prudent to send them so casually with the letter? The voyage to Batavia took several dozen days. Any mishap could consign them to the ocean depths forever. "How do you intend to dispatch the letter?" Gonzalez finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "I noticed a junk nearby unloading Formosan deerskins earlier. Those Chinese merchants clearly sailed from Taiwan. I plan to entrust it to them." The merchant spoke with easy confidence. "A bit of silver, and they'll handle it quite reliably." Though sending the letter via Taiwan and then onward to Batavia would take considerable time, according to the typical duration ships remained in port, the Magdeburg would not begin its return voyage for at least 1 or 2 months. That allowed ample time for the letter to reach Batavia. Even if the letter arrived after them, it would still prove valuable, a backup, at the very least. In this age, not every vessel that set sail was assured of reaching port. In the Department of Colonization and Trade Building, Scott sat in his office, brimming with complacency and ambition. At the 3rd plenary session of the Senate following the annual meeting, a by-election had been held to fill vacant executive committee positions. Having long overseen the daily operations of the department and frequently championing declarations like, "The Pacific is China's Pacific," Scott had secured his election as Minister of Colonization and Trade, now an executive committee position. His first act upon election was to relocate. In his estimation, the original department premises were far too cramped to accommodate either his ambitions or the constantly expanding workload. Fortunately, ever since construction had begun on the senator's residential building, considerable vacant land had opened up in Bairncheng. He requisitioned a new plot and erected the Department of Colonization and Trade building. The so-called building was, in truth, repurposed from former prefabricated dormitories. Now that most senators had moved into proper apartments, surplus prefab components abounded. The colored steel sandwich panels with foam cores lacked sufficient insulating efficiency, so it was decided to use them only as exterior walls, with a wooden frame wall added inside and filled with diatomaceous earth, a natural insulating material. Because the prefab panels could be installed rapidly, the Planning Institute did not reject his construction proposal. The construction company completed the building within a week. From the outside, the new Department of Colonization and Trade building presented a peculiar sight. Two three-story structures connected by an arched roof spanning the gap between them. The ground floors were brick, while the upper 2 stories featured colored steel panel construction. An arched wooden roof supported by wrought iron trusses bridged the 2 buildings' rooftops, fitted with glass skylights. The front and rear of the arch were sealed with brick walls, creating a structure with offices on both flanks and a soaring atrium in the center. The entire edifice exuded an unmistakably improvised character. Scott had developed an abiding admiration for the full-height arched hall of the Lingao General Construction Company, the way it combined with the sand table model on the planning exhibition platform below to create something truly magnificent. He wanted the same for himself. Standing on the balcony of the minister's office on the 3rd floor, he could gaze down upon the sand table and his busy staff below, thoroughly satisfying his desire to survey his domain. Beneath this arched roof sprawled an array of sand tables. Scott maintained that the Department of Colonization and Trade functioned much like a staff headquarters, only an economic one. And the fundamental skill of staff work was to operate on maps and sand tables. Thus, the hall brimmed with sand tables of every description. The largest depicted the entire East Asian maritime region. All merchant vessels owned by the transmigrators or operating under contract with them, along with every public commercial outlet, were represented on this great sand table by means of small flags and models. On the walls hung enormous maps and charts. One chart displayed an operational diagram of trade cargo flows. Commercial data of various types were inscribed on color-coded cards and suspended from the wall, giving it the appearance of a multicolored chessboard. Once daily, the Department of Colonization and Trade, the Naval Shipping Division, the Port Authority, the Directorate of Manufacturing, and all overseas stations equipped with radio exchanged intelligence. Female clerks wielding long forked poles adjusted the positions of cards according to incoming information. Below the operational diagram, in small office cubicles, sat a cadre of individuals known as calculators, perpetually computing data with slide rules and dip pens. These calculators had been selected from naturalized citizens who had obtained Type C diplomas and trained by rote in specific mathematical calculation methods. Each person was responsible for memorizing only one type of formula. Their task was to insert data into formulas and derive results through manual calculation and slide rule operation. The purpose and principles underlying the calculations were entirely immaterial. So long as they could correctly compute results, they qualified as calculators. Through repetitive mechanical practice, their calculation speed had become remarkably swift. Every few months, they would learn an additional formula, ensuring they could substitute for one another as needed. Through meticulous management methods, it was possible to know at any moment which ships had departed port, which lay at anchor loading or unloading cargo, which were currently empty, what cargo each vessel carried, and the types and quantities of the month's import and export demands. The Senate and all departments could always obtain forecasts of when particular materials from particular directions would arrive, barring unforeseen incidents. The Department of Colonization and Trade possessed no ships of its own, a perpetual source of resentment for Scott. When the Dabo steamship company was being established, he had vigorously demanded that it fall under his department's purview, but it ultimately landed in the hands of the Transportation Department and the Navy. This rankled deeply. A department of colonization and trade without vessels was nothing short of absurd. Of course, he lacked the power to contest the Navy's bid for a shipping monopoly. For now, he would swallow his frustration and plan to propose a directly controlled shipping company once the Hong Kong shipyard commenced mass production. At present, all efforts had to revolve around the department's operations in Hongji. If they could once and for all resolve the coal supply problem plaguing the Senate, his voice in executive committee and Senate meetings would carry far greater weight. The requests he put forward would become correspondingly more reasonable. Whether a request is reasonable depends entirely on how important you are within the group, Scott often said. He gazed down through the large glass window beside his desk. In the hall below, several senators from the Colonial Department and naturalized citizen staff bustled around a newly constructed sand table. This one represented the region surrounding Hongji in Vietnam. It had been produced by enlarging old time-space maps and refining them with survey data transmitted from the front. End of chapter. Chapter 828. The usefulness of the Dutch. Though it was only February, temperatures had already begun to climb. Scott calculated that they would need to have the geothermal air conditioning installed before summer arrived. Of course, securing such amenities for the administrative departments required first solving the copper problem. No matter how simple the geothermal system structure might be, the heat exchangers still demanded copper. While the quantities weren't large, it represented a non-productive, non-essential consumption. The previous motion to install geothermal air conditioning in the senator apartments had likewise died stillborn in the face of opposition from the Planning Institute. In the end, only reserved installation positions remained. Where to find copper? Currently, the sole source of large-scale supply was Japanese copper purchased through Guangdong. Scott harbored a bellyful of grievances regarding this Japanese copper imported via Guangdong. The copper bars could have silver refined from them, which had kept prices stubbornly elevated. The Trade Department's bulk purchases only fueled this upward trend. Every time Scott reviewed the trade lists for Japanese copper, he felt genuine pain. Although trading prices for Japanese copper had declined this year, thanks to the temporary suspension of commerce during the previous years, exterminating the barbarians campaign, the drop remained modest. Copper was perpetually scarce in China, much like silver. Whatever quantity appeared would be absorbed. Looks like we can't avoid directly controlling a few major copper mines ourselves, Scott murmured, gazing down at the great sand table beneath him. In the hall below, naturalized citizen interns were engaged in enlarging the sand table. The enlargement process involved using a parallelogram drafting frame to scale each contour line from a topographical map onto large sheets of paper. Then, naturalized citizen students studying surveying and mapping would moisten standardized dry clay chips, produced in Lingao, lay them atop the drawings, and build them layer upon layer into the shapes of mountains, rivers, and undersea continental shelves. The seabed was painted blue. Forests were represented by large-headed pins with green paper strips attached, denoting different tree species and average diameter at breast height. Simple models marked additional details: cities, mines, and ships. In the old time space, such models had been constructed from corrugated cardboard. Since Lingao's paper mill produced no corrugated cardboard, the Colonial Department had initially used clay instead. Later, following Wen Zhong's suggestion, they switched to mass-produced standardized clay mosaic tiles, which significantly reduced drying time. Building new layers atop undried ones caused deformation. Senators from the Colonial Department and related offices, clutching large-headed pins, pens, and paper card models representing various equipment, facilities, and structures, took turns climbing onto the sand table to position and reposition. Pinned buildings represented construction plans. Removed pins indicated obtainable timber resources. Military personnel marked key defensive positions. The transportation department used ropes in black, gray, and white to trace future road and railway routes. Through constant rearrangement, the entire colony's layout plan was optimized. Clerks from the colonial department and other divisions stood by with stacks of reference materials, ready to answer senators' questions on the spot, while others took notes. In the adjacent small meeting rooms, former senator dormitories, kvass and food were set out. Senators stepping down from the sand table would sit, drink, and deliberate. Within these cramped spaces, arguments over minute details often stretched through the night. The success or failure of the entire operation hinged on the coordination of countless particulars. Clerks occupied every meeting room, documenting discussion details. All these records would ultimately be compiled after the model project's completion to form the Colonial Development Plan. The Colonial Department would then circulate copies to relevant departments for co-signature, with each department providing supplementary document attachments to support their positions. The plan would subsequently be submitted to the Executive Committee via the General Affairs Office. Should the Executive Committee contemplate employing military force or committing substantial human and material resources to execute these plans, they would need to prepare a relatively concise proposal for Senate approval, or at minimum, a formal hearing. The military was simultaneously constructing a larger and more precise Hongji sand table. The General Staff maintained a dedicated sand table room specifically for wargaming. Scott knew, however, that the military harbored deeply ambivalent feelings about the Hongji development plan. On one hand, they hoped that a definitive solution to the coal problem would propel military equipment upgrades and force expansion to the next level. The Navy scarcely needed mentioning. Coal reserves directly impacted the fleet that would soon transition to steam power. On the other hand, the military feared that armed conflicts arising from Hongji's development would impose heavy burdens upon them. This vacillating attitude vexed Scott considerably. In his view, the military exemplified the typical case of wanting to feast on meat while fearing to soil their hands. Scott was aware that mere days ago, Ziyazhu had been recalled to Lingao by the Military Affairs Directorate. Ming, newly elected as Chief of Military Affairs at the third plenary session of senators, wanted him to preside over a war game in the General Staff sand table room, a rough simulation of the strategic situation surrounding Hongji. The formal report on this exercise had yet to emerge. Scott strongly suspected they were polishing it. At that moment, the telephone on his desk rang. Scott returned to his office and lifted the receiver. "Yes, it's me." "What? Hanan, no, the Dutch are here." "All right, yes, let's keep them on their ship to cool off for a bit first." He replaced the receiver. The caller had been Ming De. The Dutch's sudden arrival in Lingao far exceeded his expectations. The Executive Committee and Senate had always regarded the Dutch as a major threat, partly from nationalist sentiment, though Dutch ambitions genuinely made them the most menacing opponent on the East Asian seas. Moreover, they still occupied Taiwan Port in Taiwan, territory the transmigrator group intended to control in the future. A fundamental conflict of interest existed. Yet until now, no one had anticipated the Dutch arriving of their own volition to request trade, rather than descending murderously with a fleet to challenge Lingao. The military had previously conducted countless simulations exploring whether old Liu Xiang might join forces with the Dutch to attack Lingao, Sanya, or even Hongji, but never had they imagined their adversary's purpose was peaceful commerce. Among the various memoranda and plans piled in Scott's filing cabinets and safes, the Dutch received scant attention. The Department of Colonization and Trade had not planned extensive dealings with them. Most of what the Dutch could provide was not irreplaceable. The English could supply much of the same, and the Portuguese could also transport Lingao's goods. Most of the silver the Dutch might offer originated from Japan and Persia anyway. Of course, should trade terms prove sufficiently favorable, conducting business with the Dutch was conceivable. After all, Lingao currently operated as an export-oriented economy. Raw materials flowed in on a massive scale. Products flowed out in equal measure. When their own transport capacity fell short, having additional middlemen capable of delivering goods to their doorstep was hardly unwelcome. However, relations with the Dutch constituted a matter of diplomacy, and, as custom dictated, required Senate authorization, or more precisely, decision by the Standing Committee of the Senate. During the Dutch merchant group's quarantine period aboard their vessel, the Senate Standing Committee in Lingao conducted a heated debate on how to handle the Dutch. The newly elected Senate chairman was Shuiding. After the Feiyun Club had converted the Cape Lingao Park into a club, it had sat vacant for a time. Eventually, the principal members convened to reflect deeply on the shortcomings of managing the overseas club. Through tireless newspaper advertising and a diverse array of popular activities, clay pigeon shooting, bonfire parties, pistol shooting training, they gradually cultivated broad popularity. Shuiding had become a man everyone knew. Thus, in this by-election, he was elected on the strength of his excellent mass relations. This surprised even him. He had not planned to assume the role of Senate chairman so soon. He had originally nominated Hai Lin from the Timber Industry Department. At the Standing Committee, most senators maintained that two tigers could not share one mountain, and a clash with the Dutch was inevitable. The prevailing assessment, the Dutch are the primary European opponent in East Asia, remained unchanged. However, the Dutch had unexpectedly sailed across the ocean expressing willingness to trade, sign a commercial agreement, and perhaps even establish a certain degree of alliance. Given Lingao's present circumstances, there seemed no reason to rebuff a potential adversary offering friendship, particularly when no immediate conflict of interest existed with them. Even if the Dutch wished to fight, they likely lacked the forces to deploy. Lingao similarly had no present capacity to organize an expeditionary force against Batavia or Taiwan. However, Lingao would probably launch operations against Taiwan within 2 years, so the Senate was also disinclined to bind itself with any pacts or treaties. The ultimate resolution, therefore, was to agree to sign a trade agreement with the Dutch. Scott received the trade license. He studied the Dutch cargo manifest. These goods still lay piled in the dockside warehouse. Save for spices, everything the Dutch had brought proved useful. The linen particularly caught his eye. Linen garments were far more breathable and comfortable than cotton. The agricultural department had not promoted large-scale cultivation of flax and hemp in Lingao, leaving them with only modest quantities of linen fabric, most obtained through trade with the Li people. A thought suddenly struck him. The Dutch were currently the principal trading partners with Japan. Dutch commerce with Japan had continued uninterrupted until Zheng Zhilong completely monopolized China's coastal trade. Right now, the Dutch were reaping handsome profits on the Japan route. If they could purchase Japanese copper bars through the Dutch, the cost would be substantially lower than buying through 2 or 3 intermediaries in Guangzhou. If they could expand copper imports 3-fold or 4-fold, installing geothermal air conditioning in offices and apartments would no longer seem so extravagant. Compared to industrial department consumption, it would scarcely amount to a drop in the bucket. As for goods to export to the Dutch, Scott considered carefully. Among Lingao's bulk industrial products, glass prices had fallen to the point where reselling even to Europe had become profitable, driving steadily increasing export volumes. Beyond that, there were sugar products. Paper was something the Dutch did not require. They were purely middlemen, and neither Southeast Asia, Japan, nor Persia generated substantial demand for it. End of chapter. Chapter 829. News from Hongji Station. Hainan Island produced no silk, those goods the Dutch prized above all else. Perhaps, Scott mused, they could follow the Dutch model and enter the intermediary trade. Import silk fabrics and porcelain from the mainland on a grand scale, then sell them to the Dutch. The Dutch had long suffered under Zhang Zhilong's rigorous blockade of coastal trade. Thanks to this monopoly, the silk Zhang Zhilong sold to the Dutch commanded exorbitant prices, failing to satisfy Dutch appetite for extraordinary profits. What if we sold to the Dutch instead? Scott turned the idea over in his mind. As long as prices remained slightly lower, the Dutch would come to Lingao to purchase silk. Alternatively, they could simply conduct direct trade at Sanya port. Naturally, given that the Ming Empire itself maintained substantial demand for spices, having the Dutch bring spices offered another avenue to fill gaps in Lingao's export inventory. Since the Dutch had employed violence to monopolize spice exports from the Moluccas, the prices they charged had remained steep. Yet if merchants like Zhang Zhilong still accepted Dutch spices as trade goods, the profits from reselling to the mainland must remain considerable. We can claim that profit as well. Scott clutched a pencil and scrawled notes on paper, contemplating how to compel the Dutch into signing an unequal treaty and how to make its terms as advantageous to their side as possible. After all, the quarantine period would conclude tomorrow. Just as he racked his brain over these calculations, the telephone rang again. Someone reported that a telegram had arrived from Hongji Station. The trading post in Hongji has been attacked by bandits. The voice on the line was urgent. What? Scott cried out involuntarily. The female secretary perpetually stationed outside his door immediately pushed it open and entered. Scott waved her away. What happened? Are there casualties? The specific situation remains unclear. The telegram says the trading post is currently secure and the bandits have been repelled. The native clerk responsible for information exchange reported nervously over the phone. Send the telegram up immediately. Hurry. What Scott feared most was any threat to Hongji Station's safety. After all, developing Hongji had been his vigorous advocacy. If anything went awry there, such as Beikai being killed or captured, he wouldn't be able to win re-election as Minister of Colonization and Trade. At best, he could only continue serving as Chief Secretary of the department. A clerk came running with the telegram. Scott snatched the slip and found it contained precious few words, scarcely more than what the clerk had already described. What kind of telegram is this? It explains nothing. Scott fumed. Quickly, telegraph Hongji Station to demand a detailed situation report. Do they require immediate reinforcements? Scott issued rapid-fire instructions while grabbing the telephone. Connect me to the Naval Command. Beikai had spent nearly 2 months in Yalong Bay. During those 2 months, he had truly run things for the first time, unencumbered by direct leadership. At first, the autonomy felt genuinely uncomfortable. But as time passed, he grew increasingly into the role. The first week proved the hardest to endure. He had occupied an earthen fort with 30 Marines, 1 life secretary, and 5 prisoners. This particular life secretary hadn't drawn a Class C or higher ticket during the original lottery, and had originally assumed purchasing a Class C would pose no difficulty. But when she leisurely went to inspect the goods, she discovered to her dismay that Class C had sold out entirely, and even Class D tickets had grown scarce. Beikai ultimately purchased one that was merely passable, adopting an attitude of better than nothing. At least the life secretaries had all received specialized training and were more agreeable than the female naturalized citizens from the quarantine camps. On this deserted beach, besides the 36 souls present, the only visible features were wild mountains smothered in overgrown grass. Though Yalong Bay was picturesque, in Beikai's assessment it appeared equally ferocious. More than once, he had sized up the captured pirate fishing boat Yan Mauda had left them upon departing, estimating whether it could safely carry them to Haiyang in an emergency. Crossing the Gulf of Tonkin in such a vessel, he concluded, seemed rather risky. The Zhenin had originally been expected to return within 3 or 4 days, but actually required a full week. Zhang Dabala's return with the Zhenin put Beikai's mind at ease. This veteran pirate was intimately familiar with conditions in Vietnam. Now, commanding such a ship with considerable combat capability, ordinary bandits and pirates posed little threat. The Zhenin brought abundant rice and daily necessities from Heiyang, along with more than 100 gaunt Baki farmers, all refugees who had fled the northern courts, extortionate levies, taxes, and conscription. Yan Mauda had recruited every one of them at minimal cost. This batch of Baki farmers and the 5 pirate prisoners became the first cohort of miners for the Hongji coal mine. With sufficient grain, tools, and building materials now stockpiled in the warehouse, Beikai immediately launched large-scale construction. He organized the miners into a separate labor camp outside the bastion. The housing consisted of simple semi-underground huts. A ditch encircling the camp served as a rudimentary defensive measure. The miners threw themselves into excavating Cat Shit Mine Number 1. Each worker dug with the tools Beikai issued, loading coal into baskets and transporting it to the seaside via Purple Lightning wheelbarrows, where it was piled in the open space beside the wharf awaiting shipment. Though Yan Mauda had not instructed him to begin mining coal immediately, Beikai reasoned that ensuring the first ship from Lingao didn't return empty would greatly enhance his standing within the Senate. Beikai discovered that a miner equipped with simple iron tools could excavate 50 kilograms per hour and carry it to the storage yard using a back basket or wheelbarrow. Even working 10-hour days, each person's daily coal output could reach half a ton. After another week, 2 transport ships from the Dabo shipping company arrived in Hongji. Besides additional building materials and tools, they brought 100 naturalized citizen laborers. These would serve as the core workforce for Hongji Station. Beyond basic manual laborers, the group included a small contingent of trained clerks, medics, and technical workers, blacksmiths and carpenters among them. With the workforce doubled, progress accelerated. Workers constructed a wooden pier using prefabricated components. The original earthen fort was also expanded. A second earthen embankment and ditch were constructed around it. The newly enclosed area was significantly larger, forming a so-called outer fort. Housing for naturalized citizen workers, administrative facilities, and warehouses were established within the outer fort. 6 24-pounder cannons were also unloaded from the ship, and all naturalized citizen workers received the standard militia kit, helmets, spears, and machetes. Beikai's sense of security increased substantially. When the Dabo shipping vessels departed, they carried over 100 tons of anthracite. Though the quantity was modest, its symbolic significance was immense. Scott made much of it at the Executive Committee and Senate sessions. The news even appeared in the Lingao Times. Upon receiving this report, Beikai experienced mixed feelings. Now he was obliged to produce coal to serve the nation in this remote outpost. With naturalized citizen workers and indigenous managers forming the backbone, Beikai reorganized the workflow. The naturalized citizen workers immediately commenced construction of a light railway extending from the coal storage yard to Cat Shit Mine Number 1. Running upon it were ore-tipping wagons shipped from Lingao. Miners now worked in teams, dramatically improving efficiency. A 3-person team using iron shovels could rapidly fill the 200-kilogram capacity tipping wagons. A single person could then swiftly move this cart of coal to the storage yard. With 3 cart workers and 3 shovel workers, based on a 10-hour workday, they could produce 7 to 8 tons of coal. Approximately 200 people, naturalized citizen workers included, now labored at the mine. Daily coal output reached over 250 tons. This production level was already sufficient for Dabo Shipping to establish a dedicated coal shipping line. The Qianghai Coal, that great vessel, finally performed its namesake duty, becoming a dedicated coal transport ship. The surge in coal shipments transformed loading and unloading at Hongji into another bottleneck. The Qianghai Coal soon delivered steam engines, boilers, and bucket elevators. Then, to supply workers with clean drinking water, a large fixed water filter was sent as well. Then more naturalized citizen workers arrived. Hongji's development snowballed unstoppably. As scale expanded, demand for manpower emerged in every quarter. People were needed to build houses, construct tracks, maintain machinery, load and unload cargo, even cook. By the end of February 1631, the labor force in Hongji had swelled to 600. More than 200 were naturalized citizens. The remainder had been recruited locally from Beiki. Many who could no longer bear the weight of taxes and conscription were dispatched here from the recruitment station in Haiyang. Others arrived on their own initiative, trekking over mountains after hearing the news. The constantly growing population of Beiki miners and their families soon coalesced into a crude settlement outside the outer fort. Ditches and bamboo fences sharpened at the top encircled the settlement for protection. Between the miners' settlement and the outer fort ran a path paved with coal cinders and gang. Beside this path, the cooperative had established a large cafeteria to maximize worker efficiency and fully utilize the labor force. Allowing them to cook for themselves would clearly waste time. There were also small restaurants offering higher-end fare and alcohol, plus cooperative stores selling various goods. The surge in miners had attracted the Commerce Department's attention. Li Mei personally traveled to Hongji to open a cooperative branch following the Nanbao model. Besides retailing diverse merchandise, the branch handled remittance services. The primary objective was promoting the circulation vouchers. The vouchers issued to workers were quickly spent in Hongji's nascent township. Vouchers issued at the beginning of each month were largely collected back by month's end. Heavy physical labor demanded substantial nourishment. Working outdoors and in the mine caused tremendous wear on clothing. However, the cooperative purchased worn-out garments at a discount by the caddy. The frayed clothes were cleaned, disinfected, and shipped back to Lingao for papermaking. Single men without families proved especially avid consumers. Every few days, they would patronize the small restaurants for better food and a drink. Some learned to smoke. Because naturalized citizen laborers among the upper echelons of workers smoked, the local Beiki laborers came to regard this habit as fashionable and adopted it themselves. At the beginning of the second month, several dozen local Beiki workers departed. Though Beikai felt some disappointment, he still instructed the cooperative to exchange the circulation vouchers held by departing workers for rice or copper coins. What he hadn't anticipated was that, after returning home, these workers quickly brought their families and fellow villagers back to work at the mine. During one inspection of the pit, Beikai discovered that many local women wearing conical hats were also hauling coal underground. This genuinely shocked him. Though he had witnessed women among the naturalized citizens in Lingao working in quarries breaking stones in fields, and even on construction sites, women from Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian were famously capable of heavy labor. It was his first time seeing women descend into a mine pit to carry coal. "This is too wasteful," Beikai murmured, his gaze settling on the coal-hauling women. Because the work destroyed clothing so rapidly, the miners were almost universally in rags, the women no exception. Though they appeared dark-faced and short, the skin glimpsed through tattered garments stirred certain fantasies in Beikai, especially a few with petite yet curvy figures. Given his authority here, his power equivalent to Tang Minglong's at Jiazi coal mine, he possessed the power of life and death over everyone at Hongji Station. Had he truly harbored lustful intentions and trifled with a few local women, it would scarcely have mattered. But Beikai restrained his impulse to act recklessly. Still, letting women dig and haul coal was far too wasteful of resources. Beikai dispatched a telegram to the Department of Colonization and Trade requesting agricultural technicians and rice seeds. Though the local soil quality was poor, the Beidang River lay close at hand, making water diversion for rice cultivation highly convenient. "We'll put to use everything the miners produce. Our slogan is, 'No waste,'" Beikai declared to Dugu Qiyuhan, the Tiandu inspector from the agricultural department who had come to visit. Dugu Qiyuhan tugged at his East German People's Army spring-autumn uniform and offered a few noncommittal grunts. Though he had spent considerable time in the agricultural department, he remained less than enthusiastic about agricultural matters. After several months there, he had been officially appointed inspector by the organization department. Both Wu Nanhai and Yi Yuming recognized that Qiyuhun wasn't cut out for agriculture. Better to have him travel around inspecting basic farmland construction. Most agricultural technicians now came from naturalized citizen origins. Having a senator frequently visit to supervise and encourage them would spur greater effort. This time, accompanying the shipment of rice seeds and agricultural technicians, Dugu Qiyuhun had sailed to Hongji. Quite a few legends circulated among the senators regarding Vietnamese girls, and Dugu Qiyuhun was intensely curious. But the Vietnamese girls before him, selected and prepared to perform agricultural work and plant rice, proved a profound disappointment. Their quality was decidedly ordinary. To speak frankly, they weren't even as attractive as the better-looking naturalized citizens. Moreover, their skin was dark, their bodies thin and small. They aroused no interest whatsoever. The difference is simply too great. Dugu Qiyuhun privately lamented his decision to make this business trip to Hongji. The Vietnamese girls of legend bore no resemblance to this reality. It's fine. Local Baiki farmers are constantly arriving. There are bound to be a few beauties among them. I'll reserve them for you, Beikai offered. Dugu Qiyuhun sighed. Forget it. If the Senate found out, they'd all pounce on us. Besides, there's the hygiene issue. I hear the antibiotic stockpile is nearly exhausted. Beyond escorting rice seeds, farm tools, and agricultural technicians, Dugu Qiyuhun bore another responsibility, drafting a fishery report. Though the agricultural department had been unable to reclaim fishing rights in full, the Navy refused to relinquish them, citing fisheries as a complement to maritime power. After negotiations, both sides reached an accord. The Navy would continue controlling the fishing fleets originally under its purview, implementing fishery supervision, and collecting the Fishing 5-1 tax on their behalf. The Agricultural Department would organize indigenous fishermen into fishery cooperatives. Having delineated spheres of authority, Wu Nanhai and Li Dai of the Navy convened a joint fishery work meeting for in-depth discussion on implementing the Navy Agricultural Department Fishery Management Agreement. Both parties concurred that the potential for collecting seafood tax was substantial. Unfortunately, the production scale of indigenous fishermen in this region remained minuscule. According to Navy figures, the fishery tax collected by maritime forces throughout 1630 totaled 4,500 dan, some 500 tons. The total catch of fishermen paying taxes and fishing in waters near Lingao for the entire year had not exceeded 2,500 tons, most of which was sold to the Lingao regime. In the old time space, during the peak period of Lingao's traditional fisheries from 1934 to 1936, the annual catch had reached as much as 20,000 tons. Clearly, even without modern fishing boats and equipment, using only traditional methods, the production potential in the Lingao area remained immense. Extending this assessment to the entire Qiangzhou Strait, the waters surrounding Hainan Island, and the Gulf of Tonkin, the untapped fishery potential proved astonishingly vast. Compared to aquaculture, which required a robust agricultural foundation, ocean fishing represented the only source capable of quickly, cheaply, and abundantly providing protein and fat. The population under Lingao control was steadily increasing, and demand for protein and fat supplies grew correspondingly larger. To expand production, three approaches presented themselves. First, enlarge the production scale. In short, increase fishing boats and gear. Second, fish in deeper waters. The Gulf of Tonkin, not far from Lingao, constituted a natural rich fishing ground. In 1956, Lingao fishing boats had ventured in groups to fish the Gulf of Tonkin, achieving a seasonal catch totaling 32,000 tons. Third, adopt new fishing gear and techniques, improve nets, and extend catching depth by even a few meters. The resulting production increase would prove considerable. In these figures, Wu De, the director of the Planning Institute who hailed from a fisherman family, perceived an opportunity. He proposed implementing fishery cooperative activities for indigenous fishermen, integrating indigenous fishermen from Lingao-controlled territory under a single banner, promoting new fishing boats and gear, implementing multi-boat cooperative fishing, then transitioning to deep-sea operations. All this served the people's livelihood. The indirect benefit was that the Navy could consolidate and control the previously scattered fishing boats at sea, essentially acquiring a maritime reserve force. Fishing boats could function not only as reconnaissance, transport, and patrol vessels, but could also serve as warships when necessity demanded. Wu De believed that fishermen had traditionally pooled funds to purchase boats and fish. Compared to farmers, their commercial instincts were keener. He himself came from a fishing village and understood the fishermen's mentality quite well. Having the Transmigrator Group lead fishery cooperatives and conduct joint stock operations was feasible, potentially even smoother than the Tiandu's agricultural promotion. The Fishery Cooperative Initiative became another Tiandu project. But progress did not proceed as smoothly as imagined. Fishermen of this era constituted an independent and insular community, governed by an entirely different way of life and code of conduct. Compelling them to pay fishing taxes was straightforward. The rules were self-evident. Persuading them to join an organization and embrace joint stock cooperation proved far more difficult. Consequently, the entire fishery cooperative advanced with difficulty. Initially, only fishermen near Bapu and Maao were integrated. In 1630, the second counter-encirclement battle erupted, and fishery cooperative work was temporarily suspended. It resumed only after the joint fishery work meeting. Riding the momentum of the great victory in the second counter-encirclement, combined with the demonstrative effect of the Navy's direct fishing fleet's modern gear, the fishery cooperative promotion proceeded far more smoothly. By the end of 1630, the Tiandu managed fishery cooperative had already brought more than 80% of Lingao's fishermen under its umbrella. They pooled funds to purchase several new, larger fishing vessels. End of chapter. Chapter 830. Hongji Station. During this period, Beikai established a comprehensive set of rules and regulations. Miners recruited locally from Beiki earned work points based on the quantity of coal excavated. Cart workers received points according to the number of carts moved. During injury or illness, they were also allotted sufficient grain to stave off starvation. At the end of each workday, workers proceeded to the Delong agency point of the cooperative to exchange their work points for circulation vouchers. These vouchers purchased grain, alcohol, clothing, and other goods sold by the cooperative. Beyond alcohol, cigarettes and candy proved the most popular commodities. The tools miners used also required purchase, though for now they were extended on credit. Based on the price of tools, Beikai deducted 10% of each miner's daily wage to offset the cost until the debt was discharged. A more vicious and avaricious capitalist might have employed tool loans to play simple economic tricks, trapping miners in perpetual debt. After all, tools wore out. But the senators had maintained a consistent conviction that exploitation must be moderate. In the long term, measured exploitation facilitated sustained extraction of workers' surplus value rather than treating laborers as disposable commodities. Under the Lingao system, labor was precious. Regarding compensation, Beikai followed instructions to offer slightly superior rates. At minimum, commoners should perceive that working in the coal mine was marginally preferable to farming. For Hongji Station to recruit sufficient local workers as miners, reputation was paramount. Li Mei's design for the mine's commercial district ensured that workers could obtain all necessities without ever leaving the premises. In most places during this era, commerce remained virtually non-existent. Now, a community of over 600 people with genuine purchasing power had materialized. Foregoing commercial activity would be a genuine waste. Commerce served first and foremost to build momentum for circulation vouchers, laying groundwork for broader future adoption. The circulation vouchers issued to workers were rapidly spent within Hongji's growing township. Vouchers dispersed at the beginning of each month had largely returned to the cooperative by month's end. Heavy physical labor demanded substantial nourishment. Outdoor work and mining inflicted tremendous wear on clothing. However, the cooperative purchased worn-out garments at discounted prices, buying by the caddy. The frayed clothes were cleaned, disinfected, and shipped back to Lingao for papermaking. Single men without families proved especially liberal spenders. Every few days, they would visit the small restaurants for better fare and a drink. Some took up smoking, because certain naturalized citizen laborers among the workforce's upper echelon smoked. Local bakery laborers came to regard the habit as fashionable and adopted it themselves. At the commencement of the second month, several dozen local bakery workers departed. Though Beikai felt a measure of disappointment, he still instructed the cooperative to exchange the departing workers' circulation vouchers for rice or copper coins. What surprised him was that, after returning home, these workers swiftly brought families and fellow villagers back to work at the mine. During one pit inspection, Beikai discovered numerous local women in conical hats hauling coal underground, a sight that genuinely startled him. Though he had witnessed naturalized citizen women in Lingao working in quarries breaking stones, in fields, even on construction sites, women from Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian being famously capable of hard labor, this was his first encounter with women descending into mine shafts to carry coal. "This is too wasteful," Beikai murmured, his gaze settling on the coal-hauling women. Because the work destroyed clothing so rapidly, nearly all miners wore rags, the women no exception. Though they appeared dark-skinned and diminutive, the bare skin glimpsed through tattered garments kindled certain fantasies in Beikai, especially a few women with petite yet shapely figures. Given his authority here, power equivalent to Tang Minglong's at Jiazi coal mine, he held the power of life and death over everyone at Hongji Station. Had he truly harbored lustful intentions and taken advantage of a few local women, it would scarcely have mattered. But Beikai restrained his impulses. Still, permitting women to dig and haul coal was far too wasteful of resources. Beikai dispatched a telegram to the Department of Colonization and Trade requesting agricultural technicians and rice seeds. Though the local soil was poor, the Beidang River lay conveniently close, making water diversion for rice cultivation quite feasible. "We'll put to use everything the miners produce. Our slogan is, 'No Waste,'" Beikai declared to Dugu Qiyuhan, the Tiandu inspector from the agricultural department who had arrived to conduct his inspection. Dugu Qiyuhan tugged at his East German People's Army spring-autumn uniform and offered a few noncommittal grunts. Despite his extended tenure in the agricultural department, he remained largely uninterested in agricultural matters. After several months, the organization department had officially appointed him inspector. Both Wu Nanhai and Yi Yuming recognized that Qiyuhan was unsuited for agriculture. Better to dispatch him on rounds inspecting basic farmland construction. Most agricultural technicians now came from naturalized citizen origins. Having a senator frequently visit to supervise and encourage them would spur greater diligence. This time, accompanying the shipment of rice seeds and agricultural technicians, Dugu Qiyuhan had sailed to Hongji. Considerable legend about Vietnamese girls circulated among the senators, arousing Dugu Qiyuhan's intense curiosity. But the Vietnamese girls before him, selected and prepared for agricultural work and rice planting, proved profoundly disappointing. Their quality was decidedly unremarkable. Frankly, they weren't even as attractive as the better-looking naturalized citizens. Their skin was dark, their frames thin and small. They stirred no interest whatsoever. "The difference is simply too stark," Dugu Qiyuhan privately lamented his request to make this trip to Hongji. "The Vietnamese girls of legend bore no resemblance to this reality. Don't worry. Local Beiki farmers are constantly arriving. There are bound to be a few beauties among them. I'll hold them for you, Beikai offered. Dugu Kiyuhun sighed. Forget it. If the Senate found out, they'd all descend on us. Besides, there's the hygiene issue. I hear the antibiotic stockpile is nearly depleted. Beyond escorting rice seeds, farm tools, and agricultural technicians, Dugu Kiyuhun bore an additional duty, drafting a fishery report. Though the agricultural department had failed to reclaim fishing rights in full, the Navy refused to surrender them, citing fisheries as a complement to maritime power. Following negotiations, both parties reached agreement. The Navy would continue controlling fishing fleets originally under its jurisdiction, implementing fishery supervision, and collecting the Fishing 5-1 tax on their behalf. The Agricultural Department would be responsible for organizing indigenous fishermen into cooperatives. Having established both parties' spheres of authority, Wu Nanhai and Li Dai of the Navy held a joint fishery work meeting to conduct thorough discussions on implementing the Navy Agricultural Department Fishery Management Agreement. Both sides concurred that potential for collecting seafood tax was substantial. Unfortunately, indigenous fishermen's production scale remained minuscule. According to Navy statistics, the fishery tax collected by maritime forces throughout 1630 totaled 4,500 dan, approximately 500 tons. The total catch of fishermen paying taxes and fishing in waters near Lingao for the entire year had not exceeded 2,500 tons, most of which was sold to the Lingao regime. In the old-time space during Lingao's traditional fisheries peak from 1934 to 1936, annual catches had reached 20,000 tons. Clearly, even without modern vessels and equipment, using traditional methods alone, the Lingao area's production potential remained immense. Extending this analysis to the entire Qiangzhou Strait, the waters surrounding Hainan Island, and the Gulf of Tonkin, the untapped fishery potential proved staggering. Compared to aquaculture, which demanded robust agricultural infrastructure, ocean fishing represented the sole source capable of rapidly, cheaply, and abundantly providing protein and fat. The population under Lingao control was steadily expanding, and demand for protein and fat supplies increased correspondingly. To expand production, three approaches presented themselves. First, enlarge production scale, meaning more boats and gear. Second, fish deeper waters. The Gulf of Tonkin, not far from Lingao, constituted a natural rich fishing ground. In 1956, Lingao fishing boats had ventured in groups to fish the Gulf, achieving seasonal catches totaling 32,000 tons. Third, adopt new fishing gear and techniques, improve nets, and extend catching depth even by a few meters. The resulting production gains would prove significant. In these figures, Wu De, director of the Planning Institute and scion of a fisherman family, perceived opportunity. He proposed implementing fishery cooperative activities for indigenous fishermen, integrating indigenous fishermen from Lingao-controlled territory under a single banner, promoting new boats and gear, implementing multi-boat cooperative fishing, then transitioning to deep-sea operations. All this served the people's livelihood. Indirectly, the Navy could consolidate and control previously scattered fishing boats at sea, essentially acquiring a maritime reserve force. Fishing vessels could serve not only as reconnaissance, transport, and patrol boats, but could also function as warships when necessity demanded. Wu De believed fishermen traditionally pooled funds to purchase boats and fish. Compared to farmers, their commercial instincts were keener. He himself hailed from a fishing village and understood fishermen's mentality well. Having the Transmigrator Group lead fishery cooperatives and conduct joint stock operations was feasible, potentially even smoother than the Tiandu's agricultural promotion. The Fishery Cooperative Initiative became another Tiandu project, but progress did not proceed as anticipated. Fishermen of this era constituted an independent and insular community, governed by an entirely different way of life and code of conduct. Compelling them to pay fishing taxes was straightforward. The rules were self-evident. Persuading them to join an organization and embrace joint stock cooperation proved far more difficult. Consequently, the fishery cooperative advanced with considerable difficulty. Initially, only fishermen near Bapu and Mainia were integrated. In 1630, the second counter-encirclement battle erupted, and fishery cooperative work was temporarily suspended. It resumed only after the joint fishery work meeting. Riding momentum from the great victory in the second counter-encirclement and the demonstrative effect of the Navy's direct fishing fleet's modern gear, the fishery cooperative promotion proceeded far more smoothly. By the end of 1630, the Tiandu managed fishery cooperative had already brought more than 80% of Lingao's fishermen under its umbrella. They pooled funds to purchase several new, larger fishing vessels. End of chapter. Chapter 831. Covetous eyes to avoid crowding the shipyard's limited slipways, and more importantly, to spare the scarce shipbuilding workforce. The new fishing boats employed by the fishery cooperative were not replicas of any old-time space design. Instead, they were retrofitted two-masted vessels retired from the Navy. In fact, the Navy's direct fishing fleet also used old-style ships. But both the cooperative and the Navy's fleet were equipped with new types of fishing nets, drift nets, trawl nets, and gill nets. Some of these nets had been brought from the old-time space. Others were replicated by the Light Industry Department's textile factory. But during the replication process, the materials never met required standards. Whether flax, jute, or hemp, all suffered from insufficient strength and poor corrosion resistance when fashioned into fishing net ropes. The seemingly simple modern fishing nets, absent the support of nylon products, were not only reduced in size but proved remarkably short-lived. Though the Light Industry Department employed coal tar to preserve the nets according to available materials and used improved rope twisting technology and equipment, the replicated nets still required fishermen to fish for 3 days and dry nets for 2. Everyone discovered this old saying actually had a basis in fact. If they fished every day, nets made from purely natural materials would rapidly be destroyed. Modern large fishing nets and gear also demanded substantial supporting equipment, simple examples being winches for hauling nets. Though winches could be operated by human power, the layout of old-style ships couldn't accommodate these devices. Though the fishery cooperative obtained new nets, overall performance was compromised. Even so, after employing the new nets and catching methods, the fishermen's effective range expanded dramatically compared to their previous limitation of catching fish only in shallow surface waters. Under the Navy fishing fleet's guidance, cooperative fishermen trying the new methods and gear for the first time immediately achieved an unprecedented bumper harvest, catches that in the past could only be obtained during peak fishing seasons. Having tasted such success, enticing the fishery cooperative fishermen to fish in broader waters proved straightforward. Traditional fishermen, constrained by limited navigation capabilities, small boats, and a lack of equipment and means to preserve catches, had rarely ventured beyond nearshore waters. To increase catches, fishing grounds had to expand. Fishing exclusively around Hainan Island would always yield limited output. At the suggestion of Lin Chuanqing, head of the Navy's fishing fleet, the fishery cooperative organized fishing flotillas. They prepared for organized deep-sea fishing expeditions. The initial targets were the Gulf of Tonkin waters and the Dongsha and Zisha archipelagos. The Tiandu dispatched Dugu Qiyuhun to Hongji to establish a fishery station there. This would serve as a port for fishery cooperative fishermen to rest, repair boats, shelter from storms and process catches while fishing the Gulf of Tonkin. Of course, in the long term, the most suitable location was Haiyang, the Haiphong port of the old-time space. Beyond increasing catches through establishing a fishery station in Hongji, the Navy hoped to use Hongji as a base from which to gradually penetrate and integrate the local Gulf of Tonkin fishermen. The approach combined purchasing local fishermen's catches, selling supplies, providing boat repair services, extending small loans, and applying both hard and soft pressure through mandatory fishing taxes. The Gulf of Tonkin originally hosted numerous Chinese and Vietnamese fishermen. In old-time space history, the fishermen of the Gulf of Tonkin, regardless of nationality, had always been a principal source of pirates in the South China region. Local pirates had once even achieved a measure of glory during Vietnam's Tay Son dynasty, becoming the regime's maritime force. Not long after Dugu Qiyuan arrived in Hongji, the first fishing fleet from the fishery cooperative reached the station. This experimental small fleet comprised 14 boats, the largest approximately 100 tons, the smallest merely 30-odd tons, but they were well-equipped and tightly organized. Besides dedicated fishing boats, several vessels specifically carried salt and barrels for processing catches. Light craft served as scout boats, conducting experimental fishing in various locations to determine where catches were richest. The fishing fleet was escorted by 2 Type I Bermuda sloop patrol boats from the Navy, ensuring no one could disturb the cooperative fishermen. The cooperative's experimental fishing operation in Yalong Bay proved a resounding success. In less than 4 days, their holds were full and they headed back. This triumph prompted the Agricultural Department and Tiandu, who had originally intended only to observe the Gulf of Tonkin fishing trials results, to spring into immediate action, deciding forthwith to increase investment in Hongji and establish a catch processing factory there. Hongji's development expanded like an unstoppable snowball. Very soon, more than a dozen large and medium-sized vessels were regularly plying the Lingao-Hongji route. They shipped out coal and brought in various materials needed for Hongji's construction. After receiving 100 laborers, Beikai telegraphed the Planning Institute requesting they cease sending pure manual workers. Farmers from the Beiki area were arriving in a constant stream, many bringing families. The Dacheng rice shop in Haiyang was continuously dispatching workers recruited locally. The labor supply was quite abundant. Beikai even discovered that among laborers sent from Haiyang, besides local Beiki farmers, there were numerous Ming citizens from Guangxi. This area was actually not far from Guangxi, and many border people crossed over to earn a living. Beikai's request specified, naturalized citizen laborers transported from Lingao should at minimum possess a Class C diploma. Additionally, send some naturalized citizens or senators capable of serving as instructors for the laborers. According to the plan, naturalized citizen laborers, after selection and training, would gradually assume administrative, management, and security duties in Hongji. Furthermore, he proposed a program for cultivating local laborers. Gradually select reliable and capable Beiki laborers for training. If necessary, send them back to Lingao. Leveraging their familiarity with local conditions, they could serve as guides for any future large-scale assault on Vietnam. This plan also encompassed local children. Beikai requested authorization to select some children from Beiki laborer families who had come to Hongji and send them to Lingao for training. The Agricultural Department swiftly established a small fish processing factory in Hongji, employing local women as labor. Part of the fresh catch from the fishing fleet was processed directly on-site to supply protein to the cooperative cafeteria. Drawing on Lingao labor cafeteria experience, whole fish was not served here either. All catches underwent cutting and deep processing, yielding fish balls, fish patties, and fish fillets. The remaining fish bones and offal were processed into fish sauce and fish meal. The long-range exploration team office also established a point in Hongji, with Bai Guoshi in charge. His task was to replace the not-so-professional Beikai and conduct a comprehensive exploration of coal mining resources throughout the Guang'an area. To let him work with peace of mind, Liu Zheng simply sent Zhao Zhu. The girlfriend Bai Guoshi had worked hard to win over, along with him. Men and women working together makes work less tiring. Liu Zheng's instructions to them were to focus first on exploring shallow surface coal mines near the coast. Amidst this feverish development, Yulong and Yuhai were wandering the mine's outskirts. They had been working in Hongji for several days now. Their income, besides being sufficient to eat their fill, also afforded them an occasional drink. Life was tolerably good. These two were, in truth, spies sent by Shen Hu. Hongji Station's rapid development had been temporarily overlooked by northern court officials preoccupied with their southward campaign. But the large gathering of population, the vessels constantly coming and going, and the spectacle of fishing boats returning fully loaded with abundant catches, each time had stimulated the interest of various local devils and demons. Hongji Station had become a piece of fat meat. Bandits on shore, pirates at sea, and local strongmen all harbored covetous desires for this town that had risen so suddenly over a few short months. While Beikai enthusiastically built, secret alliances were quietly forming among the various forces in the Hongji-Heiang area. The two spies currently resided in the quarantine camp and could only work at the road construction site each day. After work, they could approach the outer ditch of Hongji Fort to observe the walls and watchtowers. Among the several potential targets, the miners' village and quarantine camp contained nothing valuable. The shops along the road between the fort and miners' village certainly looked promising, but probably didn't house too many valuable goods. The two judged that the most valuable items should be inside the fort itself. But observing the heavily guarded appearance of this fort, it would probably not be easily captured. Yulong and Yuhai belonged to Shen Hu's mountain stronghold, a local bandit gang. This gang comprised scattered soldiers from the northern court, runaway farmers from manors, and hardened bandits from Ming Guangxi, forming a mixed band of 400 or 500 men. With the Shen Hu gang alone, they wouldn't dare move against Hongji at all. Hongji had cannons, a fort, and several hundred militiamen who drilled regularly. The Shen Hu gang, besides being able to eat their fill, couldn't even obtain a decent set of clothes. They all dressed in rags, looking virtually like beggars. But this time, several other small forces in the area were participating jointly. In particular, they had secured the assistance of the half-fishing, half-pirate pirates from Dongfeng. These pirates envied the fishing gear and boats the newcomers employed. At a joint conference of all parties, the forces participating in the two-pronged land and sea attack on Hongji ultimately totaled 2,000 men and 40 boats, evenly split between land and sea. Shen Hu roughly understood that Hongji housed about 1,000 miners, most of them local commoners. They wouldn't necessarily risk their lives for the people inside the fort. When the fighting began, they would surely surrender or scatter. The only real resistance would come from the 200 or 300 people inside the fort. According to a few bandits who had come from the Ming side, this group hailed from Lingao, the so-called Australians. These Ming-derived bandits were none other than Gu Zunli and Hu Lanyan. After the large-scale security cleanup campaign in Danju City, their bandit gang could barely maintain a foothold in Danju. Villages had either established joint guarantee systems or been consolidated. The gang's operational space shrank relentlessly. The villages where they had once hidden, rested, and replenished supplies had all closed their gates. Unless they concealed themselves in the deep mountains and never emerged, the moment they appeared near a populated settlement, it wouldn't be long before large groups of Australians launched a cleanup operation in the area. End of chapter. Chapter 832. Sharing a bed with different dreams. What proved most devastating was that, in the latter half of 1630, the Special Reconnaissance Command determined their various special reconnaissance squads required opportunities for combat training. Multiple squads were deployed across the prefectures and counties of northern Qiang to conduct extensive hunting. Operating in small groups, the Special Reconnaissance Squads infiltrated core mountain locations to execute harassment and ambush operations. This style of warfare, a gunshot ringing out suddenly, one man dead, yet the enemy nowhere to be seen, was difficult for even the most stubborn bandits to endure. During their movements, an invisible reaper constantly shadowed their ranks. Beyond the occasional gunfire harvesting lives, Any bandit who strayed from the main group's sight would sometimes vanish entirely. Hu Lanyan's gang could no longer maintain a foothold. Between deaths and desertions, only 20 or 30 men remained. They dared not disband and descend the mountain to live honest lives. After all, they had killed the work team. Now the Australians had placed a bounty of 3,000 circulation vouchers on Hu Lanyan's head. Those who provided useful information could receive 100 to 500 vouchers. Any bandit who captured or killed Hu Lanyan and Guo Fu and surrendered them would be pardoned, and the Australians would even resettle them. After this news circulated, Hu Lanyan examined his subordinates one by one. All had green eyes glinting like hungry wolves. Hu Lanyan complained incessantly that Guo Fu had concocted the scheme to eliminate the work team, creating an eternal blood feud with the Australians. Now not even the possibility of surrender remained. Guo Fu was at the end of his rope and had to keep drifting. While wandering, he happened upon a notice. It concerned the trial of war criminals. The notice was old and half-damaged, but the content remained roughly legible. Essentially, the Australians had sentenced some government soldiers captured during the suppression campaign to war crimes. Some received hard labor, some received death sentences. The Australians trying government soldiers was not particularly shocking to him, but at the bottom of the long list of death sentences, Guo Fu spotted Leizhou's name. News of Leizhou's death shook Guo Fu profoundly. Leizhou had not been an important figure, merely one of his useful lackeys. Even now, at the end of his rope, Leizhou remained unimportant to him, but Leizhou's death seemed to announce something. Living in constant terror, Hu Lanyan finally could not hold on in Danju. He gathered the remaining 20-odd men and announced they could no longer stay in Danju. He planned to flee to Changhua. Those wanting to follow could continue. Those unwilling could disband on the spot. Most of the Hu Lanyan gang were Danju locals, and no one wished to go to Changhua. Besides, how would they survive in Changhua? Nobody had any idea. Many had long been contemplating disbandment and returning home. When Hu Lanyan mentioned disbanding, everyone except a handful of diehards fled. Are we really going to Changhua? Guo Fu knew something of that place. It was all savages there. Venturing slightly inland meant entering Li people's territory. Their small band of outside bandits were strangers from head to toe. They didn't speak the language and couldn't operate at all. Not to mention only 7 or 8 of them remain now. Of course not. Hu Lanyan had already made plans. We'll cross the sea, go to the Champa Kingdom. I have a few old brothers there sailing some ships for business on the sea. We'll seek shelter with them first. Though Guo Fu didn't wish to leave his homeland, he was currently at his wits' end. He couldn't remain on Hainan Island any longer. Better to take shelter overseas first. He roughly understood that Champa wasn't far, just a day or 2 by boat. If conditions improved, returning would be easy. So Hu Lanyan, Gu Zunli, and 4 or 5 confidants quietly located a fisherman family on the beach, paid several taels of silver, and departed for Dongfeng. Dongfeng was a no-man's land on the Sino-Vietnamese border, inhabited mostly by fishermen who were half fishers, half pirates, along with numerous desperados from both China and Vietnam. Once the group reached Dongfeng, they finally settled down and obtained a peaceful night's sleep. Then they resumed their old profession, continuing the no-capital trade. When Shen Hu sought to pull off a major job and sent recruiters to Dongfeng, these two joined up. Now Gu Zunli and Hu Lanyan, leading their dozen-odd brothers, had gathered with the main force in a valley some dozens of li from Hongji. Variously dressed and oddly shaped bandits from all factions sat or stood around fires. Some cooked food, others had removed their rags and were picking lice, still others drank and gambled. Bursts of laughter and strange cries erupted from time to time. They carried an assortment of weapons, rusty broadswords, sharpened bamboo spears, and some even European sabers and Japanese takai and uchigatana. Some simply held farming tools and harpoons. A portion who appeared more professional carried bows and arrows and matchlocks. There were even a few small iron cannons. Gu lay on the ground feigning sleep. The weather here was warmer than in Qiangju. Hu Lanyan drank with evident relish. The wine had been sent by Shen Hu. Each faction's leaders received a share of wine and meat. "Brother," Hu Lanyan kicked Gu Zunli. "Don't sleep, get up and drink together." Gu Zunli slowly rose and accepted the clay cup. The wine was local rice wine, unfiltered with floating dregs. A fermented, sour, rotten smell immediately assaulted his nostrils. In the past, he would not have deigned even to look at it. Even the lowest servants and thugs in his mansion would not have drunk such inferior wine. Then, thinking of the Gu family members slain by the Australians and his son whose whereabouts remained unknown, he sat holding the cup in a daze, having forgotten to drink. "Brother, what's wrong? Live for today while you can." Hu Lanyan smiled meaningfully, raised his cup and took a deep gulp. "Nothing." Gu Zunli took a sip. "Tomorrow we're going to fight the Australians." Hu Lanyan glanced around and spoke in a low voice. "Brother, what do you think we should do tomorrow?" Shen Hu was leading such a motley crew. The sea forces fell outside Shen Hu's control. The pirate chiefs would naturally handle the maritime assault. But for the 1,000+ men on land, a battle order was required. Who would lead and who would follow? "I fear Shen Hu will force us brothers to lead the charge, help him wear down the Australians, then swoop in at the end to reap the rewards," Hu Lanyan said. "We have only a dozen or so men. Shen Hu won't bother with us. Even if he wants cannon fodder, it won't be our turn." Gu Zunli pondered. "He probably views that place as a piece of fat meat. My guess is Shen Hu will launch a two-pronged attack." "What do you mean?" "Think about it. Shen Hu has several hundred men of his own, but he recruited so many others for this job. He must feel uncertain doing it alone. Yet he's also afraid others will claim too large a share of the spoils, so he definitely can't let outsiders take the lead. Besides, nobody's stupid, without benefits, who wants to charge first and sacrifice their own people for nothing. So it must be that he leads one prong himself, while the other small groups attack together on another route. Once the stockade is breached, whoever grabs what keeps it. As long as the stockade is breached, his larger force can definitely claim the biggest share." "Well said," Hu Lanyan admired sincerely. "I also sensed some scheme of Shen Hu's but couldn't work it out." He poured himself another cup of wine. "What do you think we brothers should do? We're few in number. Tomorrow we'll be swept along in the charge, and even if the stockade falls, we won't grab anything worthwhile." "Big brother, do you think we can breach the stockade tomorrow?" Gu Zunli smiled bitterly. "Shen Hu should count his blessings if he escapes with his life tomorrow. They don't know, but don't we brothers understand the Australians' capabilities?" Hu Lanyan shook his head. "It can't be that bad, can it? I heard from Shen Hu's scouts that there are only a few dozen people with Australian bird guns inside, and the rest carry spears." Gu Zunli continued shaking his head. Hu Lanyan thought of their gang's experience in Danju and immediately deflated. "What do you think we should do? Just sneak away? But we came all this way for nothing." Of course, the trip wasn't entirely fruitless. As agreed in Jiangping, upon arriving at Hongji, they had received some money and grain up front. Hu Lanyan's group had also obtained some silver and rice. I think we should discuss that smoke screen then charge tactic with Shen Hu. Let the Australians suffer a bit at least," Gu Zunli said viciously. Though he knew it would be insignificant to the Australians, he still hoped to kill a few more of those bald bandits to vent his fury. And then, he rolled his eyes and whispered. Shen Hu stood atop a mound with dozens of confidants arrayed behind him, gazing smugly at his forces, advancing toward Hongji. True, these forces looked barely better than beggars, and because they had been looting and raping along the way, the column stretched out and moved with agonizing slowness. Shen Hu watched one fellow wrapped in what were probably stolen rags, and another who had apparently just violated a woman in a village they passed, and simply hadn't bothered to pull his trousers back up, swaggering along the road. Fortunately, the weather here was warm. Being stark naked wouldn't freeze anything off. Shen Hu cared little about these men's behavior. In another half hour, the main force, composed of Shen Hu's stronghold and several smaller bandit gangs, would all arrive at Hongji. The mere 30 soldiers guarding the mining area were certainly no match. According to intelligence, the mining area housed only 700 or 800 adult men, most of whom certainly wouldn't take up arms to resist. They would scatter and flee for their lives. The only remaining resistance would come from those militiamen. A few cannons might cause some trouble, but he estimated they would at most delay the stockade's fall by a few hours. And the mining area's fortifications appeared far from solid. The walls, though quite thick, were rather low. With a bit of effort, one could climb up. Breaking the stockade would definitely yield abundant spoils. The 3 stockades on the Hongji side now housed over 1,000 people. Food and provisions alone were stored in great quantities. Rumor had it that many fine Chinese goods had also been shipped in, along with ships moored in the harbor, though those were the prey of Fan Haibao from Jiangping. Fan Haibao had long coveted the boats with new fishing gear at Hongji that could haul in abundant catches with a single throw. This time they had hit it off immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 833. Each with their own thoughts. Beikai stood atop the watchtower of the corner bastion. Without binoculars, he could discern the bandits marching slowly in the distance, clustered in 2s and 3s like scattered goat droppings across the landscape. He had known since yesterday that the bandits' target was Hongji. A large armed group had gathered openly less than 20 li away. Their intentions were transparent. Moreover, a letter had arrived from Huang several days prior, warning him to be on heightened alert. Bandit gangs were recruiting on a large scale, preparing to pull off a major job. Alert, alert. Am I supposed to defend Hongji with 30 men? Beikai muttered, complaining under his breath. Of course, he also had Zhang Dabala and the sailors from the Zhenin and several smaller boats under his command. Though Dabo shipping was technically civilian shipping, its sailors were all paramilitary personnel trained by the Navy. Many were even seasoned former pirates, quite capable in combat. The 300-odd naturalized citizen laborers had received some military training and possessed the necessary weapons and equipment. When fighting erupted, they could all serve as militia. Combined with Hongji Fort's own cannons and the Zhenin's support from the sea, the probability of the fort being breached was extremely low. But Hongji was not merely a single fort. It was an urban area comprising 1 fort, 2 camps, and a commercial street. Concentrating the naturalized citizen laborers to hold Hongji Fort would certainly prove foolproof, but the 2 local laborer camps and commercial street would suffer devastation. Unlike the naturalized citizens, the local laborers, though they found working here agreeable, had served the Lingao regime for a very short time and lacked sufficient identification with it. They had not undergone rigorous military training, and their organization, discipline, and determination to resist were all deficient. Once the bandits arrived, they would scatter and flee. The local workers currently formed the main force for mining coal. If they all fled, Hongji's production would plummet by at least 2/3. The commercial street and laborer camps, which had begun taking shape, would be destroyed by the bandits and would require time to recover. There were also the small railway tracks laid to the mine pits, the makeshift derricks and manual hoists installed at the pit edges for lifting. These things were all easily destroyed by bandits. Once the facilities were damaged, the entire coal mine's production efficiency would collapse. The most dangerous consequence was that the scattered workers would spread news of Hongji being attacked. If the bandits also massacred many local workers in retaliation, recruiting local laborers in the future would become extremely difficult. After all, nobody wanted to live perpetually under the blade. Beikai found himself facing a dilemma. He immediately convened Dugu Qiyuhan, Bai Guoshi, and Zhao Zhu, the other senators present in Hongji, for an emergency meeting. Zhang Dabala and the Marine platoon leader also attended. The meeting decided to immediately relocate all laborers from the quarantine camp to the laborer camp, abandoning the quarantine camp to reduce the defensive perimeter. All naturalized citizen laborers would be armed, some to remain and guard Hongji Fort, others to defend the laborer camp. The straight-line distance from the laborer camp to Hongji Fort was merely 250 meters. Hongji Fort's artillery could effectively assist in defending the laborer camp. Additional protective trenches would be excavated around the laborer camp and outside Hongji Fort, then filled with seawater. The large quantity of standardized bamboo stakes that had been shipped in would also be planted as obstacles. The goods and equipment in shops and the cafeteria would naturally be evacuated and concealed. Beikai originally wanted the sailors and cannons from the Zhenin and other ships to go ashore to strengthen the defense, but Zhang Dabala dissuaded him. Zhang Dabala argued that the enemy would very likely attack by both land and sea. Removing the sailors and cannons would be tantamount to self-crippling. Once the sea was blockaded by the enemy, they would have no avenue of escape. Second, the ships could maneuver along the coast and use artillery to strike enemies attempting to outflank Hongji Fort from the side. This would limit the directions from which the fortress could be attacked, essentially reducing the defensive pressure on Hongji Fort itself. As for the Marines, Zhang Dabala believed there was no need to station them inside Hongji Fort. The Marines could board the small boats, maneuver at sea, and await opportunities. Once they identified a weakness, the Marines could rapidly land and launch a fierce attack from the bandits' vulnerable flank. This proposal quite surprised Beikai. In his view, concentrating all forces inside the fortress to resist was the optimal approach. After all, reinforcements from Lingao would arrive in a day and a night at most. Sending troops out for rear attacks and mobile warfare gave him pause. Zhang Dabala's reasoning differed fundamentally. He certainly understood Hongji couldn't be breached, but he was a recently defected dragon-following personnel. His eagerness to perform meritorious deeds far exceeded that of a senator like Beikai. Killing as many enemies as possible was the way to demonstrate Hongji's capabilities. How could they simply cry for help and await reinforcements? The Marine platoon leader also agreed with Zhang Dabala's idea, pushing it even further. They would bring the 12-pounder mountain howitzer, plus a few laborers to push the cannon. Whether on ship or after landing, the mountain howitzer, which 2 or 3 people could push while running, could provide tremendous fire support. Besides the gunners, add 10 laborers to move with us, each carrying 2 portions of ammunition. Bring more on the ship as well, 10 canisters, 4 shells, and 6 solid shots. The Marine ensign gestured as he spoke. Bai Guoshi strongly supported Zhang Dabala's idea. He was young and spirited, and training with the long-range exploration team had given him both muscles and courage. He was no longer the pitiful university deadbeat of the past. He very much wanted to display some martial prowess for everyone to witness, and incidentally for Zhao Zhu to see. Courage and violence had always served as the peacock's tail for men. Zhao Zhu had no interest in fighting and opposed going out to battle. But Dugu Qiyuan was intensely interested in swording and resolutely demanded to go out to fight to the death. His purpose, of course, was to accumulate political capital for his comeback. To return to a violence agency, military merit was the most persuasive qualification. 4 senators, 2 votes to 2, they couldn't reach a decision under the system of collective senator decision-making for major events. However, Bai Guoshi, Zhao Zhu, and Dugu Qiyuan were, strictly speaking, all temporarily dispatched. The only permanent senator at Hongji Station was Beikai. He possessed the authority to make the final decision. In the end, Beikai decided to adopt Zhang Dabala's suggestion. The Marine platoon and Dabo shipping's vessels would handle outer line maneuvering, awaiting opportunities to launch flank and rear attacks. The senators would hold the camps. Dugu Qiyuan volunteered to lead a team to guard the labor camp alone, and Beikai agreed. He had no wish to invite Zhao Zhu's tears by sending Bai Guoshi. The entire Hongji mine was rapidly mobilized. The naturalized citizen laborers, all armed and organized, were immediately equipped and deployed by company. The main force was positioned in Hongji Fort. 1 company was stationed in the laborer camp. Dugu Qiyuan dressed for battle. Donning an 80-style steel helmet, strapping on the senator-exclusive steel plate chest armor, grasping a Wenzhou-made Japanese takai in his right hand, and a GLOCK-17 pistol with extended magazine in his left. He majestically ascended the walls of the laborer camp. Below, a dense crowd of local laborers had already gathered, with a dozen translators who understood both Chinese and the local language dispersed among them. The local laborers were assembled and informed that a large band of bandits was about to descend upon Hongji. The laborers grew agitated, but after being intimidated with warnings like, "The bandits are only 7 or 8 li away. If you run out on your own, you're delivering yourselves to death," no one dared to flee after all. Hiding in the stockade when bandits came was safest. Some laborers had brought their families. Women, children, and elderly would hardly escape the bandits' clutches. "Don't worry about the bandits coming. I'll lead everyone to beat them back." Dugu Qiyuhun struck a confident pose, waving the takai in his hand. "Everyone work together, defend the stockade, and you'll protect the mine and yourselves. Anyone who doesn't put effort into defending the stockade and killing enemies knows what consequences await if the bandits break through." Then Dugu Qiyuhun ordered equipment to be distributed to the able-bodied. All hastily assembled. Each able-bodied man received a rattan safety helmet, originally work hats for naturalized citizen laborers. With battle imminent, naturalized citizen laborers had all switched to combat helmets, with cross-shaped reinforcing steel on top. The swapped-out helmets went to local laborers. Hastily processed wooden boards or rattan mats were hung on their bodies as makeshift armor. Small wooden boards were also strapped to their arms as shields. Insufficient standard spears for the local laborers meant a batch of sharpened, fire-hardened bamboo and wooden spears had to be hastily fashioned. Some laborers received various mining tools, serviceable for close combat if necessary. Then the local laborers were partly deployed at the stockade entrance and partly positioned on the outer slope of the earthen walls. On the outer slope, protective barriers were erected using woven rattan and wooden boards. Atop the earthen walls stood the Naturalized Citizen Laborer Company. They would serve as reserves and supervisory troops. "If you don't want to die, use the tools in your hands to poke the enemies out," Dugu Qiyuhun roared murderously, waving his takai. "Otherwise, once the bandits break in, your whole family dies. Don't be afraid. If one dies, Hongji Mining Bureau will support his wife and children for life. If you're wounded, we'll treat you, beat back the bandits, and 1 month's wages are doubled. Anyone who goes soft becomes a traitor or creates chaos in the ranks. Don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll shove a spear up his backside first." A dozen translators bellowed the translation in unison. The local laborers, seeing the naturalized citizens all equipped and murderous, understood these Chinese intended to use them as cannon fodder, but dared not resist. Resistance meant death too. Better to beat back the bandits and have a chance to survive. Beikai ordered all shipped grenades distributed. A total of 500 grenades were issued to militia among the naturalized citizen laborers. They had received at least 1 live fire-throwing exercise. To strengthen Hongji Fort's firepower, the typewriter from the Zhenin was also dismounted and installed on Hongji Fort's watchtower. Hongji Station's small flotilla consisted of the Zhenin and 4 smaller boats. The ships maintained full combat readiness daily. The Marine platoon and mountain howitzer boarded 1 longboat. 3 other longboats provided cover. The Zhenin directly defended Hongji Station's coastline, blocking all seaborne attacks. End of chapter. Chapter 834. A Rabble. Naturally, a telegram requesting reinforcements had to be dispatched. Though Beikai was more than 90% confident he could repel the bandit attack, concealing news of bandits attacking would always constitute dereliction of duty. He had his life secretary send a telegram reporting that bandits were about to attack Hongji, numbering approximately 2,000, and that Hongji had completed battle preparations. In the telegram, he did not explicitly ask whether reinforcements were needed. Given Hongji Station's current importance, Reinforcements were inevitable. Of course, Beikai very much hoped this incident would leave the Senate with an impression of him as fearless in the face of danger. Finally, since the Marine platoon had already boarded the ships, he armed the clerks and administrative personnel around him, the most reliable naturalized citizens. Hongji Fort possessed more than 30 spare Minié rifles beyond those carried by the Marines. He issued these rifles to the clerks and gave each a grenade, forming Hongji Fort's general reserve. When the bandits approached Hongji Station and observed the well-fortified stockade, realizing those inside were already prepared, Shen Hu ordered the main force to halt, rest, and cook. This wasn't from any sympathy for his men, but because the bandit column stretched out over more than 10 li. 700 or 800 men still lagged behind. Better to eat and rest first while waiting for everyone to gather. Besides, he had an ally at sea, Fan Haibao. Once Fan Haibao arrived, they would advance by both land and sea, with far greater odds of success. He had heard the mine had 1 large ship and 3 small boats by the shore, but Fan Haibao commanded 14 vessels of various sizes. Shen Hu didn't believe those few lonely boats could accomplish anything. Shen Hu's forces were a somewhat more regular bunch among the bandits. At least wherever they went, someone attended to food and drink. Immediately, some set up cooking pots at the foot of the hill, ordering the dozens of local women captured along the way to boil water and cook. Shen Hu gazed at the fortress across from Hongji. It was his first time encountering such a fortification, and he judged it to be quite crude. That earthen enclosure stood at most 2 persons tall. Though the slope was somewhat steep, men could climb up without ladders. The only difficulty was that the ditch outside the earthen enclosure would require some effort to fill. Other than that, this enclosure didn't appear difficult to capture at all. Though Long and Hai had warned him about cannons at the protruding corner sections of the earthen enclosure, Shen Hu dismissed this concern. He had seen plenty of cannons. A considerable interval elapsed between firing one shot and the next. That time was sufficient for his men to swarm onto the earthen walls. What about that earthen enclosure over there? Does it also have cannons? That's where the miners live. No cannons, Long gestured. Inside are all coal miners and their families, not much of value. Good, ignore them for now. Shen Hu laughed lecherously. After we breach the main fort, we'll take that miner's stockade too and find some women for the brothers to enjoy. His confidants laughed together. Shen Hu generously patted Long and Hai on the shoulders. I'll give you 2-1 each. Thank you, great chief. The 2 were overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately knelt to pay respects. Before he could finish articulating his thoughts, he spotted a small group of perhaps 100 or 80 men running toward the street between the 2 stockades. There were some attractive-looking buildings on that street, presumably containing valuables. The bandits couldn't wait for his orders and wanted to start looting immediately. Fools, Shen Hu cursed. These bandits weren't his men. He couldn't control everyone. Besides, he already knew from his scouts that everything on this street had been cleared out. Nothing remained but empty buildings. He watched this group of bandits run chaotically toward the street between the 2 stockades. At that moment, a row of white smoke rose from a corner bastion of the main fort, and the running bandits suddenly began falling one after another. The survivors screamed and quickly fled back. Those bird guns are terrifying, Shen Hu exclaimed in shock. He had seen matchlock rifles before, but the bandits were at least 40 or 50 zhang from the firing stockade. At such a distance, firing was normally just for show, let alone killing people. The bullets couldn't even fly that far. That group just now had left more than a dozen corpses on the ground. The mine's bird guns not only shot far but also with fearsome accuracy. He hurriedly summoned Long and Hai and demanded to know exactly how many bird guns were inside the fortress. At most 3 to 5 dozen, Long said. We rarely saw anyone with bird guns. The militia men at the mine all use spears and machetes. Really? I dare not lie, there definitely aren't more. But even 3 to 5 dozen of such formidable firearms made this a difficult bone to gnaw. Shen Hu hadn't expected the mine's firearms to prove so deadly and immediately hesitated. While he wavered, the rear bandits kept arriving. Shen Hu instructed his confidants to summon all faction leaders for a meeting to discuss how to assault the stockade. Worried that news of the enemy's fierce firearms would shake morale, he mentioned nothing of it at the meeting. But Hu Lanyan declared that the enemy were the Australians, renowned for their firearms. Both their cannons and bird guns were extremely formidable, shooting with both accuracy and range. He proposed employing fire attacks and smoke tactics for the assault. Send up thick smoke, advance section by section. Advance a section, then send up more smoke. Hu Lanyan gestured as he spoke. Our men follow the smoke. No matter how powerful their firearms, they can't see through smoke and can only fire blindly. Once we get close, we all rush up together. Hu Lanyan spoke with enthusiasm, but everyone remained skeptical. Many didn't believe firearms could be as devastating as Hu Lanyan claimed. While everyone talked over each other, the large bandit mob gathered outside descended into disorder. In an ancient era lacking communication methods, organizing nearly 2,000 temporarily assembled rabble was extraordinarily difficult. Everyone had followed Shen Hu to make a fortune. Seeing the stockade right ahead yet finding the attack delayed, many who had walked all morning were exhausted and parched, eager to breach the stockade and indulge in eating, drinking, and debauchery. Now, with a great crowd gathered under the sun without food or drink, uncertain what the next step would be, some gradually began cursing, some instigated action, and others discussed loudly. The scene descended progressively into chaos. The minor chiefs of various factions struggled to maintain order, but the gathered bandits came from disparate sources, and numerous scattered bandits in groups of 3 to 5 who had come to profit gave no heed to any chiefs. Suddenly, the unruly crowd, as if receiving an invisible command, surged en masse toward the laborers' stockade. The chiefs couldn't restrain them with shouts or commands. They were instead swept along in the chaotic rush toward the labor camp. By the time the news reached Shen Hu, the situation outside had spiraled completely beyond control. Except for Shen Hu's own several hundred confidant troops, the rest of the rabble had utterly lost cohesion, all flooding toward the laborer camp. From Hongji Fort's direction, thunderous cannon fire immediately erupted. In this space of 250 meters, targets now presented themselves everywhere. The gunners on the fortress seized this perfect killing opportunity, furiously firing the 2 24-pounder cannons at the surging mass of bandits between the stockades. The militia armed with Minié rifles also discharged their bullets at maximum rate. Then the typewriter opened fire as well. Solid shots with depressed elevation continuously carved bloody lanes through the crowd at plunging angles. The shells possessed sufficient force that even after penetrating the mob, they still smashed hard against the laborer camp wall, raising clouds of dust. The local laborers standing on the earthen walls immediately grew agitated, crowding and straining to retreat. No one wanted such a terrifying thing to strike their face. No retreat allowed. Dugu Kiyuhun noticed signs of wavering and immediately leapt forward, waving his takai and howling. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. Though the local laborers didn't understand his words, they understood his twisted, ferocious expression and the gleaming blade in his hand perfectly well. Moreover, the glittering spear tips of the naturalized citizen laborers behind them were nearly pressed against their backs. The crowd settled down again after some agitation. Canister from the cannons and lead bullets from the typewriter rained down upon the crowd like a torrential downpour, harvesting lives. Bandits toppled one after another. Some bandits' heads suddenly exploded and flew backward. Limbs became fragments. The bandits were first stunned by such carnage, then began screaming, letting out inhuman cries and turned to flee. In less than 5 minutes, the great mass of bandits rushing toward the laborer camp collapsed under Hongji Fort's artillery fire and scattered in all directions. No matter how Shen Hu's subordinates tried to intercept them, many simply fled the scene entirely. The battle hadn't even officially commenced, and the bandits had already lost a third of their number. Shen Hu stamped his feet in fury. Chiefs, before he could finish, many chiefs were already frantically abandoning their seats. Everyone rushed to gather their own forces. Without forces, there was no capital. What was there to discuss about getting rich together? Shen Hu, this temporary alliance leader, meant nothing to them now. Shen Hu was too enraged to speak. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to rally his own troops to hold the line, hoping they might somehow regroup the bandit main force. He planned to wait until Fan Haibao's forces arrived before making further plans. At that moment, the marine platoon that had been standing by at sea launched an attack on Beikai's orders. They landed on a beach on the bandits' unguarded flank and rear, striking from behind the chaotic mass of bandits. The sudden artillery fire from the mountain howitzer and the fierce assault from the marine platoon's flank plunged the already panicked bandits into complete chaos. Many still in shock now lost their nerve entirely, caring only about escape. Those slightly calmer tried to resist, but the volley fire and a row of grenades had them crying for their mothers. Yulong watched his nephew Yuhai get hurled to the ground, covered in blood. He charged toward the Marines without regard for his own life. A Marine sidestepped his broadsword and thrust a bayonet into his chest. End of chapter. Chapter 835. A SoSo victory, bastards, bastards, cowardly rats, Shen Hu cursed furiously. From his position atop the small hill, he could see clearly that only a few dozen men had attacked from the seaside flank. A single spit from each of his men could have drowned them. Yet the 1,000+ men he had painstakingly organized were actually being chased away by these few dozen, but cursing served no purpose now. Only 20 confidants remained around him. If he didn't run to gather his men immediately, his entire operation would scatter completely. He had to descend the mound and flee with his confidants. Shen Hu's forces were plunged into utter panic. The Marine platoon pursued relentlessly. The Marines killed with gusto. When an enemy stood before them, a bayonet thrust sufficed. They didn't even bother reloading. The laborers pushed the mountain howitzer in pursuit, pausing occasionally to fire a shot, intensifying the chaos among the fleeing bandits. Looking out from the watchtower, the scene outside Hongji presented quite a spectacle. A vast black mass of ant-like figures fled in panic ahead. In the rolling dust and smoke, a barely visible small cluster of blue-clad soldiers chased furiously behind. "Damn, they really can't take a beating," Beikai remarked in surprise. During the defense of Bapu, the pirates had at least mounted several attacks. At some points, they had even engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Marines. This time, they had simply collapsed before even forming up. The Marines were chasing with abandon. Beikai, fearing they might suffer losses due to their small numbers, ordered a company of naturalized citizen laborers to leave the fort as reinforcement and capture prisoners along the way. They pursued for 5 or 6 li before the bandit main body had completely dispersed, then withdrew. Many bandits had been walking since early morning. After half a day without a grain of rice, they were dizzy with hunger and couldn't even run. They simply lay on the ground awaiting their fate, either gasping heavily or lying prone begging for mercy. Some had curled up on the ground with heads in their hands and had even soiled themselves. Around Hongji Fort, the bandits' various rags, prostrate bodies and corpses lay everywhere. The laborer company, spears in hand, drove all those still capable of movement together. They were gathered for counting. A total of over 600 were captured. Bandit casualties, in truth, were not substantial. Fewer than 300 corpses littered the field. Though the Marines were panting heavily, their spirits soared. Such a thoroughly satisfying battle was simply a pleasure. Beikai was complacent, so it turned out he possessed military genius. As he contemplated how to compose the telegram to Lingao, he couldn't suppress a triumphant laugh, leaving those around him puzzled. Bai Guoshi seethed with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Needless to say, credit for this great victory belonged to Beikai. He himself had neither commanded any forces nor exerted effort in combat, nor strategized from behind the scenes. He had been purely a spectator. When merits were assessed, he could only rank at the bottom, tied with Zhao Zhu. Of course, Zhao Zhu certainly wouldn't mind this, but when the time came to divide the spoils of victory, the one complaining about being a useless person would certainly also be her. Dugu Qiyuhun emerged from the laborer camp with blade raised. Throughout the entire battle, he hadn't fired a single shot. The bandits had never even reached the earthen walls. This left Dugu Qiyuhun, who had steeled himself for a passionate fight, profoundly disappointed. Gazing at the bandits strewn across the ground, each in rags with a detestable face, he acted on impulse, raising the GLOCK-17 in his hand and shooting the unlucky wretch nearest to him. The man's head was immediately blown open by the 9th bullet. The bandits lying on the ground were scared out of their wits, and several immediately soiled themselves. The prisoners were being counted and spoils collected. Just as the entire Hongji fort was immersed in a joyful, relaxed atmosphere, Fan Haibao's fleet appeared. Fan Haibao ran a local pirate gang. By the standards of the South China Sea coast, they were an extremely minor outfit, at most on the level of Gu Dachen's gang from the past. Fan Haibao also wisely never operated in deep waters, basically working along the Vietnamese coast and occasionally raiding the Hainan Island and Guangxi coast. When business was slow, they even went fishing. In short, in the Yalong Bay area, Fan Haibao was considered one of the minor overlords at sea. When Shen Hu had invited him to attack Hongji Fort jointly, they had hit it off immediately. Fan Haibao felt quite confident. After seizing those ships, he would send men ashore to assault the fort together. They would split everything 50-50 upon meeting. When Fan Haibao's fleet materialized off the coast, the land battle had already concluded and the battlefield was being cleared. Fan Haibao remained unaware of the situation on land. He had originally intended to wait for Shen Hu's people to make contact, but after prolonged waiting, no small boat came. While puzzling over this, he observed the large ship moored at shore had already raised its sails, obviously preparing to set sail. He immediately decided that regardless of what was happening on land, he would first seize the ships at the shore. Everyone be careful. Zhang Dabala had been watching the entertaining show on land for some time and had never gotten a chance to take action himself. Spotting pirates coming from the sea, his heart blossomed with joy. He hurriedly called to his men, "Quick! Battle alert!" The battle between Fan Haibao's fleet and the Zhenan didn't last very long. Because the Zhenan was a solitary large ship, if it became entangled in a melee, it could easily be approached by the enemy for boarding combat, highly disadvantageous for the Zhenan. The Zhenan had no engine installed and possessed no advantage in mobility. Its superiority lay solely in firepower and the organization and discipline of its sailors compared to the pirates. So from the outset, Zhang Dabala kept the Zhenan on the outer line of the enemy formation, never allowing the enemy ships to form an encircling posture. This way, he could exploit the range advantage of his artillery to continuously bombard the enemy from a distance without permitting them to close. This tactic demanded exceptionally strong ship-handling ability. Zhang Dabala was obviously an expert. He had the sailors deploy 4 large sculls to provide additional propulsion supporting his steering. This cat-and-mouse engagement continued for over an hour. The Zhenan, leveraging its superior firepower, struck Fan Haibao's ships multiple times, rapidly sinking 2 smaller vessels and forcing one ship that caught fire after being hit to run aground on the shore. The pirates who came ashore were quickly eliminated by Marines and militia on land. Fan Haibao lost confidence in continuing the fight. He simply led the fleet straight toward the Hongji Fort pier, preparing to make an all-out effort to seize the pier, and let the pirates on the ships go ashore to grab some loot before departing. After all, the enemy had only one large ship and surely wouldn't dare come ashore to compete with him in numbers. But the moment his ships approached the pier, they were bombarded by artillery from Hongji Fort's corner bastions. The shells fired from the bastions caused great panic among the pirates. In the chaos, the pirates abandoned another grounded ship, and the remaining vessels swiftly turned and withdrew from the battlefield. The naval engagement put a less-than-perfect end to the campaign. Given its unremarkable performance, expecting the solitary Zhenin to completely annihilate Fan Haibao's fleet was somewhat unrealistic. Though the naval battle results were limited, both land and sea engagements were essentially routs, so the overall results remained acceptable. After all, the only forces that could properly be called regular armed forces in the Hongji defense were merely 30 Marines. The prisoners were herded into hastily constructed pens, and the bodies were thrown into the sea. Not many spoils were captured in the battle. The bandits were dirt poor. Even the things they had looted and dropped everywhere were regarded with disdain by the senators, a pile of rubbish, simply. The most valuable spoils of war left by the bandits were the bandits themselves. More than 500 prisoners could serve as labor. Additionally, over 100 local women captured by the bandits were taken in. Beikai instructed the translators selected from among local laborers to visit nearby villages, proclaiming and reassuring the populace, and for each village to come to Hongji to retrieve their women and property, building a good reputation among the locals, and attracting more people to come to Hongji to work and trade goods. Dugu Qiyuhun suggested that Beikai should execute a batch of prisoners outside Hongji Fort as a warning. Fully demonstrate to the monkeys how powerful we are, so they won't dare to covet Hongji again, he declared passionately, continuing to wave his takai. Beikai hesitated and expressed opposition. That doesn't seem right, killing prisoners for no reason. As an administrative leader, he instinctively regarded all living people as labor. 500 prisoners would prove very useful whether in the mine pits or for road construction. Killing them would be too wasteful. How can the monkeys know how powerful we are if we don't kill? Not only must we kill, but we must kill artistically. I object, we can't slaughter the innocent. Zhao Zhu feared death most of all. During the battle she had hidden in a house, not daring to emerge. Now hearing about executing prisoners, her sympathy was greatly stirred and she firmly opposed it. Nonsense! What innocent? They're bandits. Dugu Qiyuhun spat as he spoke. If they had won today, wouldn't all our heads have been chopped off? Bai Guoshi felt there was no point in executing prisoners without cause and also voiced opposition. Dugu Qiyuhun's proposed mass execution in front of Hongji Fort was not agreed upon, and the bandits in the prisoner camp narrowly escaped disaster. The day after the first Hongji defense battle concluded, a reinforcement fleet arrived from Lingao. 6 Type I patrol boats escorted Dabo Shipping's coal ship to Hongji. The ship brought 2 reinforcement marine platoons, additional grenades, and 50 Mini-A rifles. After receiving Scott's report, the executive committee immediately convened an emergency meeting. Following discussion, they ultimately decided that the Navy would establish a patrol base in Hongji, with patrol boats permanently deployed at the base. Besides protecting Hongji and escorting fishing fleets, they would eventually form a grid patrol system over the Gulf of Tonkin, with patrol boats deployed at various ports on Hainan Island. The role of naturalized citizen laborer companies in emergencies was validated and taken seriously. In emergencies, the organized naturalized citizen laborer militia had played a critically important role. Therefore, it was decided to formally establish the Hongji Militia General Command at Hongji, appointing Bai Guoshi as Deputy Militia Commander and Beikai as Commander. The person who brought these orders was none other than Scott himself. He had come to Hongji to conduct research, of course. The primary purpose was to avoid questioning by the Senate Standing Committee in what was termed lying low. End of chapter. Chapter 836. Merchants report, Scott evaded the Senate's artillery fire and, incidentally, left the Dutch, whose quarantine had already expired, waiting an additional 10 or so days. When he returned from Hongji, he already carried a thick stack of plans for accelerating Hongji's development and strengthening local defense forces. Relying on the pretext of submitting this plan to the Executive Committee and Senate for review, he claimed he needed to fully engage in negotiations with the Dutch, and went into hiding once more. Reinforcing Hongji and expanding Hongji Station's scale rested within the Department of Colonization and Trade's authority to recommend and propose plans. But matters involving material allocation, personnel deployment, and military mobilization still required specific discussion by the Executive Committee before implementation. Scott wasn't particularly concerned about bombardment from the Senate side. He possessed sufficient evidence to prove that Hongji's inadequate equipment was entirely due to limited national strength. If one wished to discuss important targets being inadequately defended, Sanya, given its importance and investment amount, was especially vulnerable. He simply didn't want to deal with the Standing Committee because he felt it was a waste of time. Many people on the Senate Standing Committee, according to him, the professionals are too professional and the amateurs are too amateur. All were difficult to deal with. "All right, we need to find some people who understand German," Scott said to himself in his office. Dutch is a minor language after all. Dutch, commonly called Low German, wasn't dramatically different from German. The Dutch East India Company employed a large number of Germans. Scott reasoned that quite a few senators understood German, and most were affiliated with the Department of Colonization and Trade. Second report from Junior Merchant van der Lanthroen of the Dutch East India Company ship Magdeburg to Governor-General de Carpentier of Batavia. Respected Excellency, after enduring a quarantine period of more than 20 days, we were at last permitted to go ashore. Thanks be to God, no one died while we remained aboard the ship. Everyone is in excellent health. Originally, we should have completed quarantine by the end of February, but when the period expired, port officials informed us that the high official who was to receive us, they call him an executive, was currently absent from Lingao, so we remained on the ship for an additional week. We discovered that the Australians, like us, employ the concept of week. When their personnel boarded the ship to converse with us, they frequently mentioned what day of the week and next week. They also referenced Sunday. However, an official sent us a document permitting us to leave the ship. With this document, crew members could go ashore and lodge in accommodations on land. The sailors and soldiers were overjoyed to finally set foot on shore. I ordered the captain to leave a third of the sailors and soldiers aboard the ship and promised them they would rotate every 3 days thereafter. The executive had issued orders to the port officials, including instructions to supply us with all necessities without shortage, and to confine our personnel to the port area without written permission to leave. The port officials issued a stiff paper card to everyone going ashore. The card bore their name, the ship they belonged to, and their port of departure, and everyone was required to affix their fingerprint to the card. Your Excellency surely knows that this practice of fingerprinting is very popular among the Chinese and appears to serve as their mark of credit. When we went ashore, the common people and workers in the port area crowded along the roadside to observe us. Some even climbed onto cranes. The large crowd of spectators made us feel quite uneasy. The officials noticed this and dispatched guards to escort us. We departed the wharf and were immediately taken to a building not far from it. This building was quite large. It was said to be specifically intended for receiving sailors. The structure was a particular kind of longhouse. Many rows of such longhouses occupied the courtyard. Each longhouse contained rows of double-tiered bunks. One building could house 40 people or even more. Some longhouses were 2 stories. We, as senior crew, were separately housed in a courtyard where similar 2-story buildings stood, constructed of brick and tile like the longhouses but more exquisitely arranged inside. Each room was furnished with various furniture. As for whether each room accommodated 1 or 3 people was entirely at our discretion. They had rooms with different numbers of beds. Up to 4 people could sleep in one. Whether ordinary sailors' longhouses or the small buildings we occupied, the structures were all remarkably clean and tidy. The beds lacked bedding, but were provided with grass mats and straw-woven pillows, quite sufficient in Lingao's climate. Every building was equipped with toilets. The building manager strictly warned us that any defecating or urinating anywhere other than the designated facilities would be subject to heavy fines and other punishments. For this, I was obliged to communicate with the purser on the ship and request him to strictly manage the conduct of the sailors and soldiers. You know, most of them are German. The sailors' lodge had a cafeteria supplying cooked meals. There was also a large store here, furnishing various commodities specifically for sailors and fishermen stopping here to purchase. The Australians seemed less hospitable than the Chinese. The Zibanks and some others said that every time they traveled to the Chinese coast, as long as they claimed to be on tribute missions, they could receive official hospitality. But here among the Australians, all supplied items from lodging to food required payment. However, the prices were acceptable. We learned that this place is called Bapu. We were notified that we could move freely within Bapu town. Those going out must return to the lodge before 9 in the evening, but those locations listed as restricted areas could not be entered. Overall, the Australians placed few restrictions upon us. Besides permitting us to move freely in Bapu, they imposed no other restrictions on the coins and other items we carried, only reminding us that shopping required first exchanging for local currency. Carrying weapons was prohibited. Additionally, he required sailors and soldiers to swear to respect local laws before going out. A piercing whistle sounded throughout the town every hour. The sound was so loud it could be heard across the entire town. Among these, the whistles in the morning, noon, and evening lasted a long time. The Australians employed this timekeeping system with great proficiency, so that everyone could know the current time. The Australians' work operated strictly according to the clock. After living together with them for just one day, one could roughly predict what they would do the next day. After all personnel settled at the sailors' lodge, the person responsible for receiving us, the one they call trade minister, wished to meet with us. To discuss matters, we three decided to go together for the meeting. On the morning of March 1st, we washed early and changed into our finest formal attire. In addition to Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Leibtriny, we each brought an attendant and carried relevant gifts. Led by the young official dispatched from the Trade Ministry, we came to the main street. A most beautiful four-wheeled carriage awaited us there. Yes, a carriage. This was the most surprising thing for me. In all of East Asia, I do not know where else one could encounter such a light and beautiful carriage. Even in Macau or Batavia, such a vehicle could not be found. I believe even in Europe, similar vehicles cannot be found. This was truly an exquisite work of art. No, calling it an exquisite work of art does not mean it was ornately decorated or finely carved. On the contrary, the carriage had almost no decoration or painting. The body was black. Besides the glass embedded in the car door and a pair of beautiful carriage lamps, there was nothing worth mentioning as decoration. But the size of the entire body, the structure, and the proportionately balanced proportions of every part upon it, the perfection of the design, all produced an incomparably powerful impression. Your Excellency, please forgive me for being unable to describe such sensations in words. The carriage passed through Bapu town and proceeded to the town they call Bairncheng. That is the center of Australian rule. Bapu town is a most prosperous small town with many houses, worthy of being called a thriving city. We could observe a large number of chimneys, astonishingly tall, each chimney emitting black and white smoke. The air bore a strong, pungent smell. Along the way we saw a majestic castle. Though it was not on the street we traversed, it was entirely built of red bricks, with tall towers and gun platforms. Their white and black smoke was also rising, and from time to time came loud metallic clanging sounds. I asked the accompanying official what that place was, and he refused to answer my question. I believe this should be the Australian smelting plant, arsenal, or mint. If true, the Australians have invested a great deal of capital here. The road from Bapu to Barancheng was constructed along a large river, but this channel was currently in a half-dried state. The Australians appeared to be conducting some kind of dredging and construction work on this channel. The water volume in the channel was low and malodorous. The road was well constructed, paved with black gravel. The carriage rode upon it without feeling any bumps whatsoever. Along the road lay carefully cultivated lands. Every inch was meticulously tended, with not a scrap of land uncultivated or unplanted with crops. The fields, like many places in Tuscany, had perfect canals, dams, and water wheels built to fully irrigate the soil. This irrigation project was so ingenious that Mr. Leibtriny praised it endlessly. Like in Batavia, this place could be cultivated year-round. The fields had already been planted with green rice seedlings or vegetables. The slopes where rice could not be grown were planted with various crops and fruit trees we did not recognize. Even along the roadside, many coconut saplings had been planted. What surprised us most were some objects of unknown purpose by the roadside, completely lifeless wooden poles, painted pitch black. The poles stood in rows along the roadside like roadside trees, connected to each other by black iron wire. On each pole were also affixed some bottles made of glass. The three of us discussed the purpose of these poles and reached no conclusion whatsoever. None of us had ever seen such a thing. We inquired of the accompanying official and once again received a silent answer. Note: Germans at that time were famously unhygienic in Europe. End of chapter. Chapter 837. Merchant's Report, IV. The three of us debated the purpose of those peculiar wooden poles at some length. Mr. Gonzalez insisted they must be some distinctive form of idol worship, ritual structures invested with sacred meaning. But Mr. Leibtriny dismissed this theory, pointing out that the poles bore no religious significance whatsoever. They hardly resembled idols, and no Australian showed the slightest gesture of veneration toward them. I found myself siding with Mr. Leibtriny. Throughout our entire journey, we observed no one expressing reverence or worship toward these poles, nor any trace of such practices. No offerings, no incense burned, no sacrifices laid before them. The distance from Bapu to Barancheng proved remarkably short. We estimated scarcely more than a league. Soon we entered what we understood to be Barancheng's environs. Later we learned the truth. We had never actually set foot within Barancheng proper. The so-called Barancheng was the Australians' fortress itself, which no one save the Australians and their most trusted native servants was permitted to enter. Yet around this citadel had risen a city of considerable scale. They call it Eastgate Market, for it lies to the east of Barancheng. We were told that when the Australians first arrived in Lingao, this was where they conducted trade with the local population. In just a few years, what had begun as a crude marketplace had blossomed into a remarkably prosperous town. Eastgate Market possesses no protective walls, but watchtowers stand sentinel at every road entrance. These structures are ubiquitous here, not only in Bapu but distributed along both sides of the roads throughout the territory. The Australians appear to rely upon them as their primary defensive measure. The towers are generally square, their foundations laid with thick stone slabs and their bodies constructed of fired brick. Some are cruder affairs, assembled from interlaced timber or bamboo. Most rise 2 or 3 stories. The more substantial towers could be considered small fortresses in their own right, encircled by moats and low walls, with cannons mounted atop. The Australians station guards in these towers, creating an intricate web of surveillance. Clearly, the Australians harbor considerable anxiety about their presence on this island and remain perpetually vigilant against attack. Our carriage entered Eastgate Market along the main thoroughfare running east to west. The street was both broad and impeccably level, wide enough for 12 fully armed cavalrymen to ride abreast. Shops lined both sides, their shelves displaying a dazzling array of merchandise. The buildings rose 2 or 3 stories, packed closely together. The streetscape reminded me forcefully of the commercial districts of The Hague or Amsterdam. Australian architecture bears no resemblance to Chinese building traditions. Rather, it echoes European styles, though rendered with greater frugality and practicality. Their exploitation of space has reached an astonishing degree. How to extract the maximum utility from limited ground appears to be their sole architectural aesthetic. What struck us most profoundly was that every building we saw was tiled, and every structure, regardless of size, featured windows fitted with large panes of glass. Numerous lateral streets branch from the main thoroughfare. Whether main street or side lane, pedestrians were surprisingly few. All roads were paved with the same black gravel used for the main highway, equally level and smooth. The streets were astonishingly clean. In all my travels through East and West, only in the Netherlands have I encountered such immaculate urban conditions. No refuse, no sewage, no human or animal waste. Raised stone sidewalks flank the streets, planted with coconut palm saplings. The Australians appear to hold coconut palms in particular esteem, cultivating this useful plant at every opportunity. Here we again encountered objects resembling the poles along the main road, but their purpose now became immediately apparent. They were street lamps. Iron lamp heads crowned with glass shades confirmed our deduction. We were told that each evening designated workers light these lamps. Illuminating the streets at night obviously provides both shops and pedestrians with considerable security. Nevertheless, such an expensive practice does seem to support the commonly held view that the Australians live extravagantly. Our carriage halted before a handsome red brick building, a square structure with a sloped roof covered in German-style tiles, its windows tall and narrow. Of all the Australian buildings I had observed in Lingao, this one came closest to European aesthetic sensibilities. According to our accompanying official, this was the trading house, specially designated for receiving visiting dignitaries. Visiting merchants could also elect to stay here, enjoying fine food and comfortable rooms. We alighted from the carriage under the official's guidance. The Australians appear to have no regard whatsoever for pomp and ceremony. Besides our accompanying officials and guards, no superfluous personnel were present, certainly no resplendent ceremonial guards. We were simply led into the trading house and brought to a small waiting hall. Before entering the hall itself, our attendants and interpreters were all detained in the antechamber. I objected to this arrangement, pointing out that we would be unable to communicate. The official replied in German, "Your interpreter who speaks only Cantonese will not be needed." His German was somewhat peculiar, yet it was the most accurate German I had heard anywhere in Asia outside of native speakers. His accent seemed Northern German in origin, but afterward, no matter how I attempted to engage him in conversation, he remained obstinately silent until we were finally ushered into the reception hall. The hall was not large in area but sumptuously appointed. From the ceiling hung an exquisite branching glass chandelier, though we noticed that the glass shades appeared to be completely sealed, with no trace of candles visible within. Perhaps it was merely decorative. A magnificent Chinese-style screen dominated the center of the hall, larger in scale than any Chinese screens we had encountered in India or Persia. Enormous paintings on paper adorned the walls, depicting mountains, rivers, and flowers in vivid colors. Some of these works nearly covered entire walls. Mr. Leibtriny observed that the paintings displayed unmistakable European techniques, their treatment of light, composition, and perspective. Recalling the pamphlet Your Excellency provided me, which mentioned Portuguese missionaries active in Lingao, these were likely the work of some friars. The floor was spread with luxurious Persian carpets. Before the screen, Chinese-style chairs and tea tables had been arranged in a neat semicircle. An Australian high official awaited us in front of the screen. This official bore the title of executive, a status comparable, we were told, to our own masters. Our accompanying official reminded us that this was one of the 9 most exalted senators in the entire Australian Senate, invested with complete authority over trade matters. The executive was remarkably young. Since Australians do not wear beards at all, judging their precise age proves difficult, but I estimated he could not yet be 30. For someone of such tender years to hold so elevated a position, I surmised it must have been inherited. His attire was exceedingly plain, indistinguishable from that of every other Australian official we had encountered along the way. Had our accompanying official not made the introduction, we would never have recognized such an important personage on the street. Your Excellency, during our voyage I had read several accounts of China written by travelers and missionaries. Everyone noted that Chinese officials adore grand and magnificent displays. Large retinues and ceremonial guards are considered essential accoutrements for every official. But among the Australians, we observed no such tastes whatsoever. As an executive, this man had neither ceremonial personnel nor numerous clerks and guards in attendance. He received us in the plainest manner imaginable. This reminded me strongly of our homeland. The Australians share many similarities with us in this regard. The executive invited us to be seated in the chairs before the screen. Through our accompanying official, he expressed regrets that no one locally understood our native language. If High German could not serve as the medium for our talks, he inquired whether we might use French, English, Spanish, or Latin. I indicated that High German would serve our purposes admirably. Before the talks commenced, I presented the letter from the Batavia East Indies Council to the Lingao Australian Senate, along with the inventory of gifts we had brought. The executive expressed his thanks. Thereafter, we began substantive discussions on trade matters. The Australians expressed keen interest in all the goods we had transported. They were willing to purchase our entire cargo and eager to conduct further negotiations for expanded trade. I seized this opportunity to raise objections regarding customs tariffs. Your Excellency will have observed in my previous report that while they levy very modest tariffs on most imports, or none at all, they impose heavy duties on the company's primary export commodity in the East Indies, spices. I protested this arrangement and proposed that we establish a unified rate, namely, that all goods we bring to Lingao for sale, excepting duty-free items, be taxed at a uniform 1% customs duty. Additionally, I requested that we be permitted to sell our goods freely in Lingao rather than have them purchased in bulk by the Australians. That is, I proposed that goods follow the market rather than being traded at prices imposed upon us, conditions I considered entirely inappropriate. The executive rejected this. He maintained that a 1% customs duty was far too low and categorically dismissed the concept of unified tariffs, proposing instead that duties be assessed according to the particular circumstances of each commodity. However, he agreed to adjust the tariff on spices and grant us preferential rates on spice imports. As for the bulk purchase policy, he also consented to exempt us from this practice and permit free sale at market prices. Though we ultimately failed to secure agreement on the 1% unified tariff, obtaining acceptance on these 2 points represented, I believe, quite significant progress. I subsequently endeavored to reduce export duties on company goods to more reasonable levels. In early 17th century Europe, many cities still had thatched roofs. Some cities did not transition entirely to tile until the late 18th century. Additionally, glass windows did not become common until the 18th century. The cities of the United Provinces, the Dutch, were famous throughout Europe for their cleanliness. Additionally, Dutch dignitaries of that era were also known for their plainness, at least by the standards of the time. End of chapter. Chapter 838. The Lingao Trade Agreement. The first round of business negotiations with the Dutch concluded in a warm and friendly atmosphere. Scott secretly found it amusing. Many of the points the Dutch had argued for so strenuously were, in truth, entirely trivial to him, yet he had extracted numerous concessions in exchange. The Dutch's most resolute demand, the right to sell freely rather than through bulk purchase, stemmed from hard experience, which was why Van der Lanthroen had pressed so firmly for the company's freedom to sell goods directly in Lingao. Scott reluctantly acquiesced to this request. In Lingao, besides the transmigrators themselves, there was probably no one who actually needed such quantities of Dutch goods, nor anyone capable of producing sufficient working capital to purchase them. The Qianghai under Gu Baicheng certainly possessed this capability, but Gu Baicheng would never commit such a tactless act. In matters of foreign trade, no one in Lingao dared stray from the baton of the Department of Colonization and Trade. The two parties reached a preliminary agreement on trade. The goods brought by the Magdeburg, having already cleared customs and paid duties, would all be purchased at specified prices by the Foreign Trade Company under the Department of Colonization and Trade. Guide prices would be benchmarked against those at which the East India Company sold to Chinese sea merchants in Taiwan. For goods not sold at Taiwan port, the two parties would negotiate separately. From this trade forward, both parties would conduct bilateral trade under a new agreement. The conditions were as follows. The Dutch East India Company would have the right to sell goods freely at the two ports of Lingao and Sanya under Senate control. Any person would be permitted to purchase goods directly from the company. The Australians would levy no fees on company imports beyond the mutually agreed customs duties. The Dutch East India Company could dispatch unlimited trading missions, as many ships as they wished, each year to trading ports designated by the Senate. The specific trading ports would be revised annually. Currently, the Senate specially authorized the opening of Lingao and Sanya for trade. If necessary, the Senate could add or remove open ports at any time, though at least one trading port must always remain available to the company. Dutch East Indies vessels entering these ports must fly designated signal flags. Upon entering port, they must submit fully to the commands of port personnel and pay all port fees. These fees could not be reduced or waived. Otherwise, the port authority reserved the right to confiscate equivalent imported goods as compensation. After company ships entered port, all weapons must be sealed, and crews must accept all quarantine and disinfection measures. Those refusing would be immediately expelled from the port. Half of the tonnage carried to Qiangju must consist of goods specified by the Department of Colonization and Trade. A detailed catalog would be provided separately. If insufficient specified goods were brought on any given voyage, the deficit must be made up on the next. Otherwise, related trade privileges would be suspended. The company could rent trading houses constructed by the Department of Colonization and trade at designated open ports. Merchants and sailors must lodge together in the trading houses or aboard their ships. No outside lodging was permitted. Rent for the trading house was set at 500 guilders per year. Food and daily necessities would be purchased by company personnel directly from local markets, with the Department of Colonization and Trade providing assistance. The final item concerned judicial jurisdiction. Van der Lanthroen agreed to acknowledge Lingao's judicial authority, but requested special privileges in commercial disputes. These so-called special rights were not extraterritoriality or anything of that nature, but rather a request that, when commercial disputes arose between the company and local merchants, the Department of Colonization and Trade must afford certain preferential treatment, primarily regarding debt collection and bankruptcy liquidation. He requested that SCOD guarantee the company priority rights in such cases. Additionally, the company should be allowed to station a consul in Lingao to protect its commercial interests. SCOD indicated that execution posed no difficulty, so long as the East India Company recognized Australian judicial jurisdiction over commercial activities occurring in Qiangju. Once the Lingao Maritime Commercial Court rendered a judgment, it would certainly be enforced in full. The Dutch East India Company would permit Australian ships to sail in East Indies and Taiwan waters under equivalent conditions. Australian ships would have the right to enter Batavia and Taiwan for trade at any time. Australians could also establish trading houses there and station consular personnel. Additionally, the company guaranteed that Australian ships could enter Banton safely and without harassment at any time. Whatever privileges Lingao extended to the Dutch East India Company, the company would simultaneously extend to Lingao. Finally, both parties agreed to station consuls in Batavia and Lingao, respectively, to protect their respective commercial interests. Of course, given Lingao's current circumstances, dispatching many ships to Batavia in the near term was impossible. Lingao's fundamental problem remained insufficient transport capacity. But through this step, they could gradually draw those Ming merchants willing to trade in Batavia under Lingao's banner. Historically, Batavia had been a Southeast Asian destination that Chinese sea merchants frequently visited for trade, and neither the Zheng family nor Liu Xiang had much direct involvement in this route. Scott planned first to wrest control of this trade route from their hands, then collect passage protection fees. After all, the Lingao regime already possessed at least a basic concept of protecting overseas merchants and citizens, a mentality far beyond the petty mountain king level of monopolizing routes merely to collect tolls. In other words, the Lingao regime operated on the principle of taking money and providing protection, while the other sea lords merely practiced taking money and not causing trouble. The difference was obvious at a glance. This very distinction was what allowed the Lingao regime to win more hearts than the Ming government ever had. After reaching the trade agreement, both parties proceeded to negotiate details concerning specific commodities and customs procedures. Van der Lanthroen understood that the company's greatest interest lay in dumping spices from the East Indies, one of the few commodities the Dutch could supply in large quantities. The Dutch had already established a tight network for purchasing, storing, and distributing crops in the East Indies. Compared to rice and timber, spices were by far the most convenient product for the Dutch to supply to China. But Lingao was plainly uninterested in spices. Moreover, the agreement had already stipulated that half of all cargo capacity must be devoted to goods from Lingao's designated catalog, which did not include spices. This meant that at most, he could fill only the remaining half of his hold with spices, while the 24% tariff would render spice trade completely unprofitable. This junior merchant exerted every effort to demand a significant reduction in spice tariffs, at least down to 5%, but Scott remained unmoved. Although spices could serve as useful entrepot trade goods, Lingao had never actually sold spices on the mainland and might well be unable to compete with established distributors. If spice trade became profitable, the Dutch would grow too complacent to transport other commodities. Finally, both parties reached a compromise. The import tariff on spice trade would be 12%, a 50% reduction from the original rate. Van der Lanthroen knew extracting sufficient profit from spices would prove difficult. For this reason, he had to consider what goods to export to Lingao. If suitable commodities could not be found, the company would have to consider what silver quota to allocate to Lingao. In trade with the Ming, the East India Company's primary export commodity was, in fact, silver. The silver that the company transported from Japan, Persia, and Europe disappeared as though swallowed by a black hole in trade with the Ming. The East India Company had long hoped to reverse this situation. From present indications, the Australians had far greater material needs than the Ming, who seemed to require nothing from the outside world. Simply from the specified goods catalog, the East India Company could identify numerous viable trade commodities. Timber and rice, both bulk goods, could be effectively obtained from the East Indies. While rice did not have great export potential in the East Indies proper, the company maintained trading posts in Siam, where rice was abundant. They could readily establish a Siam-Lingao rice trade route. The Australian inventory indicated they required large quantities of metal products, but on this point, the Dutch were impotent. In East Asia, aside from copper being Japan's major export commodity, the principal metal exporters were primarily the Ming themselves. Direct importation of copper from Japan, however, was presently difficult. Dutch-Japanese trade had effectively been suspended in recent times. It would be necessary to petition the Batavia Council about opening a channel to obtain Japanese copper as quickly as possible. The Australians also specified that the company transport various colors of high-quality woolen cloth, fine and coarse linen, and leather goods. Not only locally popular deerskin, but also rougher goods like cowhide and sheepskin attracted their interest. Besides woolen cloth and linen, which had to be shipped from Europe, leather could be sourced from Basra in Persia. The Persians had ample leather supplies. As for imports from Lingao, Van der Lanthroen had already made his decision. First came glass products. Lingao's glass goods, including mirrors, came in many styles, were of excellent quality, and commanded prices cheaper than European goods shipped from thousands of miles away. They could be sold in the East Indies, throughout Southeast Asia, and in Persia, serving as trade goods shipped to various destinations. Second was Lingao's white sugar. Judging from the quality of Lingao white sugar that the English had transported to the East Indies, this was a grade of product they had never before encountered, not only far superior to the various local sugar products from across Southeast Asia, but even better